C-2782 collapse the 12th demon battlefield, falling flames. 5 quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts and numerous quasi-supreme experts were fighting crazily in the chaos. Rumble, 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 rumble. A terrifying energy tide swept in all directions as countless mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The vast expanse of chaos was completely destroyed and turned into nothingness. The 3 quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts of Heavenly Devil God Palace had a slight advantage in the beginning. 12 quasi-supreme experts. Although they weren't weak, the strongest one was top quasi-sovereign, and there was only one of them. Compared to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior, they were still a bit weaker. If it wasn't for the fact that Lord Myriad God Sovereign and Heavenly River Sovereign Lord were considered outstanding amongst ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they would be slightly stronger than the 3 quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Otherwise, at this moment, there were already casualties amongst the 12 quasi-sovereigns. However, as Tianpeng and the others joined the battle, they gradually got rid of the disadvantage and even had a slight advantage. Archdevil Shintu was one of the 5 huge perfection quasi-devil sovereign of the 9 serene deep ground tiger tribe. He was also the ancestor of venerable demon Qin Wei, Qing Hu, and Devil Sovereign. This time, he was one of the 4 great quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It could be said that this Archdevil Shintu was the only one who volunteered to join the fight. One should know that apart from him, only the 2 prospective saints of their bloodline were left. The fall of the 2 of them was a devastating blow to their bloodline. If it wasn't for Dark Ember's suppression earlier, Archdevil Shintu might have already attacked in fury, forcefully breaking the formation and entering the Tai Hong treasury. The formation and divine seals surrounding the Tai Hong treasury were able to block top-grade formations. Even limited quasi-sovereign couldn't stop a quasi-sovereign of great perfection like him. At this moment, Archdevil Shintu was fighting against the Heavenly River Supreme Lord one-on-one. A divine ability was easily grasped by the 2 of them, and they collided with each other crazily. For a moment, it was as if they were about to meet a worthy opponent in a game of chess. Poochie. All of a sudden, the space above Archdevil Shintu distorted, and the wild giant that Yang Fann had transformed into suddenly appeared. After some consideration, Yang Fann chose Archdevil Shintu as his target. Dark Ember was the strongest of the 4 Devil Sovereign. If he could suppress him, the benefits would be the greatest, even more than the total of the other 3 Devil Sovereign. However, the difficulty was obvious. Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could suppress Dark Ember in one go. Currently, his true strength was only comparable to an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. At most, he was a little stronger than Dark Ember. With the help of the Supreme Lord of Nine Yang, it would be easy for him to defeat Dark Ember, but if he really wanted to leave, the chances of him staying behind wouldn't exceed 1 level. This chance was too low. It would be better for him to take a step back and choose the 3 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Under the control of Master Wan God Sovereign and the others, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to keep one of them here with the help of the forbidden divine ability. The reason why he chose Archdevil Shintu was because he wanted Archdevil Shintu to stay behind. Firstly, Archdevil Shintu's strength was the strongest amongst the 3 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, and the advantage of suppressing him was the greatest. Secondly, Archdevil Shintu had a great grudge against him. Die rumble 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 rumble. The terrifying force that was chasing after the quasi-sovereign of great perfection descended from the sky, crushing towards Archdevil Shintu. Barbarian Jr., how dare you! A trace of ferociousness flashed across Archdevil Shintu's face and his heart was filled with an evil flame. It rushed straight towards his sea of consciousness. Dark Ember was one thing, but he was a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and his strength was indeed higher than his. As for the other 2, he had to admit that he was stronger than them. However, this Barbarian Jr. had come to find him. What was the meaning of this? Why did he look down on Archdevil Shintu? Did he think that Archdevil Shintu was the easiest person to deal with among the 3 great Devil Sovereign? Junior, come and die Hong Long. A terrifying netherworld catalog shot up into the sky. A terrifying power seemed to be able to obliterate everything. A good opportunity. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Without holding back, he unleashed his full strength. Not only that, the forbidden divine ability Solar Dragon 10 rotations was pushed to the 10th rotation, increasing his strength by 512 times. This time, Yang Fann did not use the mixed 9 forms. Although the power of the mixed 9 forms was greater, it was not appropriate for him to use the mixed nine forms in this situation. The mixed nine forms was a synonym for the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, and only disciples of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace were allowed to practice it. Now that there were so many supreme elders of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace here, if he used the mixed nine forms, he might cause some unnecessary trouble. One should know that he wasn't a Tao child of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. He was just an unknown black family. However, even if it was only the 10th transformation of the Dragon Sun, the power of this palm strike had already surpassed most top perfection quasi-paragons warriors, and was now on par with a powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. In an instant, an extremely dangerous aura swept across Archdevil Shintu's body. Ah, no, how could this be? You. Archdevil Shintu's eyes widened, as though they were about to burst out from his eyes. This strength was 100 times, 1,000 times, more terrifying than Dark Ember, a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection. He couldn't believe it at all. This lowly barbarian, wasn't it just a limited quasi-sovereign? How could he possess such a terrifying strength? No, this wasn't true. It wasn't true. Archdevil Shintu let out a hysterical wail. Be obedient and become my food for growth Pucci. The heaven-sheltering big hand forcefully crushed him. Without any preparation, Archdevil Shintu was completely unable to organize an effective resistance when faced with a force that was 100,000 times stronger than his own. He was suppressed by the force. Ah, Shintu. Dark Ember and the other two men let out heart-wrenching cries, as if they had lost their parents. They wanted to save Archdevil Shintu, but all of this happened too suddenly. Before they could react, Archdevil Shintu had already become Yang Fann's prisoner. In an instant, a feeling of sadness swept across their hearts. Damn it, how could this lowly barbarian hide so deeply? An old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. He was actually an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In order to suppress Archdevil Shintu, he even used the forbidden divine ability. What was the grudge between this lowly barbarian and the heavenly devil god palace? Archdevil Shintu had been suppressed. Then who would be the next one? No, let's go. I have to leave immediately. Very quickly, Dark Ember and the other two had the urge to retreat. The situation had become completely unfavorable to them. If they continued to stay, even Dark Ember could not guarantee that he would be safe and sound, and that he would be able to escape unscathed. Quick, stop them, we can't let them escape. The Supreme Lord of Juyong's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Compared to ordinary quasi-dignosis warriors, quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were the mainstays of the 10 major powers. It could be said that even 10 or 20 quasi-supreme warriors of different grades might not be able to compare with an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. They had never thought that the barbarian quasi-supreme warrior would give them such a big surprise. If another quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior was left behind, it would be enough to make the heavenly devil god palace suffer for many eras. While they were talking, the intermediate spatial quasi-great Tao divine artifact, 9 solar divine pagoda, tore open the space and pressed down on a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. However, it wasn't suppressing Dark Ember, but one of the other two ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, Yunyi and Devil Sovereign. It was better to break one of his fingers than to injure one of his arms. It was extremely difficult for the 9 solar divine pagoda to suppress Dark Ember, but suppressing an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior was different. Not only the 9 solar supreme lord, but also Master Wan God Sovereign and the others immediately understood what was going on when they saw the 9 solar divine pagoda. All of them attacked Yunyi and Devil Sovereign. Divine ability, Great Sealing Forbidden Technique. Old Demon Yunyi, stay here obediently. A good opportunity. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He had thought that suppressing a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was the limit. He never thought that there would be a second one. Roar, die, boom. The terrifying force of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection swept out once again, suppressing the heavens. No bitch it, save me, brother Black Radiance, save me ah. Woo. How could this be, how could this be? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save us, save us. C2783. His value will skyrocket. The 12th demon battlefield, falling flames. Ah, how could this be, how could this be? Woo. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lord Demon Lord, Sir Demon Lord, how is this possible? How is this possible? Collapse. Thousands of high-level and top-level Chaos God warriors from the Heavenly Devil God Palace felt their minds crumbling. It had only been a short period of time, but the situation had become like this. First, the Blood River, Devil Sovereign, and the other 14 Devil Sovereign had been suppressed by someone. Now, it was even more exaggerated. Even half of the quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors had been killed. Was there anything more horrifying than this in this world? Devil Sovereign, that was the high and mighty Demon Lord. Ha ha ha, we won Demon Pup, your death is here, kill all of these devils. The group of Chaos God King from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace were the exact opposite. Their morale had skyrocketed, and their battle strength had reached the 10th level. In an instant, their battle strength had reached the 12th level, or even more. Quasi-Paragon from the Heavenly Devil Tao Palace was either suppressed or forced to flee. There were only these high-level and top-level Chaos God Kings left, so how could they be a match for them? What followed next was to beat the crap out of them. It was time for them to reap the rewards. Ha 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 ha, devils, you'll have your day as well. Old Devil Doji, I'll take your life. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. Ah, spare me, please, let me go, please let me go. Wails of pain and despair rose and fell within the chaos. Massacre. The Heavenly Devil God Palace, which didn't have a quasi-supreme expert guarding them, was faced with the numerous primeval Chaos Tao Palaces of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was a one-sided massacre. All of them hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Ardwa Sheng, I'll fight you all to the death. Let's go to hell together. Ah, old man sealed in dust, you're going to die a horrible death. I curse you. Supreme Lord Juyong and the others. The 3 quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection silently watched the massacre without showing any signs of attacking. It was just a group of mere quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors, and they had no intention of attacking low-level quasi-sovereign at all. Hong Long. It was enough. The next second, Supreme Lord Nine Yang turned around and looked at where Yang Fann was. This battle could be said to be completely dependent on Yang Fann. If it wasn't for his sudden emergence, even if they could win this battle, they would still have a miserable victory. An old quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection, an old quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection who had a life and death grudge with the Heavenly Devil God Palace. If he could join the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, he would be able to join the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. In other words, he would be able to join the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It would be a great help to them. The Supreme Lord of Juyong didn't suspect that Yang Fann was a spy sent by the Heavenly Devil God Palace. If Yang Fann really was a spy, the Heavenly Devil God Palace would have to pay a hefty price. 2 quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection, 11 quasi-paragons of different grades, and a top 20 ranked devil clan under the Heavenly Devil God Palace's command. All the top combat strength would be the same. In order to send a senior quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection into the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, those great Tao Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace would only do such a stupid thing unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey. Ah, where is he? In an instant, the 9 Suns Supreme Lord's expression changed. There was no longer the figure of the quasi-paragon of the barbarians in that place. Yang Fann didn't intend to have too much contact with the Supreme Lord of Juyong and the others. Although he didn't think that they would be able to see through his disguise, he wasn't afraid of 10,000 of them. He was just afraid that if he stayed in contact with them for a long period of time, he might give himself away. Besides, he had already gotten all the benefits he needed. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. After suppressing Yun Shao and Devil Sovereign, Yang Fann tore open the space and disappeared without a trace. As for those high and top-level Chaos God Kings, Yang Fann didn't care about them. Even if there were thousands of high and top-level Chaos God Kings, they might not be able to match middle-rank Quasi-Sovereign. Besides, no matter what, he had to leave some soup for others to drink when he ate meat. Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Divine Mountain. The 12th Demon Battlefield, it's the 12th Demon Battlefield again. Lord of Primordius gently tapped his finger and seemed to be deep in thought. Could that quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection barbarian also be His Royal Highness Yang Fann's Tao Protector? How could there be such a coincidence that a quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection suddenly appeared in this world? One should know that a quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection wasn't some random dog or dog. It was one of the highest grade experts in the entire Primal Chaos. How could he appear in the 12th Demon Battlefield so casually, and even help them deal with the Heavenly Devil God Palace? This time, the Heavenly Devil God Palace has suffered a huge loss. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. Very quickly, Lord of Primordius furrowed his brows. The 11 Devil Sovereign were fine, but Shen Tu and Yun Yi, these two quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, were different. Up until now, the two major powers had been gone for hundreds of billions of eras, and no quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had been killed or injured. Now that two quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had been killed, it would be strange if the Heavenly Devil God Palace didn't want to take revenge on them. It seemed like they had to make preparations in advance. 100 years later, Tian Suo Chaos Circle, an abandoned universe without any signs of life. Pucci. The space distorted, and Yang Fann took a step out from it. This time, the trip to the Tai Hong treasury had truly allowed him to earn a huge amount of money. First, he had captured 19 quasi-supreme experts in the Tai Hong treasury, and then the battle in the falling flames. His harvest was even more astonishing. He was almost certain that he could advance to the quasi-god king, but he didn't know what level he could advance to. Low-level quasi-god king, middle-rank quasi-god king, or high-rank quasi-god king. At that time, in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, anyone below Great Dao Sovereign would have to respect me. Thinking about it, it was really exciting. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed the urge to enter seclusion. Now was not the time to enter secluded cultivation. The belongings of those quasi-supreme beings had yet to be accounted for, especially those two quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts, which made him look forward to it even more. In the next second, the terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body and ripped apart a low-level quasi-sovereign's chaotic crystal wall. A large amount of natural treasures were like a surging current, being transported into the chaos within Yang Fan's body. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, in the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. Yang Fann had just emptied a group of quasi-supreme experts' houses. It was truly terrifying. One should know that in the Tai Hong treasury, he had used less than 800 years to gather all 19 Devil Sovereigns' belongings. But this time, it took him 30,000 years to do so. It wasn't difficult to tell how much wealth these two quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts had. Even if there were 10,000 years of time, it would still be the same even if they were tearing apart their chaotic crystal wall. Regardless of whether it was Yun Yi, Devil Sovereign, or Archdevil Shen Tu, their value was more than 10 times that of the 19 Devil Sovereign. Just the origin elemental crystal alone was worth no less than 10 billion units. There were also countless other natural treasures and chaotic divine artifacts. It was a pity that they didn't find any great Dao origins in their hands. His great Dao Sovereign's divine art could only be placed in a high pavilion as a decoration. He didn't know if those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had the source of the great Dao in their hands. Otherwise, if he wanted to truly cultivate the great Dao Sovereign's divine art, he would have to break through to Chaos God King. Even if he broke through to the Quasi-God King, or even the Great Perfection Quasi-God King, Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in defeating Great Dao Sovereign. Great Dao Sovereign was different from a quasi-supreme being. He was a supreme expert that stood at the peak of the primal chaos. No matter how high he looked at them, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Shaking his head lightly, he shook off the regret in his heart. He would talk about the Great Dao Sovereign's divine art in the future. For now, it was better to exchange the resources in his hands for origin elemental crystals first. This time, it was inevitable that he would be killed by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace once again. C-2784 Top Chaos God Tien Suo Chaos Circle, an abandoned universe. Looks like I'm going to bleed again this time. A helpless look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Last time, it was just a treasure worth a billion origin elemental crystals, but it had caused him to lose 500 to 600 billion origin elemental crystals. This time, it would be a huge loss. He would lose hundreds to billions of units of origin elemental crystals. Just thinking about it made him feel a pain in his heart. One should know that the entire fortune of a blood river like Devil Sovereign was just like that. With so many top quasi-sovereigns, it was not impossible for him to break through to the top-level Chaos God, or even to middle-rank top-level Chaos God. Unfortunately, such a huge amount of resources had to be earned by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace for nothing. Resources worth hundreds of billions of origin elemental crystals were hard to come by in the Tien Suo Chaos Circle, let alone a huge amount of resources worth tens of billions of origin elemental crystals. Without the help of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, he wouldn't know how long it would take for him to succeed. It would be great if the primeval Chaos Dao Palace really had the power under him. Of course, Yang Fann was only thinking about it in his heart. It wasn't easy to truly control the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Even Great Dao Sovereign only controlled a portion of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's power. Unless one day, he could rule over Ancestral Master Primordius. This was the top 10 of the chaotic world. However, when the day came, would he still be able to take a fancy to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace? Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Divine Mountain. His Royal Highness Yang Fann has begun to exchange for these resources and treasures. What a familiar feeling. Hiss. That quasi-sovereign of great perfection barbarian. It really is His Royal Highness Yang Fann's men. Lord of Primordius couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, although he had already guessed it in his heart. The man who satisfied the quasi-sovereign of great perfection was Yang Fann's man, but he really thought that everything had become reality. Lord of Primordius still found it hard to accept that this was a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even as the master of a palace, he didn't have a single quasi-sovereign of great perfection under his command. Palace Lord of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was once in 100 billion eons. To Chaos God King, 100 billion eons was an extremely long period of time. However, to a quasi-supreme, 100 billion eons was nothing, especially for those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Which one of them didn't live for a few 100 billion eons? Compared to those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, Lord of Primordius's foundation was much weaker. Even though he was the master of a palace, he had access to a large amount of resources from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Currently, he had only just entered the realm of limited quasi-sovereign. It was almost impossible for him to break through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection without tens of billions of era. Currently, it would be fine for him to mobilize top quasi-sovereign, but limited quasi-sovereign would have some difficulties. As for the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he would need to obtain a supreme decree before he could use it. Speaking of which, Lord of Primordius was not even comparable to Yang Fann, a Dao child, who could command a quasi-sovereign of great perfection at will, and he was also a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection. And the top quasi-sovereign who attacked us in Tai Hong Treasury, he should be one of His Royal Highness Yang Fann's men. Among the many treasures that they exchanged, there were many Venerable Demon Qin Huis that belonged to Venerable Demon Qin Wei and the others. As for the matter of Yang Fann privately passing down the mixed 9 forms to others, Lord of Primordius only needed to turn it around in the sea of consciousness to put it to the back of his mind. The mixed 9 forms prohibited private communication. It was only targeted at those ordinary elders, quasi-paragon. There wasn't much restriction on quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. As for Yang Fann, Great Dao God's son, the hope of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there was no need to mention about his future. As long as he didn't betray the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and teach them the forbidden divine ability, it wouldn't be a big deal. Even if they reported it to the various Great Dao Sovereign, they wouldn't blame Yang Fann. The natural monster was the ability to do whatever he wanted. 1 month later, Lord of Primordius couldn't help but suck in another breath of cold air. 6. Am I seeing things? This. At this moment, Lord of Primordius was so scared that he couldn't speak. Even he, who had accumulated over hundreds of billions of eras, didn't have 10 trillion units of origin elemental crystal. He was far inferior to Yang Fann's 61st unit of origin elemental crystal. Furthermore, how old was Yang Fann? Comparisons between men really pissed him off. But why does His Royal Highness Yang Fann need so many origin elemental crystals? Very quickly, a trace of doubt flashed across Lord of Primordius's eyes. Although origin elemental crystals were Chaos God King, something that was indispensable to a quasi-supreme being, to a true expert, the effects of origin elemental crystals were negligible. More importantly, they were used as a common currency for someone like Yang Fann to exchange a massive amount of Dao Palace contribution points for origin elemental crystals. This was the first time he had encountered eras that he had lived for hundreds of billions of years. In addition to the nearly 210 billion units of origin elemental crystals that I possess. That's close to 83 billion units of origin elemental crystal. I wonder what realm these origin elemental crystals will allow my cultivation base to rise to. A supreme chaos god of the highest order shouldn't be a problem. I just don't know if I will be able to break through to the peak top-level chaos god smoothly. An expectant look flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next second, boom 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 boom, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann's body transformed into devouring black holes, crazily devouring the origin elemental crystals in all directions. Those origin elemental crystals shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After breaking through to the quasi-top-level chaos god, Yang Fann's devouring speed had a qualitative leap. In less than a month's time, Yang Fann would be able to absorb and refine 1 unit of origin elemental crystals. A single era could absorb nearly 15,000 trillion units of origin elemental crystal. An era, 3 eras, 10 eras, 30 eras, 100 eras, 300 eras. Soon, 416 eras had passed. Rumble, rumble. After devouring and refining nearly 50 billion units of origin elemental crystal, Yang Fann finally took that final step and broke through to become a peak chaos god in one go. Poochie 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 poochie. The surrounding origin elemental crystals crumbled at a terrifying rate. In less than an hour, 1 unit of origin elemental crystals would be completely devoured. The terrifying pressure covered the sky and covered the earth, causing countless middle-rank quasi-sovereign to tremble in fear, unable to summon the slightest will to resist right at this moment. Wang, wang, hum. The power of time and space descended from the sky, sealing the space and time around Yang Fann. It suppressed that terrifying pressure in a place that was 100 light-years away. Yang Fann had long been prepared for this. The Heavenly Cloud Divine Bell, a low-grade spatial quasi-Great Tao Divine artifact, was one of the best among all the low-grade quasi-Great Tao Divine artifacts. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a quasi-intermediate quasi-Great Tao Divine artifact. It was the strongest space treasure in the hands of Yun Shao and Devil Sovereign. Since Yun Shao and Devil Sovereign were suppressed by Yang Fann, this Heavenly Cloud Divine Bell naturally became Yang Fann's possession. Not only the Heavenly Cloud Divine Bell, Yang Fann also left behind a few quasi-Great Tao Divine artifacts. If not for this, the number of origin elemental crystals he exchanged for would not be limited to 62 billion. Even if he did not have a billion, it would not be too much of a difference. One had to say that quasi-Great Tao Divine artifacts were quasi-Great Tao Divine artifacts. There was a qualitative difference compared to Silver Light Divine Pagodas of the highest grade like top-level Chaos Origin Divine artifacts. The difference in power between the two was 1,000 times. 10,000 times was like the difference between an extreme top-level Chaos God King and a quasi-middle rank quasi-sovereign. At this moment, if it was the Silver Light Divine Pagoda, although it would not collapse, it would definitely tremble under Yang Fann's gradually increasing pressure. In the end, it might not be able to suppress Yang Fann's pressure, and a part of it would leak out. 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years, 1 billion years, a trillion years, 100 million years, 80 billion years later. Wang, wang, hum. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually rose to its peak. At this moment, even a high-order quasi-sovereign who dared to approach Yang Fann within a 10,000-mile radius would be instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. As for Yang Fann, he was at the center, 100 miles away from Yang Fann. It was a huge forbidden zone, and even ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors would find it difficult to take a single step forward. Another trillion years passed. Yang Fann's terrifying pressure was completely restrained. Once again, it returned to normal and returned to its original state. After devouring nearly 1 billion units of origin elemental crystal, Yang Fann's cultivation finally stabilized at the low-rank top-level chaotic god realm. 10,000 years later, boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, unable to conceal his excitement. Top-level chaos god, this is the power of a top-level chaos god. Powerful, truly powerful. C2785 engulfing a quasi-supreme expert at the consummate level Tien Suo Chaos Circle, an abandoned small universe. Yang Fann's eyes glittered with a bright light, and his face was filled with excitement. After cultivating for so many eras, he had finally stepped into the top-level Chaos God. This was one of his biggest wishes. One had to admit that a top-level Chaos God was a top-level Chaos God. The scariness of his strength was even greater than what he had estimated. Compared to a quasi-top-level Chaos God, his strength was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. At this moment, Just the power of his pure divine body had given Yang Fann the confidence to fight those top-level Chaos God Kings. Once he unleashed his full strength, not to mention top-perfection quasi-paragons warriors, he wouldn't even be afraid of those powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Whoever won or lost would have to fight a battle first. It was impossible for him to be ranked in the top 10 in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, but there was still hope for him to be ranked in the top 30. Ferocious, it was truly brutal to the point of making one's hair stand on end. A junior who hadn't even reached 400,000 eras of age actually had the strength to charge into the top 30 ranks of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If this were to spread out, who would believe it, and who would dare to believe it? The top 30 of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were all old monsters who had cultivated for tens of billions of eras. In 400,000 eras, they usually closed their doors for a short period of time, but it wasn't just for this short period of time. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. The top 30 of primeval Chaos Dao Palace was only the beginning. His true goal was to reach the top 15, or even the top 10 of primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Currently, according to what he knew, there were a total of 8 people in primeval Chaos Dao Palace, including Dao Ancestor of primeval chaos. Even if they were hiding something, it would be their limit if they could hide 2 or 3 great Dao Sovereign. As long as they could fully digest what they had obtained this time, there was still hope. Boom boom boom. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was once again circulated to its limit by Yang Fann. Endless strength of origin continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, strengthening his own origin. After breaking through to the top-level Chaos God, Yang Fann's devouring speed had also increased by more than 10 times. In less than a day, 1 unit of origin elemental crystal had completely shattered, and the flying ash had been destroyed. 100 units, 1 million units, 100 million units, 1 trillion units, billions of units, billions of units, billions of units. Time passed. 1,200 eras had passed. After absorbing nearly 2 billion units of origin elemental crystal, Yang Fann's cultivation base had once again broken through a major grade and advanced to middle rank top-level Chaos God. I still have 810 billion units of origin elemental crystal left. It seems like it's impossible for me to advance to the peak top-level Chaos God smoothly. A trace of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Advancing to middle rank top-level Chaos God had cost him nearly 2 trillion units of origin elemental crystal. If that was the case, breaking through to the Supreme Chaos God of the highest order wouldn't cost him 3 billion units of origin elemental crystal. It was almost impossible. If he wanted to break through to the peak top-level Chaos God, he would need at least 5 billion units of origin elemental crystal. Before he knew it, Yang Fann's heart was covered in a dark shadow. He was too optimistic before this. Every advancement in the top-level Chaos God required such a huge amount of resources, let alone a quasi-God King. If he wanted to break through to the high-rank quasi-God King in one fell swoop, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through to the next level, or even lower. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 5,568 eras. 810 billion units of origin elemental crystals dropped by 5 billion units. Yang Fann's cultivation base was stable at the Supreme Chaos God of the highest order. Compared to Yang Fann's estimation of 3 billion units of origin elemental crystal, it was an extra 1 trillion units. The situation was not looking good. It was not like he could not even break through to the quasi-God King. For a moment, the shadow in Yang Fann's heart became even stronger. Quasi-God King and extreme top-level Chaos God were 2 different concepts. The gap between them was not small. Forget it, it's pointless to worry about this now. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. Everything would naturally be clear once he had completely refined the resources in his hands. If it was really just a little bit more, he could just wipe out a few more Battlefield of Dao Devil. There were 16 Battlefield of Dao Devil. Up until now, he had only swept through one of them, and it was still the 12th Demon Battlefield that was ranked at the bottom. The top 10 places in the Battlefield of Dao Devil, the number of expert in each of them, were far above the number of the 12th Demon Battlefields in the 12th Demon Battlefield. Especially the top 3 places in the Battlefield of Dao Devil, the number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection was not small either. Those were the resources for his growth. Furthermore, Yang Fann was absolutely confident that he could suppress them even if he really stopped at the extreme top-level Chaos God, his overall combat strength. Hong Long. One should know that he had just broken through to the A Supreme Chaos God of the highest order, but his overall combat strength had already faintly surpassed the realm of the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 8,832 eras. The remaining 5 billion units of origin elemental crystals were all absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. As Yang Fann had expected, his cultivation base hadn't advanced to the peak top-level Chaos God, and he hadn't even touched the threshold of the peak top-level Chaos God. He had only reached the A Supreme Chaos God of the highest order late stage. In the next moment, swoosh, a stream of light flashed, and a high-level Chaos God King fell into the devouring black hole, 60 billion years later. Sigh, looks like I can give up on these high-level Chaos God King in the future. Yang Fann let out a faint sigh. 8 high-level Chaos God King had only made his cultivation improve by a tiny bit. It was almost negligible. Even absorbing and refining 10,000 high-level Chaos God King might not be able to help him break through a minor realm, let alone a major realm. Perhaps he could wipe out all the high-level Chaos God King subordinates of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Another 100 trillion years passed. The 7 top-level Chaos God Kings only allowed him to take a small step towards the peak of the A Supreme Chaos God of the highest order. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the A Supreme Chaos God of the highest order. He was afraid that this top-level Chaos God King would also be reduced to dust after breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King. It would be a pity if he was useless. 5 eras later, Pucci, Qinghu and Devil Sovereign had completely transformed into flying ashes. Indeed, if he wanted to break through, he still had to rely on these quasi-supreme beings. Even if Qinghu and Devil Sovereign were newbies who had just advanced not long ago, and were at the bottom of the quasi-supreme beings, the fact that he was able to fight against over 1,000 top-level Chaos God Kings by himself had allowed his cultivation base to break through a small realm. Pucci the quasi-exalts had exhausted the final strand of the strength of origin, and the flying ash had been obliterated. 168 eras had passed. 11 low-level quasi-sovereign were completely wiped out, including the few prospective middle-rank quasi-sovereign. None of them could withstand more than 20 era from Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base was only one step away from breaking through to the peak top-level Chaos God, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the peak top-level Chaos God. 3,000 eras later, Pucci, the last middle-rank quasi-sovereign, turned into a flying ash. Not only had Yang Fann successfully broken through to the peak of the peak top-level Chaos God, he only needed 1 or 2 high-order quasi-sovereign, which should be enough for him to break through to the extreme top-level Chaos God. Every movement of his was accompanied by a supreme power. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to blow up an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. His true combat strength was definitely not weaker than some invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 38,000 eras. He had 32 quasi-supreme beings in his hands. Apart from Xianxia, Devil Sovereign, and Archdevil Shantu, who were both quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, there were only 2 top quasi-sovereign, Venerable Demon Qin Wei and Blood River left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the extreme top-level Chaos God mid-stage. Another 3,800 eras had passed. After Venerable Demon Qin Wei, the Blood River, Devil Sovereign, transformed into a flying ash. Although Yang Fann hadn't broken through to the Quasi-God King, his cultivation base had also reached the critical point of the Quasi-God King. He was just a step away from the door. Yang Fann let out a long sigh of relief. There were still 2 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors left. The Quasi-God King was now stable, and it wasn't impossible for them to break through to the middle-rank Quasi-God King in one go. Yun Yi, Devil Sovereign. You're the first one. C2786. His strength has improved greatly. Tien Suo Chaos Circle, an abandoned small universe. Wang. A glimmer of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection was the closest existence to Great Tao Sovereign, and it was far more powerful than any other quasi-supreme beings. He believed that Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't disappoint him. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Yunxiao and Devil Sovereign appeared in the devouring black hole. The next second, boom, an extremely pure strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center like a peerless divine dragon, causing his cultivation base to break through to the Quasi-God King. Hong Long. 10 minutes passed. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. A quasi-sovereign of great perfection was a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The purity of the strength of origin was at least 100 times purer than the blood river, devil sovereign, and the others. They were on completely different levels. This was just an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. So what if it was a powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior, or even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior? Yang Fann's heart was burning with passion. He believed that this day wouldn't be too far away. One should know that after breaking through to the extreme top-level Chaos God, his overall strength had once again increased by more than 10 times. His combat strength was so terrifying that even amongst the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he wasn't considered to be at the bottom. Once he successfully broke through to the quasi-God King, his overall strength would increase by another level. It was hard to say whether he would break through to the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, but he was still confident that he could suppress and capture a quasi-sovereign of great perfection who was only a first grade. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. He closed his eyes and concentrated on refining Yun Yi and Devil Sovereign. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. Very quickly, it was 13,300 eras later. Boom boom boom. The power in Yang Fann's body was like a landslide or a tsunami. The power of his divine body had increased exponentially. It was as vast as the chaos in the top-grade medium-sized chaos circle. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it was expanding crazily in all directions, as if it was going to surpass the low-grade large-sized chaos circle like the Star Dragon chaos circle. Countless universes were like bamboo shoots after a rain, being born from the chaos. Under the baptism of the strength of origin, a large number of acquired life's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. Buzz, buzz, wang. The awe-inspiring power covered the sky and covered the earth, sweeping across all directions. Large the space shook violently, showing signs of instability. Vaguely, one could see the fine and dense fissured traces. At this moment, even the quasi-intermediate spatial divine artifact, the heavenly cloud divine bell, was somewhat unable to suppress the terrifying pressure. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. As Yang Fann's pressure continued to rise, breaking through the suppression of the heavenly cloud divine bell was only a matter of time. At that moment, rumble, rumble, two bright beams of divine light rose from Yang Fann's surroundings, shining brightly against the brilliant golden light that erupted from the heavenly cloud divine bell. In an instant, the sealing power skyrocketed exponentially. The unstable state of four-direction space quickly stabilized. Those two bright divine lights were nothing else. Its two quasi-great Tao spatial artifacts. The spatial wheel and the spatial nirvana pearl. The wheel of time and space was the vital treasure of top quasi-sovereign, devil sovereign, and the bead of spatial nirvana came from Archdevil Shintu. The two spatial divine artifacts were both low-grade quasi-great Tao divine artifacts, and the wheel of time and space was of a slightly higher grade, not inferior to the heavenly cloud divine bell. It could be considered a quasi-intermediate quasi-great Tao spatial divine artifact. It had brought great fame to Devil Sovereign Tian Pan. With the help of the spatial wheel, even some limited quasi-sovereign would have to be wary of Devil Sovereign Tian Pan. Unfortunately, he had encountered a monster like Yang Fann. Three quasi-great Tao spatial divine tools were guarding the three sides of the universe with the force of three geniuses. The power that erupted from them was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The awe-inspiring power that Junfeng Yang Fann unleashed after breaking through to the quasi-God King was not a difficult thing to deal with. Even if there was really a mistake, Yang Fann still had ways to remedy it. Yang Fann suppressed it. There were so many quasi-supreme beings, and there were more than 3 quasi-great Tao divine artifacts in their hands. There were more than 100 of them. Even though he had exchanged most of the quasi-great Tao divine artifacts for origin elemental crystals, he still had 16 left. Besides the heavenly cloud divine bell and the other 3 spatial divine artifacts, the other 13 quasi-great Tao divine artifacts were at least intermediate quasi-great Tao divine artifacts. There were even 2 high-grade quasi-great Tao divine artifacts. Although these 13 quasi-great Tao divine artifacts were inferior to spatial divine artifacts in terms of suppressing time and space, the change in quantity was enough to cause a qualitative change. When combined together, it would definitely not be much inferior to a high-grade quasi-Tao spatial divine artifact. Another era passed. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calmed down. 10 billion years later, Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the low-level quasi-God King. Ha ha ha, power. This is my current strength. Powerful. Truly too powerful. Ha ha ha. Yang Fann's voice was like a bronze bell, reverberating in the universe, boiling and shaking the entire universe. At this moment, even with Yang Fann's mental state, he couldn't help but lose his composure. Quasi-God King, extreme top-level Chaos God, the gap between them was just a tiny bit. The gap between them was much bigger than the gap between top-level Chaos God and quasi-top-level Chaos God. At this moment, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by more than a few thousand times. With just the strength of his divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat a top-level Chaos God King and low-level Quasi-Sovereign. His overall strength was terrifying and vast, and there were only a few people below Great Tao Sovereign who would be a match for him. Those invincible Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection warriors might only be able to fight him with the Great Tao Divine Artifact in their hands. Furthermore, his strength could improve by leaps and bounds. The strength of a Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection strength of origin was far greater than top Quasi-Sovereigns. After successfully breaking through to the low-level Quasi-God King, the strength of origin he swallowed was not even half as strong as Yun Yi and Devil Sovereigns. Adding on Archdevil Shintu, who was even more powerful, he had a chance of breaking through to the middle-ranked Quasi-God King, not to mention the 10th level, he had a chance of breaking through to the 8th or 9th level. At that time, even an invincible Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection holding a Great Tao Divine Artifact might not be a match for him. After all, the Great Tao Divine Artifact was only temporarily lent to him by Great Tao Sovereign. He could barely use it, and it was difficult for him to unleash the power of the 3rd level of the Great Tao Divine Artifact. Unless, that Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection could possess a Great Tao Divine Artifact that truly belonged to him. However, this was easier said than done. The difficulty of this process was no less than the last step that Great Tao Sovereign would take to break through to the next level. In any case, up until now, Yang Fann had never heard of any Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection who possessed a Great Tao Divine Artifact. After a while, Yang Fann finally calmed himself down. Hong Long, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit as it continued to devour the strength of origin within Yun Yi and Devil Sovereign's body. Very quickly, another 23,000 eras passed. Ah, spare me, my lord, spare me, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Within the devouring black hole, Yun Shao's Devil Sovereign let out a miserable wail. At this moment, Yun Shao's Devil Sovereign was truly afraid. He truly felt the danger of death. The strength of origin in his body was not even at the 3rd level. If this continued, he would at most be turned into a flying ash in 10,000 eras, and his body and soul would be destroyed. Surrender. Yang Fann sneered and remained unmoved. The greatest use of these Devil Sovereign was to become his nourishment and slave. He, Yang, didn't need them. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 75,432 eras. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, my heavenly devil god palace will never let you go. I curse you to die a horrible death. Along with the curse of an extremely powerful enmity, Yun Shao's Devil Sovereign completely collapsed and turned into powder. He would become the first Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection to fall in Yang Fann's hands, but he would definitely not be the last one. There would be even more in the future, and he would be a senior who was even stronger than him. He would be at the top, and perhaps even the strongest, invincible Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection. Just a little bit more. Next, it all depends on that Archdevil Shintu. C2787A Sudden Change. The Ape Dragon Chaos Circle was one of the 9 great large-sized Chaos Circle under the jurisdiction of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was ranked in the top 3 of the 9 great large-sized Chaos Circle. There were 1,228 large-sized Chaos Domain in total. The resources in it were abundant, and it was more than a few levels higher than the Tian Suo Chaos Circle. Furthermore, the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle was different from the Tian Suo Chaos Circle. It was adjacent to the battlefield of Tao Devil, causing many of the Tian Suo Chaos Circles in the Tian Suo Chaos Circle to be active in the battlefield of Tao Devil. There were 9 levels of top-level Chaos Gods in the Tian Suo Chaos Circle, and it could be said that quasi-supreme beings were rarely seen. The top-level Chaos God King was almost the pinnacle expert in the Tian Suo Chaos Circle. In the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, the number of top-grade Tian Suo Chaos Circles was far greater than the number of the Tian Suo Chaos Circles. Even if it was a quasi-supreme expert, there were still many that were active in the world. Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, within the boundless primal chaos. Su, a luxurious god ship that was 1,000,000 feet long, quickly tore through the chaos. Its speed was no less than that of a few peak top-level chaos god kings. The divinity. This was one of the top 10 chaos ships in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, the Sisi ship. It was a top-level chaos god ship that had been meticulously forged by countless resources. Its grade was not inferior to a supreme grade top-level chaos origin divine artifact. Its current speed was only the constant speed of a divinity. Once it encountered any danger, its speed would increase by 100 times, or even more. It would not be much inferior to an ordinary low-level quasi-sovereign. It was said that it could save its life in the hands of a quasi-supreme expert. Although its attack and defense weren't as fast as its speed, it wasn't too weak either. It had the ability to fight extreme top-level Chaos God King head-on. In addition, with the protection team that the divinity had meticulously created, even a quasi-supreme king like Grand Duke of Lions would be able to fight it. Finally, there was also the illustrious reputation of the ship, which was one of the 10 great primal chaotic ships. Ever since the birth of the divinity, nearly 10 billion eras had passed, but they had never encountered any great danger. As one of the best chaotic ships in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, although the ship itself didn't have Quasi-Paragon as its guardian, it still didn't have Quasi-Paragon. The strongest were only a few extreme top-level Chaos God King, but their network was extremely complicated, and they had a good relationship with many top powers. There were also a few Quasi-Supremes. They also had a close relationship with the Saxi clan. If Saxi's shipping ship was willing, inviting a Quasi-Supreme being to take action would definitely not be difficult. Normally speaking, even Quasi-Paragon would sell the Saxi shipyard to show some face. If there was no need, he would not be willing to easily offend the Saxi shipyard. Within the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, the divinity could be said to be the highest guarantee for the Chaos spacecraft. It was not an exaggeration at all. Of course, the price of each item was equal. Compared to the vast majority of Chaos spacecrafts, the tickets for the divinities were also frighteningly high. Even the most ordinary low-rank ticket was enough to buy a top-level Chaos God. He would have to pay a great price for it. The intermediate and high-rank tickets on it were even worth a few low-level Chaos God Kings. As for the most precious top-level ticket, it required 100,000 units of Origin Elemental Crystal. Even a middle-level Chaos Divine King Warrior might not be able to be ruthless enough to buy one. Divinity, deck. Yang Fann was lying lazily on a deck chair. In the blink of an eye, another 18,000 eras had passed. Yang Fann had successfully devoured Archdevil Shantu. As he had expected, after absorbing the third level of the Strength of Origin, he had successfully broken through to the middle-rank Quasi-God King. The remaining 7 levels of the Strength of Origin had stabilized his cultivation base at the middle-rank Quasi-God King mid-stage. After breaking through, Yang Fann didn't return to the 12th Demon battlefield. He had already obtained the greatest benefits in the 12th Demon battlefield. He wouldn't be able to gain much if he continued to stay in the 12th Demon battlefield. It was said that after the battle, the Heavenly Devil God Palace had completely retracted their defensive line. A large number of strongholds had been abandoned, and they were now tightly guarding the 123 strongholds. After that, Yang Fann excluded the 5 novice battlefields. The number of experts in these 5 novice battlefields was limited. Even if it was the 11th battlefield of Dao Devil that opened up the earliest, compared to the 12th Demon battlefield, at most, there were 2 or 3 limited quasi-sovereign guarding it. Finally, the 15th and 16th battlefield of Dao Devil were even weaker. Not even top quasi-sovereign could be found. The strongest were only middle and high-order quasi-sovereign warriors. There were only a few of them, and they could be counted on one hand. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, the help he could get from those below the quasi-sovereign of great perfection was already very limited. Even top quasi-sovereign, who had the Blood River, would find it hard to break through to the high-rank quasi-god king without a few hundred to 1,000 people. As for the entire Heavenly Devil God Palace, as well as the numerous subordinate powers under him, even if they combined all of their forces, they might not be able to find a few hundred to 1,000 people. Those 5 novice battlefields were completely useless. Even if all the quasi-supreme beings within them were wiped out, they might not be able to allow his cultivation base to advance by a small realm. After that, Yang Fann excluded the top 5 battlefield of Dao Devil. Each of the 5 battlefield of Dao Devil had a great Dao sovereign guarding it. Currently, Yang Fann wasn't ready to face these great Tao sovereign. He wouldn't be afraid of any quasi-supreme experts, including those invincible quasi-supreme experts. Even if there was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection controlling the great Tao divine artifact, it would still be the same. However, if he were to face those great Tao sovereign, he wouldn't have much confidence in himself. Although Yang Fann's combat strength had made a qualitative breakthrough after breaking through to the middle-rank quasi-god king, and had increased by more than 100 times, Great Tao Sovereign was still an expert that stood at the peak of the primal chaos. His divine abilities were immeasurable and immeasurable. In fact, Yang Fann wasn't even sure if he could survive Great Tao Sovereign's attack. Anyone below Great Tao Sovereign was just an ant. These words weren't spoken casually. Perhaps only after he broke through to the Great Perfection Quasi-God King would he have a chance of surviving Great Tao Sovereign's attack. Furthermore, Yang Fann wasn't very confident that his disguise would be able to surpass Great Tao Sovereign's eyes. After thinking for a while, Yang Fann set his target at Battlefield of Tao Devil number 60 to know. 10. There were many Battlefield of Tao Devils in the Battlefield of Tao Devil, and all of them were guarded by Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection warriors. However, Great Tao Sovereign wasn't a threat to him. The strongest one among them was an invincible Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection warrior, which was the best battlefield for him to hunt. As for which one of the 5 Battlefield of Tao Devil he was going to, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. He had been in secluded cultivation for nearly 100,000 eras. Therefore, he didn't plan to continue his secluded cultivation for a short period of time. He would decide when the time came. He would go to whichever battlefield of Tao Devil was suitable. This time, Yang Fann didn't transform into any other person. Instead, he revealed his true appearance to the others. There was nothing in the vast chaos that could endanger his safety, especially in the territory of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It didn't matter even if Ming Yang Dao Zun found him. It was only a matter of a thought for him to dump him once more. At this moment, there was a group of beautiful girls surrounding Yang Fann. There were a total of 6 of them. If it wasn't Yang Sifan and the other 6 girls, who else could it be? From the moment he left the Hunyuan universe, Yang Fann had basically spent his time in bitter cultivation. However, he had neglected the feelings of these girls. Although his inner chaos was vast and boundless, especially after breaking through to the middle-rank quasi-god king, the inner chaos had expanded once more. The size of his inner chaos was so vast that it was comparable to a low-grade large-sized chaos circle like the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. It was almost half the size of the intermediate large-sized chaos circle. Little Sister and the others had only walked around the center of the chaos. They hadn't even set foot on the first level of the chaos. However, the inner chaos was ultimately the inner chaos. There was still quite a bit of difference between it and the outside world. Ever since he left his hometown, Morning Star Chaos Domain, the few girls had been in his inner universe. The inner chaos hadn't emerged for a long time. Even if his starting point was good for the safety of the girls, he shouldn't keep them in his inner universe. But now, it was all in the past. In this huge chaos, as long as it wasn't Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann wouldn't fear anyone. He was confident that he could guarantee the safety of the 6 girls. Yang Fann felt happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw the smiles on the faces of the 6 girls. Sigh, these eras really owe them too much. In the future, he would definitely spend more time with them. Right at this moment, bang, the divinity shook violently for a moment, and the protective barrier that covered the area broke open a huge hole. A group of 10 people forcefully charged in from outside the god ship. Ah, what's going on here? Who is it? How dare you barge into the divinity? C-2788 Ling Long Heavenly Palace Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Boundless Chaos. Rumble, a terrifying aura of a top-level Chaos God King descended from the sky. It was a mighty pressure, and it was aimed at the dozen or so people who had suddenly charged in. Its killing intent was boundless, and it caused countless low-level Chaos God Kings to tremble in fear. How dare he barge into the divinity without any scruples? This was a direct slap to their faces. If they didn't take down this group of rascals and teach them a bloody lesson, what would happen to their dignity? Where would their reputation be? In the future, no one would dare to ride the divinity of their ship. This was directly cutting off their Saxi shipyard's road of wealth. The divinity was one of the few top-level Chaos God warships of their ship. Their ship had close to a level of profit, but it was all created by the divinity. Before he finished his words, whoosh streams of light descended from the sky. A group of 100 divinity guards descended from the sky and surrounded the group of people. "Look, the divinity guard is here, he's dead, these people are dead for sure." From all directions, the eyes of the passengers lit up as they looked at the group of people who had suddenly barged in with a hint of ridicule. All the guards of the divinity guard were carefully selected by Xianxia shipyard. None of them were weak. Among these 100 people, the weakest was at the middle-level Chaos Divine King. The leader of the group was the leader of the guard, and he was a high-level Chaos God King warrior. If he was placed in the Tien Suo Chaos Circle, he would be able to establish a level 9 empire. Furthermore, this was only the limit of the number of guards. If anything were to happen, a large number of guards would immediately come to reinforce them, and even top-level Chaos God Kings would be suppressed and killed by them. Boom boom boom. Horrifying killing intent rose from the bodies of the divinity guards, spreading in all directions. It was as if the divine sword that had been unsheathed was showing off its full potential. Once the top-level Chaos God King gave the order, they would kill all these crazy disciples under the divine sword. HMPH ignorant fool, you dare to stop my Linglong Palace from doing anything. Among the group of people, the beautiful young woman who was leading the group, who was wearing a 7-colored phoenix robe and a phoenix crown, shouted coldly. She didn't put the divinity guards in her eyes at all. Even the Xianxia shipyard behind them didn't seem to take it seriously. In the next second, Puchi Puchi Puchi, a group of divinity guards, including that high-level Chaos God King warrior. Puchi, Ah Ling, Linglong Palace, they are actually the expert of the Linglong Palace SSs. This time, Xianxia shipyard has hit an iron board. In an instant, gasps were heard from all directions. They looked at the group of people with reverence. Many of them even lowered their heads, not daring to take another look, lest they were hated by these Linglong Palaces from the Linglong Palace. Under the rule of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the human race. The supreme race that the two supreme beings belonged to was the most respected, followed by the 36 heavenly palace. 72 underground palaces, even the weakest one. There was at least one extreme top-level Chaos God King in charge, ranked in the top 10 underground palaces. All of them were guarded by quasi-supreme beings, while the 36 heavenly palaces. It was even more terrifying. Not only was there a quasi-paragon guarding them, furthermore, there were more than one of them, 2 of them. The legendary 10 Great Heavenly Palace. They all had quasi-sovereign of great perfection as their backing. Although Linglong Palace wasn't one of the strongest 10 Great Heavenly Palace, and wasn't even ranked in the top 20, it was only ranked 28th in the 36th Heavenly Palace. Even so, its power was far beyond the imagination of the world. Just on the surface, the Linglong Palace had 5 quasi-supreme experts. It was said that the founder of the Linglong Palace, Heavenly Lord Linglong, was a top quasi-sovereign. Although the journey to the west was not bad, usually, quasi-supreme experts had to give them some face, but Linglong Palace was not one of them. The quasi-supreme experts that this ship was on good terms with couldn't possibly offend such a huge power like the Linglong Palace just because of this ship. Almost at the same time, the top-level Chaos God King's pressure that fell from the sky disappeared without a trace. Even the death of the guard didn't dare to say a word. They were deeply afraid that it would infuriate the opponent and bring disaster to their divinity and the ship behind them. Everyone knew that these guards had died in vain. Without even looking at the respectful gazes of the surrounding passengers, the beautiful young lady of Linglong Palace brought a group of people and arrived in front of a young lady with a pretty face. Could it be that these experts of Linglong Palace are here for her? Doubt flashed across the eyes of the surrounding passengers. This young lady looked ordinary, and she was only at the middle-level Chaos Divine King. What ability did she have to cause such a huge commotion in the Linglong Palace? To be able to kill a group of divinity guards so easily, what was the cultivation base of that beautiful young lady? It was imaginable that she was definitely a top-level Chaos God King. Furthermore, she wasn't as simple as low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. One should know that although there was only one high-level Chaos God King and one middle-ranked top-level Chaos God King amongst the group of divinity guards, they were skilled in joint attacks. With 100 of them working together, they were able to fight a peak high-level Chaos God King. Right at this moment, the beautiful young woman looked at the delicate and pretty girl and gently said, "Qian Tong, follow me back." What? Qian Tong, could it be that she is the current heavenly lady of Linglong Palace, Qian Tong? In an instant, many of the passengers were shocked, but very quickly, the doubt in their eyes became even greater. No, how is this possible? How could she be Linglong and Ruan Qiantong? Linglong and Ruan Qiantong had a thunderous reputation. She was the next heir of the Linglong Palace, Palace Lord. She could be said to be the #1 youth in the Linglong Palace. Her talent was extraordinary, but she was no less than a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. She had the potential to break through to the quasi-supreme realm. More importantly, Linglong and Ruan Qiantong were the best of the best in their Ape Dragon Chaos Circle. How could she be such an ordinary-looking girl? The ranking list was updated once every 10,000 eras, and within it were the 10,000 most beautiful goddesses in the 10 million eras. Linglong and Ruan Qiantong were not only on the board, but their rankings were not low either. They were the goddesses in the hearts of countless people. Countless young and talented people were worshipping her under her garnet dress. This lord, I am Mo Fei from the chaos domain of Flying Feather. I am not Qian Tong. The pretty girl looked at the beautiful young woman with a blank face. She looked pitiful and delicate, and her body was trembling. She looked like a frightened deer. Qian Tong, since things have come to this point, don't continue to quibble. The beautiful young woman shook her head lightly. This Qian Tong lass, I have already come. Naturally, I have already confirmed your identity. It would be useless to explain. The next second, he waved his hand. A bizarre ray of light flashed past. Poochie, something seemed to have shattered. Then, the pretty girl's face changed, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. Not only that, even her temperament changed drastically, becoming incomparably noble at this moment. Even Yang Fann, who was used to seeing beautiful girls, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This girl's beauty was one of the many maids he had in the Hunyuan universe's sacred extreme miracle mountain. There were very few who could compare with her, and it could be counted on one's fingers. In terms of temperament, she was more than a level lower than him. After all, each and every one of the female servants had a weak cultivation base. The highest cultivation base among them was only at the quasi-god king, and this Linglong was a middle-level chaos divine king. Ah, it really is Linglong. The surrounding passengers stared at Group Aromatics. Many of them had seen him before, especially Linglong, who was ranked 13th among Group Aromatics' beauties. They had seen him more than once. They were extremely familiar with his appearance, so how could they mistake him for someone else? And that noble temperament, if she wasn't a young master of a top-notch heavenly palace like Linglong Palace, she wouldn't be able to nurture her. Very quickly, a trace of doubt emerged in the hearts of many of the passengers. Strange, why would Linglong appear here all of a sudden? And she even disguised herself as a village girl. Qian Tong, let's go, follow me back. No, I'm not going back. Hearing this, Linglong's pretty face changed, as if she had thought of something terrifying. What exactly is going on? Isn't it just returning to the Linglong Palace? Why does it seem like she's going to die? Many experts were even more doubtful. They had never heard that Linglong had made a huge mistake. Qian Tong, stop messing around. Did you forget who raised you since you were young? It's the Heavenly Palace Elder Yu. Please show mercy and let me go. Linglong and Ruan Qiantong begged bitterly. I will always remember the kindness of the Heavenly Palace. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the Heavenly Palace. However, if I marry High Lord Devil Ape, I cannot do it. I really cannot do it. C2789 Hope Divinity, Deck. What? Marry High Lord Devil Ape. This. Did I hear it wrong? Linglong is the #1 successor of Linglong Palace, how could she possibly let her marry? The surrounding passengers were shocked and could not believe their ears. The Linglong Palace did not prohibit marriage, even if it was Palace Lord's successor. Linglong was the same. From ancient times until now, Linglong was not one of the few who married with other powers. Of course, once Linglong married, her status as the #1 successor in Linglong Palace would be automatically taken away. A daughter who was married off and spilled water, Linglong Palace could not allow an outsider to make the decision. To be able to marry a quasi-supreme being, this was something that many people could only hope for but not ask for. In fact, Linglong and Ruan Qiantong were concerned about this. It's not too much of a conflict, either. For the sake of the development of power, it was very normal for women from major powers like them to marry with other major powers. Linglong Palace had nurtured her and made some sacrifices for the Heavenly Palace. It was a matter that they were obligated to do. Linglong had already prepared for this in her heart. However, If the target was High Lord Devil Ape, then it would be another kind of concept. This was completely forcing Linglong, Ruan Qiantong, to die. High Lord Devil Ape, the master of the Silent Devil Ape clan, a mighty top quasi-sovereign. Whether it was his own strength or his subordinates, they wouldn't be much weaker than the Linglong Palace. Normally speaking, they wouldn't be much weaker than the Linglong Palace. Ruan Qiantong was able to marry a top quasi-sovereign like High Lord Devil Ape, and that was definitely because Linglong had high connections with him. Although Linglong and Ruan Qiantong were the first in line to inherit the position in Linglong Palace, the potential to become a quasi-supreme expert, the hope of becoming a true quasi-supreme expert would not exceed the third level. This was only when she successfully took over the position of Palace Lord in Linglong Palace and had the qualifications to mobilize more than half of the resources in Linglong Palace. Otherwise, it might be even lower, perhaps even less than the first level. For example, her master, the current Palace Lord of the Linglong Palace, also had the potential to become a quasi-supreme expert. But now, he was still stuck in extreme top-level Chaos God King's realm, and was unable to take that step even after a long time. Furthermore, even if Ruan Qiantong could really reach the quasi-supreme realm, she wouldn't be able to break through to the top quasi-sovereign realm if she didn't have any great fortune. Even if she could break through to the middle-rank quasi-sovereign realm. Hong Long, to have a top quasi-sovereign as her husband. That was definitely a great opportunity for her. It was enough for her to advance to the next 3 levels, or even more so, become a quasi-supreme being. Unfortunately, aside from being powerful, High Lord Devil Ape also had a huge hobby. Not only did he like to play with women, he also liked to watch others play with his own women. In fact, this kind of thing wasn't a rare thing among the disciples of those major families. There were countless of people who used their women to entertain guests, but ordinary people only used female slaves and concubines who didn't have any status. However, High Lord Devil Ape did not care about these things. It did not matter whether it was the wives that were officially married, or the concubines and female slaves that he raised. It was the same, with Linglong Ruan Qiantong's pride. How could she humiliate herself like this, and make herself the elder sister of the brothel that had thousands of people riding and tens of thousands of people riding on her? To her, it was a fate worse than death. Furthermore, this was also a great humiliation to Linglong Palace. The dignified heavenly lady, the first heir of the heavenly palace, had become a toy for thousands of people to ride and cross. Was this a direct slap to the Linglong Palace's face, or was it a violent slap to the Linglong Palace's face? Logically speaking, the Linglong Palace shouldn't have agreed to it. Was it because they were afraid of High Lord Devil Ape's power? This was obviously impossible. The strength of the Linglong Palace wasn't any weaker than the Devil Ape. In fact, its potential influence was much greater than the desolating Devil Ape clan. As one of the 36 heavenly palaces of the human race, the Linglong Palace had a wide range of connections. It was incomparable to the Disolian Devil Ape. Could it be that the rumor is true? All of a sudden, many experts' expressions changed, and a thought flashed through their minds. It was as if they had thought of something. A hint of pity flashed across Elder Yu Yu's eyes. If she had a choice, she wouldn't be willing to watch her own heavenly lady suffer such humiliation. After this matter, the prestige of Linglong Palace would be swept away, and they would become the laughingstock of the world. However, when she thought of the current situation of the heavenly palace, she had no choice but to harden her heart. Qiantong, don't be willful. Follow me back. Elder Yu Yu's voice revealed a deep sense of helplessness. For the sake of their Linglong Palace, they could only sacrifice Qiantong. Many experts were deep in thought. According to the legends, the ancestor of Linglong Palace, Heaven Lord Linglong, had already fallen in battlefield of Dao Devil. At first, they thought it was just a rumor, but now, it seemed like it was true. If not for that, why would Linglong Palace make such a compromise? This was the next successor of Palace Lord in Linglong Palace, second only to the quasi-supreme ancestors in Linglong Palace Lord. He was the core of the Linglong Palace. Apart from the time when they were truly at the end of their ropes, how could the Linglong Palace reach this step? The current situation in Linglong Palace was even more difficult than they had imagined. Divinity, top floor. A few top-level Chaos God Kings looked at each other, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. A shocking change had occurred in the Linglong Palace. Could they, the Saxi shipyard, intervene and regain their reputation? On the Divinity, they had killed the guards without any scruples. They didn't put the Saxi shipyard in their eyes at all. He couldn't act rashly. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if Heavenly Lord Ling Long really died, he still wouldn't be able to escape. There were still several quasi-supreme experts guarding the Linglong Palace. This was far from what the Saxi clan could compare with. Unless we can confirm that all the quasi-paragon in Linglong Palace have fallen, it's better if we don't completely fall out with Linglong Palace. No, even if I die, I will not marry that High Lord Devil Ape. Elder Yu, don't force me, don't force me. Linglong gritted her teeth. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about the difficulties of Linglong Palace, but she couldn't accept marrying High Lord Devil Ape. She really couldn't accept it. Sai Qian Tong, I also have no choice. You must not blame me. Elder Yu sighed in her heart. Her right arm moved and a claw clawed towards Linglong. Ah, no. A trace of determination flashed across Linglong's eyes and she finally made up her mind. Instead of living a life worse than death in the future, she might as well die now. Puchi Linglong directly detonated her own origin of chaos, and the chaos within quickly collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. Elder Yu's expression changed. She never thought that Linglong would be so decisive as to directly blow up her origin of chaos. Immediately, she did not hold back and appeared in front of Linglong. She pointed her finger at Linglong's body. The power of a peak top-level Chaos God King surged and instantly sealed all of Linglong's divine energy. Bang! With all of her energy sealed, Linglong's body went limp and fell to the ground. Her eyes were filled with despair. The spiritual consciousness moved and carefully checked Linglong's condition. Elder Yu let out a long breath. Luckily, she made her move in time. Although there was some damage to her body's origin, it was not a big problem. She could recover after resting for a period of time. Otherwise, if something happened to Linglong, they would not be able to explain it to High Lord Devil Ape. High Lord Devil Ape had made it clear that Linglong Palace wanted to form an alliance with the Silent Devil Ape clan, and Linglong was their primary condition. Without the help of the Devil Ape clan, the Linglong Palace wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the Jadefall Heavenly Palace with their current strength. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Help the goddess up and we'll go back. Elder Yu waved her hand at the two young ladies behind her and instructed. If it was late, there would be a change. It was better to bring Linglong back as soon as possible. If the Jade Drop Heavenly Palace knew about it, it was unknown what would happen. Linglong closed her eyes in despair. Her heart was filled with regret. If she knew about this earlier, she would have killed herself immediately. Now, even if she wanted to commit suicide, there was no possibility at all. Elder Yu would definitely not let anything happen to her. At this moment, a slightly numb voice came from the side of the deck. Eldest brother, she's so pitiful. Why don't we help her? C-2791 Countermeasures Divinity, Deck Ah. It's him. He's saved. I'm saved. Linglong Ruan Qiantong collapsed onto the ground but her eyes were filled with hope. If not for her strength being completely sealed, she would have jumped up and cheered loudly. They never thought that those few women were actually the people beside His Highness Dao Child, especially that Dao Child was the most mysterious His Royal Highness Yang Fann. The others didn't know. The new Dao Child of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Yang Fann. How could she, the goddess of Linglong Palace, not know about this? This was the top genius of the monster in the chaos. It was a legend. This His Royal Highness Yang Fann's talent was so high that he had surpassed everyone in the past and present. Even the supreme founder of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Ancestral Master Primordius, was inferior to him. He was a true future supreme being. As long as he didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he advanced to Great Dao Sovereign. In the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, his status was extraordinary, and he was incomparable to the other Dao children. Even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't dare show any disrespect to him. He could be said to be one of the most powerful figures in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and he was second only to all the other supreme beings. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann personally speaking, Elder Yu and the others wouldn't dare to forcefully bring him back to the palace. Scram Yang Fann did not even look at Elder Yu and the rest as he coldly shouted. A group of ants that weren't even low-level quasi-sovereign, how could they have the qualifications to be treated seriously by Yang Fann? If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Yu didn't attack them recklessly, they would have been dead by now. A trace of hesitation flashed across Elder Yu's eyes. She carefully looked at Yang Fann and said, Your Highness, Qian Tong, if they couldn't bring back the Heavenly Lady, their Linglong Palace wouldn't be able to form an alliance with the Silent Devil Ape clan. If something went wrong, they would become enemies with them. They had clearly agreed to marry Linglong to High Lord Devil Ape, but in the end, they couldn't bring out this person. This was a blatant attack on High Lord Devil Ape, a direct attack on the lone Silence Devil Ape. It was the face of the Devil Ape clan originally. Their Linglong Palace was in a precarious situation because of the fall of their ancestor. If they provoked the great enemy of the Silent Devil Ape clan, they would truly be in danger of being destroyed. If something went wrong, their Linglong Palace would become the first heavenly palace to be destroyed by the human race. However, before Elder Yu could finish her words, Yang Fann interrupted her and said, "Get lost." The consequences of Elder Yu not being able to bring Linglong back was not something that Yang Fann needed to consider. Since his little sister wanted to save Linglong, he would save her. It was that simple. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. We will leave now. We will leave now." Elder Yu panicked. She could not care about anything else and quickly apologized. She could not bring Linglong back, but it was possible that it would cause the destruction of Linglong Palace. However, if she offended Yang Fann, the number one Dao child of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the destruction of Linglong Palace would be a matter of life and death. It was a big question whether they could leave the divinity alive. Although Yang Fann was just a newbie and hadn't truly grown up, Elder Yu knew very well that it wouldn't be difficult for Yang Fann to keep them here. Even the Linglong Palace's heavenly goddess had a few top-level Chaos God warriors when she was traveling in the chaos. A king would protect her safety, let alone a precious treasure of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Yang Fann. The reason why they didn't notice it was because those Dao protectors were much stronger than them. A quasi-supreme expert was the true ancestor of Linglong Palace, the one in charge. It was impossible for him to lower his status and protect a newcomer. However, this was another situation in the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. An ordinary quasi-supreme expert was merely an ordinary senior expert. There were thousands or even more of them. Only a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was the true mainstay of the Dao Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yu led her subordinates and withdrew from the divinity. Buzz. Yang Fann waved his hand and a stream of light flashed and broke the seal on Linglong's body. Hiss. Break it broke. The seal on my body was broken just like that. Is this the power of the number one monster in the history of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace? Linglong's eyes trembled and a trace of shock flashed across her eyes. The seal on her body was personally laid down by Elder Yu. Without the power to fight or even surpass Elder Yu, it was impossible to break the seal in her body so easily. In other words, His Royal Highness Yang Fann's true strength was not any weaker than Elder Yu, a peak top-level Chaos God King. In fact, he was even stronger than her. However, how old was this His Royal Highness Yang Fann? If she remembered correctly, he wasn't even 500,000 eras old, right? He wasn't even 500,000 eras old, a peak top-level Chaos God King's power, who would dare to believe it? Not to mention a peak top-level Chaos God King with a cultivation base of less than 500,000 eras, she had never heard of a peak top-level Chaos God King with a cultivation base of 5 million eras. Compared to him, she was the number one youth in the Linglong Palace. She was just a piece of trash. Not to mention geniuses, a single outstanding genius was just trying to flatter her. Qian Tong thanks Your Highness. Your Highness's great kindness is something that Qian Tong will never forget. Her heart was filled with shock, but Linglong's movements were not slow. She bowed towards Yang Fann and thanked him. Combined with her pitiful appearance, it made people's heart palpitate. No need to thank me. If you want to thank me, then thank my little sister. Yang Fann's voice was cold. He did not get close to Linglong because she was Group Aromatic's top beauty. If CC and the others were not soft-hearted, Yang Fann would not have saved Linglong, and he would not have any other thoughts. Linglong's heart sank when she heard this. If she could become Yang Fann's woman, she would really become a sparrow into a phoenix. In the future, not to mention a quasi-supreme expert, even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection might not be impossible. A quasi-supreme being, even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, would find it extremely difficult to cultivate a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was virtually impossible. However, to the high and mighty great Dao sovereign, it was just a little difficult. As long as they were willing to pay a little more, they would have the ability to turn an ordinary quasi-supreme into a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. However, They did not show any expression on their faces. They came in front of Yang Fann, bowed and said gratefully, "Qian Tong, thank you for saving our lives, Your Highness." He looked at the divinity that was quickly disappearing into the chaos. A high-level chaos god king from the Linglong Palace shifted his gaze and looked at Elder Yu Yu. He carefully asked, "Elder, what happened? What should we do now? Qian Tong is under the protection of Her Highness Dao Zi. This matter is no longer something we can make decisions on our own. Let Palace Lord and a few other old ancestors decide." Elder Yu Yu sighed faintly. This was already beyond her capabilities. Everything should be left to Palace Lord and the others. Exquisite Chaos Domain. This was one of the 1,228 large-sized Chaos Domain in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, and it was also the lair of the Linglong Palace. Everything within it was completely under the control of the Linglong Palace. Of course, the large-sized Chaos Domain that the Linglong Palace occupied was far from just this one. As one of the 36 heavenly palaces of the human race, and one of the top 20 superpowers in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, the large-sized Chaos Domain controlled by the Linglong Palace had a total of 16 of them. However, the highest ranked amongst them was no different from the number of large-sized Chaos Domain controlled by the Linglong Chaos Domain. Amongst the 1,228 large-sized Chaos Domain controlled by the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, it was guaranteed to enter the top 100, and there was even a chance for it to enter the top 50. Linglong Chaos Domain, Linglong Palace. This was a huge palace that stood in the middle of the chaos. Its range was as wide as trillions of light-years. It was much larger than many of the top-grade origin universe. Boundless divine light radiated from it. It was as if it was illuminating the entire exquisite Chaos Domain. In the center of the Linglong Palace, in a glorious divine palace, the current Palace Lord of the Linglong Palace and the 4 quasi-supreme ancestors had gathered together. The huge divine palace was filled with an indescribable pressure, causing everyone to frown. "Ancestors, I wonder what we should do next." C-2792 The Ape Demon Supreme Lord Linglong Chaos Domain, Linglong Palace. The entire divine hall was enveloped in an indescribable pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Linglong Palace Lord, who was wearing a palace uniform and had a peerless face, and a mature charm that Linglong did not possess, furrowed his brows. Between his brows, there was a frown that could not be described with words. There's an irreparable melancholy. He originally thought that with junior sister Yu Yu's divine ability, she would be able to bring Qian Tong back after confirming Qian Tong's whereabouts. That would be a matter of capturing her. Never would he have thought that such a huge change would actually occur. That girl, Qian Tong, had actually fallen in love with the most mysterious and respected person in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the number 1 Dao child, Yang Fann. It was a tricky situation. This matter was not an ordinary problem. Dao child Yang Fann, Linglong and Palace Lord were well aware of his status in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. He was the future and hope of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, not the mere Linglong Palace could afford to offend them. With the protection of Yang Fann and Dao child, it was impossible for them to forcefully bring the heavenly lady back. Putting aside whether they had the ability to bring the heavenly goddess back in front of Yang Fann, even if they could, they had to put it into action. That would be slapping Yang Fann in the face. The consequences were not something they could bear, but if they gave up on the goddess, how would High Lord Devil Ape and the others explain it? This was not a good-tempered person. He was temperamental and had no idea how many lives he had. If his race was destroyed in his hands, it was very likely that he would vent his anger on the Linglong Palace. Adding the fact that they had a mortal enemy of the Linglong Palace, the Jadefall Heavenly Palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. If she wasn't careful, the inheritance of the 100 billion eras in the Linglong Palace might be destroyed by her. Sigh High Lord Devil Ape, what do you think? You too, there are so many women here, why do you insist on Qian Tong, that girl? If it was any other female disciple, there wouldn't be today's trouble. Their Linglong Palace was a classic example of yin and yang. It was a famous beauty of the human race's 36 heavenly palaces, and the thing that they didn't lack the most was beauties. Group Aromatics alone had a total of 167 beauties. It was just that his ranking wasn't as high as Ruan Qiantong's at this moment. If it was possible, she would be willing to pay 10 or 8 of them to become beauties. Helpless, that High Lord Devil Ape was stubborn. He stared at Ruan Qiantong without letting go. Also, Qian Tong, that girl, had been raised by the Heavenly Palace for nothing for so many years. So what if she sacrificed herself for the sake of the heavenly palace? It wasn't like they were asking her to die, so why would she run away? Otherwise, how could there be so many things happening today? They didn't need to be so conflicted. What should they do? What should we do now? It wasn't just Ling Long and Palace Lord. The hair of the four quasi-supreme ancestors had also turned white. Regardless of whether it was Dao Child or Dao Child, Yang Fann and High Lord Devil Ape were not people they could easily offend. Sigh Heaven Lord, oh Heaven Lord, why are you doing this? If the Heaven Lord hadn't fallen, how could they have fallen into today's situation? How dare High Lord Devil Ape bully their Linglong Palace and force the Heavenly Lady to marry him? Sigh, it was all the fault of those devils in the Heavenly Devil God Palace. If it weren't for them suddenly launching a large-scale war against the Dao Devils, the Heaven Lord wouldn't have fallen. Bitch devils, my Linglong Palace is irreconcilable with you. After a moment of silence, among the four quasi-supreme beings, the leader was a high-order quasi-sovereign, and she was also the current pillar of the Linglong Palace, Goddess Kang Wei. The plan now is to tell High Lord Devil Ape everything about Qian Tong. It would be best if High Lord Devil Ape was willing to change his marriage partner. We, the 8 substitute heavenly ladies of Linglong Palace, will let him choose. If he is unwilling, then let him think of a way to bring Qian Tong back from the hands of Dao Child Yang Fann. The power of 2 evils was lesser than the power of Dao Child Yang Fann. Obviously, High Lord Devil Ape was more likely to be offended than Dao Child Yang Fann. Although High Lord Devil Ape was strong, destroying the Linglong Palace wouldn't be an easy task. Although the Heaven Lord had already died in the battlefield of Dao Devil, he still had the 4 divine ladies. With the resources of the Linglong Palace, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight top quasi-sovereign. Even if High Lord Devil Ape could obtain the final victory, he would have to pay a heavy price. High Lord Devil Ape might not be able to make such a decision and kill all of them in the Linglong Palace. However, it would be different if it was Yang Fann, the Dao Child. A quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior would be able to prevent them from seeing tomorrow's sun. All right, now, that's the only thing we can do. Let's see what choice High Lord Devil Ape has. The Serene Ape Chaos Domain was one of the 1,228 large-sized Chaos Domains in the 1,228 Ape Dragon Chaos Circle. The lair of the desolated Devil Ape clan. It was in the Chaos Domain of the secluded Ape Silent Devil Palace, High Lord Devil Ape's divine palace. A terrifying ape that was more than 1,000,000 feet tall sat on a divine throne that represented supreme authority. He was wearing a black full-body armor, and from top to bottom, there were devil cheese all over his body, corroding the 4-direction space. It was as if he could turn a part of the universe into a devil in an instant. Just a single breath of time seemed to be able to cause the surrounding space to become unstable, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. At this moment, if anyone took a step into the Divine Hall, those below the quasi-supreme level, including extreme top-level Chaos God King, would immediately kneel down on the ground, bow down to him, and worship him. This was a peerless fiendish demon under the rule of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Cultivation of devils was not prohibited. As long as one had no connection with the heavenly Devil God Palace, it was enough. Therefore, within the territory of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there was also a large number of devil clan and devil experts, and this peerless fiendish demon was none other than the master of the Devil Palace, High Lord Devil Ape. Bang! Suddenly, High Lord Devil Ape stood up. Horrifying killing intent radiated from every cell in his body. Countless devil phantoms appeared behind him. They roared ferociously, as if they wanted to eat him. It made one's hair stand on end in less than an instant. Poochie poochie poochie. The 4-direction space could not withstand the killing intent of the hurricane and exploded. Countless streams of air were flowing in reverse, collapsing, and going berserk. Linglong Palace, what a good Linglong Palace. What a good fight, Tai Chi. I will remember this score. High Lord Devil Ape coldly harumphed. How could he not know what the Linglong Palace was planning? He had said that everything would be up to him. In fact, he was still treating High Lord Devil Ape as a pushover. But what about Linglong? Do we really have to give up just like that? Dao Child Yang Fann, Linglong Palace is not someone we can afford to offend. He also didn't dare to offend him. Otherwise, with the power and influence of Dao Child Yang Fann, he would be able to destroy their loneliness. The Devil Ape clan wasn't a difficult clan to deal with. However, if he gave up on Linglong just like that, where would High Lord Devil Ape put his old face? He had already told his old friends that he was going to marry Linglong in Ruan Qiantong, and even sent out wedding invitations. At this time, if he suddenly announced that the bride had changed, he, High Lord Devil Ape, would become the laughing stock of the world. The various major powers would not care who would snatch his woman from him. Yang Fann, you don't want so many goddesses from Group Aromatics, but you have to save Linglong in Ruan Qiantong. Aren't you just going to make things difficult for me? A trace of gloominess flashed across High Lord Devil Ape's eyes, but he also hated Yang Fann. Although Linglong was ranked 13th in Group Aromatics' ranking, it wasn't that there was no one above her, especially the goddess who was ranked in the top few. No matter if it was their appearance or temperament, they were all stronger than Linglong by more than a level. The others couldn't do anything about those goddess. Even he, top quasi-sovereign, didn't have much confidence in her. Although the Silent Devil Ape clan was one of the top 20 major powers in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, they were still far from being comparable to those superpowers with quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding them. As for those goddesses ranked in the top few of Group Aromatics' ranking, they were all the princesses and goddesses of these superpowers. However, if it was Yang Fann, it would be different. Given Yang Fann's status in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it would be impossible for him to get those goddesses by hook or by crook. Even those superpowers were eager to take this opportunity to get on Yang Fann's ship. Now, they had their eyes on Linglong, who was one of the 13 geniuses of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If they didn't want to make things difficult for him, what else could they do? No, I still have to give it a try. He might not become hostile because of a woman. The Disilian Devil Ape Clan. C-2793 Arriving Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Boundless Chaos. The divinity continued to travel at a speed comparable to a peak top-level Chaos God King towards his destination, the large-sized Chaos Domain, the Chaos Domain of Truth. However, at this moment, the atmosphere within the divinity had changed a lot. The passengers were more or less more cautious, and even their voices had become much softer. Many of them even took a careful look at Yang Fann from time to time, afraid that they would accidentally anger the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's Dao Child. Even a huge monster like the Linglong Palace had to bow down in front of the Dao Child, let alone a small figure like them. If they really offended the Dao Child, not only would they have to die, even the families and forces behind them would have to suffer the same fate. At the same time, the news that Yang Fann, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace Dao Child, had appeared in the divinity quickly spread to the other parts of the divinity. From the appearance of Elder Yu to the fact that Yang Fann, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace Dao Child, had sent Elder Yu and the others away, it had only been a few breaths of time. Apart from some of the passengers near the deck, most of the passengers were still unclear about what had happened. Ah, what? Dao, His Highness Dao Child. A Dao Child has come from our divinity. Just now, it was Your Highness Dan who sent away the elders of the Linglong Palace. Unknowingly, the number of goddesses roaming in front of Yang Fann had increased by a lot. Each and every one of them was gorgeously dressed, doing everything they could to display their charm. They wanted to fly up to the branches. Linglong was not the only one who wanted to transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. Ruan Qiantong was a girl, even though she already had Linglong, Group Aromatics, and 13 others in front of her. However, the group of goddesses and daughters were still unwilling to give up on this rare opportunity that only appeared once every 10 million years. Furthermore, radishes and vegetables each had their own love. Perhaps this Dao Child would be pleased with them even if they couldn't become the woman of the Dao Child. Just a single night of pleasure would be enough for them, and even the forces of the clan behind them, to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. At that time, even some quasi-paragons would have to be wary of them, and wouldn't dare to easily offend them. In order to avoid angering the Dao Child, Yang Fann. However, these precious daughters and goddesses were destined to return in disappointment. Not to mention accepting them, Yang Fann didn't even spare them a glance. Even Linglong, one of the 13 geniuses of Group Aromatics, had turned a blind eye to him, let alone these ordinary girls. If they wanted to become his woman, it could only be said that they were thinking too much. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During this period of time, it was not only the daughters and goddesses who dreamed about the Phoenix dream. Many Foss's experts, including the master behind this divinity, Saxi Shahang. It could be said that they were trying to get close to Yang Fann. If they were lucky enough to get on Yang Fann's ship, With the backing of a Tao child from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, they would be able to use this ape dragon Chaos Circle in the future. He wouldn't be able to do as he pleased, and he wouldn't be too far off either. Even the 10 great superpowers would have to give a Tao child some face. However, what left them helpless was that the area within 300 meters of Tao child seemed to be a forbidden zone. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close to him. Yang Fann had done all of this intentionally. Even these ants who weren't even quasi-paragons wanted to make friends with him. Who did they think he was? A dragon doesn't live with a snake. How could a phoenix be associated with an ordinary bird with his current cultivation base and strength? To put it bluntly, most quasi-supreme beings did not have the qualifications to do so. Divinity, Deck. Yang Fann leisurely savored the fine wine. He had to admit that the wine on the divinity was not bad. Among the many fine wine that he had tasted, it could be considered as one of the top. When he arrived at his destination, true profound chaos domain, he could purchase a batch from this Saxi ship. Yang Fann did not have many hobbies. Apart from cultivating and climbing the peak of the Great Tao, his second hobby was drinking. Almost every time he went to a place, Yang Fann would taste the local fine wine. Whenever he encountered something good, he would buy a batch. He didn't know how many fine wine had been stored in his chaos wine repository. If they were piled up together, it would be enough to fill up a large lake. Not far from Yang Fann, Yang Fann and the other girls were enjoying delicacies. They listened to a person talk about interesting things about cultivation and occasionally giggled. That person was none other than Linglong and Ruan Qiantong. Ruan Qiantong knew very well in her heart. Currently, she was not truly safe. Now that Yang Fann, the Tao child, was present, the Linglong Palace would not dare to act rashly. However, His Royal Highness Yang Fann would not always protect her. When the divinity arrived at its destination, it would be time for them to part ways. At that time, the Linglong Palace might do something. At that time, the best outcome for her would be to end her life in advance, lest she fell into High Lord Devil Ape's hands. She wouldn't be able to live or die. If she wanted to save herself, she had to follow Yang Fann closely. However, she could also see that Yang Fann really had no interest in her, the 13 geniuses of group aromatics. Seeing that she couldn't get close to Yang Fann, she thought of saving the country and getting close to Yang Fann and the other girls in the name of repaying the debt of gratitude. Although it was only a short period of 100 years, she could tell the position of the 6 girls in Yang Fann's heart. And she was able to ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Lady one step at a time in the Linglong Palace. She indeed had some skills. Under her deliberate flattery, she fought with the 6 girls in a short period of 100 years. Yang Fann saw this, but he didn't stop her. Linglong only wanted to save her life. As long as little sister and the others were happy, it would not be a problem for her to solve her worries at that time. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. Master, what's wrong? Yu Nuo, who had been keeping an eye on Yang Fann, asked. Even though she had become Yang Fann's woman, Yu Nuo had always insisted on calling him master. She tried to persuade him again and again, but to no avail, so Yang Fann let her do as she pleased. Anyway, it was just a form of address. Yu Nuo could call him whatever she wanted. In an instant, the other girls stopped talking and looked over worriedly. It's nothing. Don't worry, it's just a fly. Yang Fann waved his hand gently and said indifferently. Oh, hearing this, the girls did not say anything else and continued their conversation. Eldest brother, junior brother, Brother Fann, he said there was no need to worry. Then he didn't need to worry about anything. They had full confidence in Yang Fann. In their hearts, Yang Fann was invincible and omnipotent. Nothing could stop him. Even if he said that he could suppress Great Tao Sovereign, they wouldn't have any doubts. Is that really all? Linglong raised her head and looked suspiciously at Yang Fann. A trace of uneasiness appeared in her heart. A few breaths later, rumble, a terrifying pressure that caused the top-level Chaos God King to feel despair descended from the sky. It covered the divinity in an imposing manner. Buzz. 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 The divinity guarding barrier trembled violently. Faintly, it seemed to be covered with tiny cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Ah, this power. Rumble. Accurate quasi-paragon. This was definitely quasi-paragon's strength. Hiss. What in the world was going on? Why is quasi-paragon stopping the divinity? From top to bottom, all the divinities were trembling in fear. Under the awe-inspiring power, all of them. Including the few top-level Chaos God Kings, all of them were like lowly aphids. They couldn't arouse any interest in the resistance thought. In their hearts, it was as if there was a voice that kept sounding out from the bottom of their hearts. It was the person who wanted to kill them. He definitely wouldn't be able to use the second move, even with the help of the divinity. This was the difference between life and death. A quasi-supreme expert, and not an ordinary low-level quasi-sovereign. Could it be because, suddenly, many experts' expressions changed, as if they had thought of something for no reason. It was impossible for Quasi-Paragon to find them. Combined with what happened 100 years ago, everything went without saying. There would not be so many coincidences in this world. I just don't know which quasi-supreme being it would be. Right at this moment, Poochie, space was torn apart as a person stepped into the air. Every step he took left behind a huge crater in the chaos. It was millions of meters tall. It wasn't just that, the ape had a human body, and the devil chi was boiling, corroding the primal chaos in all directions. Ah, it's High Lord Devil Ape! Many Chaos God King exclaimed and recognized the identity of the ferocious god. Sure enough, it was just as they had imagined. The desolating Devil Ape had been forcefully intercepted by someone. How could High Lord Devil Ape let this matter go? They just didn't expect that High Lord Devil Ape would personally take action. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, please come out and meet me. C. 2795. Those who offend His Highness die. The Dragon Abyss, the endless chaos. Rumble. The fury in High Lord Devil Ape's heart was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. His eyes were filled with blazing flames that seemed to be able to burn everything, turning everything in the world into ashes. This little son Yang Fann must pay the price for his words, otherwise, where would High Lord Devil Ape's face and dignity be? The people of the world still didn't think that High Lord Devil Ape was weak and could be bullied. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry could piss on his head. What right did he have to continue leading the silent disaster in the future? The Devil Ape clan, on the divinity, not good. This killing intent. Hiss. I'm afraid High Lord Devil Ape is really angry now. His Royal Highness Yang Fann is in trouble. The hearts of the group of Chaos God King shook. Their gazes towards Yang Fann faintly revealed a trace of pity. The expert could not be humiliated. This time around, High Lord Devil Ape was definitely serious. Although His Highness Dao Child's life would not be in danger, the death penalty could be avoided, and he would not be able to escape punishment. This His Royal Highness Yang Fann would not be able to escape from a layer of skin. No one thought highly of Yang Fann. Legend has it that the #1 Taoist of primeval chaos Dao Palace, Dao Child Tuo Luo, he was just a middle-ranked quasi-sovereign, and he had the power to fight a high-order quasi-sovereign warrior. No matter how powerful Yang Fann's monster was, could it be stronger than the #1 Dao Child, Tuo Luo Daozi? As for High Lord Devil Ape, he was a top quasi-sovereign, an old top quasi-sovereign from 60 billion eras ago. His strength was so great that he could be considered as one of the best amongst the many top quasi-sovereign. How could he be a match for Yang Fann? But who can be blamed for all of this? He asked for it himself. It was fine if he didn't give High Lord Devil Ape face. In the end, he even asked High Lord Devil Ape to scram. Not to mention a quasi-paragon like High Lord Devil Ape. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to bear it either. His Highness Dao Child of the primeval chaos Dao Palace. No matter how high his status was, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Although these Dao Child monsters had talent and potential that were above High Lord Devil Apes, they had the potential to break through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. However, this wasn't the true limit, the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. One should still have the respect one should have for the expert. Even if this matter was spread to the primeval chaos Dao Palace, the upper echelons of the primeval chaos Dao Palace wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Furthermore, the reason why the primeval chaos Dao Palace nurtured these Dao children wasn't because they wanted flowers in a greenhouse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have much combat experience. No matter how high their cultivation base was, their combat strength would be limited as long as they didn't kill Dao Palace Dao Child, or intentionally used up the potential of Dao children, the primeval chaos Dao Palace wouldn't easily intervene and stand up for Dao children. In the chaos, Wang, a fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he said coldly, a dog-like thing. What, do you still want to attack me? Fuck, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Was there something wrong with this His Royal Highness Yang Fann's brain? Can't he see the situation clearly? The group of Chaos God King were so scared that they couldn't close their mouths. Even at this point, he still dared to provoke High Lord Devil Ape. Could it be that he didn't want to force High Lord Devil Ape to kill him? Many of them started to criticize the higher-ups of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It was definitely their mistake to let such an ungrateful and ignorant person become Dao Palace Dao Child. No matter how talented he was, he would only become a stepping stone for others in the end. Even Linglong couldn't understand Yang Fann. Even if Quasi-Paragon was by Yang Fann's side to protect his safety, he shouldn't have provoked High Lord Devil Ape like this. Or should she say that His Royal Highness Yang Fann really had the confidence to defeat High Lord Devil Ape? Unknowingly, a strange light appeared in Linglong's beautiful eyes. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann could seriously injure or even kill High Lord Devil Ape, that would be the best. At that time, she would be completely free, and she would no longer have to worry about the nightmare that would befall her. Good little son Yang Fann, I swear, you will regret it, you will definitely regret it. High Lord Devil Ape's eyes were red, like a furious beast. The remaining trace of rationality in his heart was quickly fading away. Dog-like thing, looks like you really want to die. Yang Fann's eyes flickered with killing intent. Initially, he didn't want to bicker with High Lord Devil Ape too much. A mere top quasi-sovereign wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation by much even if he devoured him. Besides, this was an expert that belonged to the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, not a quasi-supreme expert of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. He would be able to kill him without any worries. However, there was someone who didn't know what death was. He was seeking his own death. Roar, a roar that sounded like Devil God's roar finally made High Lord Devil Ape unable to suppress the killing intent in his heart. Die, this little son Yang Fann must die. At worst, he would just leave the territory of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace and turn to the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Since they were both from the Devil Dao, they might be able to do better in the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Fortunately, little son Yang Fann was the one who had the potential to break through to the next realm. With this thought in mind, High Lord Devil Ape's heart immediately heated up. With Yang Fann's monstrous talent, the Heavenly Devil God Palace would definitely want to get rid of him as soon as possible. In the Heavenly Devil God Palace's must-kill list, he would probably be ranked above those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, second only to Great Dao Sovereign. If he could get rid of this Yang Fann, the reward of the Heavenly Devil God Palace would definitely be beyond his imagination. Perhaps, he could also break through the bottleneck and break through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Die Atlas Staff Rumble. High Lord Devil Ape had no intention of holding back in this strike. Not only did he use the strongest divine ability of the Devil Ape, the Sky Supporting Staff, he also summoned his Lifeblood Divine Artifact, the low-grade quasi-Great Dao Divine Artifact, the Sky Stick. He was going to kill Yang Fann with this strike. Although he didn't sense the chi of those Dao protectors, he knew that there must be a Dao protector protecting Yang Fann's safety. The Primeval Chaos Dao Palace would never allow him to travel alone in the chaos. They must have used some kind of secret technique to conceal his whereabouts and escape his detection. These Dao protectors were obviously not simple to hide from his eyes and ears. Even if their cultivation base wasn't as high as his, they wouldn't be too far behind. He couldn't kill Yang Fann with a single strike. It would be difficult for him to kill Yang Fann again. Hiss. What a terrifying strike! He couldn't block it at all. What is High Lord Devil Ape trying to do? Could it be that he wants it? Ah, not good, it's over, we're finished. In an instant, many of the experts turned pale without a trace of blood on their faces. This High Lord Devil Ape really wanted to kill them. How could and let them go? An undeserved calamity. This was definitely an undeserved calamity. Woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. All of this was Yang Fann's fault, it was all his fault. If it wasn't for him, who was recklessly provoking High Lord Devil Ape, High Lord Devil Ape wouldn't have lost his mind and killed him. Wasn't it just a woman? You are the dignified Dao child of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. What kind of woman can't you get? Even if it was group aromatics, he still had hope. Why must you hold Linglong and hand her over to High Lord Devil Ape? Wouldn't it be fine? Now, not only you will die, but we will also die along with you. At that moment, Poochie, a person appeared in front of Yang Fann. Rumble. A terrifying and invincible pressure radiated from his body. Compared to High Lord Devil Ape, it was more than 1,000,000 times, millions of times stronger. In front of him, this top quasi-sovereign was like a lowly ant. The two of them were on completely different levels. Before High Lord Devil Ape's deadly strike landed, it had already been shattered by the awe-inspiring power. Even the low-grade quasi-Great Tao Divine Artifact Sky Stick had fine cracks appearing on it. Ah, big, quasi-sovereign of great perfection, this is the power of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Furthermore, this isn't an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. No, how could this be? How could you have such an expert protecting you? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. High Lord Devil Ape let out a hysterical wail. How could this be? Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, especially that old and experienced top perfection quasi-paragons. In the entire primeval Chaos Tao Palace, there were no more than 3 digits of them. Every single one of them was a high and mighty big shot, and their status was even higher than Lord of Primordius's. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, he wouldn't need them to protect him. Those who offend His Highness, DC 2796, the son of a Paragon Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, in front of the divinity. No, how could this be? High Lord Devil Ape's mind was on the verge of collapsing. He had initially thought that his ultimate blow would be. He never thought that there would be an old and even top perfection quasi-paragons protecting Yang Fann. Luckily, High Lord Devil Ape didn't know that the quasi-sovereign of great perfection that made him despair was merely a manifestation of Yang Fann's soul duplicate. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a mental breakdown, it would be a complete fright. After breaking through to the middle-ranked quasi-God King, Yang Fann's overall strength was terrifying. It was 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even if it was just a single soul duplicate. His combat strength was less than 10,000 times stronger than his true self, and it was not something that an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection could compare with. Even a top perfection quasi-paragons could not compare to him, and he could even fight a powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. As long as he didn't run into any outstanding invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, he could easily defeat them with just his soul duplicate. A single soul duplicate wouldn't be enough. Then he would use 10 or 100. It was impossible for him to use tens of thousands of soul duplicate like this, but it was still quite easy for him to create a few hundred of them. Yang Fann would openly use his true self in the chaos. One of the main reasons was. It was because of this. Otherwise, the main body would personally take action. How could he still hide that heaven-defying secret? A mere middle-ranked quasi-god king warrior already had the combat strength of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior, and he wasn't even an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. Even Great Tao God's son, who was the strongest amongst them, couldn't possibly be this heaven-defying. According to the legends, the ancestor of the myriad origin divine palace, who was called the strongest man in the primal chaos, could unleash the strength of a top-level chaos god king without the help of a divine weapon. Compared to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, the gap between them was more than 1 billion times, trillions of times. They were on a completely different level. The Tao Protector formed by Yang Fann's clone looked down at High Lord Devil Ape. His voice was cold, like the Supreme Great Tao, directly announcing High Lord Devil Ape's fate. The next second, rumble, his right arm moved and a palm pressed down on High Lord Devil Ape. This palm seemed so casual and without a trace of mystery, as if it was a palm strike from a mortal. It was so weak, as if any ordinary person could block this palm. However, in High Lord Devil Ape's eyes, it was like a poem. It was like a legend, the terror of power. It was more than 1 million times more powerful than top quasi-sovereign. It made him unable to resist at all. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, there seemed to be a voice that kept sounding out. He could not block this palm. He couldn't block it either, so he gave up any resistance. Don't struggle without fear. This was a deadly palm. It was an invincible palm. Ah, spare my life. My lord, spare me. I admit my mistake. I really know my mistake. Woo. Your Highness, let me go, please, let me go. How dare you disrespect His Highness? The soul duplicate's voice was cold and emotionless. Suppress. High Lord Devil Ape, just like that. I didn't see wrongly, right? One palm, just that one palm. Gulp. This is not me. I'm not dreaming, am I? On the divinity, all the passengers were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. High Lord Devil Ape was top quasi-sovereign, one of the top-tier ape dragon chaos circles in their ape dragon chaos circle. How could he be captured and suppressed with just a single palm? Even limited quasi-sovereign didn't have such terrifying strength. No, that's not right. Just now, High Lord Devil Ape seemed to have said. Suddenly, They recalled the wailing of High Lord Devil Ape. Big, quasi-sovereign of great perfection. That man was the legendary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. But soon, another doubt engulfed their hearts. A quasi-sovereign of great perfection was practically a legend to them. Even in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, he was only second to Great Tao Sovereign in terms of power. Not to mention Tao Palace Tao Child, even Lord of Primordius was slightly weaker than a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. How could he let a quasi-sovereign of great perfection guard Tao Palace Tao Child? Since ancient times, they had never heard of any Tao Child that could make a quasi-sovereign of great perfection become a Tao protector. Even other quasi-paragons were extremely rare. Not only the other passengers, even Linglong and Ruan Qiantong, who knew Yang Fann's specific identity, could not figure it out. Wasn't the primeval Chaos Tao Palace taking His Royal Highness Yang Fann too seriously? Was there a need to make quasi-sovereign of great perfection his Tao protector? In the void, the quasi-sovereign of great perfection respectfully bowed toward Yang Fann. With a flash of light, he disappeared without a trace. Hiss. No way, am I seeing things? Is that really a quasi-sovereign of great perfection? Very quickly, the hearts of the passengers jumped once more. Isn't this quasi-sovereign of great perfection's attitude a bit too respectful? That attitude wasn't much better than when their servants faced them. Gulp, gulp. What was the origin of this His Royal Highness Yang Fann? Why is he even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection? Could it be that he is the son of a supreme being from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the sea of consciousness of many passengers. An ordinary Tao child of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace naturally didn't have the qualifications to do so. But that Tao child, if it was the son of a certain great Tao sovereign, it would make sense. Becoming the slave of a great Tao sovereign wasn't an insult to some quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Instead, it was a great honor. Not all quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors could become the slave of a great Tao sovereign and obtain his protection in the next second. A look of realization appeared on their faces. No wonder this His Royal Highness Yang Fann was so arrogant and didn't put High Lord Devil Ape in his eyes. Even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was just a servant of his family. Not to mention a puny High Lord Devil Ape. His attitude wasn't a problem at all. This time, High Lord Devil Ape has really hit a steel plate. I'm afraid that the days of the desolating Devil Ape clan won't be easy anymore. The desolate Devil Ape clan that didn't have High Lord Devil Ape. It was like a tiger without its claws, and it had even offended the son of a supreme being. There must be a lot of forces here. Not only would they be able to take advantage of the desolating Devil Ape clan, they would also be able to befriend a supreme being's son. That would be killing two birds with one stone. Who could be blamed for this? His Highness had already told him to get lost. He just had to seek his own death. Without strength, that was called overestimating oneself, not knowing what's good for you. If you have strength, then you are truly awesome, but to us, this is a great opportunity for us. If we can take the opportunity to get His Royal Highness Yang Fann, then. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. At that time, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted with the huge ape dragon chaos circle? Even the top-ranked superpowers with quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding them wouldn't dare to provoke them. However, when they thought of Yang Fann's cold attitude, it was like a bucket of bone-piercing ice water, instantly extinguishing the burning fire in their hearts. Even His Royal Highness Yang Fann could not get close to them, so how could they befriend him? They couldn't possibly disrespect His Royal Highness Yang Fann with the spiritual sense sound transmitting. No, we can't just give up like this. The son of a supreme being is something that we will never see again in our lives. Once we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid that we won't have this chance again in the future. No matter how difficult it is, we have to give it a try. Divinity, millions and millions of light years away. A stream of golden light followed the divinity unhurriedly. The glazed golden shuttle, one of the top flying treasures of the Linglong Palace. Elder Yu and the others did not return to the Linglong Palace after being chased out of the divinity by Yang Fann. Instead, they carefully controlled the glazed golden shuttle and followed behind the divinity. They paid close attention to the movement of the divinity at all times. Glazed golden shuttle, master control room. What? High Lord Devil Ape was suppressed. His Royal Highness Yang Fann actually has a quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding him. This. Elder Yu's beautiful eyes widened and revealed a trace of disbelief. Although she knew that Yang Fann was the heart of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace and had a high position in Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, she still couldn't believe it. He was even higher than Lord of Primordius. She had never thought that. He had never thought that Yang Fann would be so important to them. Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection was the legendary Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection. In the vast Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, there were only a few top-ranked powers that had a Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection guarding them. It could be said that every Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection stamped their feet, causing the entire Ape Dragon Chaos Circle to tremble. Even the Linglong Palace at its peak was nothing in the eyes of a Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection. No, I have to inform Palace Lord immediately. C-2797 Conspiracy Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Linglong Palace. Linglong, Palace Lord, and the 4 prospective sovereign god girls of Linglong Palace gathered together once again. Each of them had a look of unconcealable shock on their pretty faces. How could this be possible? Could you be mistaken? After a long while, the 5 of them finally recovered from the horrifying news. The remaining trace of rationality told them that all of this was real. Such a huge matter, Yu would definitely not lie to them. Looks like High Lord Devil Ape has really. I didn't think of it, I really didn't think of it. Initially, he thought that High Lord Devil Ape, this top quasi-sovereign, would have the confidence to bring Qian Tong back. No matter what kind of monster His Royal Highness Yang Fann had, since he had yet to truly mature, he still had to give face to a veteran top quasi-sovereign like High Lord Devil Ape. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? A quasi-sovereign of great perfection actually had a quasi-sovereign of great perfection protecting him. No one else would receive such treatment. A quasi-sovereign of great perfection as a Dao protector had never been heard of before, let alone seen or heard of. Those ordinary powers had guessed that Yang Fann was the son of the Supreme Being, but these top powers knew very well that even the sons of the Supreme Beings of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace had never heard of anyone being protected by a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Ordinary Supreme Beings would only enjoy alternate Daozi's treatment. Being protected by a top-level Chaos God King was already considered not bad. Even those supreme heirs with the potential of Dao children were treated only slightly better than ordinary Dao children's monsters. At most, they would be protected by top quasi-sovereign in the next second. Phew, thank goodness we didn't act recklessly. Otherwise, then the consequences. Ling Long, Palace Lord, and the 4 prospective sovereign god girls felt lucky in their hearts. Fortunately, they had pushed this matter to High Lord Devil Ape. If they were the ones to step in personally, they would be the ones being suppressed. Even top quasi-sovereign, High Lord Devil Ape, could not resist at all. He was easily suppressed, let alone them. Actually, this matter is related to my Linglong Palace. It's not a bad thing. Suddenly, Goddess Kangwei's eyes flashed with a divine light as she spoke. After High Lord Devil Ape was suppressed, the desolating Devil Ape clan couldn't even take care of themselves. If they were careless, they might even face the death of their clan. How could they still have the mood to threaten their Linglong Palace? Furthermore, Qian Tong was right beside His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Given Qian Tong's beauty, it was impossible for His Royal Highness Yang Fann not to be tempted. Otherwise, how could High Lord Devil Ape, a respectable top quasi-sovereign, make such a ruthless move? They had never heard that His Royal Highness Yang Fann had a grudge with High Lord Devil Ape if he could take the opportunity to get close to His Royal Highness Yang Fann. In the future, not to mention bullying them, they would have to worry about whether they would let go of Bai Luo Heavenly Palace just like that. Now, the first thing we need to do is to repair our relationship with Qian Tong. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have forced Qian Tong to marry High Lord Devil Ape. Goddess Kangwei felt a wave of regret in her heart. All these years, it was not easy for them to force Qian Tong to acknowledge their Linglong Palace. Ancestor, we were also helpless at that time. Qian Tong has always been kind and understanding. I think she can understand our difficulties. Even if Qian Tong does not want to return to the Heavenly Palace. But it can't change the fact that she is the angel of Linglong Palace. With this relationship, those lowly servants of the Jadefall Heavenly Palace. If you want to continue forcing us into Linglong Palace, you have to think twice. Whether or not they can withstand His Royal Highness Yang Fann's fury. Mu Lien, inform Yu that girl. Ask her to contact Qian Tong Lass. As long as she returns to the Heavenly Palace, my Linglong Palace will definitely do our best to nurture her. Many treasuries in holy lands. Alright, at the same time, send someone to spread this news. I want to let all the major powers know that His Royal Highness Yang Fann is furious. He has suppressed High Lord Devil Ape for the sake of the Linglong Palace's heavenly goddess. He wanted to pull the tiger's skin and the flag. As long as this was the truth, at that time, the other major powers, even those ranked in the top few, would have to show respect to His Royal Highness Yang Fann and the Linglong Palace. They might even be able to benefit from this misfortune and take advantage of this opportunity to expand their territory. Yes, old ancestor Linglong and Palace Lord replied respectfully. Their beautiful eyes faintly revealed a trace of envy. She truly envied Qian Tong. With the Heavenly Palace's unrelenting efforts to nurture her, her chances of advancing to the quasi-supreme being realm would increase by at least 3 levels in the future. Furthermore, there was also His Royal Highness Yang Fann's favor. To her, being a quasi-supreme expert was a huge favor. It was probably just a matter of time. Very quickly, Yang Fann was furious for the sake of his lover. He ordered the quasi-sovereign of great perfection beside him to attack and suppress High Lord Devil Ape. Under the intentional push of Linglong Palace, the news spread across the entire Ape-Dragon Chaos Circle at a terrifying speed. Have you heard about it? High Lord Devil Ape was suppressed by someone. What? High Lord Devil Ape was suppressed? When did this happen? Why didn't I know anything about it? That's right, it was a lie. High Lord Devil Ape was top quasi-sovereign. Even if he couldn't defeat limited quasi-sovereign, he could still escape easily. Who can suppress him? Don't you all not believe it? Legend has it that it was His Royal Highness Yang Fann, the #1 monster in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. What kind of joke is this? If His Royal Highness Yang Fann wanted to suppress High Lord Devil Ape, he would have done it 100 million years earlier. His Royal Highness Yang Fann can't, but what about his Dao protector? I heard that the primeval Chaos Dao Palace arranged a quasi-sovereign of great perfection to guard him. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, guard him. Gulp this. What a good His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he actually took a quasi-sovereign of great perfection as his Dao protector. He's the only one who has ever earned such an honor. This Linglong Palace is really lucky. I thought that the decline of Linglong Palace would be decided after losing the Heavenly Lord Linglong, but I never thought that I would be able to make His Royal Highness Yang Fann my Dao protector. It seems like I have to change my attitude towards the Linglong Palace in the future. Countless powers were shocked. The attitudes of many top powers towards the Linglong Palace had changed 180 degrees. In this world, what kind of wind was the scariest? There was no better than pillow wind. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was able to suppress High Lord Devil Ape for Linglong's sake. If there was really a big crisis in Linglong Palace, he would not stand idly by. Why was Linglong and Ruan Qiantong so lucky? Why isn't it me? The eyes of countless divine ladies and princesses turned red with jealousy. All of them wished they could replace Linglong. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann backing her up, not to mention ordinary quasi-supreme beings, even quasi-sovereign of great perfection would have to show her some respect in the future. Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Divine Palace. Sai, another quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Including that barbarian quasi-sovereign of great perfection, there were only 2 quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Furthermore, they were not ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This His Royal Highness Yang Fann. What was his background? Lord of Primordius sighed, the confusion in his eyes intensified. During these eras, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace had never given up on pursuing the forces behind Yang Fann. Although they had never thought that Yang Fann would be sent as a spy by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, none of them would be so extravagant as to send such a powerful great Dao God's son as a spy. Furthermore, if he was really sent as a spy, it would be impossible for him to send a quasi-sovereign of great perfection so openly for Yang Fann's use. However, they had no idea about the forces behind Yang Fann, and they had a slight shadow in their hearts. However, to their disappointment, after so many eras had passed, they still hadn't made any progress. It was as if those quasi-supreme experts had just jumped out from the cracks of a rock. Logically speaking, a major power like this that had a quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding it, and the entire primal chaos, should only have such a tiny amount of clues. It was impossible for them to not be able to find any clues at all. Ape-Dragon Chaos Circle, Lind Chaos Domain. This was one of the tens of millions of Ape-Dragon Chaos Circles in the middle-sized Chaos Domain, and it was an extremely inconspicuous middle-sized Chaos Domain. The strongest expert was also the ruler of this Chaos Domain, Lind God King. He was only a first middle-level Chaos Divine King. Lind Chaos Domain, Senhua Universe. This was an ordinary universe that couldn't be compared to an ordinary low-level universe. At a glance, it was plain and ordinary. Ordinary experts, even top-level Chaos God Kings, couldn't see any abnormalities. However, if a quasi-paragon who was proficient in the Tao of formations came personally, they would soon discover that this universe was extraordinary. The surroundings of the universe were densely packed, filled with countless divine formations. It was as if the peerless berserk beast that was lurking in the dark was about to awaken at some point and devour all living beings. In the center of the Senhua universe, in a dark and gloomy divine hall, the devil chi was dense, as if the source of darkness was absorbing all the light. A few peerless great devils whose auras were not much weaker than High Lord Devil Apes gathered together. I never thought that little son Yang Fann would have a quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding him. We have underestimated the primeval Chaos Tao Palace's importance to little son Yang Fann. Initially, I wanted to kill little son Yang Fann myself. But now, it seems like I won't have the chance anymore. In order to kill that little son Yang Fann, I need a quasi-sovereign of great perfection to do so. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it would be best if there are a few quasi-sovereign of great perfection attacking at the same time. Forget it, I'll just report this matter to the Divine Palace and let them have a headache. C 2798. His old friend is here. Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Boundless Chaos. Swoosh. The divinity turned into a stream of light, and with the speed of a peak top-level Chaos God King, it ripped apart the chaos. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. For the past 1,000 years, the group of passengers had worked even harder to get closer to Yang Fann. It could be said that they had thought of all possible solutions. The son of a supreme being, there was no one in this world who could have a stronger backer than him. Unfortunately, it was the same as before. They couldn't even get close to Yang Fann, let alone connect with him. It wasn't like there wasn't anyone who copied Linglong and wanted to save the country in a curve. Through Yang Sifan and the other girls, he got close to Yang Fann. However, it was also useless. The 6 girls stayed close to Yang Fann all year round, and they could not get close to him either. He looked at Linglong, who was talking and laughing beside the 6 girls. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why was it not them who was forcefully forced to marry? They could take the opportunity to get close to His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Some of them even followed the example and deliberately found someone to reenact the scene of forced marriage. Although the girls were kind, they were not stupid. There were not that many forced marriage in the world, and it was repeated in front of them every time. In addition to Linglong's deliberate suggestion, they quickly saw through their clumsy performance. Because of this, Linglong made many people clench their teeth in hatred. You said that you successfully hooked up with His Royal Highness Yang Fann's line. That was your luck. We won't say anything, but you shouldn't have ruined our good deed. If not for Linglong staying by the side of the 6 girls, they would really want to beat her up and let her know the price of talking too much. The Imperial King, Chaos Domain, was one of the 1,226 Chaos Domains in the large-sized Chaos Domain. At this moment, the journey of the divinity was already halfway through. As long as they passed through a few 100,000 small-sized Chaos regions, over 1,000 middle-sized Chaos Domain, and 26 large-sized Chaos Domain, they would be able to smoothly arrive at their destination, the true profound Chaos Domain, the Chieftain King Chaos Domain, the Green Crystal Universe. This was the Chieftain of Chaos Domain, a peak-grade energy-grade origin universe. It was one of the top 100 in all the universes of the Chaos Domain. It was called the economic center of Chaos Domain. Countless Chieftain Kings of Chaos Domain and even the other merchant groups of Chaos Domain gathered here. Green Crystal Universe, Green Crystal Star Harbor. This was the biggest star harbor in the Green Crystal Universe. In the past, even though this Green Crystal Star Harbor was also a gathering of experts and experts, it was still comparable to the current one. It was completely insignificant. At this moment, not to mention top-level Chaos God Kings, there were more than 1 or 2 quasi-exalts in this Green Crystal Star Harbor. The entire Green Crystal Star Harbor seemed to be filled with an unconcealable pressure. Many Green Crystal Star Harbors were local snakes, and all of them acted like obedient babies as they holed themselves up in their lairs. They were just like the young ladies of a noble family. They would not step out of their doors, nor would they step out. Half a year later, Wang, The divinity slowly descended and stopped in the first area of the green crystal star harbor. The destination of the divinity was the true profound chaos domain, but it was not a direct destination. It would stop temporarily in several chaos domain along the way. The imperial king of the chaos domain was one of the many stops. Divinity, we've finally arrived. Phew. We're finally here. Let's go to Division 1. Whoosh, whoosh, swoosh. Streams of light tore through the void and quickly appeared near the divinity. 3 days later, the divinity turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. However, compared to 3 days ago, the number of divinities within the divinity had increased exponentially. Just the top-level Chaos God King alone was more than 3 digits. Quasi-Paragon had 8 people, and the strongest one was the strongest one. His strength was even stronger than High Lord Devil Apes. He was only a step away from advancing to limited Quasi-Sovereign. As for Quasi-Paragon and the top-level Chaos God King, they were usually accompanied by many beauties. Some of them were even the goddesses of group aromatics. The purpose of these experts was self-evident. Obviously, they were here for Yang Fann, Great Tao God's son. One had to admit that in order to get on Yang Fann's side, all the major powers had gone all out. They had brought all the most beautiful women from their respective powers here. Soon, a group of peerless beauties appeared near Yang Fann. Looking at Linglong, who was getting along well with the 6 girls, the hearts of the girls were filled with envy. However, not long after, that wisp of envy was replaced by unwillingness. What right did Ruan Qiantong, this slut, have to be so lucky to become His Royal Highness Yang Fann's woman, reaching the sky in a single bound, a sparrow turning into a phoenix, a quasi-supreme being? In terms of beauty and temperament, they were not the slightest bit inferior to Linglong and Ruan Qiantong, perhaps even surpassing them. Humph, Ruan Qiantong, this slut, can do it, but why can't I? Just watch, I can also become His Royal Highness Yang Fann's woman. However, they were obviously misled by the information of Linglong Palace. Yang Fann was not angry for a beauty, he only agreed to his little sister's request. That was why he would protect Linglong and Ruan Qiantong. As for Linglong and Ruan Qiantong, from the beginning to the end, Yang Fann did not have any feelings for her. Even after 1,000 years, he still did not have a good impression of her. She was not much better than a stranger. At most, she was just a nodding friend. If they wanted to use the beauty trick to seduce him, it could only be said that they were thinking too much. Year after year passed. Very quickly, another 3,000 years passed. During this period, the divinity stopped temporarily in the 8 chaos domain. Every time it stopped, a large number of experts would board the divinity. Among them, the majority were beauties. In a short period of 3,000 years, nearly 3 layers of beauty had gathered in the divinity. Including Group Aromatics' beauty, there were tens of thousands of people with Group Aromatics' name on the divinity. If he could take out the divinity in one go, just selling these beauties alone would be enough to earn a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior a huge amount of money. One should know that beauties like Group Aromatics had always been a hot commodity. Every beauty of Group Aromatics, even if they were the last one to be auctioned off, some high-level Chaos God King warriors might not even be able to get their hands on them even if they went bankrupt. As for the top 100 beauties, they were top-level Chaos God Kings, and they might even lose their entire fortune. As for the top 10 beauties, they were enough for low-level quasi-sovereign to use most of his fortune. At this moment, within the divinity, there were 8 of Group Aromatics' top 10 beauties. Including the previous top 10 beauties of Group Aromatics, there were a total of 46 of them. However, what made the beauties despair was that Yang Fann was completely indifferent to them. No matter how they played with their hair, or how charming they were, Yang Fann was like a wooden puppet, turning a blind eye to them. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's intimate behavior with Yunuo and the other girls, they would have suspected that there was something wrong with Yang Fann. He didn't like women at all, but men. This His Royal Highness Yang Fann really fell in love with Ruan Qiantong, that lowly servant, and let that Tao protector suppress High Lord Devil Ape. I'm afraid we were all deceived by Linglong Palace. Ruan Qiantong, this lowly servant, is not His Royal Highness Yang Fann's woman at all. Although Ruan Qiantong had always been with the 6 girls and was by Yang Fann's side, if one observed carefully, one would discover that the 2 of them did not have much interaction, let alone any intimate actions. Divinity, in a luxuriously decorated restaurant. Yang Fann accompanied his little sister and the others, ignoring all the beauties around him. His eyes were burning with desire to melt them. Interesting. Suddenly, Yang Fann sat up straight. The corner of his mouth split open, revealing a hint of amusement. Who would have thought that an old friend like you would be able to escape? You won't be so lucky this time. C2799 Chicken Dog Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Divinity. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, his eyes were burning with passion. This time, a big fish had come. If they could stay here forever, then, not to mention high-rank quasi-god king, it wasn't impossible for them to break through to the top rank in one go, and even extreme quasi-god king. If they were lucky, they might even have a slight chance of breaking through to the great perfection quasi-god king. At that time, even if my overall strength isn't as good as great Dao sovereigns, I still won't be able to match up to him. I'm afraid that my overall strength won't be too far off. At least, as long as I don't face the 10 great experts of Patriarch Primordius. In front of an ordinary great Dao sovereign, it shouldn't be a problem for him to save his life. One should know that with his middle-rank quasi-god king cultivation base, his strength was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Once he broke through to the great perfection quasi-god king, his strength would increase by 1,000,000, 10 million times. No matter how powerful an ordinary great Dao sovereign was, his strength would be at the limit of 100 billion, or even 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Right at this moment, heavenly profound evil spirit formation, rise a sound of great Dao that seemed to come from all directions rolled over from all directions, sweeping up a large expanse of chaos. Rumble, rumble, the 108 baleful chi pillars were like pillars that held up the heavens, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Boundless baleful chi spread out in all directions with the 108 baleful chi pillars as the center. In the blink of an eye, billions of light years of chaos had been sealed within the divinity. Not good. This murderous aura, heavenly dark profound evil spirit formation, this is heavenly dark profound evil spirit formation. Bitch it's those bastards from the heavenly devil god palace. From top to bottom of the divinity, including quasi-paragon, each and every one of their faces changed. The heavenly profound evil spirit formation. This was one of the top-grade spatial devil formations in heavenly devil god palace. Once this formation was deployed, it would become the heavenly dark profound evil spirit formation. It was the quasi-sovereign of great perfection that wanted to break free. It wasn't an easy task, and that wasn't all. The heavenly profound evil spirit formation also had the ability to cut off the connection between the soul and the heavenly profound evil spirit formation. Even if they wanted to contact their soul duplicate, they wouldn't be able to ask for help. This must be the heavenly devil god palace's plot against His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Quasi-Paragon and the others were enlightened. This group of devils must be after His Royal Highness Yang Fann. They still had the reputation of knowing this. A set of heavenly profound evil spirit formation was enough to bankrupt a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. How could they have the qualifications to make the heavenly devil god palace go through so much trouble? Only His Royal Highness Yang Fann, the #1 monster in the primeval chaos Dao palace, had the qualifications to do so. Not good, I'm afraid. Soon, an extremely uneasy feeling engulfed their hearts. Although they had the advantage in numbers, up until now, there was a lot of quasi-paragon in the divinity. There were 42 of them, but among them, most of them were low-level quasi-sovereign. Who was the strongest? In other words, there was only one limited quasi-sovereign, and he didn't even have an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Top quasi-sovereign, who was only a grade lower, only had 4 people. Together, they could barely fight an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Evil thief from the heavenly devil god palace had come here with a great fanfare. He must be very confident that he would be able to keep His Royal Highness Yang Fann here. There was only one chance like this. Once His Royal Highness Yang Fann failed, he would have a chance like this. The primeval chaos Dao palace had also taken precautions. It would be difficult to kill His Royal Highness Yang Fann again. It was almost impossible. They couldn't afford to lose anything. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, on the other hand, had the protection of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection by his side. He was also a veteran, or even a top perfection quasi-paragons. This wasn't a secret, as the heavenly devil god palace had planted spies in the primeval chaos Dao palace. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find out about this. Since the heavenly devil god palace dared to make a move, they must have the confidence to keep that master here. It was imaginable how powerful the lineup was. The addition of them, an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, would be of no help at all. Rumble, rumble, terrifying devilish energies that made limited quasi-sovereign despair swept over from the front of the divinity, crushing everything in their path. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The divinity's defensive barrier, which could withstand low-level quasi-sovereign's attack, didn't even last for an instant before it shattered into pieces and turned into powder. Fortunately, the 42 quasi-supreme beings had long been prepared and acted in time to protect the divinity. Otherwise, the divinity would probably have already been shattered, and the corpses of millions of passengers would not have been left behind. 1, 2, 3. Gulp, gulp. 4, 5, 6. Hiss 7. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and none of them are ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? It's over, we're finished. Despair, endless despair was like a surging tide that was spreading within the divinity. Although he had long thought that the heavenly devil god palace's lineup wouldn't be simple in order to kill His Royal Highness Yang Fann in one fell swoop, he never expected that. It was actually such a terrifying technique. There were 7 of them, a total of 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and they weren't the weakest ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Especially the leader, whose aura was terrifying. Obviously, he was much stronger than the other 6 quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even the strongest amongst them, limited quasi-sovereign, was standing right in front of him. It was as if he was just casually moving his finger. He would be killed from this world, even if he had to pay any price. It was useless even if he used all the forbidden divine ability. This strength was definitely not a veteran. Or perhaps, it was something that a top-perfection quasi-paragons could possess. The most powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This was a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Woo woo woo. What should he do? What should we do? Adding the seal of the heavenly profound evil spirit formation, they had lost all their life force, not giving them any chance to live. They were dead for sure. This time, they were really dead for sure. I shouldn't have come. I really shouldn't have come. Regret, endless regret enveloped their bodies. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come to this divinity no matter what. Although befriending Yang Fann, the #1 monster in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, could allow them to reach the heavens in a single bound, leap over the Dragon Gate, or even break through their current cultivation base in one fell swoop, it was nothing compared to their lives. They would lose their lives, no matter how great their chances were. It would all be in vain. If there was a medicine for regret that could be bought in this world, they would definitely buy one without hesitation. Even if they had to go bankrupt because of this, they would not hesitate. Eldest brother, junior brother, master. Yang Fann and the other girls looked at Yang Fann worriedly, although they were worried about their own eldest brother, junior brother. Master. It made them somewhat uneasy. In front of the 7 terrifying devil god. Not to mention ants, they weren't even considered microorganisms. Even if they used all of their trump cards, including the quasi-great Dao divine artifact. I don't think we can hold them off for a second. It's fine. It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. There's nothing to worry about. Yang Fann shook his head gently and comforted them. His voice was indescribably relaxed, and he didn't put the 7 great devil god in his eyes at all. A mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection and 3 top perfection quasi-paragons warriors. 3 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This lineup was indeed terrifying compared to the others. Adding the heavenly dark evil spirit formation, even a supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection might be killed by them. However, for invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, this lineup was pretty good. Even if there were twice as many of them, it would still be very difficult for them to put invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection in danger, let alone Yang Fann, who was 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger than invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. If he was willing to do it himself, he would do it himself. Would these 7 great devil god be able to withstand his attack? It would be a huge problem. Among the 7 devil god, one of them was an acquaintance of Yang Fann. He was the old friend that Yang Fann had mentioned before. That person was no stranger. It was Dark Ember, who had escaped from the 12th demon battlefield. At that time, Yang Fann had been in pain for a long time because of this. If he could take down this Dark Ember in the past, the current him, he should be a high-ranked quasi-god king now, and his combat strength would increase by at least dozens of times. He never thought that he would dare to come here and kill him today. This was truly a path of heaven, yet you refused to walk it. You had to break through the gates of hell. Today, he would definitely make sure that there was no return. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann and the other girls' nervous hearts immediately relaxed. Eldest brother, junior brother, master, if he said it was a group of chickens and dogs, then it must be a group of chickens and dogs. Later on, they would only look at eldest brother, junior brother, master, he would show off his divine might and take down this group of chickens and dogs. There was nothing to worry about. What? Earth, dirty chickens and dogs, this Lord didn't mishear, right? His Royal Highness Yang Fann. He actually said that the 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection were just chickens and dogs. C-2800 Submit Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Divinity. All the quasi-supreme beings stared with their eyes wide open, as if they were fish eyes that were about to burst out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Hiss. What did they hear? Chicken, dog. His Royal Highness Yang Fann actually said that the 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection were chicken, dog, and dog. What kind of joke was this? That was a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and not just any ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even the weakest of them was a veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, who were second only to great Tao sovereign, wouldn't dare to say that they were just a bunch of weaklings. He was merely a middle-rank quasi-god king. How could he dare to speak such arrogant words? Unknowingly, many quasi-supreme experts looked at Yang Fann with a strange look in their eyes. Even if you wanted to comfort the woman beside you, please be more realistic. Dirty chickens and dogs, I didn't expect you to say that you're not afraid of bragging. Perhaps His Royal Highness Yang Fann did not know how terrifying 7 great devils was. He might even think that it was High Lord Devil Ape. That was true, although His Royal Highness Yang Fann was the #1 monster in the primeval chaos Tao Palace since ancient times, and his talent was unparalleled in the primal chaos. There were few people who could compare with him. However, he wasn't really a middle-ranked quasi-god king, and his eyesight was limited. It wasn't impossible for him to see through 7 great devils' scariness. He was afraid that he thought that 7 great devils was the strongest monster in the entire primeval chaos Tao Palace. Hong Long, he thought that with the protection of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior, he would be able to do whatever he wanted without putting anyone in his eyes. Very quickly, the hearts of all quasi-exalts sank to the lowest point. No, Yang Fann should not give them any hope. This time, it really was a situation of 10 deaths without any chance of survival. The 7 great quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and all of them were old quasi-sovereign of great perfection and above expert. Unless the person beside Yang Fann was an invincible huge perfection, there was no way he could win. But was this possible? An invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was an invincible existence that was only second to great Tao sovereign. Sometimes, great Tao sovereign had to give him some face. In the entire primeval chaos Tao Palace, both in the open and in the dark, the number of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection combined might not exceed 2 hands. Every invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was a giant amongst the giants. No matter how powerful Yang Fann's monster was, it was impossible for him to be qualified to make an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection lower his status and protect his safety. Not to mention an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection would be extremely insignificant. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, the quasi-sovereign of great perfection beside him, was the limit of the 3rd grade top perfection quasi-paragons. Right at this moment, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and appeared on the deck of the Divinity, facing the 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. His Royal Highness Yang Fann actually went out. Could it be? Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann really did it? Really? The bodies of the quasi-supreme beings trembled, their hearts filled with despair. A glimmer of hope blossomed in their hearts. They were able to face the Heavenly Devil God Palace so calmly. His Royal Highness Yang Fann still had a trace of confidence in his heart when it came to the 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Nothing was absolute. What if His Royal Highness Yang Fann really had a chance to defeat the 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors? Even if it was just to break the seal of the heavenly profound evil spirit formation and create a bloody path for them. That would be great. Although they weren't a match for these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, if the heavenly profound evil spirit formation didn't seal the surrounding space and time, they would be able to escape in all directions, giving them a slim chance of survival. How dare they come out? Yang Fann, you, a junior, do have some guts. The leading young man, who looked like he was in his early 20s, looked down at Yang Fann and said. His face was as clear as jade, and he was extremely handsome. His silver hair was casually hanging around his waist, like a crystal snow line. However, his eyes were strangely blood-red. At a glance, it looked like the Morrow's sea of blood. It emitted a demonic and evil aura, as if with just a glance. It'll be a complete mental shock, and everything will be lost. Chi-chi streams of blood-red baleful aura radiated out from him, with him as the center. It was as if it could transform a world into a blood kingdom at any moment. Demon Lord Kang Ling was one of the top Heavenly Devil God Palaces of the Heavenly Devil God Palace's Supreme Devil Clan, the soul-devouring Devil Clan. He had been a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection since 100 billion years ago. Among all the Heavenly Devil God Palaces in the Heavenly Devil God Palace, he was also a first-class giant, and he had a high chance of reaching the top 30 of the expert. As he spoke, a hint of admiration flashed in Demon Lord Kang Ling's bloody eyes. Not everyone had the courage to stand out and face them calmly at this moment of life and death. If it were him, he would definitely have the courage to stand out. Not to mention looking at him, the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. One should know that even many quasi-supreme experts might not be able to withstand a single glance from him. Anyone below the quasi-supreme level would have a mental breakdown, but Yang Fann, a quasi-god king, was able to withstand it. Furthermore, it was hard to tell what was wrong with him. His will had probably surpassed most of the quasi-supreme experts. It was not simple, it was truly not simple. Worthy of being the #1 monster in the history of primeval chaos Dao Palace. Truly not immortal. Yang Fann, as long as you are willing to swear, join my Heavenly Devil God Palace. I promise, you will be the #1 devil son of the Heavenly Devil God Palace from now on, from top to bottom. I will definitely nurture you with all my might. Don't worry, whatever the primeval chaos Dao Palace can give you, we will give it to you as well. Although their mission was, it was to kill Yang Fann, this great Dao God's son, to prevent future troubles. However, if they could recruit Yang Fann and make him work for the Heavenly Devil God Palace, of course, it would be the best way to recruit him. A living Yang Fann was much more valuable than the dead Yang Fann. A monster like Yang Fann was hard to find even in 10 trillion, or even a trillion eras. If he was able to surrender, the credit would be more than 10 times greater than killing him. Perhaps, he could also use this opportunity to break through the bottleneck and break through to the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. How dare you ask His Royal Highness Yang Fann to surrender? I wonder what choice His Royal Highness Yang Fann will make. In an instant, the quasi-supreme beings within the divinity felt their hearts tighten. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann didn't surrender, he would definitely fight to the death. Perhaps he could break the seal of the heavenly profound evil spirit formation and help them seize a chance of survival. But once he chose to surrender, that quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he was afraid that he would also take the opportunity to attack the Heavenly Devil God Palace, and become their Dao protector. Unlike those bodyguards, once they were determined to become Dao protectors, the two of them were one, and they would live together in glory. One will die and the other will die, to a certain extent. Yang Fann's will was the will of that quasi-sovereign of great perfection. At that time, all of them would die for sure. Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others would never allow the news of Yang Fann's surrender to be leaked. Otherwise, the primeval chaos Dao Palace would become furious, and even the high and mighty great Dao Sovereign would be alarmed. At that time, whether Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others could leave the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle alive in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's territory would be a big problem. Call me and you are still not qualified, Yang Fann sneered. They were just a bunch of ants that weren't even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, yet they still wanted to recruit him. What a joke! If it was those great Dao Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, it would be more accurate to say that they had no hope of escaping. Yang Fann might really betray the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and join the Heavenly Devil God Palace. As for the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Yang Fann wanted to know how much loyalty he had. The reason why he joined the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. He wanted to borrow the resources of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace to improve his cultivation base as fast as possible. Besides, in these hundreds of thousands of eras, if one were to calculate, it was the primeval Chaos Dao Palace who had taken advantage of him. He had lost at least billions of units of origin elemental crystals every time he exchanged for origin elemental crystals. And the benefits he had obtained from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It was just one mixed 9 forms and a few Dao Palace contribution points. Yang Fann knew that it was impossible for him to die for the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. His life not only belonged to him, but also to his parents and friends. Without his protection, his parents, Chaos God King, and the other quasi-paragons would be nothing more than a bunch of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Their fates would be miserable to the extreme. A man who was not guilty of possessing a treasure would become a criminal. At that time, those quasi-great Dao divine artifacts would be the source of the disaster. For the sake of his parents, for his family and friends, he had to live no matter what. Yang Fann, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Furthermore, with the seal of the heavenly profound evil spirit formation, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible now. Let me ask you one last time. Are you going to surrender or not? C2801 The most powerful perfection stage quasi-supreme ape dragon chaos circle, in the Skydark profound evil spirit formation. Demon Lord Kang Ling's voice suddenly turned cold, and a fierce light flashed across his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that his monstrous talent had never existed since the ancient times, it would have been someone else's turn. Even those Dao children of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would be sentenced to death if they refused me. However, this was also his last chance. As long as little son Yang Fann replied with the word, no, it would be the time of his death. He didn't have that much time to waste with little son Yang Fann. After all, this was the territory of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, not the chaotic zone near the battlefield of Dao Devil like the Tien Suo Chaos Circle. It was the true hinterland of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Although there was the protection of the heavenly dark evil spirit formation and the information inside was completely sealed, and even the connection of the soul was cut off, he didn't have to worry about anything. What if the expert of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace happened to pass by here? The heavenly profound evil spirit formation was just like the chaotic cycle grand formation of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It was the symbol of the heavenly devil god palace. Anyone who had some knowledge would know that the heavenly dark profound evil spirit formation was the divine formation that represented the heavenly devil god palace. The heavenly dark profound evil spirit formation had appeared here. If one were to use his toes to think, he would know that the expert of the heavenly devil god palace was here. It would be difficult for him not to attract the attention of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. At that time, the 7 of them would be in danger. Although their strength wasn't weak, they were still incomparable to the enormous primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Not to mention those high and mighty great Dao sovereign, just the appearance of 2 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors was enough for them to drink a pot of wine. Whether or not they could leave this ape dragon chaos circle alive was an unknown. If you want to recruit me, it would be more appropriate if it was the heavenly demon ancestor. You are not qualified. Yang Fann's voice was cold and emotionless. He didn't take Demon Lord Kang Ling's threat to heart at all. They were just a group of people who were about to die. Their role was to become his food for his growth and contribute to his advancement to Chaos God King. Phew, it's alright. It's fortunate that the worst-case scenario did not happen. All of the quasi-supreme beings released a breath of relief. Once Yang Fann made his choice, even their last bit of hope would be destroyed. None of them needed to resist anymore, they would just directly kill him. In the chaos, Boom Demon Lord Kang Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Terrifying blood waves were rolling in his eyes, as if they were going to devour all living beings. He said coldly, "Stubborn fool Yang Fann, you asked for it. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance in the next second." Demon Lord Kang Ling waved his hand and ordered, "Go everyone, attack together, finish them off." It was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. The opportunity was given to little son Yang Fann. He didn't know how bad it was, so what else could he say? He would just kill them all. "Yes, Lord Kang Ling." Dark Ember and the other 6 devil sovereigns said respectfully. There was no sign of disrespect. Both of them were quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and they were at least at level 36 to 9. Whether it was Demon Lord Kang Ling's own strength or background, he was above them. His status in the Heavenly Devil God Palace was not something they could compare with. Everyone, get ready. It's time to put your lives on the line. HMPH, we're not to be trifled with. Even if we die, we have to bite off a piece of their meat. Right, if they want our lives, they have to pay the price of blood. Within the divinity, the 42 quasi-supreme beings were all gnashing their teeth in anger, their eyes flickering with a fierce light. Each and every one of them was like a ferocious beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. The ferocity in their hearts had been completely ignited, and even if they were to die, they would drag them down with them. It wasn't that these quasi-supreme beings were loyal to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and wouldn't surrender even if it meant death. In fact, they had also thought of surrendering. However, just as this thought flashed across their minds, it was snuffed out in the cradle. Other times, Devil Sovereign would definitely wish for a quasi-supreme expert to surrender. However, it was different at this moment. In order to ensure that the news wouldn't leak out, Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others would most likely not accept them. They would intercept and kill the #1 monster of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Yang Fann. That was a matter that pierced through the heavens. As long as there was even the slightest bit of news, Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others wouldn't be able to leave primeval Chaos Dao Palace alive. These Devil Sovereign were all selfish people. The most important thing to them was their lives. Everything else, including their families, had a limited status in their hearts. For the sake of their lives, the possibility of taking them in was very slim. It would be better to work with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Fighting with his life on the line, he might as well fight with his life on the line. There was still a chance he had escaped with his life. Boom boom boom. 42 quasi-supreme beings' auras rose rapidly as the strength of origin within their bodies burned furiously. At this moment, not a single quasi-supreme expert was holding anything back. Right at this moment, you want to deal with me? Ridiculous. Each and every one of them was about to die, yet they didn't know it. Yang Fann smiled coldly, and a hint of ridicule could be seen on his face. Demon Lord Kang Ling's body slightly stagnated as a trace of unease arose in his heart. Could little son Yang Fann really turn the tables at this point in time? How was this possible? Quasi-sovereign of great perfection wasn't like cabbages on the roadside. They could get as much as they wanted. In the entire primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there were only 100 or so quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was the limit for Yang Fann to send a quasi-sovereign of great perfection as his Dao protector. As for the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the movements of the few invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were under their control. The quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding Yang Fann was at most a powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With 7 great devils' strength and the seal of the heavenly dark evil spirit formation, even the most powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors would be killed by them. It was nothing more than a matter of time and the price they had to pay. This little son Yang Fann was deliberately mystifying. Yes, he must be deliberately mystifying the situation. Little son Yang Fann, you still dare to play such tricks when you are at the brink of death? What a joke! A hint of ridicule flashed across Demon Lord Kang Ling's face, and he let out a cold laugh. Such petty tricks. Demon Lord Kang Ling, you should take a good look at your surroundings. What's wrong with my surroundings? Demon Lord Kang Ling subconsciously looked around when he heard that. Suddenly, Demon Lord Kang Ling's expression changed. A trace of unconcealable seriousness flashed across his bloody eyes. Rumble. A terrifying pressure that was only slightly inferior to him rose from his side, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it crushed down towards him. The strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it really is the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Although he had guessed that the quasi-sovereign of great perfection beside Yang Fann might be the same strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection as him, but he really thought that all of this would become reality. Demon Lord Kang Ling still couldn't accept it. They had surrounded and killed a top perfection quasi-paragons. It's a completely different concept from killing a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was hard for him not to pay the price, and it was very likely that it would harm his origin. As for Dark Ember and the other 6 great devil sovereign, their faces were all terrifyingly gloomy. Demon Lord Kang Ling could at most injure his origin, but it was different for them, who were only peak and old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. A single quasi-sovereign of great perfection fighting with his life on the line was more than enough to drag them down with him. In fact, there might even be 1 or 2 of them. No one wanted to die, not to mention these high and mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Ha ha ha, the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, that lord is actually the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. On the divinity, the 42 quasi-supreme beings' minds instantly shook greatly. A top perfection quasi-paragons wanted to be surrounded and attacked by 7 great devils. It might not be more than a point to tear apart the seal of the heavenly profound evil spirit formation. But if it was a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, this hope hung long. At least, they were confident that they would be able to escape with their lives. Demon Lord Kangling, this is frightening. What the hell is going on? Yang Fann smiled mysteriously, and a playful expression appeared on his face. What did little son Yang Fann mean by that? Could it be that he is hiding something? C2802 The only chance ape dragon chaos circle, inside the Skydark profound evil spirit formation. Demon Lord Kangling frowned, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. What did little son Yang Fann mean by this? Could it be that he still had something to hide? No, how was this possible? A supreme being, a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, was already somewhat out of their expectations. If there was anything else to hide, what would happen then? Right at this moment, rumble, another terrifying pressure that was not much weaker than Demon Lord Kangling's rose from his side. It was vast and mighty, and it swept through a myriad of light years of chaos. Ah, the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, the second strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. No, Demon Lord Kangling's pupils shrunk, and he cried out in shock. The strength of 2 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection was not any weaker than 7 great devilses, even if they had the geographical advantage. Their odds of winning were at most 46, and Yang Fann's side had 4. As for Dark Ember and the other 6 great devil sovereign, their hearts had sunk to the lowest point. 2 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, how many of them would have to sacrifice their lives in order to save them? 4, 5, or all of them, if he knew that little son Yang Fann had such a terrifying force protecting him. No matter what they said, they would never accept this mission. They were here to earn rewards, not to throw away their lives. If they didn't even have a small life, then what did a higher reward have to do with them? Ha ha ha, 2 supremes, quasi-sovereign of great perfection, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. There were actually 2 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors beside him. Good, he was saved. We are saved. On the divinity, the faces of the quasi-supreme beings were filled with pleasant surprise. The shadow in their hearts immediately dissipated by more than half. With the presence of 2 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, as well as these quasi-supreme beings, the strength of both sides could be said to be almost equal. However, don't forget that this was the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle. This was the territory of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. As long as they could break the seal of the heavenly dark profound evil spirit formation. At that time, the reinforcements of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. They would arrive here in no time. On the other hand, Demon Lord Kangling and 7 great devils were all alone. They basically wouldn't have any reinforcements. Can't take it anymore. Demon Lord Kangling, it seems like I overestimated you. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and looked at Demon Lord Kangling with disappointment. What could it be? Could it be that little son Yang Fann? And Demon Lord Kangling's heart trembled, and he wanted to deny it. But when he thought about the previous 2 times, Demon Lord Kangling's heart couldn't help but waver. Before this, he had vowed that little son Yang Fann was deliberately mystifying, but what happened in the end? Right at this moment, rumble, the 3rd supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection pressure. It rose from the side of Demon Lord Kangling and the others. Arg. 3 supreme elders quasi-sovereign of great perfection. No, at this moment, not to mention Dark Ember and the other 6 great devil sovereign, 3 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This power had completely surpassed them. Their chances of winning, it would never exceed the 3rd floor, and this was the territory of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Once they were held back by these 3 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they would have to flee for their lives. It was an extravagant hope. Ah, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, there's really something hidden. Ha ha ha. He's definitely going to win. We're definitely going to win. Phew. It's a good thing that my will is firm, and I insist on standing on His Royal Highness Yang Fann's side. Otherwise, the quasi-supreme experts were pleasantly surprised, but they couldn't help but feel relieved in their hearts. Fortunately, they managed to hold on. If they chose to surrender to the Heavenly Devil God Palace just now, regardless of whether Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others accepted it or not, their outcome would be tragic to the extreme. All the major powers had zero tolerance for traitors, and the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was no exception. Not only them, even the clans and powers behind them would suffer the same fate. No, Dao Palace really values His Royal Highness Yang Fann. They actually sent 3 supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts to protect him. This treatment was truly unparalleled. From ancient times until now, no one had ever heard of the existence of these 3 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection's personal guards. If Great Dao Sovereign didn't come out, even if it was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior who wanted to attack His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he wouldn't be able to surpass the 3rd level. 3 of the most powerful men in the world. Although quasi-sovereign of great perfection wasn't a match for an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, if they wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection to keep them. Around them, the group of excellent men from Group Aromatics. Their pale faces were instantly swept away. Each and every one of them felt their hearts beating rapidly. It was as if there was a deer running around in their hearts, looking at Yang Fann. It was as if they wanted to swallow Yang Fann whole, and protect him with the 3 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. This was the treatment given to those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Hong Long, as the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, the expert was second only to the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Most of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors would be considered pretty good if they could have a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection under their command, let alone 3 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. If she could become His Royal Highness Yang Fann's woman, that would be. Didn't that mean that they would have the right to command the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection in the future? Divinity, Deck 3. The show had just started, what's the hurry? Yang Fann smiled mysteriously. He didn't just want to defeat Demon Lord Kang Ling and 7 great devils, he also wanted to completely suppress them. However, the soul duplicate of 3 paths wasn't enough. As his voice faded, rumble, another soul duplicate appeared near Demon Lord Kang Ling. The terrifying pressure of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was boiling and wreaking havoc in the chaos. Arg, the 4th soul duplicate, quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The panic in Demon Lord Kang Ling's eyes gradually turned into despair. 4 strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This strength was not 1 + 1 = 2. They didn't even need the reinforcements from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace to stay, and they were confident that they would be able to keep all of them here. Demon Lord Kang Ling, don't be anxious. Take your time and take it slow. There's still more to come. Ah, the 5 Supremes. No, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Demon Lord Kang Ling let out a hysterical wail. His eyes were about to burst out of his eyes. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Each and every one of them was a supreme being. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were like bamboo shoots after a rain, constantly rising. In just a short period of time, 16 of them had appeared. He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. This was an utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection, not some random cabbage on the roadside. He could get as many as he wanted. According to the information that Heavenly Devil God Palace had, Primeval Chaos Dao Palace only had 32 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even if they were hiding something, the hidden ultimate quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 10 of them was almost the limit. However, at this moment, there were a total of 16 of them. More importantly, these 16 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Each and every one of them was so unfamiliar to him. None of them were among those 32 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In other words, these strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were the hidden forces of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Ah, an illusion, this must be my illusion. Demon Lord Kang Ling shouted crazily in his heart, but the remaining trace of rationality told him that all of this was real. Other things could be faked, but the awe-inspiring power could not be faked. He would never be wrong. That was the true pressure of a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Furthermore, it was not as simple as just breaking through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Every single one of them could be considered an expert amongst all the mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Compared to him, they were only slightly weaker. Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, you all really think highly of me. 16 utmost powerful beings, 16 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. I'm afraid all of you hidden utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection have arrived here. I really can't bear such a grand occasion. For a moment, Demon Lord Kang Ling was in despair and despair. 16 supreme experts. With the combined strength of 16 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, they could easily crush all of them. Even running away was just wishful thinking. I never thought that I, who have dominated the trillions of eras, would actually fall here. No, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Buzz. Suddenly, Demon Lord Kang Ling caught a glimpse of Yang Fann on the deck of the divinity. There seemed to be a ray of hope, tearing apart the darkness of despair. Opportunity, this was his only chance. C2803 all in one fell swoop. Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Heavenly Dark Profound Evil Spirit Formation. Demon Lord Kang Ling and 7 great devils' hearts felt like they had fallen from the top of the clouds to the endless abyss. Initially, they thought that 7 great devils would kill a junior, Yang Fann. That would be a piece of cake for them. There were even some devil sovereign. He had already prepared to go back and hold a grand celebration banquet. He wanted to kill a top-grade great Tao God's son that was rarely seen in trillions of eras. It was definitely the greatest glory of their lives. How could they not publicize it? They had never thought that they would be able to shake their prestige. The deadly trap they had worked so hard to set up was actually a deadly trap. What did they just see? 16 quasi-sovereign of great perfection, a total of 16 quasi-sovereign of great perfection. There was no way they could survive this, not even a path of death was given to them. Just as Demon Lord Kang Ling's mind was about to collapse, he caught a glimpse of a glimmer of hope from the corner of his eye. Yang Fann, it was their target. Yang Fann, they didn't know if it was because they were too confident or for some other reason. The 16 supreme experts, none of the quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts were guarding Yang Fann. All he saw was Yang Fann standing alone on the deck of the divinity. An opportunity, this was their only chance to turn the tables. As long as they could capture this Yang Fann in one fell swoop, they would not be able to harm him. These 16 strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace wouldn't dare to act rashly. As far as Yang Fann and Primeval Chaos Tao Palace were concerned, what did it mean? They knew very well that it was the hope of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was the key to surpassing all the top powers in the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace and the number 1 power in the Primal Chaos, the Primordial Shrine. The reason why the Primordial Shrine was able to dominate the other 9 major powers was because of the 10 major powers in the Primal Chaos. It was all because of the Myriad Beginning Ancestor and the Myriad Origin Ancestor, the 2 ancient Primeval Chaos Tao Palaces. The other 9 major powers only had one first ancestor to the expert. Great Tao Sovereign was the key to a normal peak power. A single Great Tao Sovereign was enough to make a qualitative leap in their power. However, for the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Heavenly Devil God Palace, and the other 10 supreme powers, although Great Tao Sovereign was important, the true deciding factor was the number of first ancestor to the expert and the strength of Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, the Heavenly Devil Ancestor, and the other first ancestor to the expert. To a certain extent, the importance of Yang Fann and the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace was even greater than that of an ordinary Great Tao Sovereign. Currently, Yang Fann was their biggest protective talisman. Buzz. With a flash of blood in his eyes, Demon Lord Kang Ling's body moved and tore apart the chaos, lunging at Yang Fann. His speed had even exceeded the limit of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. He was even faster than many invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Demon Lord Kang Ling didn't hold back at all. He even used the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his speed. Demon Lord Kang Ling knew this very well. He only had one chance. Once he failed, the 16 quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace would never give him a second chance. At that time, the only thing waiting for them was death. Ah, not good. Within the divinity, the expressions of all the quasi-supreme beings present turned ugly. Suddenly, fast, it was truly too fast. Most of the quasi-supreme experts couldn't even react in time. Even those top-grade experts, limited quasi-sovereign, only had a sliver of consciousness, but they couldn't even warn him, let alone rescue Yang Fann. It's over. The situation was great. It's over just like that. His Royal Highness Yang Fann fell into Demon Lord Kang Ling's hands. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann as a hostage, it would be difficult to capture Demon Lord Kang Ling and 7 great devils. These lords were the same. Did they not know how important His Excellency Yang Fann was to the Dao Palace? Why didn't they leave a few people behind, standing beside His Highness and protecting his safety? Even if there was only one person, Demon Lord Kang Ling wouldn't be able to act tough. Now, His Royal Highness Yang Fann would never be able to escape from Demon Lord Kang Ling's devil claw. Alright, we are saved, ha ha ha. Lord Kang Ling still has a way. Dark Ember and the other 6 devil sovereign, who were in despair, were instantly delighted. A bright ray of hope, like the rising sun, dispersed the darkness of their heart sea and illuminated the entire heart sea. As long as little son Yang Fann was in their hands, they would be invincible. Good, maybe we still have a chance to complete the mission. Unknowingly, some of the devil sovereigns' eyes shone with traces of ambition. It would be best if they could take the opportunity to complete the mission. The generous reward was enough to raise their strength by a grade. It was not impossible even if they were 2 levels higher. At that moment, trying to plot against me. Naive, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked and revealed a hint of disdain. How could he leave such a huge flaw in his plan? Besides, those powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection weren't like what they had imagined. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace was hiding their true strength. It was just his soul duplicate. With just a thought, he could easily split out 10 or 100 soul duplicate like this. Attempting to kill him, it was totally the same as an old man eating arsenic, complaining that he didn't die fast enough. Rumble, rumble, 8 terrifying auras of quasi-sovereign of great perfection rose up in front of Yang Fann. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth, firmly suppressing Demon Lord Kang Ling. Evil creature, how dare you be rude to His Highness? Die now, kill divine ability, void prison. Ah, no, how could this be? Demon Lord Kang Ling's eyes were filled with anger. Apart from disbelief, he still couldn't believe it. 16 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection had already exceeded the expectation of the heavenly devil god palace. Now, another 8 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection had emerged. Motherfucker, did they really think that quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were some random dog? They could get as many as they wanted, damn it, or all the intelligence officers of the divine palace eating shish tea. A bunch of bastards, they should all be thrown into the nether hell and never be reincarnated again. The limit of 10 supreme experts. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, 24 strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Fuck, could the gap between them be even bigger? The divine palace had spent so much resources to nurture them. Was this how they fooled the divine palace? Ah, no, it's over, we're finished, woo. How could this be? I don't want to die, woo. Someone save me. Under the siege of the 8 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection, Demon Lord Kang Ling, Dark Ember, and the other 6 devil sovereign who were at an absolute disadvantage instantly let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they had lost their parents. Collapsed, their minds had completely collapsed, their last chance of survival had been nipped in the bud. What else could they do? Gulp. Again, another 8 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This. Within the divinity, the quasi-supreme being swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. They were so shocked that they were speechless. 16 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection were already enough to shock the world. Even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't be able to retreat even if they fought to the death, and they would still be surrounded and killed by them. He never thought that His Royal Highness Yang Fann would have such a powerful trump card. We were worrying for nothing, that's true. How could His Royal Highness Yang Fann leave such an obvious weakness for himself? Even if His Royal Highness Yang Fann didn't think of it, how could these lords not think of it? Very quickly, the corners of many quasi-supreme beings' mouths drew a bitter smile. They were truly worrying for nothing. The most powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for tens of billions of eras? Which one of them wasn't an extremely intelligent person? Besides, even if one of them was careless, could it be that everyone was careless and careless? Thinking about it carefully, from the beginning until the end, none of those 16 lords had a trace of panic. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann really was in any danger, all of the lords would be so calm. Under the protection of these 16 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, if anything were to happen to His Royal Highness Yang Fann, even if they were all utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they would still lose a layer of skin if they didn't die. Take them down, yes, your highness. In an instant, 16 quasi-sovereign of great perfection were split into two. 4 of them joined the fight against Demon Lord Kang Ling. In an instant, Demon Lord Kang Ling, who was already at an absolute disadvantage, was in a precarious situation. He was like a lone boat in the middle of a storm. At any moment, he was in danger of being overturned. The other 12 supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection were also in danger. Hong Long. We're dead. Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others are dead. C 2804. The Aftermath. Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Divinity. The eyes of the prospective saints were fixed on Demon Lord Kang Ling and 7 great devils, as if they were looking at a group of dead men. They were dead for sure. This 7 great devils was dead. Even running away was an extravagant hope. 24 supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This force was truly terrifying. Even if it was the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, if they couldn't break out of the encirclement in time, what awaited them would be the fate of being surrounded and killed. It would only be a matter of time. Besides, Demon Lord Kang Ling was waiting for 7 great devils. The battle was a one-sided slaughter. In just a single exchange, Dark Ember and the other 2 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection didn't even have the chance to let out a blood-curdling scream before they were completely crushed. The strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, the oldest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, was 2 levels lower. The difference in strength was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Any one of the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection could be defeated with ease. They could even suppress an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection, let alone 2 of them. The danger factor during this period was not 1 + 1, but several times greater. On the divinity deck, sure enough, I'm no longer the same as before. A hint of pride flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Back then, he didn't even dare to attack Dark Ember. He could only take a step back and set his target on Archdevil. Shintu, who would have thought that in less than 100,000 eras, he wouldn't even need his true body to attack him. A mere 2-soul duplicate was enough to take Dark Ember down. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he was afraid that no one would believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. The chaos was so huge that no one would believe it. Swoosh 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 suppress Dark Ember and the others. After the 3 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, the 6 of them were the strongest. The quasi-sovereign of great perfection was split into 3, tearing apart the chaos. They charged towards the 3 top perfection quasi-paragons warriors. The result was obvious. The 3 top perfection quasi-paragons warriors were already in a precarious situation under the joint attack of the 2 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. They could be suppressed at any time. Now, with 2 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors joining the battle, it would be strange if they could hold on. In less than an instant. Ah, no, I've roamed unhindered through millions and millions of eras in the primal chaos. I'm unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling to accept this. Arg, no. Spare me, I beg of you, spare me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Compared to the various quasi-supreme beings under the rule of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, these devil sovereign from the heavenly devil god palace had no moral integrity to speak of. They had always been selfish, but they had always valued themselves the most. In order to save their lives, it was not impossible for them to surrender to their old enemy, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If these mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection were really as they had guessed, it would be the hidden strength of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Their surrender could really save their lives. A quasi-sovereign of great perfection was not something an ordinary quasi-supreme being could compare with. Even within the 10 great supreme being powers, they were all the core forces. There were generally only a few quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even if they were to include their subordinate major powers, quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was very difficult for them to surpass 4 digits, especially when they were at the 3rd grade top perfection quasi-paragons. The number of them was even rarer. Surrendering 3 top perfection quasi-paragons warriors in one go was a huge force for the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Unfortunately, these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were merely Yang Fann's sole duplicate. All of their thoughts were controlled by Yang Fann, and he had no intention of subduing them. It was better for these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors to obediently become his food for growth. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, the divine palace won't let you go. His Majesty will avenge us. He will definitely avenge us. Not good. Demon Lord Kang Ling's heart trembled. An indescribable fear enveloped his heart. He was already on the verge of collapse when faced with the combined attack of 12 experts of the same level. He had to rely on the forbidden divine ability to hold on. Now, without Dark Ember and the other 6 Devil Sovereign to share his burden, he would have to rely on the 24 strongest expert. All of them were attacking at the same time. The pressure had increased by more than a little bit. In less than a breath's time. Bang! Demon Lord Kang Ling's mighty devil body exploded like a huge universe, burning away all of his brilliance. Before he could reform his devil body, a mighty force had completely sealed the surrounding space and suppressed him. It's over. Is everything over just like that? Within the divinity, all of the quasi-supreme beings were dumbstruck. Although they had long guessed that Demon Lord Kang Ling and the other 7 great devils wouldn't be a match for the 24 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts, however, when all of this became reality, they still felt as if they had fallen into a dream. Those were 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, and there were even some quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors like Demon Lord Kang Ling. Not counting the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, this power. In their Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, it was synonymous with invincibility. Even if it was the number 1 clan of their Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, the Chaotic Ape Dragon Clan, facing 7 great devils. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. However, it had only been 3 breaths of time, and it had only been a short period of time. 7 great devils had been suppressed by wuxia. It was truly unacceptable. Your Highness, we will take our leave. The 24 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection bowed respectfully to Yang Fann. Yang Fann waved his hand casually, as if the person in front of him wasn't the mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, but the 24 Chaos God King, the lowest grade Chaos God King. SS's, am I seeing things? How could this be? Gulp. His Royal Highness Yang Fann's status in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace is probably even higher than what we have estimated. Even if he can't be compared to the supreme experts, I'm afraid he won't be much worse. In an instant, all the quasi-supreme beings sucked in a breath of cold air once more. In front of the 24 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. 2 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection could ignore them, but if they angered the 24 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection at the same time, the consequences wouldn't be something they wanted to see. As for the group of beautiful girls, many of them secretly made up their minds. As long as His Royal Highness Yang Fann could accept them, they would be willing to give up all their dignity and pride and become a lowly slave. They would never forget that scene in their lives. That elegant demeanor and expression. Compared to the Ape Dragon Chaos Circles of Heaven's Pride Evildoer, who was on the Ape Dragon Prodigy roll, their Ape Dragon Chaos Circle was nothing more than a joke. They were like children playing house, childish. The 2 of them were on completely different levels. This was the image of a prince in their hearts. Only by becoming his woman would they not have wasted their time in this world. After half an incense stick of time, Poochie Poochie Poochie, the 108 baleful chi pillars disappeared without a trace. The terrifying baleful chi that filled the land of billions of light years. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly dissipated. A quarter of an hour passed. The divinity turned into a stream of light and continued on its way. Rumble. Rays of divine light centered around the divinity. It spread out in all directions, quickly dissipating into the vast primordial chaos. Soon, the news of the heavenly devil god palace using 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection to kill Dao Child Yang Fann and the 24 strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the primeval chaos Dao palace spread out at a terrifying speed towards the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, and even the entire territory of the primeval chaos Dao palace. What? 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors of the heavenly devil god palace are trying to kill His Royal Highness Yang Fann. The primeval chaos Dao palace is hiding 24 powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection beside His Royal Highness Yang Fann, suppressing Demon Lord Kang Ling and 7 great devils with one strike. Gulp. What kind of joke is this? How could this be possible? How many quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors are there in the primeval chaos Dao palace? Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, where did so many powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection ambush His Royal Highness Yang Fann? C2805 Count the Harvest. The news that the Heavenly Devil God Palace had used 7 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors to kill Tao Child Yang Fann and was suppressed by the 24 strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was like a chaotic storm. With the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle as the center, it spread to the territory of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Countless powers were shocked, but most of them still couldn't believe it. Especially those quasi-paragon who knew the background of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, they were even more suspicious of this news. 24 supreme experts. 24 of them were at the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, a total of 24 of them were the strongest. Not only one quasi-sovereign of great perfection, but also 2. This was simply impossible. One should know that there were only a few supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection in the entire primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Even including the supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection belonging to the major subordinate powers, there were only 60 to 70 of them. Probably not. 24 of them occupied almost half of the total number. If the primeval Chaos Tao Palace really wanted to transfer so many supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection at once, it was impossible for them not to notice it. It should be those quasi-supreme beings in the divinity who had made a mistake. Perhaps only a few of them were the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, but the rest of them were only the strongest, veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This wasn't impossible, although those people were also quasi-paragon. After all, there was no quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The strongest one was only limited quasi-sovereign, and there was a limit to what he could see. In their eyes, there was not much difference between the top and old quasi-sovereign of great perfection and the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. No matter who it was, they were stronger than them by 1,000 or 10,000 times. They could easily crush them. Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Primordius Divine Mountain. 2. 24 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Hiss. This. Lord of Primordius was flabbergasted. He was so shocked that he was speechless. The experts of the other major powers. He was deeply suspicious of this, but he clearly knew that all of this was true. There were really 24 utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. If he couldn't be sure about such a thing, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had become one of the 10 greatest powers in the primal chaos. After a long while, Lord of Primordius finally regained his senses. I thought that I had overestimated His Royal Highness Yang Fann. I never thought that the forces behind him would. 24 quasi-sovereign of great perfection, this number. It had already exceeded half of the total number of utmost powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection that the primeval Chaos Tao Palace possessed. This wasn't something that those top powers that only had quasi-supreme experts could possess. Only those supreme inheritances that had great Tao Sovereign as their guardian could produce such an item. Furthermore, that power, it was definitely not weak amongst the supreme inheritances. It was very likely to be ranked among the top. But why don't we have any clues at all? Soon, a puzzled expression emerged on Lord of Primordius's face. In the entire primal chaos, there were only 86 supreme inheritances apart from the 10 major powers. Furthermore, the number of supreme inheritances that could produce 24 supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts at once was extremely small. It was unknown whether they could surpass the number of supreme inheritances. Logically speaking, it was impossible that they couldn't find any clues. Furthermore, if Yang Fann was the descendant of those supreme inheritances, it was impossible for those great Tao Sovereign to become the disciple of primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was too late for him to keep such a supreme great Tao God's son. How could he be willing to give it to primeval Chaos Tao Palace? One should know that as long as Yang Fann grew stronger, the 10 supreme powers in the primal chaos would become 11 supreme powers. The more he investigated, the more he felt that Yang Fann was shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making it hard for others to see his true identity. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Fann had a special identity, and that he was replaced by other Tao children, he would have long since called upon him to question him, and even interrogate him about his background. Unfortunately, facing Yang Fann, not to mention the current palace lord, not even the paragons, or even the Grand Master, would dare to question him. If something went wrong and caused Yang Fann to be dissatisfied, forcing him to join another major power, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace would suffer a great loss. As long as Yang Fann didn't betray them, they would take things one step at a time. Yang Fann was willing to reveal his true identity to them. If he didn't want to, they wouldn't force him to do so. This was the unanimous attitude of all the decision-makers of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. The lair of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the Heavenly Devil Universe. Rumble, heaven and earth suddenly changed, dark clouds covered the sky. Boom boom boom, terrifying devil might that made top-level chaos god kings and even quasi-supreme beings tremble rose up from all the secret realms in Devil Palace, shattering a large portion of the space. For a moment, the entire universe seemed to be filled with an indescribable pressure. It had failed. The assassination plan that they had carefully planned had completely failed. Even Demon Lord Kang Ling and the other 7 great devils were trapped in prison. It was a huge loss to a colossus like the Heavenly Devil God Palace, especially the fact that Demon Lord Kang Ling had been captured. This had infuriated the Supreme Being. The soul-devouring division was ranked at the bottom among all the Supreme Devil clan in the Heavenly Devil God Palace. There were only a limited number of quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors, especially the 2 strongest quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors. Now that Demon Lord Kang Ling was killed, it was a huge loss to the soul-devouring Devil clan. During this period of time, many of the intelligence officers of Tianmu Demon Palace had been sent to the Nether Hell, never to reincarnate. Even a few of the quasi-supreme experts, Hall Lord, had been sent away. If it wasn't for this bunch of idiots who ate the meat of the dead, the Heavenly Devil God Palace wouldn't have lost 7 quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection experts in just a short period of time. More importantly, after this ambush, the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace had to pay more attention to Yang Fann's safety. It would be very difficult for them to assassinate him, if they really thought that the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace's Tianji Palace was just a decoration. It wouldn't be easy to arrange a large number of quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors to enter the territory of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, especially the 9 great direct subordinates of the large-sized Chaos Circle. Besides, they had spies who were in charge of the whereabouts of those invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors from the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. The same was true for the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It wouldn't be easy for the invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors of the Heavenly Devil God Palace to make a move without anyone noticing. Time flew by. Soon, another 10,000 years passed. The divinity gradually approached their destination, the true profound chaos domain. In at most 1,000 years, they would arrive at the true profound chaos domain. In these 10,000 years, even more top-grade God King, quasi-supreme beings, and numerous top-grade goddesses had entered the divinity. There were even some who had rushed over from other chaotic circles. Although many powers didn't believe that there were 24 quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection guarding Yang Fann, just a few of them were enough to show Yang Fann's extraordinary status in the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. This was a huge golden leg that couldn't be any thicker. Putting this leg on, it wouldn't be much different from putting a great Dao sovereign on it. In a short period of 10,000 years, just the number of quasi-supreme beings in the entire divinity had exceeded 3 digits. It wasn't as simple as just barely stepping out, it was close to 200. There were even a few ordinary quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection among them. As for those goddesses, there were more than 100,000 of them. It seemed like the divinity had become a womanland. At a glance, they were all peerless goddesses of Group Aromatix's level. Those ordinary passengers, and even the people who owned the ship, were all very careful. None of them dared to breathe too loudly. None of these powers were people they could afford to offend. If something went wrong, they would anger these big shots. The consequences would be unimaginable. Divinity, outside a luxurious palace. A group of quasi-supreme beings and a large number of devastatingly beautiful peerless goddesses would occasionally look at the tightly shut doors of the palace, their eyes flickering with traces of anticipation. 5,000 years ago, he had already stopped walking within the divinity with the 6 goddesses. All these years, these powers had been thoroughly annoyed. Wherever they went, there would be a large group of people following closely behind, forming a dense mass. These people weren't his enemies. They just wanted to be on good terms with him, and even seek refuge with him. It wouldn't be good for Yang Fann to suppress them. In the end, Yang Fann couldn't take it anymore and could only bring the 6 girls back to their palace. Buzz. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Phew. Finally, the inventory count was completed. As expected of a quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection, an old monster who has lived for tens of billions of years. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint me. C-2806 Seclusion Divinity, inside a luxurious palace. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. For 10,000 years, he had been multitasking. He had accompanied his little sister and the others while tearing the Demon Lord Kang Lings of Demon Lord Kang Ling and 7 great devils, robbing them of all the treasures and divine weapons in the chaos. The result didn't disappoint Yang Fann. It could be said that he was very satisfied with the result. One should know that the current situation was different from the past. In the past, he had spent tens of thousands of years just to plunder Shen Tu and Yun Shao, the 2 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. However, if it was the current Yang Fann, he would be able to plunder the 2 families of Devil Sovereign in less than 10 years. This time, it took him 10,000 years to completely plunder all the treasures and resources in 7 great devils' chaos. Even if he was slightly distracted and slightly affected his efficiency, it was not hard to tell how rich 7 great devils' family was. Even the weakest of them, Dark Ember and the other 2 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection, were worth more than 10 times more than Archdevil Shentu and the others. As for the 3 top perfection quasi-paragons, their value was 100 times more than Archdevil Shentu's. As for Demon Lord Kang Ling, the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he was even more terrifying. 1,000 times more than the sum of Archdevil Shentu and Yun Shao and Devil Sovereign. Just the quasi-great Dao Divine Artifact alone, Yang Fann had found no less than 1,000 of them. There was even an exquisite quasi-great Dao Divine Artifact among them. It was Demon Lord Kang Ling's Lifeblood Divine Artifact, the Dark Green Tower. It could be said that the Dark Green Tower had contributed a lot to Demon Lord Kang Ling's ability to endure for so long under the siege of so many experts of the same level. As for the other origin of Chaos Divine weapons, they were piled up like a mountain. Adding the huge amount of natural wealth and natural treasures, if the divine fruit and divine medicine was given to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, they would not be able to exchange it for the Origin Elemental Crystal. 2 billion units of Origin Elemental Crystals wouldn't be much different. However, compared to Yang Fann, the biggest reward wasn't the exquisite quasi-great Dao Divine Artifact, the Dark Green Demon Tower. It was the 108 Netherheaven Mystic Demon flags. With these 108 Skydark Demon God flags, he could forcefully read the soul memories of Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others. He drew the gourd and set up the Skydark Profound Evil Spirit formation. It wasn't a difficult task. This was a precious formation flag that could be temporarily sealed by an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength, as long as he could seal an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection for a short period of time. When the time came, he wouldn't have the confidence to suppress it to the 10th level. There was still hope for him to reach the 8th layer. And this was only with Yang Fann's current middle-ranked quasi-God King cultivation base. Once he completely digested all the benefits he had gotten this time, he would be able to break through to the peak, limit, and even great perfection quasi-God King. At that time, unless those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had the real great Dao Divine Artifact in their hands, they would be able to live in his hands. He was afraid that there were only a few of them left. Thinking about it, it was really exciting. I wonder who will be the first invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection to fall in my hands. The only flaw was that Yang Fann couldn't find any trace of the great Dao origin in 7 great devils' body. Not to mention a single unit, there wasn't even a grain of rice in 7 great devils' body. It seemed that in order to obtain the great Dao origin, one would need to obtain it from great Dao sovereign. For example, Demon Lord Kang Ling was not only a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he was also a direct descendant of the soul-devouring sovereign, and a right-hand man. To a certain extent, his status wasn't any weaker than some invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even he didn't have a source of the great Dao. Most of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection were worrying about him. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace was the same, they couldn't even exchange for a great Dao origin. Otherwise, given his current status, he should have a chance to exchange for a great Dao origin. Compared to the breakthrough in his cultivation base, Yang Fann's progress in his divine body was a little slow. Helplessly, a clever woman could never cook without rice. Without the great Dao origin, he could never cultivate the great Dao sovereign's divine art. As for the Chaos origin divine arts, it had already reached the great perfection stage, and it had already reached its limit. It couldn't be improved, and could only rely on the power of Chaos God to help him break through to the great perfection stage. True Mystic Chaos Domain. This was one of the 1228 large-sized Chaos Domain in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, and it was ranked 18th among the 1,228 large-sized Chaos Domain. It was ranked even higher than the Exquisite Chaos Domain and the Ape Devil Chaos Domain. The true profound heavenly palace that controlled this true profound Chaos Domain was the same as the Linglong Palace, one of the 36 heavenly palaces of the human race. However, it was ranked far above the Linglong Palace, ranked 13th. According to the legends, the ancestor of the true profound heavenly palace, the true profound heaven lord, was only a step away from the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was very likely that he had already taken that step in advance to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In the blink of an eye, 800 years had passed. Pucci, the divinity, ripped apart the chaotic crystal wall of the Chaos Domain and entered it. 160 years later, in the mysterious star universe, which was known as the number 1 economic center of the true mystic Chaos Domain, there was a large star harbor. The divinity slowly descended. This was the final destination of the divinity. The quasi-supreme beings and the group of goddesses left the divinity with disappointment on their faces. From the beginning to the end, Yang Fann had never spoken a single word to them. After greeting them, he was extremely cold and aloof. He had even left the divinity before they arrived at the mysterious star universe, causing their final efforts to be in vain. Of course, the one who was most disappointed was none other than Linglong. Initially, he thought that he would be able to successfully board Yang Fann's ship after he had won the favor of the 6 goddesses by his side. From then on, he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, reaching the sky in a single bound. Who would have thought that Yang Fann still had no intention of taking her away and left her in the divinity? In reality, it had always been Linglong's wishful thinking. Yang Fann did not have the intention of bringing her along. Little sister and the others were soft-hearted for a moment. Saving her life was also fine, but they did not have the obligation to protect her for the rest of her life. Furthermore, Linglong was now completely safe. High Lord Devil Ape was suppressed by him. The desolated Devil Ape clan couldn't even protect themselves. Also, the Linglong Palace was begging her to return to the Heavenly Palace. How could it harm her? Regarding this, Yang Fann and the other girls didn't say anything. All these years, Linglong had been trying to please them. Although they had gotten along well, they were only good friends. They were eldest brother, junior brother, master. If they didn't want to bring Linglong along, then they wouldn't bring her along. Furthermore, it wasn't bad to return to Linglong Palace. With the full support of the Linglong Palace, she had at least half a chance of advancing to the quasi-sovereign realm. However, if she followed by their side, it would be hard to say for sure. Currently, apart from the people closest to her, the rest of them, including her family's Yang family, the Luo family, Maniu, Chinhu and the rest of her brothers, eldest brother, junior brother, master, even the help he provided was limited, let alone Linglong. At most, they would occasionally give her some resources. But it was also very limited. The possibility of advancing to the quasi-supreme realm in the end would probably not be much better than her returning to the Linglong Palace. 100 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 100 million years, 1 trillion years, billions of years. Very quickly, an era passed. Yang Fann did not go to the battlefield of Dao Devil for this era, nor did he go into seclusion to refine the many resources in his hands. Instead, he brought the 6 girls and traveled within the territory of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. A single era had almost visited every single large-sized chaos circle that belonged to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. During this period of time, Yang Fann didn't conceal his whereabouts. It was just a blatant assassination attempt. He had earned a bowl full of alms jars, and if there were a few more fights, not to mention Great Perfection Quasi-God King, he might even be able to break through to Chaos God King in one fell swoop. In any case, with his current cultivation base, as long as it wasn't the Great Dao Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, he would be able to break through to the Great Perfection Quasi-God King in one go. There was basically no need to worry about his safety. However, what disappointed him was that the Heavenly Devil God Palace had become a cowardly tortoise. For an entire era, it was as if they had completely forgotten about Yang Fann. As for the rest of them, they were even rarer. The name of Yang Fann, the number 1 Dao child, had long since spread throughout the various major clans and powers under the command of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Those first-rate and top powers with top-level Chaos God Kings and quasi-supreme beings were basically aware of Yang Fann's reputation. They wouldn't even have the time to curry favor with him, so how could they offend him? Only those small powers with little knowledge would recklessly target their group. Buzz. With a flash of light, the 6 girls disappeared without a trace and were absorbed into the chaos within Yang Fann's body. It's about time for me to go into seclusion and refine that 7 great devils. Great perfection quasi-god king, I'm here. C-2807 Advancement Kunshi Chaotic Ring was one of the large-sized chaos circle under the jurisdiction of primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was a medium-sized chaos circle with 363 large-sized chaos domain. It was one of the thousands of large-sized chaos circle governed by the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It could be considered a middle-tier power, and the clan it controlled was the Kunshi divine race. It was a humanoid race with silver horns on its head, and it was first-class god clan. The strongest expert among them was the Lord of Kunshi, a peak top-level chaos god king. Apart from that, he was also an expert of the Kunshi divine race. Among all of them, there were 4 top-level chaos god kings. This was considered not bad. Chaos domain of the prison dragon, one of the 363 large-sized chaos domain in the Kunshi chaotic ring. It was controlled by the second-rate race, Iron Prison Flood Dragon Clan. This Iron Prison Flood Dragon Clan was one of the top branches of the Flood Dragon Clan. They were born with universe sovereigns, and when they matured, they became universe lord. With just a bit of talent, they could become a universe god. Only Chaos God King was the true bottleneck, and he was the only one who could break through to the 9th level. The Iron Prison Flood Dragon blocked outside the door. Currently, the entire Iron Prison's Flood Dragon race had over 1,000 Flood Dragon Kings. All of them were Chaos God King, and the strongest was the Iron Prison's Dragon King. It was a quasi-top-level God King who had stepped into the top-level Chaos God King realm. Among the trillions of races in the Kunshi chaotic ring, the Iron Prison's Flood Dragon race was one of the top 20, and they even had a chance to break through to the top 10. Even the Kunshi Divine Clan that controlled the Kunshi Chaotic Ring had to give this Iron Prison Flood Dragon Clan some face. The Prison Dragon Chaos domain was in chaos. No one knew when, but someone had created a great world that spanned thousands of light years. In that great world, Yang Fann sat cross-legged, his divine light shining brightly, and his appearance was solemn. An era had passed. Yang Fann accompanied his little sister and the others, and almost all of the large-sized chaos circle was under the primeval Chaos Tao Palace's command. After that, he began to cultivate in seclusion. During this period of time, Yang Fann would occasionally find some time to take out some resources. Up until now, other than the exquisite quasi-Great Tao Divine Artifact and 25 high-grade quasi-Great Tao Divine Artifacts in the dark green Feather Devil Pagoda, he had not left a single one of the other 1,000 Yang Fanns behind. All of them had been exchanged for origin elemental crystals, and those natural treasures. The divine fruit and divine medicines that Yang Fann left behind were divine herbs that could enhance the innate bloodline of his parents. Everything else had been replaced by Yang Fann's. He had brought a total of 1.63 billion units of origin elemental crystals to Yang Fann. Of course, the loss was not small either. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace did not have the resources that they had earned from Yang Fann in exchange for this short era. 100 billion units of origin elemental crystal was worth 80 billion units. It was almost comparable to half of a top perfection quasi-paragon's family. However, Yang Fann had risen too quickly, and his foundation was too shallow. He didn't have anyone under his command. Finally, including the origin elemental crystal that Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others possessed, Yang Fann had a total of 2 billion units of origin elemental crystal. Grug grug grug, a large piece slash with a speed visible to the naked eye, he shattered into pieces, turning into streams of source energy that flowed into Yang Fann's body, causing his cultivation base to slowly advance to the high-rank quasi-god king. In an average of 3 seconds, there was a unit of origin elemental crystal that was completely devoured by Yang Fann. Fortunately, there was no second person in this world. Otherwise, even Ancestral Master Primordius and the other ancestor would have fainted from fear. That was 3 seconds. It wasn't 3 months, nor 3 years. Even for ancestral masters like them, refining a single unit of origin elemental crystal would take years. The difference between them was more than 1 million, 10 million times. Furthermore, Yang Fann wasn't Great Tao Sovereign, and he wasn't even Chaos God King. Motherfucker, how could there be such a monster in this world? An era, 3 eras, 10 eras, 30 eras, 100 eons. In the blink of an eye, 220 eras had passed. Nearly 3 billion units of origin. Elemental crystals were missing a level and a half, which was close to 3 billion units of origin elemental crystals. At this moment, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken that critical step, and he had broken through to the high-rank quasi-god king. Ferocious, truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end, nearly 3 billion units of origin elemental crystals, such a monstrous amount of resources. If he were to cultivate those Dao child level monsters, he would at least be able to produce a few ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, which would be equivalent to forming an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It wasn't impossible, but when it came to Yang Fann, fortunately, it only allowed him to break through a grade. Was there anything more brutal than this? If this were to spread, it would be chaos from top to bottom. Among the millions of races, not a single one of them would believe this. How much resources could one use to break through to the quasi-god king? Even Ancestral Master Primordius and the other ancestral experts would not exceed 10 billion units of origin elemental crystals. What a joke! Did they really think they were idiots who didn't know anything? 100 trillion years later. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of regret flashed across his eyes. He thought that the 2 billion units of origin elemental crystal would at least allow him to break through 2 levels and advance to top-level quasi-god king. It was not impossible for him not to advance to extreme quasi-god king in one go. Now, it seemed like he was thinking too much. Not to mention extreme quasi-god king, even top-level quasi-god king was an extravagant hope. He had consumed nearly 350 billion units of origin elemental crystal just to break through to the high-rank quasi-god king, leaving him with less than 1650 billion units of origin elemental crystal. Whether or not he could push his cultivation base to the limit of the high-rank quasi-god king would be a big problem. Great perfection quasi-god king, don't even think about it. I just don't know if that 7 great devils will be able to help me advance to extreme quasi-god king. Yang Fann muttered in his heart. He shook his head slightly to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. If he couldn't do it today, then he would have to be strong in the future. He was afraid that he wouldn't have any resources. He could go to the battlefield of Dao Devil and walk around. The Heavenly Devil God Palace had plenty of experts. Just the number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection was more than 10 great perfection quasi-god king, and even the real chaos god king was only a matter of time. In the next second, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. The pores and cells in Yang Fann's body expanded once more, transforming into terrifying devouring black holes that crazily devoured the origin elemental crystals that covered the ground within the great world. 300 eras, 500 eras, 800 eras, 1,200 eras. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 1,331 eras. Pucci. The last origin elemental crystal turned into powder. As Yang Fann had expected, his cultivation base had yet to step into top-level quasi-god kings, and he hadn't even broken through the limit of the high-ranked quasi-god king. He had only just stepped into the peak of the high-ranked quasi-god king. Swoosh! A dark shine flashed past and dark ember appeared in the devouring black hole. As an old friend, letting him enjoy the first prize was already worthy of his old friend's status. As expected of an old quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The purity of the strength of origin was many times purer than the strength of origin that Yang Fann had absorbed from Archdevil Shantu and Yunyi and Devil Sovereign. 1,400 eras, 2,000 eras, 3,000 eras, 5,000 eras, 8,000 eras, 15,000 eras. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 16,348 eras. Pucci. Old friend Dark Ember had used up the last bit of his strength of origin, and it shattered into powder. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. What disappointed Yang Fann was that his old friend was not very powerful. He had only broken through a small realm. Not to mention advancing to top-level quasi-god king, he had not even touched the threshold of top-level quasi-god king. It would be very difficult for him to break through to top-level quasi-god king with just the 2 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Yang Fann was in secluded cultivation for 43,671 eras. Swoosh! With a flash of light, a top-perfection quasi-paragons fell into the devouring black hole. Yang Fann began to devour the top-perfection quasi-paragons. The truth was just as Yang Fann was worried about. The remaining 2 senior quasi-sovereign of great perfection had only allowed him to touch the threshold of top-level quasi-god king. If he wanted to break through, he still needed to take that final step. Soon, another 2,800 eras had passed. Devour and refine. Yang Fann had successfully broken through the half-step top perfection quasi-paragon's strength of origin and advanced to top-level quasi-god king. He had nearly 1.65 billion units of origin elemental crystal, and with the addition of the 3 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection and 1 top perfection quasi-paragons, he had finally broken through to the next level. This accumulation, this foundation, was truly unprecedented. Yang Fann went into seclusion for 18,318 eras. Out of the 3 top perfection quasi-paragons warriors, only 1 was left, and the last one had almost half of the strength of origin absorbed by Yang Fann. Yang Fann had finally reached the bottleneck of extreme quasi-god king, and he was only a step away from breaking through. There's still Demon Lord Kang Ling. Extreme quasi-god king is finally stable. I just don't know about great perfection quasi-god king. C2808 Great increase in combat strength Kunshi chaotic ring, chaos domain of the caged dragon. Wang. Buzzing. Streams of origin surged out from the body of the last top perfection quasi-paragons, devil sovereign, like countless true dragons, flowing into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, causing him to launch his final attack on extreme quasi-god king. In a flash, another 5,000 eras had passed. Devil sovereign, who was wearing the azure demon armor and had 100,000 feet tall green face and sharp teeth, had shrunk by more than a circle. There were less than 2 levels of the strength of origin in his body. At this moment, Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the critical point of limited quasi-sovereign, and he was only a tiny bit away from breaking through. 100 eras later, boom boom boom, Yang Fann's aura was like a mountain flood, rising steadily and crazily. The energy within his body was like a tsunami that was rapidly growing. Boundless divine light radiated from all the pores on his body, illuminating the entire world. He had made a breakthrough after devouring nearly 3 top perfection quasi-paragons. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally broken through to another major realm, and he had become extreme quasi-god king. Soon, another era passed. Pucci, Green Ridge Devil Sovereign had used up the last trace of his strength of original life, turning into ashes. Yang Fann's cultivation base had completely stabilized at extreme quasi-god kings. Early stage, it was much simpler than what Yang Fann had expected. Initially, he thought that he would need to absorb a portion of Demon Lord Kang Ling's strength of origin to complete his breakthrough. He never thought that a mere devil sovereign would be able to stabilize his cultivation base. A million years later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone. It was as if the chaos had just been opened, and the first light it obtained illuminated the entire chaos. At this moment, if there was someone standing in front of Yang Fann, even the quasi-sovereign of great perfection's divine body would be pierced through in an instant, and the soul would be completely destroyed. Terrifying. Extreme quasi-god king was far from being comparable to a middle-rank quasi-god king. The power of his pure divine body alone had increased by more than 100 times under the continuous onslaught of the power of Chaos God. It was enough to sweep away everything in his path. Most of the low-level quasi-sovereign, not to mention the improvement in the power of Chaos God, its overall strength was terrifying. Compared to the middle-rank quasi-god king, it was more than 100,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times stronger. An ordinary invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In front of Yang Fann, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress it with a single palm. He didn't even need to use any spatial divine weapon to set up a great Tao divine formation to seal the time and space. Although he didn't know if he could compare with Great Tao Sovereign, there was one thing he was sure of. Even if he couldn't match up to Great Tao Sovereign, the gap between them wouldn't be so great that the heaven and earth cloud and mud and Great Tao Sovereign couldn't be seen. One should know that the gap between the low-grade low-level Chaos God Kings and those invincible Great Perfection Quasi-God King was huge. Just a few million times, that's all. As for the gap between invincible Quasi-Sovereign of Great Perfection and Great Tao Sovereign, no matter how huge it was, compared to Chaos God King and those invincible Great Perfection Quasi-God King, a few tens of thousands of times was the limit. Once he used all of his trump cards, he would be able to survive the attacks of those ordinary Great Tao Sovereign. If he didn't have the confidence to break through to the 10th level, he would have a chance of breaking through to the 4th or 5th level. If he could obtain a suitable Great Dao Divine artifact, he would be able to challenge Great Dao Sovereign with a higher cultivation base. It wasn't impossible for his cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. Under the continuous onslaught of the power of Chaos God, his divine body's defense had also improved by leaps and bounds. Currently, the defense of the Yang Fann's divine body had already surpassed most of the top-grade top-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts. It was going to catch up to the low-grade quasi-Great Dao divine artifacts. Once the Chaos Origin divine bodies exploded at full force, its defense was terrifying, even if it was not as strong as the exquisite quasi-Great Dao divine artifact of the Dark Green Demon Tower. It wouldn't be much weaker than the Dark Green Demon Tower. The many quasi-Great Dao divine artifacts in his hand were no different from useless items to Yang Fann. Even the exquisite quasi-Great Dao divine artifact in the Dark Green Tower couldn't enhance Yang Fann by much. Only the real Great Dao divine artifact could make Yang Fann's strength soar by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to obtain a Great Dao divine artifact. Even Great Dao Sovereign did not have a Great Dao divine artifact in his hands. The difficulty of obtaining a Great Dao divine artifact was not much easier than advancing to Chaos God King. It might even be easier than advancing to Chaos God King. After all, if he wanted to advance to Chaos God King, he didn't need to suppress Great Dao Sovereign. As long as he had enough quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it would be enough. As for the quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, even if they were invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, compared to Yang Fann, they were all at the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Just a bunch of ants. One day later, phew, Yang Fann took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. A light flashed. The strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection was also the only strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection in Yang Fann's hand. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection, Demon Lord Kang Ling appeared in the devouring black hole. This Demon Lord Kang Ling, I wonder if he can help me break through to the great perfection quasi-God King smoothly. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although the chances were slim, Yang Fann still had some wild ambitions. The gap between the great perfection quasi-God King and extreme quasi-God King was more than 100 times. The next second, boom, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann was crazily devouring Demon Lord Kang Ling's strength of original life. It had to be said that the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection was the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Compared to top perfection quasi-paragons, they were much stronger. The purity of the strength of origin was several times greater than a top perfection quasi-paragons. By devouring a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it was more than enough to devour 10 top perfection quasi-paragons, or even more. 125,000 eras, 130,000 eras, 140,000 eras, 160,000 eras, 200,000 eras. Yang Fann went into seclusion for 216,382 eras. Poochie. Demon Lord Kang Ling had used up the last trace of strength of original life, turning into ashes. A million years later, Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Disappointment flashed across his eyes. A mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection was still a lot weaker than him. His cultivation base was only at the peak of extreme quasi-God King. If he wanted to break through to the great perfection quasi-God King, he would need at least 3 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. But soon, the disappointment in Yang Fann's eyes was swept away. It was just 3 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With his current heaven-defying combat power, how could he suppress 3 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection? If he could control the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection in his heart, it wouldn't be difficult even for 3 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Looks like I have to return to Hunyuan Universe. Yang Fann muttered softly. He wasn't in a hurry to head to the various battlefield of Dao Devil to know himself and his enemies. Only then would he be able to fight 100 battles without losing a single battle. With his current cultivation base and strength, he would be able to fight an ordinary quasi-supreme expert. It wouldn't be of much use to him anymore, just like High Lord Devil Ape. Devouring and refining only allowed his cultivation base to improve a little, not even breaking through a minor realm. At that time, he was only a first middle-rank quasi-God King. If it was now, devouring a top quasi-sovereign like High Lord Devil Ape, Being able to improve his cultivation base by little was his limit. As for low-level quasi-sovereign, there was no need to say anything else. Yang Fann had almost no desire to devour, even if he was an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Yang Fann didn't even put him in his eyes. Even if he devoured hundreds or thousands of people, it would still be very difficult for him to advance to the great perfection quasi-god king. As for Heavenly Devil God Palace, including the Devil Clan, even if all of them combined, there might not be more than 1,000 quasi-sovereign of great perfection. If he wanted to break through to the great perfection quasi-god king, and even the real chaos god king, he would have to rely on the strongest and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. However, these strongest and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection were all elusive existences. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to find them. However, Yang Fann knew that there must be a place where they could find the whereabouts of the strongest and invincible huge perfection, and there might even be more than one or two of them. It was the Heavenly Secret Palace, the eyes of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Their eyes were filled with chaos. What Yang Fann wanted to go to was the Heaven's Secret Palace in Hunyuan Universe, the headquarters of the Heaven's Secret Palace. It was the headquarters of the Heaven's Secret Palace in the chaos. All the important information about the major branches of the Heaven's Secret Palace had always been the focus of the Heaven's Secret Palace. Those supreme and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts of the Heavenly Devil God Palace had always been the targets of the Heaven's Secret Palace. C-2809 Return to Tai Yu Primal Chaos Ring Kunshi Chaotic Ring, Chaos Domain of the Caged Dragon. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the spatial zone, and Yang Fann left the small world. He had made up his mind. He would return to Hunyuan Universe first, head to the Heavenly Fortune Palace, and obtain information about the whereabouts of those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Only by obtaining the exact whereabouts of those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors would he be able to hunt them down more efficiently, and make the final preparations for breaking through to the great perfection quasi-god king, or even to break through to the chaos god king realm. Otherwise, if he rashly entered the battlefield of Tao Devil, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Who knew how much he would gain in the end? His luck was so bad that not even the strongest and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection could get his hands on them. It was not impossible. Moreover, once he alerted the enemy, it would be difficult to capture these quasi-sovereign of great perfection on a large scale. Let's not talk about anything else. As long as these quasi-sovereign of great perfection hid near those great Tao sovereign, Yang Fann would be blinded. Although he felt that he had quite a bit of confidence in escaping from great Tao sovereign, it was just what he felt. Before he faced great Tao sovereign, everything would be hard to say. No matter how much importance he attached to these people who were truly at the peak of the primal chaos, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had attached great importance to them. Who knew what kind of tricks these great Tao sovereign had up his sleeve? If there was a great Tao spatial divine tool, it might really be a meat bun beating a dog, and they wouldn't be able to return. To be honest, unless he had no other choice, Yang Fann didn't want to face those great Tao sovereign at all. This would not do him any good. Even if he managed to get out of danger, his monstrous talent would still be exposed. At that time, it would be very difficult for him to find a place to stay. To Chaos God King and most of the quasi-supreme experts, the primal chaos was vast and boundless. However, to great Tao sovereign, especially the ancestral expert, the primal chaos was just a slightly larger lake. If they were willing, it wouldn't be difficult for them to overturn the entire primal chaos. Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to survive. Before he advanced to Chaos God King, he would have the confidence to face great Tao sovereign head on and even suppress him. It would be better if he didn't take the risk. Su. A stream of light flashed past. A black divine ship appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was 100,000 feet long, and it was engraved with countless runes of the great Tao, explaining countless truths of the great Tao. It was as if with just a glance, Chaos God King's enlightenment would be able to make a huge progress in his cultivation. The Alva ship was one of the 25 high-grade Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hand. It was one of the 3 supreme treasures of the top perfection quasi-paragons Alva, Devil God. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than many quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors who were flying at full speed. If it wasn't for the 4-soul duplicate, they would have been trapped in their own trap. They would have been the first to set up the heavenly dark evil spirit formation, sealing off the chaos in all directions and cutting off their escape route. It would have been a single quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. The chances of capturing great devil god Alva, who was protected by the Ark of Alva, wouldn't exceed 1 level. In the next second, Pucci, Yang Fann moved his body and appeared in the master control room of the Alva boat. Very quickly, the Alva ship turned into a black light and disappeared into the vast chaos, leaving only the great world behind. And just after Yang Fann left 1,000,000 eras ago, this great world was discovered by a low-level Chaos God King, the last low-level Chaos God King. With this great world, he had broken through 3 major realms and dozens of major realms in a short period of 10 million eras. He had successfully advanced to the top-level Chaos God King, overthrowing the rule of the Iron Prison Flood Dragon clan and becoming the new ruler of the Chaos Domain. In order to suppress the terrifying pressure and abnormal phenomenon that erupted when he broke through, Yang Fann had used 25 high-grade quasi-Great Dao Divine artifacts and 1 exquisite quasi-Great Dao Divine artifact to suppress the Great World. After that, even though he had kept all the Yang Fanns. However, in these 216,382 eras, the 26 quasi-Great Dao Divine artifacts had still left some traces of the Great Dao in this world. These traces of the Great Dao were incomplete. Compared to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, they were nothing. They were only useful to some top-grade and limited quasi-sovereign. However, in the eyes of those Chaos God King, they were the best cultivation Holy Land. A short period of time was enough for them to comprehend a lot of things. If extreme top-level Chaos God King found out about this world, his chances of advancing to the next realm would be at least 1 level higher. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, in the blink of an eye, 28,000 years had passed. Pucci, the chaotic crystal wall of Taiyu Chaos Circle was forcefully torn apart like a curtain, and the Alva ship quickly entered. The Alva ship, master control room. Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Have we arrived at Taiyu Chaos Circle yet? Thinking back to the past, this was his first time coming to the Taiyu Chaos Circle. At that time, he was only a quasi-chaos god who wasn't even a chaos god. Any middle-level chaos divine king could easily defeat him, or even suppress him. Hall Lord Xian Yuan from the Divine Hall was merely a puny high-level chaos god king, but he couldn't muster the courage to fight back. And now, how long had it been? In total, there were less than 650,000 eras. A high-level chaos god king like Hall Lord Xian Yuan could be killed with just a single breath. Thinking about it, it really felt unreal. If this was spread out, no one would dare to believe it. It was 650,000 eras, not 6,500,000 eras, and not 65 million eras. Gulen Chaos Domain. This was one of the 1,272 large-sized chaos domain in the Taiyu Chaos Circle, but its ranking was slightly lower. Not to mention the top 100, even the top 1,000 was not enough. After roughly 1,100, it was different from those who had unified the entire chaos domain. The Gulen Chaos Domain did not have a true ruler. Instead, it had a 3-way stand. This was also the situation of most of the large-sized chaos domain in the Taiyu Chaos Circle. It was not so easy to occupy a large-sized chaos domain in the top chaotic circle alone. Even a first-rate power with a top-level chaos god king might not be able to succeed. Especially those ranked in the top 100 of the large-sized chaos domain. Without a quasi-supreme expert guarding it, it was impossible for them to dominate the entire large-sized chaos domain by themselves. As for the 3 great overlords of the Gulen Chaos Domain, they were the Zai's house of the human race. This was a second-rate family of the human race. It had several high-level chaos god king warriors guarding it, dozens of middle-level chaos divine king warriors, and nearly 1,000 low-level chaos god king, occupying the eastern part of the Taiyu Chaos Circle. The second major power was the Dark Brown Blood Serpent clan, just like the Iron Jade Flood Dragon clan. This Dark Brown Blood Serpent clan was also a royal family in the Flood Dragon clan. Their overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Iron Jade Flood Dragon clan. There were 5 high-level Chaos God King experts, and they dominated the northern part of Gulen Chaos Domain. The last major power was also the strongest power in the 3 great overlords, Celtic clan. This was a quasi-first-class god clan. His ancestor, Karl God King, was a quasi-top-level God King who had broken through to the top-level Chaos God King realm with a single step. He was also the indisputable #1 expert in the Taiyu Chaos Circle, and was the sole ruler of almost 4 layers of the Gulen Chaos domain. Gus Universe was a top-tier origin universe in the Gulen Chaos domain. It was ranked in the top 10 of all the universes in the Gulen Chaos domain. Originally, it was the ancestor land of the second-rate god race, Gus Celestial Race. 1,683,610 million years ago, the human race's Zeiss house moved into Gulen Chaos domain and defeated the Gus Celestial Race. Then, with Gus Universe as the center, they continued to expand outwards and finally became one of the 3 great overlords in Gulen Chaos domain. Gus Universe, Gus Great World. The holy land in the hearts of countless people of Zeiss house. In the ancestral god temple, Chaos God King from the Zeiss house had gathered in one hall. Even the 6 high-level Chaos God King warriors who hadn't shown their faces for a long time had appeared in the Divine Hall. Among them, one of them was an acquaintance of Yang Fann. He was the one who had presided over the trial of the Taiyu Division, Hall Lord of the Divine Hall, Hall Lord Xianxia. Hall Lord Xianxia was a member of the Zeiss house, and he was also the greatest pride of the Zeiss house. It could be said that Hall Lord Xianxia had contributed a lot to the Zeiss house's success in becoming one of the 3 great overlords in the Gulen Chaos domain. However, at this moment, whether it was Hall Lord Xianxia or the other Chaos God King of the Zeiss house, all of them were frowning. Between their brows, there was an unresolvable melancholy. Old Ancestor Yuan, I heard that you are on good terms with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Back then, you were the one who personally presided over the trial of His Highness. I wonder if you are able to contact His Highness. May Your Highness make the decision for my Zeiss house. C2810. The Xian family was in danger. Gulen Chaos domain, Gus Universe. The holy land of Zeiss house, the ancestral Divine Hall. The entire Divine Hall was enveloped by an extremely oppressive aura. All Chaos God King, including the 6 high-level Chaos God King warriors, had extremely serious expressions on their faces. Many of them had an indescribable uneasiness deep in their eyes. Not only the ancestral Divine Hall, but also the entire Gus Universe, as well as the trillions of people from the Zeiss house, all of them had an indescribable feeling of oppression. It was as if a storm was coming. The black cloud was pressing down on the city, and it seemed like it was going to destroy it. The cause of all this still had to start from the situation in Gulen Chaos domain. There were 3 major powers in Gulen Chaos domain. With Celtic clan, the Zeiss house of the human race, and the dark brown blood serpent race as the leader, they divided up the near 8th layer territories in Gulen Chaos domain. The other god race forces could only survive in the cracks between the 3 major powers. And in the 3 great overlords, the Celtic clan was the strongest. Not only did Karl, God King, the only quasi-top-level God King, there were also 8 people who were at the high-level Chaos God King. They were much stronger than the other 2 overlords. However, with the 2 families joining forces, they were still able to fight against him. The huge Gulen Chaos domain was barely able to maintain its balance. However, an era ago, this balance was completely broken. The ancestor of the Celtic clan, Karl God King, had finally taken that critical step, breaking through to the top-level Chaos God. Of course, that was all. Although it would be detrimental to the Zeiss house, it wouldn't bring about a genocide to the Zeiss house. The pride of the Zeiss house was not fake. As the master of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Hall Lord Xianxia was in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. He had been running the sect for so many eras. He knew more than 1 or 2 top-level Chaos God Kings. With these connections, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to resist a newly advanced Karl God King. At most, he would lose some territory in the Celtic clan. The real problem was that the Celtic clan had become a huge ship. A true disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, God King Wei En, the daughter of the current patriarch of the Celtic clan, Bela. Karl had become God King Wei En's woman, a woman that God King Wei En doted on more. If this God King Wei En was just an ordinary true disciple, it wouldn't be a big deal. Although the status of the true disciple was higher than Hall Lord Xianxia, Hall Lord, who was in the examination hall of the Taiyu division, it was only half a grade higher. It wasn't enough to make the Zeiss house so uneasy. What was truly terrifying was God King Wei En's background. He was the beloved son of the Supreme Elder of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Lord Warren. He was one of the sons that Lord Warren doted on the most. Even some top-level Chaos God King elders wouldn't dare to offend this God King Wei En, let alone a high-level Chaos God King like Hall Lord Xianyuan. With God King Wei En's support for the Celtic clan, no top-level Chaos God King would dare to stand up for the Zai's house. The top-level Chaos God King who had a good relationship with Hall Lord Xianyuan either refused to leave because he had something important to attend to, or simply disappeared without a trace. A short era was closing in on the Celtic clan, one step at a time. Under the erosion of the era, the Zai's house had lost nearly half of its territory. A large number of subsidiary powers had betrayed the Zai's house. They had joined the Celtic clan, and even the main pillar of the Zai's house, high-level Chaos God King, had been severely injured. There were close to 2 levels of casualties in the middle low-level Chaos God King. The foundation of the Zai's house had been completely shaken. As for the Ink Brown Blood Flood Dragon clan, it was even more tragic. Why did the Zai's house send out Hall Lord Xianyuan? The Dark Brown Blood Dragon clan was able to make the Celtic clan feel a little bit of fear. However, none of them were from the middle level of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. There were only a few of them who were low-level disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. How could the Celtic clan, who was leaning against a big tree, care about them? Up until now, the only thing left of the Dark Brown Blood Flood Dragon clan was their ancestor, the Dark Brown Universe, and some other nearby universes. They were still under the control of the Dark Brown Blood Flood Dragon clan. One of the 6 high-level Chaos God King had fallen, and 2 of them were on the verge of death. The other 3 high-level Chaos God King had more or less been injured. As for the low-level Chaos God King, more than half of them had died. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before the Ink Brown Blood Flood Dragon clan would be removed from the Gulen Chaos domain. The best outcome would be to leave his hometown and flee the other Chaos domain. Once the Inky Brown Blood Serpent clan was destroyed, just the Zai's house alone wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Now, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Zai's house was on the brink of life and death. Old Ancestor Yuan, I heard that you are on good terms with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Back then, you were the one who personally presided over the trial of His Highness. I wonder if you can contact His Highness and ask him to help the Zai's house. A middle-level Chaos Divine King looked at Hall Lord Xianyuan with a hopeful expression. In an instant, the eyes of the Zai's house's Chaos God King lit up. All of their eyes were focused on Hall Lord Xianyuan, and there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. How could they have forgotten about this? It was said that old Ancestor Yuan had an extraordinary relationship with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Even when His Royal Highness Yang Fann entered the Hunyuan universe, old Ancestor Yuan was the one who accompanied him. If old Ancestor Yuan could get in touch with him, His Royal Highness Yang Fann had invited His Royal Highness Yang Fann to stand up for the Zai's house. A mere Celtic clan was nothing. God King Wei En, who was behind them, and even Master Warren, God King Wei En's father, was far weaker than His Royal Highness Yang Fann. According to the legends, His Royal Highness Yang Fann was able to command even the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and he didn't dare show the slightest bit of disrespect. As for that Warren, he was merely a first-grade high-order quasi-sovereign, let alone a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior was not someone Lord Warren could afford to offend. At that time, not only would this crisis not be a bad thing, it would also be a great opportunity for the Zai's house. As long as there was a little bit of news about this, perhaps there wouldn't be any other major powers in the huge Taiyu Chaos Circle who would dare to provoke the Zai's house. Unifying the Gulen Chaos domain was no longer a dream. I can contact His Royal Highness Yang Fann, but Hall Lord Xianyuan looked troubled. There was a hint of loneliness in his voice. It was different from the past. Given His Royal Highness Yang Fann's current status, even if Quasi-Paragon wanted to pay a visit to His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Furthermore, he was a high-level Chaos God King who wasn't even a top-level Chaos God King. So what if he could contact His Royal Highness Yang Fann? He was afraid that he had long forgotten that he was just a small figure who stood up for the Zai's house. Was it possible? Hall Lord Xianyuan asked himself. They didn't have that kind of friendship. Back then, he had only helped His Royal Highness Yang Fann a little. Now that he had found Yang Fann, it was very likely that he would bring disgrace upon himself. Xianyuan, don't hesitate. Since you can contact His Royal Highness Yang Fann, let's give it a try. This is our last chance. The old ancestor of Zai's house was also the pillar of Zai's house, extreme advanced God King Xian Yun. God King interrupted Hall Lord Xian Yuan before he could finish his words. At this moment, they couldn't care less. Contact His Royal Highness Yang Fann. There was still a chance to get rid of the danger, but if they didn't contact him, Zai's house would really be finished. With God King Wei En around, there was no way the other top-level Chaos God Kings would help them. As for the quasi-supreme experts, they didn't need to worry about God King Wei En. With the foundation of Zai's house, how could it enter quasi-paragon's eyes? To put it bluntly, even if they sold the Zai's house, it wouldn't be enough for a quasi-supreme expert to make a move. That's right, this is our clan's final chance. Hall Lord Xian Yuan's heart sank, unless they were willing to abandon everything in Gulan Chaos Domain and leave Gulan Chaos Domain with their families. However, how could they bear to do that? In order to become the overlord of the eastern region of the Gulan Chaos Domain, the Zai's house had paid a great price and spent a great deal of time. They had sacrificed so many of their clansmen, and, even if their families were to move out of Gulan Chaos Domain, where could they move to? The Taiyu Chaos Circle was only that big. The other large-sized Chaos Domain, almost all of them already had an owner, and they wanted to snatch a piece of meat from it. How could it be so easy? Unless they were willing to go to middle-sized Chaos Domain to develop, that would bring the Zai's house to an end. If there were no miracles in the future, it would only lead to a complete decline. The middle-sized Chaos Domain and the large-sized Chaos Domain were one in the sky and the other on the ground. The resources in the hundreds and thousands of middle-sized Chaos Domain could not even compare to the last large-sized Chaos Domain. In the middle-sized Chaos Domain, being able to produce a middle-level Chaos Divine King was almost the limit. A high-level Chaos God King was something that couldn't even be imagined, let alone a top-level Chaos God King. Compared to the inheritance of his family, what was the difference between his personal honor and humiliation? At most, he would just be coldly rejected by His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Hall Lord Xian Yuan's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. Old ancestor, I am willing to give it a try. C-2811 prepared to receive it. Taiyu Chaos Circle was a vast and chaotic place. Swoosh. The Alva ship tore through the chaos at a speed comparable to a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even without the help of the Star Door, Yang Fann would be able to arrive at Taiyu Chaos Domain in less than 100 years. With the help of the Taiyu Division's teleportation divine formation, he would be able to teleport back to Hunyuan Universe. Buzz. Yang Fann's Dao Child token, which represented his status as a Dao Child, sent a message. The Dao Child tokens of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace were elite disciple tokens. Ordinary disciple tokens had many functions. Receiving Dao Palace missions to exchange for many treasures was only a part of his function. At the same time, it was also a powerful communication device. Even many Forbidden Lands and Forbidden Lands could use this disciple token to call for help. Previously, Ming Yang Dao Zun and the other quasi-paragons of the Dao Protection Squad, the top-level Chaos God King, had sent him a large number of communication requests through the Dao Child token. Unfortunately, they were all stones that sank into the ocean. It wasn't easy to get rid of Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others at that time, so Yang Fann wouldn't easily accept their contact and make things difficult for himself. It was only after the incident with High Lord Devil Ape had spread that Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others calmed down and did not send any more messages to him. With the protection of the most powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection, there's no big difference between them and the team. If there really was a big crisis, at that time, it was still uncertain who would be the one to protect who. One high-order quasi-sovereign, two low-level quasi-sovereign, and a group of top-level Chaos God Kings. To an ordinary quasi-supreme being, they could be considered powerful, but to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even the most ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection could easily suppress them. Of course, other than Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others, there were also a large number of experts that sent him a request. Especially after the incident with 7 Great Devils, there were even more Dao Palace experts that wanted to communicate with him. Among them, there were a few quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If the major subsidiary powers wanted to get in touch with Yang Fann, the elders of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace were no exception. However, unlike the other major powers, the expert didn't board the divinity directly. Instead, they chose to use their identity tokens to communicate with him. In the end, the annoying Yang Fann couldn't take it anymore and directly blocked these foreign communications. Yang Fann didn't have any plans for any major powers. From the beginning to the end, no one had been able to keep up with his pace. In fact, there wasn't even a single person who could catch up to him. Regarding this, Yang Fann had already seen through it. In the end, he still had to put in a lot of effort to find a way out for his subordinates and make arrangements for them. It was really more harmful than beneficial. It's actually him. Yang Fann glanced at the request. Soon, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Currently, there were only a few acquaintances who could contact him. Initially, he thought that it would be Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others, but he didn't expect that it would be Hall Lord Xianyuan, whom he hadn't contacted for hundreds of thousands of eras. He had lost contact with Hall Lord Xianyuan for hundreds of thousands of eras. Suddenly, why did this Hall Lord Xianyuan contact me? A trace of doubt emerged in his heart. If Hall Lord Xianyuan wanted to curry favor with him and deepen his relationship with him, he should have contacted him a long time ago. It was impossible for him to wait until now. This was hundreds of thousands of eras, not dozens of eras. However, Yang Fann's movement was not slow. He directly answered Hall Lord Xianyuan's call request. No matter what, Yang Fann still had some gratitude in his heart towards Hall Lord Xianyuan. The resources that Hall Lord Xianyuan had given him were naturally nothing much now. It was just a drop in the ocean, but it was a huge amount back then. Without the resources given to him by Hall Lord Xianyuan, his rise would have been much slower. Yang Fann had always remembered this love in his heart. Repaying kindness with gratitude, taking revenge with vengeance, and distinguishing between kindness and hatred had always been Yang Fann's principle. This time, the reason why Yang Fann chose to teleport back to Hunyuan Universe through the Taiyu Division's Divine Transportation Formation wasn't because he didn't have the chance to do so. He wanted to take a look at Hall Lord Xianyuan and grab his hand. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't even need to give him a chance to return to the Taiyu Division. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace was directly under the jurisdiction of the 9 Great Chaotic Rings. Every major branch had a divine transportation formation, including the Hunyuan Universe. As for the Kunshi Chaos Ring that Yang Fann was in, the closest one wasn't the Taiyu Division of the Taiyu Chaos Circle. It was the branch of the Wangyuan Primal Chaos Ring. If he went to the Wangyuan branch 10,000 years ago, he was afraid that he would have already returned to Hunyuan Universe. However, he didn't expect that before he could reach the Taiyu Division to find Hall Lord Xianyuan, Hall Lord Xianyuan would come looking for him first. Buzz! A bright light burst out from Yang Fann's Dao Child token. In an instant, it transformed into a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. It wasn't the Hall Lord Xianyuan that he hadn't seen for hundreds of thousands of eras, but who was it? However, compared to his previous calm and composed demeanor, the current Hall Lord Xianyuan was obviously more reserved. His eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Yang Fann. The present was different from the past. The former Yang Fann was just a rookie who had just participated in the trial. Even if he had advanced to become a true disciple of the Dao Palace in one go, he would still be able to become a true disciple of the Dao Palace. As the division leader who was taking the test for the Divine Hall, he was a high-level Chaos God King. But now, not only had Yang Fann become a high and mighty Dao Child, even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection had to be controlled by him. The difference between them was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Not to mention a high-level Chaos God King like him, even quasi-paragon, who was in the middle level of the Dao Palace, wouldn't dare show any disrespect to Yang Fann. Xianyuan greets your highness. Hall Lord Xianyuan bent his body 90 degrees and gave Yang Fann a big bow. Xianyuan, senior brother, there's no need to be so polite. Back then, you were the one who led me into the palace. Yang Fann waved his hand gently and smiled. No, your highness, there is a difference in hierarchy. I cannot be called senior brother. You can just call me by my name. Hall Lord Xianyuan was filled with fear and trepidation. He didn't dare to take this matter seriously. If he called his Royal Highness Yang Fann fellow apprentice brother, then even Dao children like Tuo Luo Daozi wouldn't have the qualifications to do so. Besides, he was just a small branch of the Divine Hall, and he was going to take the test of the Divine Hall's Hall Lord. However, Hall Lord Xianyuan still felt slightly relieved in his heart, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. At least Yang Fann hadn't forgotten their friendship in the past. Perhaps, he really could persuade Yang Fann to make the decision for the Zai's house. Sigh indeed, it is lonely at the top. Yang Fann sighed in his heart. As his cultivation base and strength advanced by leaps and bounds, there were very few people who could stay by his side as usual. The estrangement between him and his friends in the past was becoming more and more obvious. Even Master Dongfang Sheng and his good brother, Qin Hu, were like mice seeing a cat when they saw him. They were very fast. Now and in the future, only his parents and his little sister would be able to keep his original heart from changing. In the next second, Yang Fann did not continue to insist. The two of them were like the emperor of the empire and the villagers. No matter how friendly and approachable he acted, it would be difficult for him to change anything. In fact, it might even backfire and scare Hall Lord Xianyuan. Xianyuan, you are looking for me today. There must be something wrong, right? The unsolvable melancholy between Hall Lord Xianyuan's brows couldn't be hidden from Yang Fann's eyes. That was also true. If it wasn't for the fact that he had something to ask of him, how could Hall Lord Xianyuan, who hadn't contacted him for hundreds of thousands of eras, take the initiative to contact him? Your Highness. Hall Lord Xianyuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I have no choice but to ask you for help. Xianyuan, there is no need for you to do this. If there is anything, you can speak frankly. I will make the decision for you. Yang Fann smiled casually. He didn't take Hall Lord Xianyuan's big trouble seriously at all. A high-level Chaos God King was equivalent to offending a quasi-supreme expert. It was nothing compared to Yang Fann. Your Highness, this lowly one is from the Zai's house in the Gulan Chaos domain of Taiyu Chaos Circle. As for the Gulan Chaos domain, my Zai's house. The Celtic clan is the ruler of the dark brown blood serpent clan. The Celtic clan had always wanted to annex the Zai's house in the dark brown blood serpent clan, and unify the Gulan Chaos domain. However, although the Celtic clan was stronger than the Zai's house in the dark brown blood dragon clan, the two of us had joined forces. It was only a century ago. Karl, God King, had successfully advanced to the top-level Chaos God King, and he also had a quasi-Zhurjun. God King Wei En, a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, will support him. Hall Lord Xianyuan gritted his teeth and told the whole story. He didn't exaggerate anything in front of Yang Fann. He didn't dare to falsify anything, he just wanted to make things worse. Once the lie was exposed, their relationship would be insignificant. He was afraid that it would be broken immediately. Oh, so that's how it is. This matter is simple. Your Zai's house should be prepared to accept the Celtic clan C-2812. The cannon shot the mosquitoes. Taiyu Chaos Circle, the master control room of Alva. Yang Fann casually nodded his head and directly announced the fate of the Celtic clan. He had come to the Taiyu Chaos Circle. He wanted to bring Hall Lord Xianyuan along with him. He was willing to stay in Taiyu Chaos Circle for the rest of his life. Hall Lord Xianyuan's request had fulfilled Yang Fann's wish. Gulan Chaos Domain, the three great overlords' power. The Ink Brown Blood Flood Dragon clan had already been crippled by the Celtic clan. Their expert had suffered heavy losses, and it was difficult for them to protect themselves. As long as they could get rid of the Celtic clan, the entire Gulan Chaos Domain would belong to the Zai's house. Using the large-sized Chaos Domain as a gift was more than enough to repay the kindness Hall Lord Xianyuan had shown him in the past. As for the opinion of the Celtic clan, it wasn't important at all. In the boundless chaos, experts were respected. Justice and evil were all false. Whoever had the bigger fist would be the truth. Just like before, the Celtic clan was the strongest, and with God King Wei En as their backing, they were able to do whatever they wanted and swallow up the other two overlords. Now, Yang Fann's strength was even greater. Naturally, he could use the Celtic clan as a gift to the Zai's house. Ah, Your Highness, there's no need for that. If you can help us warn the Celtic clan not to continue forcing us, we will be extremely grateful. Xianyuan exclaimed and hurriedly said. He thought that Yang Fann would only send someone to warn the Celtic clan and make them feel afraid. He didn't dare to continue forcing them, and that was it. After all, he didn't have much of a relationship with Yang Fann. He was just a guide, and after a long period of time, they didn't contact each other. That little bit of friendship was about to be worn down by time. Never would he have thought that. Yang Fann wanted to annihilate the Celtic clan and help the Zai's house achieve their goal. All right Xianyuan, don't reject it. It's just a small matter, it's nothing. Yang Fann shook his head lightly. It was not easy for Hall Lord Xianxia to come to his doorstep. If he couldn't settle the matter nicely, that would be slapping Yang Fann in the face. When we return, ask the people of Zai's house to prepare. Soon, I will send someone to deal with this matter. Yang Fann didn't have the intention to do it himself. He was merely a newly advanced first-class god clan. If he needed to do it himself, he would have to do it himself. This number 1 monster of primeval chaos Dao Palace was too cheap. Before Hall Lord Xianxia could say anything, his voice faded. Yang Fann immediately cut off the communication. Gulen Chaos Domain, Gus Universe. Xianxia, how is it? Has His Royal Highness Yang Fann agreed to help us? As soon as Hall Lord Xianxia stepped into the ancestral divine hall, the old ancestor of the Zai's house, Xianxia God King, hastily greeted him and asked impatiently. His voice was filled with anxiety. Although the other Chaos God King didn't say much, they all looked at Hall Lord Xianxia with anticipation. He raised his ears and listened attentively, afraid that he would miss out on a tiny detail. This was the only chance of survival for their Zai's house and their last hope. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann wasn't willing to help them, their Zai's house would be finished. The best outcome would be to flee the Gulen Chaos Domain with his tail between his legs, find a middle-sized Chaos Domain, and hide his whereabouts. His Royal Highness Yang Fann has promised to help us. Ahahaha. Good, may the great Tao bless, there is hope. Our Zai's house can be saved. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann standing up for us, the Celtic clan won't dare to continue forcing us. In an instant, the entire divine hall erupted into cheers. They were saved. What kind of status did His Royal Highness Yang Fann have? His status was so high that it was even higher than a huge perfection sovereign lord. With his words, not to mention a mere Celtic clan, even God King Wei En, who stood behind them, wouldn't dare to say a word. Perhaps, the Celtic clan would even spit out the territory that they had swallowed into their stomach. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann's support, the Celtic clan wouldn't dare to refuse to return the flag. Right at this moment, Hall Lord Xianxia continued, not only that, His Royal Highness Yang Fann also asked us to prepare to take over Celtic clan's territory. Ah, what? You want us to take over Celtic clan's territory? Hiss. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann wants to take over Celtic clan's territory? Ha, good, I knew it. After surviving a great disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. The Gulen Chaos Domain belongs to the Zai's house. Soon, the entire divine hall turned into a sea of joy. It was really unexpected that happiness would come so suddenly. His Royal Highness Yang Fann asking them to take over the territory of the Celtic clan was no different from announcing the death penalty of the Celtic clan. Ha, Celtic clan, all of you are just a bunch of beautiful girls. Today, all of you will have the same fate. Retribution. This is retribution. The group of God King who were laughing wildly did not notice the flash of disappointment in Hall Lord Xianxuan's eyes. This time, not only did Yang Fann help Zai's house get rid of the threat of extinction, he also helped them to advance further and become the master of Gulen Chaos Domain. Vaguely, a voice sounded in his ears. With Yang Fann's help this time, it was very likely that they had a good relationship with each other. That was the end of it. It was virtually impossible to ask Yang Fann to help him in the future. After all, the friendship between them was very shallow. Plus, they had been through a long period of baptism, and it was much thinner than before. Helping them once was their limit. Sai who knew if it was a loss or a profit. Taiyu Chaos Circle, Master Control Room on the Ark of Alva. Wang. With a flash of light, a middle-aged man in green appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was none other than the person who had followed behind the soaring sail fart, High Lord Ming Yang, who had gone through great pains to find traces of Yang Fann. Ming Yang greets Your Highness. High Lord Ming Yang bowed respectfully. He didn't have any intention of relying on his old age to show off in front of Yang Fann. Even those high and mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection bowed respectfully to Yang Fann, let alone a high-order quasi-sovereign like him. Get up. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. His heart was filled with emotion. Back when Ming Yang Dao Zun had just become his Dao protector, that was the goal he had been looking up to. With just a slight movement of his finger, Ming Yang Dao Zun could easily suppress him. However, it had only been a short period of time, and there were less than 500,000 eras in total. He had completely surpassed a high-order quasi-sovereign like Ming Yang Dao Zun. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Yang Fann wanted to, he could easily destroy a high-order quasi-sovereign like Ming Yang Dao Zun with just a breath of air. Thinking about it made him feel as if he had fallen into a dream. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. This person was getting older and older, and it was getting easier for him to sigh about life. In the next second, Yang Fann instructed Ming Yang Dao Zun, Ming Yang, bring the group of guards and make a trip to the Gulen Chaos Domain. Help me take down the Celtic clan. After that, leave everything in the Celtic clan to Hall Lord Xian Yuan and the others. As for the venerable Warren behind the Celtic clan, it was fine for him to be a coward, but if he wanted to stand up for the Celtic clan, Yang Fann would definitely make him regret coming to this world. Even if he was also one of the higher-ups of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, as long as Yang Fann was willing to kill this man, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace wouldn't have any objections. Yes, Your Highness. Ming Yang Dao Zun replied respectfully, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. Dao Protector, do it for their sake. There was no one else who could do that. Ming Yang Dao Zun should have stayed by His Royal Highness Yang Fann's side and protected him. Beside him, but now, he was sent to deal with a small power that only had a single low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. What was this? Cannon hitting mosquitoes. Ming Yang Dao Zun did not know what to say when he brought the entire squad with him. Gulen Chaos Domain, Carl Universe. This was the Gulen Chaos Domain, one of the top 3 places in the Origin universe. It was the ancestral land of the Celtic clan. At this moment, the entire Carl universe seemed to be shrouded in a joyful atmosphere. Each and every one of them seemed to have seen the rise of the Celtic clan and the wonderful scene of unifying the Gulen Chaos Domain. 10 billion years. In at most 10 billion years, the defensive line of the dark brown blood serpent race will be completely broken. Although the Zeiss house of the human race is slightly stronger than the dark brown blood serpent race, it will never be able to last for 100 billion years. At that time, it will be the day of our Celtic clan unifying the Gulen Chaos Domain. C2813 Turn Hostile Gulen Chaos Domain, Carl Universe. The entire Celtic clan, from Carl, God King, to the Universe Sovereign and Universe Lord, all of them had an indescribable joy on their faces. The long-cherished wish of the Celtic clan was about to become reality. The huge Gulen Chaos Domain was going to belong to the Celtic clan. Just thinking about it made people's heart pound. Carl Universe, Carl God Mountain. This was the heavenly pillar of the Garter universe, the holy land in the hearts of countless Garters. Garter God King and most of the Chaos God King from the Celtic clan were cultivating in this Garter Divine Mountain. The biggest wish of countless Carl, Heaven's Pride Evildoer, was to have the qualification to stay in the mountain. In this mountain, he would have his own divine hall and cave abode. One should know that only Chaos God King had the right to open up a cave dwelling in the mountain. Even to the geniuses of the Celtic clan and the monster, Chaos God King was still a huge bottleneck. Out of 10,000 Heaven's Pride Evildoer, it was considered pretty good that one of them could advance to Chaos God King. Calt Divine Mountain, the top of the mountain, the Divine Palace. This was the Divine Palace of Calt, God King. The level of the Celtic clan was clearly defined. Calt Divine Mountain was a huge example. The low-level Chaos God King was at the middle-level Chaos Divine King. It opened up a cave halfway up the mountain, and was at the high-level Chaos God King. The Divine Palace approached the peak of the mountain, and finally, the founder of the Divine Palace, Carl God King, stood at the peak of the Divine Mountain, overlooking all living beings. Carl Divine Palace, Main Hall. Garter God King did not sit on God King's throne, which represented the highest authority. Instead, he sat on the lower left side of God King's throne. On the throne was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He was wearing a purple robe that represented nobility. His bearing was extraordinary. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky of the universe. Around his body, streams of purple chi and true dragons surrounded him. His aura was extremely luxurious, as if he was born superior to others. His gaze was wild and unruly, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him take a second look. And in the arms of this luxurious young man sat a devastatingly beautiful woman. Her face was almost perfect and flawless, placed in the ape dragon chaos circle. Although she couldn't be compared to Linglong and the other top 20 peerless goddesses, she could definitely make it into the top 1,000. In addition to that unique charm, it was a temptation to men. It wouldn't be any worse than some of the top 100 goddesses. This luxurious youth was none other than the benefactor of Celtic clan, God King Wei En. and the goddess in his arms was the #1 beauty of the Celtic clan, Princess Bela. Looking at God King Wei En sitting on the throne, a trace of gratitude could be seen in Karl's eyes. If it wasn't for God King Wei En's help, he wouldn't have been able to take that crucial step to break through to the top-level Chaos God. Of course, most of the time, he was trying to curry favor with God King Wei En. Even if he successfully broke through to the top-level Chaos God, Celtic clan would soon be able to unify the Gulen Chaos domain. To God King Wei En, the Celtic clan and God King were just a bunch of insignificant people. If they wanted to, they could easily destroy their Celtic clan. They didn't even need to do it themselves. They just needed to give an order. God King Wei En is about to bring Bela back to Wei En's universe. Before he leaves, he must choose a group of loyal clansmen and let Bela bring them along. God King's eyes turned and he kept thinking in his heart. God King Wei En had countless concubines, and in order to obtain God King Wei En's love, there were also many of them. That was mutual deception, and it was even more sinister than the bright blade and the bright spear. Every great era, there would be a large number of God King Wei En's women who would become the victims of that palace battle. Bela was the most important bridge between their Celtic clan and God King Wei En, and they absolutely could not afford to lose her. If anything were to happen to Bela, they were afraid that the Celtic clan would be finished in this great situation. There were no other major powers involved in the unification of Gulen Chaos domain. His advancement to the top-level Chaos God was only a small part of the reason. The main reason was because of God King Wei En's intimidation. There were only so many people in the large-sized Chaos domain in the Taiyu Chaos Circle. The possibility of a newly advanced first-class God clan dominating the entire large-sized Chaos domain was extremely small. Basically, they were the few large-sized Chaos domain with the lowest ranking right at this moment. Rumble. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Karl universe. It was extremely overbearing. Wherever it passed, the space would collapse. Countless disciples of the Celtic clan couldn't even scream before they were shredded into pieces by the turbulent flow of space and time. Ah, this pressure. No, how could this be? Karl God King's expression changed dramatically. In his eyes, there was only despair. Under that terrifying pressure, he, a top-level Chaos God King, was not any better than that ignorant ant on the ground. That power had far exceeded his imagination. If the opponent wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of moving his fingers. The one who had come was at least extreme top-level Chaos God King, or even quasi-paragon. What was going on? How could my Celtic clan provoke such an expert? They couldn't understand. In the past, not to mention extreme top-level Chaos God King and even quasi-paragon, even low-ranked top-level Chaos God King, who was just like him, was treated with caution. If they could avoid provoking him, they wouldn't. It was impossible for them to provoke such an expert. Karl God King subconsciously looked at God King Wei En. At this moment, the only one who could save their Celtic clan was God King Wei En, a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the beloved son of Lord Warren. With God King Wei En's status and identity, even if that person was really quasi-paragon, he would at least give him some face. However, what frightened God King was God King Wei En's expression. It was not much better than him. Both of his eyes were filled with panic. Culter God King's knowledge was limited. He didn't know how terrifying that pressure was. Even if he had thought that the person who came was quasi-paragon, he would most likely only be low-level quasi-sovereign. However, God King Wei En knew very well that the person who had come was no less terrifying than his father, Lord Warren. In fact, he was even more terrifying than him. A high-order quasi-sovereign. The person who came was at least a high-order quasi-sovereign like his father. This kind of expert might not even work on his father's face, let alone him. If anything went wrong, even his body and soul would be in danger of being destroyed. Wang. The void above the Garter God Mountain twisted, and a million light-years tall terrifying great gods appeared like a mirage. It blotted out the sun and seemed to cover the entire Garter universe. Ah, yes, it's Elder Ming Yang. God King Wei En's pupils shrunk as he recognized the newcomer. In the past, Ming Yang Dao Zun's status in the Dao Palace was. But now, things were different. The current Ming Yang Dao Zun was the ancient monster, His Royal Highness Yang Fann's Dao protector. His status was respected, not to mention his father, Lord Warren. There were even some limited quasi-sovereign. Even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was inferior to him. They were all of the same generation as him. In the next second, a trace of doubt flashed across God King Wei En's eyes. Who was Ming Yang Daozun? Why would he suddenly come to the Carl universe? He had killed more than half of the Celtic clan's clansmen as soon as he arrived. If the Celtic clan really offended Ming Yang Daozun, how could they still live until now? No, that's not right. The Zai's house of the human race. Hall Lord Xian Yuan. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in God King Wei En's sea of consciousness. Back then, Hall Lord Xian Yuan was the one who presided over the trial, and he was the one who guided His Royal Highness Yang Fann to become a true disciple of the Dao Palace. After that, there were many trivial matters. Hall Lord Xian Yuan was busy with all of them. Bitchit, how could I forget this? This Ming Yang Daozun is definitely here for Hall Lord Xian Yuan. That old thing, Carl, is trying to kill me at this moment. God King Wei En really wanted to skin Carl alive. That was their primeval chaos Dao Palace, the #1 monster in history. Even the most powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection had to listen to his orders. If he offended that monster, not only would he not be able to escape death, even his father, High Lord Warren, would have to suffer along with him. It's all because of this lowly servant. If it wasn't for this lowly servant's request to stay for a few more days, I wouldn't have needed to meet Elder Ming Yang. At that time, he could just shirk that he didn't know about it. His Royal Highness Yang Fann thought that he wouldn't be too calculative with him. Yet, it just so happened that I was stuck at the Garter God Mountain. If Elder Ming Yang had any misunderstandings, God King Wei En no longer dared to continue imagining the consequences. No, I can't die with the Celtic clan. Disciple Wei En greets the elder and elder. All of this is the fault of that old thing, Carl. It has nothing to do with Disciple C2814. Extinguish the witnesses. Gulen. Chaos Domain, Carl Universe. God King Wei En turned hostile and pushed everything towards the Celtic clan. At this moment, the dead fellow Taoist won't kill me. He didn't intend to die together with the Celtic clan. Even the high and mighty His Royal Highness Yang Fann was startled and sent out Ming Yang Daozun. The meaning behind this was obvious. This was not giving the Celtic clan any chance of survival. Otherwise, the strongest person in the Celtic clan would be Ming Yang Daozun. However, low-rank top-level Chaos God King. He didn't need to trouble Ming Yang Daozun, a high-order quasi-sovereign. He simply sent middle-rank top-level God King to greet the Celtic clan. The Celtic clan wouldn't dare to go against the Zai's house any longer. They wouldn't even have the time to apologize to them. At this moment, whoever was involved with the Celtic clan would be in trouble. Furthermore, if one were to think about it carefully, he and the Celtic clan had nothing to do with each other. Why should he be buried along with the Celtic clan? Just because Bela, that lowly servant, was his woman. What kind of joke was this? He, Wei En, had too many women, so much that even he himself didn't know the exact number. Could it be that every single one of them was going to die for the clans behind them? If that was really the case, no matter how many lives Wei En had, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Ah, no, Your Highness Wei En, you can't. You can't do this. Carl God King's heart trembled and he shouted out urgently. Currently, God King Wei En was their Celtic clan's only hope. All of their life depended on God King Wei En. If God King Wei En left them behind, Celtic clan would really be finished. That mysterious expert had already killed more than half of their people before he even showed himself. Even an idiot could see that this mysterious expert was determined to kill their Celtic clan. It was impossible for him to show any mercy to them. Your Highness, please, please save us, please save us. Woo woo woo. Save me, Your Highness, save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Princess Bei La's face was like a pear blossom, her voice was indescribably pitiful. Combined with her pitiful appearance, it really made people feel pity for her. Elder, this disciple just happened to pass by this Carl universe and was invited by this Carl God King to stay in this Carl universe for a few days. As for everything else, this disciple really knows nothing about it. God King Wei En did not even look at Princess Bela and completely ignored her. One night as husband and wife for 100 days, in God King Wei En's eyes, that was a joke. It was just a woman. God King Wei En was a true disciple of the Dao Palace and also the son of Quasi-Paragon. What kind of woman could not have him? A mere Princess Bela was nothing. Let alone one. Even if it was 1,000 or 10,000, God King Wei En would not frown. His own life was the most important thing. There was nothing else that he couldn't abandon, including his children. Your Highness Wei En, you, Karl, God King, was so angry that he was glaring at God King Wei En. The Celtic clan was able to obtain God King Wei En's support and sweep across the Gulen Chaos domain. Not only did they send their family's #1 beauty, Princess Bela, to God King Wei En, but they also gave God King Wei En a large portion of the resources they had confiscated. The Taiyu Chaos Circle was a large-sized chaos domain, especially the large-sized chaos domain, which was ranked at the bottom of the rankings. It wasn't very attractive to those quasi-paragon, but it was still very attractive to God King Wei En, who was a true disciple of the Tao Palace. Controlling the Gulen Chaos domain in secret would at least increase his cultivation speed by several times, or even more. Speaking of which, Karl God King was just a puppet on the surface, and God King Wei En was the true ruler of the Gulen Chaos domain. If that wasn't the case, God King Wei En wouldn't be so kind as to support the Celtic clan. He wouldn't even hesitate to take out a top-grade divine fruit like the Profound Heart Fruit to help Karl God King take that final step. Of course, this kind of thing wasn't rare in the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Most of the powers under the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace's jurisdiction had expert or their own clan's expert behind them. For example, the Zai's house had Hall Lord and Hall Lord Xian Yuan from the Examination Hall of the Taiyu Division, or perhaps they had become the spokesperson of some big figure. Within the territory of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, if one couldn't get through the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, it wouldn't last long. It was like a rootless duckweed. It was in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Unless it was a remote place like Star Dragon Chaos Circle, which was far away from the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace and was extremely scarce in resources, it would be extremely difficult to produce a Chaos God King. The disciples and elders of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace were nothing to them. To them, the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace was nothing. Almost all a legend. Shut up, I have nothing to do with your Celtic clan. Karl, do you want to slander me? Before Karl could finish his words, he was forcefully interrupted by God King Wei En. There were some things that everyone knew well, but they could not be exposed. Otherwise, once it was broken, the consequences wouldn't be what Wei En wanted to see. At that time, it would be difficult for Ming Yang Dao Zun to deal with him even if he didn't want to. Puff Karl God King was so enraged that he felt like his heart was going to explode. A sweet taste appeared in his throat, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this God King Wei En be so shameless? In the end, the Celtic clan was just his spokesperson. When the matter was about to come to an end, he, as the controller behind the scenes, wanted to clean up the mess. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Humph, God King Wei En, you shameless villain. If you can't bear it, then I will be unjust if you don't listen to me. Our Celtic clan can't escape, so I won't let you have a good time either. If you want to die, then let's die together, sir. This is all because of God King Wei En. No, we can't let this old dog continue. God King Wei En's heart skipped a beat. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. He made a decision in his heart. If he allowed this old dog to continue speaking, there was no telling what words would come out of his mouth. Old dog, how dare you frame me? You really have a lot of guts. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? As he spoke rumble, a brilliant sword light burst out from God King Wei En's body. It was so fast that it surpassed God King Wei En's speed. The thought of a top-level Chaos God King. In order to kill God King with one strike, God King Wei En had put in a lot of effort. He used one of his trump cards, the sword chi that his father had sealed in his body. That was the full-strength strike of a high-order quasi-sovereign, and it was low-level quasi-sovereign. Under this strike, even death was certain, let alone a newly advanced top-level Chaos God King like Karl, God King. Poochie. Karl, God King, didn't even have the time to scream before he was shredded into pieces by the brilliant sword radiance. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This wasn't the end. Wherever the sword light passed, it killed everything. The entire Calter Divine Mountain, including the large number of Chaos God King from the Celtic clan, were all minced into pieces. Not even a corpse was left behind. Among them was Princess Bela, who had spent countless beautiful nights with her. She was truly ruthless and ruthless to the extreme the next second. Bang! God King Wei En's knees went soft, and he immediately knelt down at Ming Yang Dao Zun's feet. He was filled with fear and trepidation, and he begged for forgiveness. Elder, This disciple was furious for a moment, and he said, "Please forgive me. But, please punish me, elder. You can get up now." Ming Yongdao Zun gently waved his hand and laughed in his heart. This Wei En's silence was too obvious. Did he think that he was blind? However, he wasn't too angry. God King Wei En was a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace after all. His father, High Lord Warren, was also a high-order quasi-sovereign, a supreme elder of the Dao Palace. The two of them weren't really good friends, but they were still friends. God King Wei En could be considered his nephew. As long as he didn't stand up for the Celtic clan and make things difficult for him, Ming Yongdao Zun wouldn't bother to make things difficult for him. Of course, this was also Yang Fann's decision. Otherwise, not to mention that his father, Lord Warren, was just an ordinary friend of his. Even if they were best friends, he would not let God King Wei En go so easily. Going against Yang Fann's orders. The consequences weren't something that a high-order quasi-sovereign like him wanted to see. As for the Celtic clan, it was fine as long as they were dead. It wasn't a big deal. A newly advanced first-class god clan. Under the rule of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there were as many as a cow's hair. Even if there weren't a million, there would still be at least a few 100,000. The number of first-class god clan that he had personally killed was not something that could be counted with just two hands. Hearing this, God King Wei En let out a long breath. This matter could be considered to have been fooled just like that, and his own life was saved. "Thank you, elder. Wei En brat, don't thank me in such a hurry." C 2815 10 times the compensation. Gulen Chaos Domain, Carl Universe. What? God King Wei En's face turned pale. His heart, which had just been relieved, was in his throat again. What did Ming Yongdao Zun mean by that? Could it be that he wasn't going to let him go? Bitch it, how could this be? Could it be that the Cost Lord really couldn't escape death today? No, I don't want to die. I haven't even advanced to become a quasi-supreme being yet, so how could I just die here? Now, it seemed like he could only contact his father, asking him to come out and make peace. No matter what, his father and Ming Yongdao Zun were both supreme elders of the Dao Palace. They had some ties, so Ming Yongdao Zun would probably give his father some face. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, he really wouldn't want to do this. If his father, High Lord Warren, found out that he had offended His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he would definitely be furious. He might not even plead on his behalf and give up on his son, allowing Ming Yongdao Zun to punish him as he pleased. He didn't want His Royal Highness Yang Fann to hold a grudge against him and thus vent his anger on Warren. The so-called father-son relationship, how much weight did his father, High Lord Warren, have in his heart? God King Wei En really had no confidence. He was only one of the many heirs of his father, Supreme Lord Warren. He wasn't his only son, nor was he the one he doted on the most. Taking a step back, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would probably lose the favor he had doted on in the past. He would be directly sent to the Cold Palace by his father, Supremacy Warren, and become a member of the ordinary heirs. And once he lost the favor of his father, just by himself, he would basically never dream of advancing to the quasi-supreme being level in his entire life. Even extreme top-level Chaos God King wouldn't be able to surpass the first level. Right at this moment, Ming Yongdao Zun continued, "Wei En brat, regarding this matter. I won't tell you anymore. You should know in your heart that no matter how much you eat, you will pay the Zai's house 10 times the amount." This was also Yang Fann's intention. Considering that they were from the same sect, as long as God King Wei En knew what was good for him, he wouldn't argue with him. However, the death penalty could be avoided, and it would be difficult to escape punishment. Reparations must be made. It's only compensation. It gave me a scare. God King Wei En's heart was once again relieved, as long as it wasn't for his life. But soon, a flash of pain appeared in God King Wei En's eyes. 10 times compensation was too much. In this era, there were more than 7 levels of resources that the Celtic clan had plundered. Almost all of the 8th layer had gone into his pocket. If the compensation was 10 times more, half of his family would be lost as well. What? God King Wei En's eyes were filled with pain. 10 times compensation was too much. In this era, there were more than 7 levels of resources that the Celtic clan had plundered. Almost all of the 8th layer had gone into his pocket. If the compensation was 10 times more, half of his family would be lost. What? You don't want to? Ming Yang Daozun narrowed his eyes and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. On account of his father, High Lord Warren, he had already shown mercy. If this Wei En kid still didn't know what was good for him, then don't blame him. Ah, no, I'm willing. When God King Wei En heard this, he shivered and came back to his senses. Now was not the time for him to bargain. Furthermore, he did not have the qualifications to bargain with Ming Yang Daozun. I am the meat on the chopping block. Accept your fate. I just treat it as spending money to buy your life. 10 times the compensation, then 10 times the compensation. The most important thing was to survive. Without resources, he would just plunder them. If they wasted more time, they would still be able to earn it back. Brat Wei En, remember your words. I'll leave the remaining survivors of Celtic clan to you. A group of ants that couldn't even find a few middle-tier low-level chaos god kings couldn't arouse Ming Yang Daozun's interest. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's personal instructions, he wouldn't have come to the Carl universe. He would only send a top-level chaos god king to deal with them. Yes, Elder, don't worry. God King Wei En replied hastily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for the Celtic clan, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. There was even the risk of being hated by His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Even if Ming Yang Daozun didn't say it, she would never let the Celtic clan go. Very quickly, a bloody massacre started in the Carl universe. Ah, no, Your Highness, please spare my life, please spare my life. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone save me, save us. Roar, Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. I curse you with my soul. 3 days later, the entire cult universe was bathed in blood. The entire universe was dead silent, like a grave with no signs of life. After that, God King Wei En rushed to Gus universe without stopping. When he saw Hall Lord Xian Yuan, this Dao Palace core disciple whom Hall Lord Xian Yuan had to look up to in the past, the son of a quasi-supreme immediately bowed and gave a big bow. He said regretfully, Brother Xian Yuan. This little brother didn't investigate for a moment, and was bewitched by that traitor. I almost made a big mistake by becoming an accomplice of the Celtic clan. Brother Xian Yuan, you are a generous man. Please forgive me this time. Your Highness Wei En, please don't do this. Everything is just a misunderstanding. Just let it go. Hall Lord Xian Yuan hurriedly helped God King Wei En up. He did not dare to be careless in front of God King Wei En. He knew about his own family. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had helped them this time, and it could be considered that he had repaid the favor he owed them back then. He wouldn't have much interaction with them in the future. The gap between the two of them was too great. They were people from two different worlds. If they really didn't know what was good for them, they wouldn't know what was good for them. He would use the chicken feather as an order and wouldn't let this matter rest. He would definitely offend this God King Wei En to death. In the end, the Zai's house would be the one to suffer the most. He might as well take this opportunity to be on good terms with God King Wei En. It seemed like His Royal Highness Yang Fann's tiger skin was still there. God King Wei En was also willing to form a good relationship with the Zai's house. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Brother Xian Yuan was right. It was all a misunderstanding. While they were talking, God King Wei En handed a dimensional ring to Hall Lord Xian Yuan and said, Brother Xian Yuan. Over the years, the Celtic clan has created a lot of danger for the Zai's house under the banner of my little brother. This is a little compensation for my little brother. Brother Xian Yuan, please do not refuse it. Ah, this. Hall Lord Xian Yuan casually swept a glance at the dimensional ring. His eyes immediately widened, and his face was filled with shock. He had never seen a mountain of heavenly treasures in his life. To put it bluntly, even if he sold the Zai's house, he might not even get half of it. Your Highness Wei En, it's enough that you have this intention. Please take back these resources. Hall Lord Xian Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. With so many resources, the Zai's house's power would surely improve by leaps and bounds. It wasn't impossible for them to give birth to a true top-level Chaos God King. However, the rationality in his heart told him that he must not accept these resources. With so many resources, even if God King Wei En, the son of a quasi-supreme expert, took out all of them at once, most of his family would be emptied, and he might even lose all of his fortune. If he really took them greedily, he would definitely be hated by God King Wei En. Upon hearing this, God King Wei En immediately became anxious. If Hall Lord Xian Yuan didn't accept them, how would he explain it to Ming Yang Daozun? At that time, even his father, High Lord Warren, wouldn't be able to protect him. No, 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 Brother Xian Yuan. You must accept it. God King Wei En waved his hand repeatedly. In the end, he carefully added another sentence. Brother Xian Yuan, this is Elder Ming Yang's intention. Elder Ming Yang, he is. A trace of doubt flashed across Hall Lord Xian Yuan's eyes. The team led by Elder Ming Yang had passed hundreds of thousands of eras. It wasn't a secret in Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, but it was also a secret to the higher-ups of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Even many top-level Chaos God King elders weren't qualified to know about it, let alone a branch like Hall Lord Xian Yuan, Hall Lord God King Wei En. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a good father, he wouldn't have known about the team. Brother Xian Yuan, Elder Ming Yang is His Royal Highness Yang Fann. The person beside him, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Hall Lord Xian Yuan muttered in his heart. In the end, he still accepted the dimensional ring. Looking at God King Wei En, if he didn't accept it, he would have to stay in the Zai's house and not leave. Very quickly, the news of the Celtic clan being destroyed and God King Wei En personally paying a visit to apologize spread to the Taiyu Chaos Circle at a terrifying speed with the Gulan Chaos Domain as the center. What, am I seeing things? The Celtic clan was destroyed. His Highness Wei En went to Gus Universe to beg for forgiveness. Hiss. This. How is this possible? Amir Zai's house, what right does he have to make His Highness Wei En come and apologize? What, Ming Yang Daozun was the one who did it? Could it be that he was the one who did it? Could it be that the legend is true? Could it be that Hall Lord Xian Yuan and His Royal Highness Yang Fann had a good relationship? Bitch it, I have missed a great opportunity. Back then, Hall Lord Xian Yuan asked for my help. If I agreed to it, I might have already boarded His Royal Highness Yang Fann's ship. No, I have to ease my relationship with Hall Lord Xian Yuan. If he has a grudge against me, the consequences. Hiss. Quick, prepare the gifts. I want to head to Gus Universe. In Taiyu Chaos Circle, every major power was shocked, especially those top-level Chaos God Kings who were on good terms with Hall Lord Xian Yuan. Each and every one of them was filled with regret. They had missed such a good opportunity. If they could establish a connection with His Royal Highness Yang Fann and become successful, it would only be a matter of time. In just a short period of time, the people of Zai's house, who were like the plague and had been avoided by others, had become the most popular people in Taiyu Chaos Circle. Countless forces had prepared experts and gifts for them, and they were heading to the universe of Gus. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. After handing over the matters of Zai's house to Ming Yang Daozun, Yang Fann didn't pay too much attention to it. It was just a small force that only had one top-level Chaos God King. If Ming Yang Daozun and the others couldn't even settle such a small matter, they wouldn't have to come out and embarrass themselves. A 60-year cycle later, Yang Fann stepped into the Taiyu Division's Divine Transportation Formation. Hunyuan Universe, I'm back. C-2816 Return to Holy Extreme Mountain. Hunyuan Universe. Transmission to Divine Hall. Buzz. A bright divine light burst out from a transmission altar, illuminating the entire spatial zone. In the next second, Yang Fann's figure appeared on the teleportation altar. Phew. Hunyuan Universe, I'm back. Yang Fann looked around and sighed emotionally. Nearly 500,000 eras had passed, and he had finally returned to Hunyuan Universe. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. To those top-level Chaos God Kings and Quasi-Paragons, a mere 500,000 years was nothing. Naturally, it was nothing. Some old monsters would take more than this amount of time to doze off. However, for Yang Fann, who had never experienced 600,000 eras in his life, it was an extremely long period of time. Before this, Yang Fann had never thought that he would be able to reach 500,000 era of the years as soon as he left. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. What a good teleportation formation. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. Previously, he was weak. Even when he left the Hunyuan Universe, he only barely had the combat strength of a quasi-supreme expert. It was only now that he realized how terrifying the teleportation formation was. There was actually a quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding it, and it was a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection that wasn't any weaker than Demon Lord Kang Ling. That was true. What kind of place was this divine hall? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the gateway of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. How could there be no expert guarding this place? It seems like it won't be long before the news of my return will sweep across the entire Hunyuan universe. Yang Fann shook his head lightly. A bitter smile flashed across the corner of his mouth as he slowly stepped out of the divine hall. This time, he actually didn't want to alarm too many people. In the Taiyu division, he had concealed his whereabouts and carried out the teleportation without anyone noticing. In his life, what Yang Fann feared the most was all kinds of social gatherings. Once the news of his return was leaked out, the entire Hunyuan universe would be shaken. At that time, it would be difficult for him to live a peaceful life. This was also the reason why no one in the entire divine hall was present. Otherwise, if they knew that Yang Fann had returned, the entire divine hall would be packed with people. The divine hall was a hidden space. An ancient existence opened his eyes, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. That look just now, could it be that this His Royal Highness Yang Fann has discovered me? This is impossible. Even an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection would find it very difficult to find me, let alone a quasi-god king His Royal Highness Yang Fann. No matter what kind of monster this His Royal Highness Yang Fann had, with his mere quasi-god king cultivation base, he was able to challenge someone who was a higher level than him. A top-level chaos god warrior, a king, was the limit. For example, when Ancestral Master Primordius and the others were at the quasi-god king, without using many treasures, they would be able to unleash the combat strength of a top-level chaos god king. Illusion, it must be my illusion. Hiss. What a good Hunyuan universe, as expected of the headquarters of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Sure enough, there is a hidden killing intent. After leaving the divine hall, not long after, Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Previously, his cultivation base was still weak. He couldn't tell what the Hunyuan universe really was, but now, he realized how terrifying it was. In fact, the entire Hunyuan universe was like a peerless divine formation. Once it was activated, it was very likely that Great Dao Sovereign would be killed by it. With his current cultivation base and strength, he would die without a doubt. In fact, it would be a huge problem if he could hold on for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Perhaps, only after he advanced to Chaos God King would he have the qualifications to fight against this peerless divine formation. Sometimes, ignorance was also a kind of blessing. Is that the Dao Discussion Mountain? All of a sudden, Yang Fann's eyes flickered, and a wisp of reminiscence appeared on his face. A disciple has activated the mountain struggle halfway up the mountain. It should be a high-level disciple's mountain struggle. Back then, he had attacked forcefully on the Dao Discussion Mountain, helping him obtain the first bucket of gold after entering the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and laying a solid foundation for his rise. If it wasn't for the generous donations of those true disciples, he wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. However, after watching for a while, Yang Fann lost interest in the mountain struggle. Most of the high-ranked disciples of primeval Chaos Dao Palace were chaos gods. Middle-level Chaos Divine King was basically the strongest amongst them. After all, there was a limit to the number of high-level disciples. There were only 100 million eras left. Once one surpassed this world, they would either pass the test and become a true disciple or be released to the outside world. Like Hall Lord Xian Yuan, they would become the middle level of a branch. Right now, the two high-ranked disciples fighting in the Dao Discussion Mountain were only at the level of low-level Chaos God King. Furthermore, they weren't heaven-defying geniuses. Their actual combat strength could barely be compared to some ordinary middle-level Chaos Divine King. Compared to Yang Fann, they were like two ants fighting. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Hunyuan Universe and Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain were in an uproar. Ah, it's His Highness. His Highness had returned. His Highness has returned. Greetings, Your Highness. Paying respects to His Highness. Along the way, all the female servants and guards knelt down to pay their respects. Their gazes towards Yang Fann were filled with worship, especially those female servants. Their gazes were burning with passion, as if they wanted to melt Yang Fann completely. After so many eras had passed, everything that had happened in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle had already spread across the entire Hunyuan universe. Currently, there were countless people who wanted to join the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Even if they were maids or guards, when some high-level Chaos God King or even top-level Chaos God King elders saw them, they wouldn't dare show any neglect. If they could become the woman of the prince, those quasi-paragon would have to pay their respects to them, and wouldn't dare show any disrespect to them. Extreme Saint Divine Hall. Yang Fann sat on top of the divine throne. Below him was the head chief, Tang Wai. Nearly 500,000 eras had passed. Tang Wai's cultivation base had broken through 4 major realms, and he had broken through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God King. He was only a step away from breaking through to the high-rank high-level Chaos God King realm. This speed was considered extremely fast. Many of the true disciples were inferior to him. However, to be honest, this was normal. This was the cultivation environment of the 6th grade Divine Mountain. It wasn't something that those 4th grade experts could compare with. It was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. One in the ground was more than 100,000 times worse, more than 1,000,000 times worse. Very quickly, Tang Wai gave a detailed report to Yang Fann about the development of Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain in recent years. Not only him, but everyone in Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain had made great progress in their cultivation. At the very least, they had all broken through several major grades, 1 grade, and even 2 grades. There were many of them. Currently, in the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, no one's cultivation base was lower than a high-grade Chaos God. Most of them were at the top-level Chaos God. There were more than 3,000 Quasi-God King warriors who had stepped into Chaos God King's realm. Including the 20 of them, there were nearly 300 of them, and 292 of them. However, most of them were at the middle-level Chaos Divine King and low-level Chaos God King realm. There were only 36 of them who were at the high-level Chaos God King. Apart from him, there was only one Deputy General Manager who had broken through to the low-rank top-level Chaos God King realm. The resources produced during these eras in Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, according to Your Highness's orders, I have already exchanged them for Origin Elemental Crystals. As he spoke, Tang Wai respectfully handed over a dimensional ring, Your Highness, a total of 96, 37, 84,683 units of Origin Elemental Crystals. C-2817 Investigate Hunyuan Universe, Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, Divine Hall. Yang Fann didn't take the dimensional ring from Tang Wai. It was less than 1 billion units of Origin Elemental Crystal. To him, it was just a drop in the bucket. It wouldn't even be enough for him to cultivate for a few days, let alone improve his cultivation base. Tang Wai, you have worked hard in managing the Divine Mountain all these years. Take these Origin Elemental Crystals for me as my reward. Tang Wai and the others had indeed worked hard in these eras. They had managed the entire Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain in an orderly manner. Tang Wai's eyes bulged. He could not believe his ears. This was close to 1 billion units of Origin Elemental Crystal, not 10 million. It wasn't even 1,000,000 units of Origin Elemental Crystal. It was the same for most of low-rank top-level Chaos God King's family. All right Tang Wai, you can withdraw. Yang Fann gently waved his hand and dismissed Tang Wai. I'm not here. Dream on, Your Highness. Even after leaving the Divine Hall, Tang Wai still felt a little surreal. 1 billion, this was close to 1 billion units of Origin Elemental Crystal. His Highness had actually given them such a generous gift. In the entire Hunyuan universe, there were only a few people who could be found. After a long while, Tang Wai looked at the familiar dimensional ring in his hand. Only then did he manage to regain his senses. Really, His Highness is really. In an instant, Tang Wai was overjoyed. There were so many Origin Elemental Crystals. Even if more than half of them were to be distributed, the remaining Origin Elemental Crystals would be enough for her cultivation to have a qualitative breakthrough. Not to mention high-rank high-level Chaos God King, even top-grade or extreme advanced God King. It was highly possible. Thank you, Your Highness, for your reward. Thank you, Your Highness, for your reward. Thank you, Your Highness, for your reward. Soon, the entire Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain boiled up once again. Out of the 100,000 guards and maids, the lowest amount was 100 units of Origin Elemental Crystals. One should know that ordinary low-ranked Chaos God King warriors were given 100 units of low-ranked Chaos God Kings. That was all he had. As for their cultivation base, they were merely high-grade Chaos Gods. With these 100 units of Origin Elemental Crystals, Chaos God King didn't need to worry about resources. To be able to join the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain and become His Highness's subordinate, this was definitely the greatest fortune of their lives. What, are you sure? His Royal Highness Yang Fann has returned to Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Quick, prepare a generous gift for me. I want to pay my respects to His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Someone, prepare a throne for me. I want to head to Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. This time, no matter what, I want to get in touch with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Not long after that, the news of Yang Fann's return swept across the entire Hunyuan universe like a sudden clap of thunder. Quasi-Paragon and the others were startled. A large number of old monsters who were in secluded cultivation had broken out of their seclusion, and there were even quasi-sovereign of great perfection amongst them. For a moment, sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain was like a bustling city. There were many people who came to visit, and there was an endless stream of them. Furthermore, none of them were simple people. Ordinary top-level Chaos God Kings didn't even have the qualifications to visit. The weakest among them was extreme top-level Chaos God King, and there were even quite a number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. 100 years later, Yang Fann let out a long breath. He had finally gotten rid of them all. This was with the help of Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others. Only those quasi-sovereign of great perfection were personally received by him. If not, he would not have been able to hold on much longer. Even after so many eras had passed, Yang Fann still couldn't stand these trivial matters. If possible, Yang Fann would rather fight an expert of the same level than deal with these trivial matters. Moreover, not only did these supreme elders personally come here, many of them were also accompanied by the most outstanding heavenly daughter of their clan. The meaning of this was that even a fool could see that it was a huge headache. However, there were times when they felt helpless. Since they had joined the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it was inevitable that there would be some humanity in the world. Fortunately, everything is in the past. Soon, a glimmer of expectation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. I wonder if the gifts from these people are enough for me to break through to the great perfection Quasi-God King. None of these elders had come empty-handed. In the next moment, Yang Fann moved his spiritual sense and entered the treasure vault. He started to count his gains from the past 100 years in detail. Another 100 years passed. Yang Fann opened his eyes and revealed a hint of regret. The gifts that these top-level Chaos God Kings and quasi-supreme beings had presented. To ordinary people, these gifts were extremely precious. This was especially true for those quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts, who mostly used low-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifacts as their congratulatory gifts. Even if it wasn't a quasi-great Dao divine artifact, the value of the gift wouldn't be lower than a low-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifact. However, compared to the current Yang Fann, it was still a bit lacking. All the gifts combined could barely be compared to the entire fortune of a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With this amount of resources, when he was still a middle-ranked quasi-god king, it could help him break through to a higher level. Now, not to mention breaking through to the great perfection quasi-god king, Yang Fann wasn't even sure if he could break through a minor realm. It seems like if I really want to break through, I'll have to rely on those mighty warriors from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Heavenly Fortune Divine Mountain was one of the rare grade 7 divine mountains in the Hunyuan universe. The headquarters of the Heavenly Fortune Divine Palace was located at the peak of Heavenly Fortune Divine Mountain. It was a huge palace that spanned over 10,000 light years. It was emitting a mysterious aura, as if one could fall into the enlightenment and comprehend the supreme great Tao with just a glance. A sacred glow was emitted from the Heavenly Fortune Divine Palace, and it radiated a large amount of voids, making it impossible to look at it directly. 1 year later, Yang Fann slowly stepped into the Divine Palace. Very quickly, a low-level quasi-sovereign walked up to him and bowed respectfully. "Jing Hai greets Your Highness. May I know what orders Your Highness has?" His expression was respectful, and he didn't dare show any disrespect. Even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was on par with Yang Fann, let alone a low-level quasi-sovereign like him. This Yang Fann was not someone he could afford to offend. "Elder Jing Hai, there's no need for formalities." Yang Fann waved his hand lightly. "I'm here to get some information about Battlefield of Dao Devil. Your Highness, please follow me." Soon, Jing Hai brought Yang Fann to a huge palace. There were 2 ancient words engraved on the palace. Even those who didn't know the ancient divine characters could instantly understand the meaning of the 2 words. The Dao Devil was the 2 ancient characters. "Your Highness, the relevant information about Battlefield of Dao Devil is in this Dao Devil Palace. Do as you wish." This was also Yang Fann. If it were any other disciple, even Dao children like Tuo Luo Dao Child wouldn't have the qualifications to casually read the information. There were even some precious materials that couldn't be read for free. One had to pay a large amount of Dao Palace contribution points in order to flip through them. After suppressing Demon Lord Kang Ling and 7 great devils in the Ape Dragon Chaos Circle, Yang Fann's authority in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace had increased by a lot. He was no longer any weaker than those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Primordial Chaos Divine Palace, Primordial Chaos Divine Mountain. His Royal Highness Yang Fann is actually looking up information about the battlefield of Dao Devil. Could it be that he is preparing to head to the battlefield of Dao Devil again? Lord of Primordius's eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes. Good, it seems like the Heavenly Devil God Palace is going to suffer again. In the eyes of the others, the 24 quasi-sovereign of great perfection beside Yang Fann. The primeval Chaos Dao Palace was the first to receive the news, and they had set up a trap to deal with Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others. There were only a few quasi-sovereign of great perfection guards by Yang Fann's side. Lord of Primordius knew very well that there were 24 quasi-sovereign of great perfection guards. All of them were Yang Fann's Dao protectors, and they could even be said to be his subordinates. It had nothing to do with the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Under the siege of 24 quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection who was closest to great Dao Sovereign could only flee in panic. As long as they didn't provoke great Dao Sovereign, this force could be said to be unstoppable in battlefield of Dao Devil. During the battle in the 12th Demon Battlefield, he suppressed 2 quasi-sovereign of great perfection and dozens of ordinary quasi-supreme experts from Heavenly Devil God Palace. I wonder how many quasi-supreme experts of the Heavenly Devil God Palace were suppressed this time. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Hunyuan Universe, within a 6th grade Divine Mountain. Buzz. A high-order quasi-sovereign giant suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. The Heavenly Fortune Divine Palace's Dao Demon Palace. That Yang Fann has actually entered the palace. Could it be that he wants to enter the battlefield of Dao Devil to train? That's right, his current cultivation base is at the Quasi-God King. He wasn't far from breaking through to Chaos God King. With his monstrous talent, his true combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than a top-level Chaos God King. He did have the ability to explore the battlefield of Dao Devil. This is a great opportunity for us, but we don't know which battlefield of Dao Devil Yang Fann will choose. With his cultivation base and strength, it was very likely that he would choose the last few battlefield of Dao Devil, and his combat strength was comparable to a top-level Chaos God King. He wouldn't encounter any danger there, but that wasn't necessarily the case. What was the meaning of this ancient monster? No one could say for sure. Perhaps he liked to challenge high difficulty. Forget it, I don't need to worry about this matter. I just need to send this news back to the Divine Palace. Tian Mu Palace will investigate. C-2818. He swept across the demonic Dao battlefield, the 8th battlefield of Dao Devil. It was close to the Kang Yuan Chaotic Ring, one of the 9 top-grade large-sized Chaos Circle in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It was created 86,368 billion years ago. The scope of the battlefield was wider than the 12th Demon Battlefield. It was more than twice as big as the 12th Demon Battlefield. There were 3 high-grade large-sized Chaos Circle that had been destroyed. One of the high-grade large-sized Chaos Circle belonged to the Heavenly Devil God Palace, and the other 2 belonged to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Generally speaking, the Heavenly Devil God Palace had the upper hand in the 8th battlefield of Dao Devil. Of course, it was only the upper hand, and it was far from being a suppression. Poochie. Chaos distorted and a person appeared out of thin air. He wore a black robe, and was around 20 years old. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and he had handsome facial features. However, his aura was ordinary, and his entire body was. He exuded the aura of returning to his original state, and there wasn't the slightest hint of the aura of an expert. At first sight, it was more like he was in the mortal world. That wealthy young master who did not understand any cultivation path, however. It was such an ordinary person who stood in the middle of the chaotic turbulence. The chaotic turbulence that could easily kill a middle-level chaos god was like a mouse seeing a cat. Within a 10,000-mile radius. This black-robed young man was none other than Yang Fann. In a flash, 800 years had passed since Yang Fann had entered the Divine Palace. After spending 300 years to carefully read the information about the battlefield of Dao Devil that the primeval Chaos Dao Palace had gathered, Yang Fann didn't stay in the Hunyuan universe for long. Instead, he rushed to the battlefield of Dao Devil without stopping. Although these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had been staying in the battlefield of Tao Devil for a long period of time, and they didn't need that much time, it was better to capture them as soon as possible, making them feel more at ease. As long as he didn't suppress them for a day, Yang Fann felt like he was seeing a mirror. Only by obtaining the benefits would he be able to obtain the real benefits. Otherwise, it would all be fake. As expected of the number 8 battlefield of Tao Devil. Sure enough, it's not something that the 12th demon battlefield can compare with. Looking around, Yang Fann sighed with emotion. The environment of the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil was worse than the 12th demon battlefield. It was 10 times, 100 times scarier. And this was at the border of the battlefield of Tao Devil. The chaotic turbulence was extremely violent. It was enough to kill a middle-level Chaos God. If it was at the center of the battlefield, under Chaos God King's command, he wouldn't dare to leave the strongholds. Otherwise, he wouldn't need the help of those devil kings from the heavenly devil god palace. The chaotic turbulence alone was enough to kill him. Since the clones are about to arrive, it's time for me to make my move. Yang Fann muttered in his heart. After a thorough investigation in the Heaven's secret palace, very quickly, Yang Fann had locked onto his target. The top 5 in battlefield of Tao Devil was still excluded by Yang Fann. Although the number of experts there was the highest, there was still great Tao Sovereign there. According to the information provided by the Heaven's secret palace, those strongest and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Most of them were in the same stronghold as great Tao Sovereign. They wanted to be under great Tao Sovereign's watch. No matter how confident Yang Fann was, he had to suppress those powerful and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. He didn't have much confidence. In the end, he would only expose his monstrous talent for nothing. Although his cloning technique was profound and could hide from quasi-sovereign of great perfection, Yang Fann still didn't have much confidence in hiding it from great Tao Sovereign. Just based on some ancient books and the description of Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others' memories. Great Tao Sovereign's strength could only be used as a reference, and it couldn't be used as a basis. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. One should know that even the most powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection like Demon Lord Kang Ling had never seen great Tao Sovereign fight before. Most of the time, it was him who met his ancestor, the Supreme Soul Devourer, and used the pressure of the Supreme Soul Devourer to make a deduction. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Fann still felt that battlefield of Tao Devil 6 to 10 was more suitable for him. Although these 5 great battlefield of Tao Devil were much weaker than the previous 5, there were still quite a number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection. At least, there was a supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding them, especially the ancient battlefield of Tao Devil number 6, where there was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding it. However, unlike before, Yang Fann didn't intend to build a battlefield of Tao Devil in the battlefield of Tao Devil. Instead, he wanted to take down these 5 great battlefield of Tao Devil in one fell swoop. There was only one chance. Once those quasi-sovereign of great perfection were prepared, it would be difficult to suppress them again. He would naturally maximize his benefits. If they could wipe out all the quasi-sovereign of great perfection in the 5 great battlefield of Tao Devil, great perfection quasi-god king was a sure thing. It wasn't impossible for Chaos God King to prove his Tao. At that time, apart from the few great ancestral expert, there wouldn't be anyone else who could truly endanger his life in the chaos. At least, if he couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Before heading to the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil, Yang Fann had already sent a large number of clones to the other battlefield of Tao Devil. After breaking through 3 major grades in a row, his overall combat strength had increased by 100,000, a million times. Not only that, Yang Fann's soul duplicate had also improved by leaps and bounds. It had the power of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Furthermore, amongst all the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, it wasn't considered weak. Compared to a true invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he only had a few shortcomings in terms of divine abilities and divine weapons. With their strength and their terrifying number, it wouldn't be difficult for them to sweep across the 4 great battlefield of Tao Devil. There was no need for that. He, the true body, had to do it himself. To be honest, to these quasi-supreme experts, Yang Fann was no different from a great Tao sovereign. In any case, no matter who he met, he would be killed in an instant. Even if it was just a clone, it was still not something they could fight against. Not only the 4 great battlefield of Tao Devil, but also the number 8 battlefield of Tao Devil. Yang Fann didn't want to personally take action. Buzz, buzz, wang. Yang Fann's body trembled. A divine light fell from his body and turned into numerous great men with different facial features. There were 32 people in total. This was the power Yang Fann used to sweep across the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil. 32 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, sweep across the entire battlefield of Tao Devil. This was the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil, which was no stronger than the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was a piece of cake even if the information of the heavenly secret palace was wrong. There was nothing the heavenly devil god palace could hide in the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil that could change anything. Yang Fann waved his hand and the 32-soul duplicate tore through the space and disappeared without a trace. Now, we just have to wait for the clones to return. Yang Fann murmured. With a flick of his right arm, he created a world of his own. This was the place where he received it, as well as the place where he would cultivate in seclusion in the future. This time was different from the past. The current Yang Fann no longer needed to leave the battlefield of Tao Devil and go into secluded cultivation in the various chaotic circles. It was just a tiny chaotic turbulence and spatiotemporal storm. It was difficult for them to even get close to him, not to mention getting him lost in the chaotic flows of space and time. 1 year later, Wang, a divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. There was a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. All right, all the clones are in position. We can attack now. I wonder how many quasi-sovereign of great perfection I can bring this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Eve Fortress. This was the biggest stronghold of Heavenly Devil God Palace in Battlefield of Tao Devil number 8, and also the most core stronghold of Heavenly Devil God Palace in Battlefield of Tao Devil number 8. The Heavenly Devil God Palace only had a quasi-sovereign of great perfection King Yi Fu in the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil. The name of the stronghold was also because of King Yi Fu. King Eve was the ancestor of the Eve family, one of the 32 families in the Blood Demon clan. He was one of the top 5 princes in the Blood Demon clan, and he even had a chance to reach the top 3. He could be said to be the right-hand man of the Blood Demon ancestor. He was extremely fierce. He had dominated the chaos for hundreds of millions of years and had rarely met his match. In the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, countless experts had fallen in his hands. There was even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior who had all his blood essence sucked dry by him and died. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, 8 terrifying quasi-sovereign of great perfections that made ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection despair descended from the sky, crushing down on the Eve stronghold. Poochie poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Wherever he passed, everything, space turbulence, chaotic storms. It was completely obliterated, turned into nothingness. Ah, not good. Enemy attack. There's an enemy. Quickly activate the Guardian Devil World. Activate the Guardian Devil World. In an instant, the alarm bells of the entire Eve Fortress rang loudly. Countless experts erupted with mournful wails. In a split-second roar. Roar, roar. The 10,000 devils roared. Devil God was furious. A dark barrier rose up and covered the entire Eve Fortress. The Guardian of the Demon World has finally opened. We are safe now. Ah, no. How could this be? Guarding the Demon Realm, unexpectedly. No, nothing. Invincible. Quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This was the power of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. How was this possible? How was this possible? C-2818 He swept across the demonic Tao battlefield, the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil. It was close to the Kang Yuan Chaotic Ring, one of the 9 top-grade large-sized chaos circle in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was created 86,368 billion years ago. The scope of the battlefield was wider than the 12th Demon battlefield. It was more than twice as big as the 12th Demon battlefield. There were 3 high-grade large-sized chaos circle that had been destroyed. One of the high-grade large-sized chaos circle belonged to the Heavenly Devil God Palace, and the other 2 belonged to the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Generally speaking, the Heavenly Devil God Palace had the upper hand in the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil. Of course, it was only the upper hand, and it was far from being a suppression. Poochie. Chaos distorted and a person appeared out of thin air. He wore a black robe, and was around 20 years old. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and he had handsome facial features. However, his aura was ordinary, and his entire body was. He exuded the aura of returning to his original state, and there wasn't the slightest hint of the aura of an expert. At first sight, it was more like he was in the mortal world. That wealthy young master who did not understand any cultivation path, however. It was such an ordinary person who stood in the middle of the chaotic turbulence. The chaotic turbulence that could easily kill a middle-level chaos god was like a mouse seeing a cat. Within a 10,000-mile radius. This black-robed young man was none other than Yang Fann. In a flash, 800 years had passed since Yang Fann had entered the Divine Palace. After spending 300 years to carefully read the information about the battlefield of Dao Devil that the primeval Chaos Dao Palace had gathered, Yang Fann didn't stay in the Hunyuan universe for long. Instead, he rushed to the battlefield of Dao Devil without stopping. Although these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had been staying in the battlefield of Dao Devil for a long period of time, and they didn't need that much time, it was better to capture them as soon as possible, making them feel more at ease. As long as he didn't suppress them for a day, Yang Fann felt like he was seeing a mirror. Only by obtaining the benefits would he be able to obtain the real benefits. Otherwise, it would all be fake. As expected of the number 8 battlefield of Dao Devil. Sure enough, it's not something that the 12th demon battlefield can compare with. Looking around, Yang Fann sighed with emotion. The environment of the 8th battlefield of Dao Devil was worse than the 12th demon battlefield. It was 10 times, 100 times scarier. And this was at the border of the battlefield of Dao Devil. The chaotic turbulence was extremely violent. It was enough to kill a middle-level Chaos God. If it was at the center of the battlefield, under Chaos God King's command, he wouldn't dare to leave the strongholds. Otherwise, he wouldn't need the help of those devil kings from the heavenly devil god palace. The chaotic turbulence alone was enough to kill him. Since the clones are about to arrive, it's time for me to make my move. Yang Fann muttered in his heart. After a thorough investigation in the Heaven's secret palace, very quickly, Yang Fann had locked onto his target. The top 5 in battlefield of Dao Devil was still excluded by Yang Fann. Although the number of experts there was the highest, there was still great Dao Sovereign there. According to the information provided by the Heaven's secret palace, those strongest and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Most of them were in the same stronghold as great Dao Sovereign. They wanted to be under great Dao Sovereign's watch. No matter how confident Yang Fann was, he had to suppress those powerful and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. He didn't have much confidence. In the end, he would only expose his monstrous talent for nothing. Although his cloning technique was profound and could hide from quasi-sovereign of great perfection, Yang Fann still didn't have much confidence in hiding it from great Dao Sovereign. Just based on some ancient books and the description of Demon Lord Kang Ling and the others' memories. Great Dao Sovereign's strength could only be used as a reference, and it couldn't be used as a basis. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. One should know that even the most powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection like Demon Lord Kang Ling had never seen great Dao Sovereign fight before. Most of the time, it was him who met his ancestor, the Supreme Soul Devourer, and used the pressure of the Supreme Soul Devourer to make a deduction. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Fann still felt that battlefield of Dao Devil 6 to 10 was more suitable for him. Although these 5 great battlefield of Dao Devil were much weaker than the previous 5, there were still quite a number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection. At least, there was a supreme quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding them, especially the ancient battlefield of Dao Devil number 6, where there was an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection guarding it. However, unlike before, Yang Fann didn't intend to build a battlefield of Dao Devil in the battlefield of Dao Devil. Instead, he wanted to take down these 5 great battlefield of Dao Devil in one fell swoop. There was only one chance. Once those quasi-sovereign of great perfection were prepared, it would be difficult to suppress them again. He would naturally maximize his benefits. If they could wipe out all the quasi-sovereign of great perfection in the 5 great battlefield of Dao Devil, great perfection quasi-god king was a sure thing. It wasn't impossible for Chaos God King to prove his Dao. At that time, apart from the few great ancestral expert, there wouldn't be anyone else who could truly endanger his life in the chaos. At least, if he couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Before heading to the 8th battlefield of Dao Devil, Yang Fann had already sent a large number of clones to the other battlefield of Dao Devil. After breaking through 3 major grades in a row, his overall combat strength had increased by 100,000, a million times. Not only that, Yang Fann's soul duplicate had also improved by leaps and bounds. It had the power of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Furthermore, amongst all the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, it wasn't considered weak. Compared to a true invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he only had a few shortcomings in terms of divine abilities and divine weapons. With their strength and their terrifying number, it wouldn't be difficult for them to sweep across the four great battlefield of Tao Devil. There was no need for that. He, the true body, had to do it himself. To be honest, to these quasi-supreme experts, Yang Fann was no different from a great Tao sovereign. In any case, no matter who he met, he would be killed in an instant. Even if it was just a clone, it was still not something they could fight against. Not only the four great battlefield of Tao Devil, but also the number 8 battlefield of Tao Devil. Yang Fann didn't want to personally take action. Buzz, buzz, wang. Yang Fann's body trembled. A divine light fell from his body and turned into numerous great men with different facial features. There were 32 people in total. This was the power Yang Fann used to sweep across the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil. 32 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, sweep across the entire battlefield of Tao Devil. This was the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil, which was no stronger than the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was a piece of cake even if the information of the heavenly secret palace was wrong. There was nothing the heavenly devil god palace could hide in the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil that could change anything. Yang Fann waved his hand and the 32 soul duplicate tore through the space and disappeared without a trace. Now, we just have to wait for the clones to return. Yang Fann murmured. With a flick of his right arm, he created a world of his own. This was the place where he received it, as well as the place where he would cultivate in seclusion in the future. This time was different from the past. The current Yang Fann no longer needed to leave the battlefield of Tao Devil and go into secluded cultivation in the various chaotic circles. It was just a tiny chaotic turbulence and spatiotemporal storm. It was difficult for them to even get close to him, not to mention getting him lost in the chaotic flows of space and time. 1 year later, Wang, a divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. There was a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. All right, all the clones are in position. We can attack now. I wonder how many quasi-sovereign of great perfection I can bring this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Eve Fortress. This was the biggest stronghold of Heavenly Devil God Palace in Battlefield of Tao Devil number 8, and also the most core stronghold of Heavenly Devil God Palace in Battlefield of Tao Devil number 8. The Heavenly Devil God Palace only had a quasi-sovereign of great perfection King Yi Fu in the 8th battlefield of Tao Devil. The name of the stronghold was also because of King Yi Fu. King Eve was the ancestor of the Eve family, one of the 32 families in the Blood Demon clan. He was one of the top 5 princes in the Blood Demon clan, and he even had a chance to reach the top 3. He could be said to be the right-hand man of the Blood Demon ancestor. He was extremely fierce. He had dominated the chaos for hundreds of millions of years and had rarely met his match. In the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, countless experts had fallen in his hands. There was even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior who had all his blood essence sucked dry by him and died. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, 8 terrifying quasi-sovereign of great perfections that made ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection despair descended from the sky, crushing down on the Eve stronghold. Poochie poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Wherever he passed, everything, space turbulence, chaotic storms. It was completely obliterated, turned into nothingness. Ah, not good. Enemy attack. There's an enemy. Quickly activate the Guardian Devil World. Activate the Guardian Devil World. In an instant, the alarm bells of the entire Eve Fortress rang loudly. Countless experts erupted with mournful wails. In a split-second roar. Roar, roar. The 10,000 devils roared. Devil God was furious. A dark barrier rose up and covered the entire Eve Fortress. The Guardian of the Demon World has finally opened. We are safe now. Ah, no. How could this be? Guarding the Demon Realm, unexpectedly. No, nothing. Invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. This was the power of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. How was this possible? How was this possible? C2819 Great Harvest. The 8th battlefield of Tao Devil, Eve Fortress. Poochie poochie, poochie. The fortress protecting the demon realm quickly collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, how could this be? Guardian of the demon realm, guardian of the demon realm. No, this isn't true. It's not true. How could it be possible to protect the demon realm? Ah, no, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Despair, endless despair spread across the entire Eve fortress. From Prince Eve, the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, to the ordinary universe sovereign, universe lord, all of them widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The fortress protected the devil world. It was built by the combined efforts of all the top divine array masters of heavenly devil god palace. Its defense was so terrifying that even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection could withstand it for a period of time. However, what they saw was that under the 8 awe-inspiring powers, the stronghold protected the devil world. It collapsed like a piece of paper. One breath. In a breath's time at most, the entire devil world would completely collapse. Invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, the attackers were all invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't believe it. Invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was the existence closest to great Tao sovereign, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call him the supreme seed. Its value wasn't much different from great Tao sovereigns. Even the heavenly devil god palace, both in the open and in the dark, including the subordinate invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, only had more than 20 of them. It was impossible for them to have more than 20 of them. Now, 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection had appeared at once. This was almost half of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection in the heavenly devil god palace. If it was the primeval chaos Tao palace, it would be the same. Was it possible to mobilize 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection just for the sake of their stronghold? Besides, did they really think that those spies from the Tianmu palace were all dead men? It was impossible for the divine palace not to receive the news of such a large-scale mobilization of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It was impossible for the primeval chaos Tao palace to send out so many invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection without alerting anyone. Fake. All of this was fake. It's our illusion. Bang. Heaven collapsing, earth cracked. The stronghold's guardian demon world finally could not withstand the awe-inspiring power and completely exploded into powder. Poochie Poochie Poochie. A quasi-supreme being. Other than a small number of top-level chaos god kings who hid by the side of a quasi-supreme being and had the protection of a quasi-supreme being, the rest of the heavenly devil god palace's expert and the native creatures of the Eve fortress were crushed into dust by the terrifying pressure before they could even let out a miserable cry. Ah, no. It's broken. The guardian of the demon realm is broken, just like that. Woo. It's true, everything is real. 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 8 great invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. It's over. The Eve fortress was completely destroyed. It's over. What should he do? What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Master Ancestor, where are you? Save us. Please save your humble descendant. At this moment, the remaining quasi-supreme beings and top-level chaos god kings couldn't help but believe it. The devil world's protection had completely collapsed. It couldn't be fake. Flee immediately, roar. Blood escape, spell, boundless primal chaos, time and space as a bridge open, greater chaos, teleportation, divine talisman, burn, chaotic divine wings. Collapse, including King Eve, who was a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. All the quasi-sovereigns and top-level chaos god kings had their minds completely collapsed. They were unable to muster any will to resist. 8 of them were at least 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Not just 1, but 2. This power had already far surpassed theirs. If they continued to stay here, they would only face death. At this moment, all of them hated their parents for giving them 2 less legs. None of them dared to hold back. All kinds of forbidden divine ability, as well as their trump cards, were used. The world was big, and their lives were the most important. As for everything else, they would have to wait until their lives were saved. However, it was obvious that King Eve and the others were thinking too much. In order to wipe out Eve Fortress, Yang Fann had split out 8 of his 32 soul duplicate to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Otherwise, he would only need 3 or 4 soul duplicate to defeat Eve Fortress with ease. Ah, no. Let me go. Let me go. I surrender. I surrender. Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life. Ah, no, I am the blood of the progenitors. If you dare to harm me, my blood god clan will not rest until you die. Roar. Bastard, you will die a horrible death. Master Ancestor will not let you go. He will definitely not let you go. Almost at the same time, the other 7 strongholds of Heavenly Devil God Palace, which were guarded by quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors, were attacked by Yang Fann's soul duplicate. The remaining 24 soul duplicate, with 3 or 4 men as a group, launched a surprise attack on these 7 strongholds. Although the strength of this small group was greater than the 8 clones that attacked If Fortress, although the strength of this small group was much weaker than the 8 clones that attacked the Eve Fortress, the defense of these 7 strongholds was not something that the Eve Fortress could compare with. Apart from the 2 strongholds, there was a top perfection quasi-paragons guarding each of them. The other 5 forts were only guarded by some old and ordinary huge perfection warriors. Not to mention the 3 invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors working together, there was only one invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warrior. Hong Long. Without any suspense, the 7 strongholds were easily crushed. The quasi-supreme experts within them were suppressed by emotion, becoming Yang Fann's prisoners. On the contrary, those ordinary quasi-supreme experts that were stationed in the Chaos strongholds were able to survive. Yang Fann no longer cared about these ordinary quasi-supreme experts. Even for limited quasi-sovereign and Yang Fann, it was like a cup of water being poured on a cart of firewood. Even if he swept away all the ordinary quasi-supreme beings in Heavenly Devil God Palace, he might not be able to break through to the Great Perfection Quasi-God King smoothly. Not long after that, a similar scene was happening in Battlefield of Dao Devil number 6, 7, 9, and 10. Among the 4 great Battlefield of Dao Devil, Yang Fann had thrown in 32 soul duplicate just like in the 8th Battlefield of Dao Devil. Most of them were like the stronger number 6 in number 7 Battlefield of Dao Devil. The number of clones had doubled, and there were a total of 64 soul duplicate. Even if the number 6 Battlefield of Dao Devil had an invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection guarding it, it could only die in the face of 20 experts of the same level. The 8th Battlefield of Dao Devil, Border. The paradise world that had just been born for a year. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes widened, and an indescribable excitement flashed across his face. He had sent it. This time, he had really sent it. The quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection from the Heavenly Devil God Palace in the 5 great Battlefield of Dao Devil had almost been cooked by him. Among them, there was 1 invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection, 8 strongest quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection, 27 top perfection quasi-paragons, 48 veteran quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection, and 61 ordinary quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection. As for those ordinary quasi-supreme experts, there were even more of them. There were nearly 200 of them, a total of 191 of them. Although they were only trying to grab grass to catch a rabbit, suppressing it with their bare hands, and didn't have any intention of targeting these ordinary quasi-supreme warriors, it couldn't be denied. For example, these chaotic fortresses that were guarded by quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection experts. The number of ordinary quasi-supreme beings was similarly not small. In fact, it was even much greater than the other chaotic fortresses. Not only that, the resources that Heavenly Devil God Palace had stored in the various chaotic fortresses were also unable to escape Yang Fann's devilish hands, as the stronghold that was personally guarded by a quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection. Compared to many quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection families, it had a lot more resources. At this moment, even with Yang Fann's mental state, he found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. It was as if he had already seen Chaos God King waving at him. What? Hundreds of invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection attacked together. Gulp, am I seeing things? How is this possible? C-2820 The Supreme Being attacked Hunyuan Universe, Chaos Origin Divine Mountain. Lord of Primordius's eyes widened like a fish's eye that was about to burst out of his eye sockets. He couldn't believe his own eyes. What did he see? A few hundred invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors attacked almost at the same time, wiping out all the top combat strength of the Heavenly Devil God Palace in the 5 Battlefield of Dao Devil. Rumble. Cheating. Liar. Liar. Is this possible? Did he really think that invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection was a weed on the roadside, that he could get as much as he wanted? One should know that according to what he knew, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace only had a handful of 17 invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors, including those from the subordinate clans. Even if there were some invincible quasi-sovereign of Great Perfection warriors that Palace Lord didn't know about, Having 20 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors was the limit. Even in the primordial shrine, which was called the largest power in the primal chaos, there was only a limited number of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. There wouldn't be more than 50 of them. Apart from the 10 major powers, the other supreme inheritances, sovereign god's family, and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors would never have more than 2 hands. Most of them could be counted with 1 hand, and some of them might not even have invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. To a certain extent, the difficulty of the birth of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection wasn't much different from great Tao sovereign's advancement. A few hundred invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even if all the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection in the chaos were combined together, there might not be that many. No matter how powerful the force behind His Royal Highness Yang Fann was, it was impossible for him to have so many invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Buzz. Suddenly, Lord of Primordius's expression changed slightly. A spiritual light flashed within Lord of Primordius's sea of consciousness. This can't be right. Could it be that great Tao sovereign, who was behind His Royal Highness Yang Fann, had attacked? If that was the case, then everything made sense. Anyone below the supreme level was just an ant. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was just an ant that could be killed with a flick of his hand. Only those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection who held the great Tao divine artifact could attract great Tao sovereign's attention. A casual soul duplicate from a great Tao sovereign wouldn't be much weaker than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. With great Tao sovereign's terrifying soul power, it would be difficult for him to divide a few thousand of them at once. It might be difficult to divide a few tens of thousands of holy soul avatar with the combat strength of an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, but a few hundred invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection soul duplicate wouldn't be a huge burden. However, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, was it really that easy to ask great Tao sovereign to help him? Although His Royal Highness Yang Fann was the #1 monster in primeval chaos Tao Palace, the future supreme being, he was still the #1 monster in the history of primeval chaos Tao Palace. However, he hadn't truly grown up yet. Even Chaos God King hadn't grown up yet. No matter how much importance great Tao sovereign attached to him, it was impossible for him to make a move for him so easily. Furthermore, a supreme being was not allowed to attack a supreme being casually. This was an unspoken rule that was tacitly agreed upon by all the supreme beings in the primal chaos. Otherwise, you can take action against my sect's quasi-supreme beings. Tomorrow, my clan's supreme beings will be able to unleash a great slaughter, wipe out your faction's quasi-supreme beings. In the end, there was only one possibility. That is, all those below supreme beings will be wiped out. If it wasn't a last resort, no power would be willing to see this type of situation. The opponents of supreme beings were usually the supreme beings of various great powers. However, apart from great Tao sovereign personally making a move, he really couldn't think of a second possibility. A few hundred invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had appeared at once. This was definitely not a power that could be used by any supreme power. No, that's not right. My thoughts were wrong. In fact, I was wrong from the very beginning. The 5 war zones being swept away must have something to do with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Suddenly, Lord of Primordius slapped his own forehead and said with some regret, what if there are other supreme powers that want to use this opportunity to provoke the war between the primeval chaos Tao Palace and the heavenly devil God Palace? This was not impossible, but a possibility. There were more than 1 or 2 great Tao sovereign who had a grudge with the primeval chaos Tao Palace or the heavenly devil God Palace. Since ancient times, it was not the first time that someone had deliberately instigated and framed someone. The more Lord of Primordius thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. Even if His Royal Highness Yang Fann had vented his anger on the other devil sovereign of the heavenly devil God Palace because of the previous assassination attempt, it would still be absurd to have a great Tao sovereign as his hatchet man. That was the high and mighty great Tao sovereign, not the lowly slave of the family who could be appointed as he wished. Putting aside the fact that His Royal Highness Yang Fann had yet to grow up, even if he was already at the first grade of the expert, it wouldn't be easy for him to control a great Tao sovereign. It's most likely because of those rats. They don't dare to fight with my primeval chaos Tao Palace openly. They only know how to use some underhanded tricks. But this time, an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, 8 mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. 27 top perfection quasi-paragons, 48 veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, 61 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and over 100 quasi-exalts of different grades. This was a huge loss, and it was almost equivalent to the high-end combat strength of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It was enough to shake the foundation of the Heavenly Devil Dao Palace, and the Heavenly Devil God Palace would never let this matter rest. Lord of Primordius's pupils contracted, and a hint of fear flashed across his face. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid that it will be another battle between Dao Devils. Although he had never experienced the battle of Dao Devils and had only heard some stories from the older generation, it still gave him a creepy feeling. The battle of Dao Devils was different from the small skirmishes of today. Not to mention quasi-supreme experts, even top-level Chaos God Kings rarely lost their lives. Once the battle of Dao Devils started, even the Heavenly Devil Ancestor and Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos would have to fight to the death. At that time, a large number of quasi-supreme experts would fall. Since the ancient times until now, there had been a total of 5 wars between the Dao Devils. Every time, there would be a huge number of deaths, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. Countless chaos domain had been destroyed and turned into ruins. Take the 5th battle of Dao Devils from 3 trillion eons ago for example. The number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors who had fallen from the primeval chaos Dao Palace alone was as high as 283. There were even more than 4,000 quasi-exalts of each rank. As for Chaos God King and Chaos God, there were countless of them, numbering in the trillions. Even after 3 trillion eras of recuperation, they still hadn't fully recovered. I hope I'm overthinking it. Otherwise, if the 6th Dao Demon War really broke out, the consequences. Lord of Primordius felt a twinge of worry. Once the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and Heavenly Devil God Palace started a war, even he, the master of the palace, wouldn't be able to guarantee his survival. In the end, he was just a limited quasi-sovereign. There was still a huge gap between him and a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, even with the help of the inheritance divine weapon of the palace. His true combat strength was far greater than the other limited quasi-sovereigns. He was even weaker than an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. He was almost comparable to some of the older quasi-sovereign of great perfection. But so what? The battle of Dao Devils. They were at the top, the strongest. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection could fall. First battlefield of Dao Devil. Rumble. All of a sudden, the time in the battlefield of Dao Devil came to a halt. The chaotic storms that could kill the Chaos God and even Chaos God King had calmed down. They seemed to be trembling slightly, as if they were worshipping and kowtowing. Primeval Chaos Dao Palace on one side, all the chaotic fortresses and strongholds had fallen into endless darkness. All of a sudden, a horrendous hand appeared from the Heavenly Devil God Palace's camp. This huge hand was bigger than anyone could imagine. It encompassed the entire battlefield of Dao Devil, and its entire body was covered in a dark color. This kind of darkness was like all source of darkness, devouring all light and obliterating everything. It was as if with just a slight push, a high-grade large-sized chaos circle would be completely wiped out from the chaos. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Primeval Chaos Dao Palace on one side, there was a chaotic stronghold that looked like a starry sky, and there were hundreds of millions of living beings in the stronghold. They were silently destroyed, as if they had never appeared before. Even the protective barriers on the various chaotic fortresses collapsed at a terrifying speed. It was as if they would be completely destroyed in the next second. Terrifying. One should know that the defenses of the various chaotic fortresses in Battlefield of Dao Devil No. 1 were far more terrifying than the other chaotic fortresses in Battlefield of Dao Devil. Even the weakest of them could last for a period of time against an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Ah, not good. A supreme being. This is the power of a supreme being. Bitch it's that Darkia Jurjun who personally took action. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Zan Yan, save me Zan Yan, save me. C2821 He was the scapegoat battlefield of Dao Devil No. 1. How could this be? How could the Dark Lord? Ah, no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. Save me, Zan Yan. Your Majesty, save me. One chaotic fort after another, countless primeval chaos Dao palaces, above the primeval chaos Dao palace. From the quasi-sovereign of great perfection to the ordinary natives, all of them let out despairing howls. This power was far beyond their imagination. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior was far from being able to match up to 1 in a billion. This was Great Tao Sovereign's power in the battlefield of Tao Devil number 1. Great Tao Sovereign, who was in charge of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, was the only ancestor of the Dark Jackal, Supreme Dark Ya. At this moment, there was only one person they could count on, the Supreme Dark Yan, who was in charge of battlefield of Tao Devil number 1, one of the 2 Great Tao Sovereign of the human race. Only with the help of His Majesty Zan Yan would they have a chance to live. Otherwise, all of them, including invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, would only die under the heaven-sheltering big hand. Anyone below the supreme realm was just an ant. If they wanted to fight Great Tao Sovereign, only the other Great Tao Sovereign could do it. Otherwise, no matter how many people there were, no matter how many experts there were, it would all be in vain unless there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection working together. There was only a slight possibility. However, was this possible? In the entire primal chaos, even if all the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection were combined together, there might not be 1,000 of them, let alone tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. At that moment Old Man and Ya, how dare you! A roar that sounded like the roar of God and Devil erupted from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace's camp and swept across the entire battlefield of Tao Devil. Rumble! An ancient divine light rose from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace's camp. It was as if the first divine light of chaos had just emerged, tearing apart the darkness and giving birth to light. It dispersed all the darkness and brought hope to the universal world in an instant. This divine light also transformed into a heaven-sheltering big hand. This huge hand was as white as jade and was surrounded by divine light. It was incomparably divine. Countless profound and mysterious runes of the Great Tao were densely packed and revolving in all directions. They were constantly moving and flickering like dragons, twisting and twisting. Bang! Bang bang! 2 heaven-sheltering big hands, one black and one white, collided rapidly in the chaos. Boom boom boom! The terrifying energy wave seemed like it was going to blow up the entire battlefield of Tao Devil. Countless terrifying mushroom clouds kept rising. One chaotic fortress after another. Whether it was the Heavenly Devil God Palace or the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, on one side, it was like a lone boat on a furious ocean. It was in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Zan Yan, old ghost, how dare I? That was forced by your primeval Chaos Tao Palace. How dare you, a supreme being, bully the weak? Do you think we are all dead men? The voice of the supreme being of the 5 great battlefield of Tao Devil was filled with anger. Over 100 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had been taken care of by someone just like that. This loss was equivalent to the previous war between the Tao Devils. It wasn't much different, it was enough to shake the foundation of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Old Man and Ya, don't you dare slander us, we didn't even make a move. Zan Yan also gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that Ya wouldn't know the whereabouts of his group. If they really did make a move, it would be impossible for them to pick a fight with these quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. To them, the deciding factor was always Great Tao Sovereign. This was the root of the 2 major powers. The rest of them, including all the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, were all dead. To them, the most they could do was to injure some vital energy and shake their foundation. It was far from a destructive blow. As long as they, Great Tao Sovereign, were here, they would nurture them anew. A batch of quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors was just a matter of time. If they really wanted to launch a sneak attack, they should attack Great Tao Sovereign as well. If they could severely injure or even suppress a Great Tao Sovereign, the loss would be much greater than suppressing over 100 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. It was obvious that someone was stirring up trouble and wanted to frame the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Zan Yan, old ghost, since you dare to do it, today, I will make your primeval Chaos Tao Palace pay the price. The Dark Lord also understood that the ones who attacked won't be the other supreme beings of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was impossible for the primeval Chaos Tao Palace to be so foolish. Furthermore, the whereabouts of these supreme experts are basically under their control. It was impossible for them to sweep across the 5 great battlefields right under their noses. But even so, he had no choice but to pin the blame on the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The 5 great battlefield of Tao Devil had been swept away, and they had lost nearly 200 ordinary quasi-supreme experts and over 100 quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts. In terms of high-end combat strength, they were at an absolute disadvantage. If they didn't seize the opportunity to take revenge on the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and slaughter a group of quasi-supreme experts, the balance of the battlefield of Dao Devil would be completely broken in the future. Not only this battlefield of Dao Devil, but also the other four major battlefield of Dao Devil. Great Dao Sovereign of the Heavenly Devil God Palace had also sent out many incarnations of the Great Dao to the other battlefield of Dao Devil, intending to wipe out all the other major battlefield of Dao Devil, eliminating the numerous quasi-supreme experts of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace and reversing the situation. However, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace had long been prepared for this. There were also many incarnations of the Great Dao that rushed to the various major battlefield of Dao Devil to take charge of the situation. It would be strange if the Heavenly Devil God Palace didn't want to take revenge after suffering such a huge loss. HMPH Old Man and Ya, do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you want to fight, then fight. Zan Yan didn't explain further. This battle was something that had to be carried out. A man and a devil were in charge of battlefield of Dao Devil No. 1. Not just 1, 2 eras ago, they could be considered old rivals. They had exchanged blows more than once and twice. The two of them were about the same in terms of strength. There was not much difference between them. Zan Yan didn't back down this Anya exalt. Bang, bang bang, one black and one white, the two terrifying great gods collided with each other. The terrifying force caused even invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors to feel despair. If it wasn't for the fact that they had the protection of the divine formation and the powerful control of the two supreme beings, which allowed them to avoid their respective chaotic strongholds, the entire battlefield of Dao Devil would have been turned into ruins. All living beings, including the quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, would have been turned into slag. Hiss. This is the supreme force. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This is the difference between the levels of life and death. Even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection is just a puny ant in front of a supreme being. He has no ability to resist at all. As I thought, even if you don't become a supreme being, you will still be an ant in the end. I swear that one day, I will definitely take that final step, atavism. At the border of the 8th battlefield of Dao Devil, in a newly opened world. Buzz. A divine light rose from the token and turned into a middle-aged man in a golden robe. His aura was calm, but it was obvious that he was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. There was also a hint of the aura of a book. However, between his brows, there was a peerless majesty that could not be concealed. At first sight, it made people feel heartfelt admiration. This golden-robed man was none other than the current palace lord of primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Yang Fann, there has been a change in battlefield of Dao Devil. You must not go there in the near future. After losing so many powerful warriors, the Heavenly Devil God Palace was now like a mad dog, crazily seeking revenge. If they found out that Yang Fann had appeared in battlefield of Dao Devil, perhaps Great Dao Sovereign would be the one to eliminate this hidden threat, Yang Fann. Although Yang Fann was protected by a large number of quasi-sovereign of great perfection, in front of Great Dao Sovereign, not to mention 24 of them, even 24 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were far from enough. Palace Lord, this disciple understands. Yang Fann nodded his head lightly. He didn't expect that primeval Chaos Dao Palace would become the target of Heavenly Devil God Palace's revenge. Of course, it wasn't too much of an injustice. He was the Dao child of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and he was also known as the #1 Dao child of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the future and hope of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If he attacked, it wouldn't be much different from the attack of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It seems like I can't stay here any longer. Although this place was hidden, if Great Dao Sovereign really came to battlefield of Dao Devil number 8, he might not be able to hide under Great Dao Sovereign's spiritual sense. Now was not the time to meet those Great Dao Sovereign. Anyway, he had already gotten all the benefits he needed from the 5 great battlefield of Dao Devil. Great Dao Sovereign would have to wait until he had fully digested what he had gotten this time. At that time, even if he was still no match for Great Dao Sovereign, it would not be easy for Great Dao Sovereign to take his life. C2822 Complete Stage Quasi-God King The Red Burning Chaos Circle. This was a low-grade large-sized chaos circle within the territory of primeval Chaos Dao Palace. There were only 168 large-sized chaos domain in this domain, and it wasn't much stronger than the Star Dragon Chaos Circle where Yang Fann used to be. Any high-level Chaos God King could easily sweep away this chaotic red circle. Middle-level Chaos Divine King was the strongest. Their master, Red Burning God King, was a high-rank middle-level Chaos God King. The low-level Chaos God King was powerful enough to conquer one or even several large-sized Chaos domain, and it could control the life and death of hundreds of millions of creatures. Buzz. Chaos distorted before a person appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Fann. After receiving Lord of Primordius's notice, Yang Fann didn't stay in battlefield of Dao Devil number 8 for long. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. No one knew when Great Dao Sovereign from the Heavenly Devil God Palace would arrive in battlefield of Dao Devil number 8. At this moment, it wasn't the time for him to confront Great Dao Sovereign. Open with a light shout, a ray of divine light tore through the chaos. In the next second, a brilliant divine light erupted from the chaos fissure, and the world began to expand at a visible rate. 1 light year, 10 light years, 100 light years, 1,000 light years, 10,000 light years, 10,000 light years. Finally, it expanded to 1,000,000 light years before it gradually stabilized. This great world was the place of seclusion that Yang Fann had created for himself. With a large number of quasi-great Dao divine artifacts suppressing the world, Yang Fann did not need to worry about breaking through and destroying this world. Suppressing with so many quasi-sovereign of great perfection Yang Fann had plundered a large amount of exquisite quasi-great Dao divine artifacts. Just the number of quasi-great Dao divine artifacts alone was more than 12. The number of high-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifacts that were 1 grade lower was more than 3 digits, nearly 200 pieces. As for the middle-grade and low-grade quasi-great Dao divine artifacts, there was no need to even mention the number. There were thousands and tens of thousands of them. Now, these Yang Fanns had been thrown into this world by Yang Fann. If someone were to enter this world, they would definitely pass out from happiness. No, this was a world of divine tools, and it was also a world of quasi-great Dao divine artifact. Even some great Dao sovereign would be tempted by it. A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He was considering whether he should exchange the resources in his hands for origin elemental crystals. A few breaths later, forget it, let's wait a little longer. Yang Fann let out a sigh and temporarily gave up on the idea of exchanging. Lord of Primordius had said that the Divine Palace was actively searching for the whereabouts of the person who instigated this. They wanted to find out who it was that dared to plot against the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. At this time, if he were to exchange all the resources in his hands for origin elemental crystals, it would be like admitting it without a fight. It would be fine if it was just ordinary resources. Those quasi-great Dao divine artifacts were the divine weapons of those quasi-supreme beings. There was no way he could hide it from them. At that time, it was truly hard to say how the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would deal with this matter. One should know that up until now, the two major powers, Great Dao Sovereign, were still fighting and killing each other. Yang Fann waved his right arm, and a large origin elemental crystal appeared in the Great World. It seemed as if it was going to fill up the entire Great World. Although he couldn't exchange the resources in his hands for origin elemental crystals, there were still quite a number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands. None of those quasi-sovereign of great perfection's origin elemental crystals had less than 1,000,000,000,000 units, especially the one and only invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The number of origin elemental crystals in his hands had exceeded 1,000,000,000 units, not to mention the storage of those chaotic fortresses. The origin elemental crystal was Chaos God King's most basic cultivation resource, the stockpile of each chaotic fortress. It was even more than the collection of the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. When all the origin elemental crystals were combined together, it was more than 1,000,000,000 and 1,000,000,000 units, and it wasn't even 1.2 billion units. It was close to 1.5 billion units. Regretfully, even in the hands of that invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, Yang Fann didn't discover a single trace of the source of the Great Dao. If he really wanted to cultivate the Great Dao Sovereign's divine art, he would have to deal with those Great Dao Sovereign. However, it should be about time. As long as he successfully broke through to the Chaos God King realm, any ordinary Great Dao Sovereign might not be a match for him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind. The next second, boom, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit as Yang Fann crazily devoured the origin elemental crystals in all directions. Poochie, poochie poochie. Large patches of origin elemental crystals completely shattered, turning into fine powder. Every second, there would usually be over 100 units of origin elemental crystals that would be absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. If it was any other extreme quasi-god king, over 100 units of origin elemental crystals would be enough for them to cultivate for 100,000, or even 1,000,000 eras, or even longer. A great era later, Pucci, the last origin elemental crystal, was completely devoured by Yang Fann. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the origin elemental crystal was easy to devour, and that its speed was far faster than swallowing a quasi-supreme being, Yang Fann wouldn't have wanted to continue refining the origin elemental crystal. It was close to 1.5 billion units of origin elemental crystal. With such a huge amount of resources, it wasn't impossible to forcefully produce a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. However, when it came to him, not to mention making a big breakthrough, he didn't even break through to a small realm. It only brought Yang Fann's cultivation base close to the limit of extreme quasi-god king. Disappointment sigh. It was really disappointing. Fortunately, I didn't place my hopes on these resources. Otherwise, even if all of them were exchanged for origin elemental crystals, the chances of me breaking through to the great perfection quasi-god king wouldn't exceed 1 level. Yang Fann felt lucky in his heart. Those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were the real big shots. These origin elemental crystals and resources were just some tips. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 5 eras. Pucci, the last limited quasi-sovereign, had used up all of his strength of original life, and the flying ash was completely destroyed. At this point, all 191 quasi-supreme beings of all levels had been devoured by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base had steadily stepped into extreme quasi-god king's limit. However, Yang Fann was still not satisfied with this. It seemed like these ordinary quasi-supreme experts could really be eliminated. The next time he encountered them, he would just kill them. There was no need to show any mercy, he would just suppress them with great effort. 191 quasi-exalts. Limited quasi-sovereign alone had 22 of them, and the result was that he only managed to step out of the threshold. This was because he had swallowed nearly 15 billion units of origin elemental crystal at the beginning. If he didn't have those 15 billion units of origin elemental crystal, he might not even be able to reach the threshold of extreme stage extreme quasi-god king just by relying on these 191 quasi-supreme beings. The usefulness of these ordinary quasi-supreme beings was almost negligible. If he wanted to advance, he would have to rely on the quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Even the most ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection could be compared to the total number of 191 quasi-supreme beings. Pucci. The ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors were constantly using up the last trace of their strength of origin, turning it into flying ashes. 86 eras later, 61 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection followed in the footsteps of the 191 quasi-supreme experts of various levels. Not a single one was left behind, all of them turned to dust. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 532 eras. 48 old quasi-sovereign of great perfection met with another tribulation. Yang Fann's cultivation base was stable at the critical point of the great perfection quasi-god king, and he was only a step away from breaking through. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 2,126 eras. More than half of the 27 top perfection quasi-paragons had left, leaving only 8 people who were still struggling to hold on. Right at this moment, rumble, Yang Fann's aura rose crazily and endlessly. The power of Chaos God in his body was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing crazily. C2823 The source of chaos, a great world with a diameter of 1,000,000 light-years. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura rose exponentially. The chaotic crystal wall shattered at an incredible speed. The chaos inside the chaotic crystal wall, which was even bigger than the high-grade large-sized chaos circle, started expanding in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. After devouring and refining nearly 15 billion units of origin elemental crystal, there were 191 quasi-supreme beings of all grades. 61 ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection, 48 veteran quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and 18 top perfection quasi-paragons. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken that critical step, breaking through to the great perfection quasi-god king in one go. Buzz, wang. Boundless godly light erupted from the surroundings of the world, suppressing the entire great world. Even though Yang Fann's infinite pressure was able to suppress even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it was still suppressed by the endless divine light, completely unable to shake the world crystal wall. 13 exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifact, 186 high-grade quasi-great Tao divine artifacts, thousands of intermediate and lower-grade quasi-great Tao divine artifacts, how could they be ordinary? Furthermore, Yang Fann had used these quasi-great Tao divine artifacts as the formation eye of the formation, setting up a divine formation, causing the power of these quasi-great Tao divine artifacts to increase exponentially. Not to mention breaking through to the great perfection quasi-God King. Even if it was Chaos God King who proved his Tao, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to shake the world crystal wall. Soon, 10 eras had passed. Pucci, another top perfection quasi-paragons, was devoured by Yang Fann, and the last trace of strength of original life was completely turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually eased up, and his cultivation base stabilized at the great perfection quasi-God King. A million years later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Divine light shone brightly, piercing through everything. At this moment, even an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection standing in front of Yang Fann would be instantly penetrated by his divine body and killed by the soul. Terrifying compared to extreme quasi-God King, he was at least 10 times, 100 times stronger. Based on his estimation, Great Tao Sovereign, who had just attained the Tao, was probably the same. Of course, he still had to fight Great Tao Sovereign before he could say anything. However, there was one thing that was certain. Even if Great Tao Sovereign was not a match for Great Tao Sovereign, it was easy for Great Tao Sovereign to defeat him, but it was extremely difficult for Great Tao Sovereign to suppress him. Currently, he was more than 1 billion times, trillions of times stronger than an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Great Tao Sovereign, no matter how huge the gap between invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection and invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was, this should be the limit. If there was a gap between them, it should be some kind of divine ability, as well as the gap between them and the great Tao divine artifact. Although his divine body had been cleansed by the power of Chaos God once again and had made some progress, it was at most comparable to an exquisite quasi-great Tao divine artifact. Compared to the real great Tao divine artifact, there was still a considerable gap. Suddenly, Yang Fann raised his brows. Has the revenge from the heavenly devil god palace come to an end? After ending the communication with Lord of Primordius the last time, Yang Fann had sent a message to Ming Yang Daozun, asking them to pay close attention to the aftermath of the war and whether it would really start the 6th Great Tao Devil War. However, it was obvious that a war between Tao Devils wouldn't break out so easily. No matter if it was the Heavenly Devil God Palace or the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, they were still licking their wounds. The vital energy that was lost during the 5th Great Tao Devil War had yet to fully recover. This was especially true for the Heavenly Devil God Palace. The 5 major battlefields had been swept away this time, and they had lost a lot of their high-end combat strength in one go. It had almost turned them back to their original form after spending 3 trillion eras recuperating. Although the supreme beings of the Heavenly Devil God Palace were infuriated, they hadn't lost their minds yet. Plus, the mysterious supreme being was hiding in the dark, so they didn't dare to start a war against the Tao Devil. Once the 6th war broke out, there would be a total of 8 to 9 Tao Devils. Once again, both sides would suffer heavy losses. There wasn't much difference between the strength of the 2 major powers. In the end, it would only benefit those bugs hiding in the dark. After 1,000 eras of fighting, the Heavenly Devil God Palace was the first to stop. After browsing through all the information sent by Ming Yang Daozun and the others, Yang Fann did not pay too much attention to them. In the Great War of the last 1,000 eras, not only did Heavenly Devil God Palace not gain much benefits, they even suffered a great loss. Out of the 5 great battlefield of Tao Devil, over 100 quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors had been taken care of by Yang Fann, causing the Heavenly Devil God Palace to be 1 level lower than the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace in terms of combat strength. The ones that decided the outcome of the war were those top-level experts, and not ordinary combat strength. Ordinary Chaos God King and Chaos God, even if there were tens of billions or trillions of them, wouldn't be enough to kill a quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. Since the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had the upper hand, there was naturally nothing much to say. Comparatively, it was better to be concerned about whether the remaining resources would be enough for him to break through to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection smoothly. 1 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection and 8 powerful quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Although there were a lot of 7 top perfection quasi-paragons, Yang Fann wasn't too sure if he would be able to successfully prove Chaos God King. Chaos God King, Great Perfection Quasi-God King Warrior, this was a huge bottleneck. The resources needed to break through to the Great Perfection Quasi-God King was far from what Extreme Quasi-God King could compare with. Even the amount of resources needed to break through to the low-level Quasi-God King was far from enough. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann focused his mind and discarded all the distracting thoughts in his mind. The next second, rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was once again circulated to its limit by Yang Fann. Within the frenzied devouring black hole, there was a top perfection quasi-paragons. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center like a dragon, merging with the origin of chaos, causing Yang Fann's cultivation base to slowly advance towards Chaos God King. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The top perfection quasi-paragons warriors quickly turned into flying ashes. Almost none of them could withstand 30 top perfection quasi-paragons from the devouring black holes. In less than 150 eras, all 7 top perfection quasi-paragons warriors were devoured by Yang Fann. After breaking through to the Great Perfection Quasi-God King, Yang Fann's devouring speed had also doubled. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 4,688 eras. Poochie, the last quasi-sovereign of great perfection, was annihilated by the flying ash. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that there were 8 quasi-sovereign of great perfection and 7 top perfection quasi-paragons. Not to mention Chaos God King, he didn't even see the shadow of Chaos God King. Chaos God King was like a bottomless pit. No one knew how many resources were needed to fill the huge gap and prove Chaos God King. There is only the last invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection left. Don't disappoint me. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection was known as the existence closest to Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection, there was a qualitative difference. A thought flashed through his mind. Swoosh, a dark shine flashed past. Within the devouring black hole, a terrifying ferocious god appeared. He was in human form, but his entire body was covered with black scales. A bone tail covered with bone spikes was pulled out from his back. It was like a symbol of power. With a casual swing, it could shatter a piece of chaos and destroy thousands of universes. It was the Black Bone Devil Sovereign, the progenitor of the Bone Devil race. According to the legends, he was born from the leg bone of Great Tao Sovereign. He was not considered a weakling among the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Soon, Yang Fann's face revealed an intoxicated expression. He didn't know whether this was the case for invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors or because this Black Bone Devil Sovereign was formed from Great Tao Sovereign's leg bone and had some characteristics of Great Tao Sovereign. He was much stronger than an quasi-sovereign of great perfection warrior. The purity of the strength of origin alone was several times stronger. Just this Black Bone Devil Sovereign alone was able to fight against 10 of them, or even more, the strongest quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Time flew by, another 1,300 eras had passed. The invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection within the devouring black hole had shrunk by a large margin, and nearly 3 levels of the strength of origin had been devoured by Yang Fann. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a trace of surprise flashed past. What? The source of chaos was born. How could this be? How long has it been? C2824 returning to the Stardragon Chaos Circle, a great world with a diameter of 1,000,000 light-years. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a hint of surprise. Just now, he received an urgent message from Ming Yang Dao Zun. The legendary source of chaos had actually come into being. The source of chaos was also known as the origin of supreme beings. It was the most mysterious place in the vast primal chaos. It was rumored to be the true core of the primal chaos, the location of the great Tao of primal chaos. Even many of the great Tao sovereign were going crazy. Many of the major powers and great Tao sovereign had successfully advanced to great Tao sovereign after obtaining the great fortune from the source of chaos. In the vast chaos, perhaps only Ancestral Master Primordius and the other ancestor could face the source of chaos calmly without being moved by it. However, according to Yang Fann's understanding, the source of chaos was the fastest to be born. It was the first time the source of chaos was born in the past 1, 3 trillion eras. It was even separated by tens of billions of eras. However, now, there were less than 10 trillion eras left until the last source of chaos appeared. To be precise, 8 trillion eras in a row. It hadn't even been that far. It had only been close to 75 trillion eras. In such a short period of time, the source of chaos shouldn't have appeared at all. However, reason told him that everything was true. Ming Yang Dao Zun would never lie to him about such important news. Besides, he couldn't lie to him either. As long as he asked Lord of Primordius and the others, he would be able to expose the lie. Immediately, it seemed like the source of chaos had really come into being. Opportunity, this is my chance. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up with an indescribable heat. According to the many historical records of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the so-called Great Fortune within the source of chaos was none other than the source of the Great Dao that he dreamt of. As long as he could obtain the source of the Great Dao, there was hope for him to cultivate the Great Dao Sovereign's divine art. Once the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign succeeded in breaking through to the beginning, his overall combat strength would experience another qualitative leap. One should know that as long as the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign succeeded in breaking through to the beginning, Sovereign God alone would be able to challenge the Great Dao Supreme Force. At that time, his overall strength would be terrifying. If Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and Ancestor didn't show up, there wouldn't be many people who would be a match for him. Furthermore, every time the source of chaos appeared, it would cause countless quasi-supreme beings to go crazy, especially quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In the chaos, 8th layer, and even more would enter the source of chaos. Compared to the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, the source of chaos was their last step, atavism's only hope. To Yang Fann, this source of chaos was definitely his biggest hunting ground. Not only the quasi-sovereign of great perfection, but also the natives of the source of chaos. There were also countless experts, and there were even terrifying existences comparable to Great Dao Sovereign. That's right, these natives of the source of chaos were blessed by the heavens. They had always lived in the source of chaos, so how could their strength not be strong? According to the legends, even Great Dao Sovereign had fallen at the hands of those supreme beings. Furthermore, there were more than one of them, 2 of them. Putting aside the fact that the source of chaos had appeared the last time, there was a Great Dao Sovereign who had stayed in the source of chaos forever, causing the inheritance of a supreme being to fall completely, and become a supreme inheritance. Chaos God King had even broken through to the intermediate, or even the high-level Chaos God King in one fell swoop. He might even have to rely on this source of chaos. Yang Fann took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next second, Yang Fann closed his eyes again. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit and continued to devour and refine the Black Bone Devil Sovereign. There was no hurry. Once source of chaos appeared, the shortest would be 100 million eras. The longest would be once, and it would continue for nearly a billion eras. Now, there were less than 100 eras in the world. There was still time. A sharpening knife would not delay the chopping of firewood. It would not be too late to go to the source of chaos after completely devouring and refining the Black Bone Devil Sovereign's strength of origin. The source of chaos was mysterious and unpredictable. Even Great Dao Sovereign was unable to control it. They entered through the entrance together, but the place where they appeared at the end was uncertain. Even the 2 people next to each other might not be able to appear together. It was completely a random entrance. Where he would appear at the end depended entirely on luck. According to the legends, some unlucky fellows were directly transported to the side of those local supreme beings. After that, there was nothing else. Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that the place he was teleported to was a safe place. To be honest, Yang Fann really didn't know how his luck would turn out. Thinking about all the way here, during the rounds of battles, he had always been a tough nut to crack, and he had encountered the group of people who died every now and then. If it wasn't good, there really was a chance that they might be transported to those native supreme beings' side. Only by adjusting his own condition to its peak could he face any type of challenge. If he could prove Chaos God King's Dao in one go, that would be the best. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid even if he was surrounded by a few native supreme beings at the same time. At the very least, if he couldn't defeat them, escaping safely wouldn't be too much of a problem. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras. In next to no time, 3,123 eras had passed. Pucci. Black Bone Devil Sovereign had used up the last trace of strength of origin. His divine body shattered and turned into powder. A million years later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Regret flashed across his eyes. Sure enough, it was not easy to break through to Chaos God King. An invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. If he were to divide the great perfection quasi-God King into smaller portions. Currently, he was at most a great perfection quasi-God King late stage. If he wanted to take that step, he would need at least 10 or 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Phew, fortunately, the source of chaos has appeared. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'll have to wait to prove my Tao to Chaos God King. 1 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection and 2 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection were still manageable, but if he wanted to capture 10 or 8 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, it was a completely different concept. One should know that in the entire Heavenly Devil God Palace, there were only a dozen or so invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, and the number of invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection that remained in the battlefield of Tao Devil was even fewer. When combined, there might not be more than 10 invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Most of them were still staying by Great Tao Sovereign's side, especially when the 5 great battlefield of Tao Devil had been swept away, and even Black Bone Devil Sovereign had been suppressed. These invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection from the Heavenly Devil God Palace had learned their lesson. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Black Bone Devil Sovereign. Unless necessary, they wouldn't leave the side of the Supreme Beings. Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and dodged. After leaving the Great World, he ended his seclusion with 9,111 eras. However, Yang Fann didn't immediately head to the source of chaos. Instead, he prepared to return to his hometown, Morning Star Chaos Domain. He would need to pay at least 1 visit to the source of chaos. It wasn't impossible for 100 million ancestors to cost at least 1 billion eons. Even Ancestral Master Primordius and the other ancestor wouldn't be able to leave the pagoda in advance. If it was him, he wouldn't be any better. Even if his cultivation base improved greatly, he would be able to verify God King's Tao, and even intermediate God King's Tao. It was the same as Taiyu Chaos Circle, a top-grade large-sized chaos circle like the Taiyu Chaos Circle. In other words, a mere 100 million God Kings was nothing. Even a low-grade large-sized chaos circle like Star Dragon Chaos Circle could easily extend for billions of eras as long as it wasn't destroyed by force. However, those medium-sized and small-scale chaotic rings were different. Compared to the large-sized chaos circle, their limit longevities were much shorter. Normally, the limit of the longevity in the medium-sized chaos circle was tens of billions of eras. If nothing unexpected happened, trillions of eras would be the limit. A small chaos ring would reach the peak of 10 billion eras. As for the Morning Star Chaos Domain that Yang Fann was born in, it was only the lowest level of small chaos circle, small-sized chaos regions. The limit of the longevity was even shorter. Whether or not it could last for a billion eras was still unknown. Yang Fann did not want to wait for him to return from the source of chaos. His hometown had already become a void. In any case, with his current cultivation base and strength, even without the help of the teleportation formation and the chaotic star door, it wouldn't take him too long to rush back to the Morning Star Chaos Domain. Star Dragon Chaos Circle, Primeval Chaos Tao Palace was welcoming the Divine Hall. A bright divine light suddenly burst out from the teleportation divine formation that connected the Taiyu division to the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. C2825. Are you sure you're not dreaming? Star Dragon Chaos Circle, welcome to Divine Hall. Guide and God King Mu Yuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. Strange. Someone actually came to Star Dragon Chaos Circle. Compared to the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, this Star Dragon Chaos Circle was a place where no bird would want to kill. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, almost no one would be willing to come here. Since he had taken over the position of guide in the Star Dragon Chaos Circle for nearly 300 million eras, the number of people he had met had been very few and could be counted on one hand. When was the last time someone was sent to Star Dragon Chaos Circle? 70 million eras, or 80 million eras ago. Strange. How could it be him? Very quickly, Guide's eyes bulged out, and the shock in his eyes intensified. Receiving the Divine Hall and sending it to the Divine Hall. Who? Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and looked around. Star Dragon Chaos Circle, I'm back. After thinking about his experiences in the past hundreds of thousands of eras, he truly felt like he was dreaming. When he had just left the Star Dragon Chaos Circle, he had barely been able to fight a quasi-middle-level Chaos God King. Even Dragon and Elephant God King had to use the forbidden divine ability to suppress him. But now, as long as he wanted to, he could destroy the entire Star Dragon Chaos Circle with a single thought. Right at this moment, da 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 da, da 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 da, a series of light footsteps came from outside the divine hall. The next second, cough, 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 cough. With the sound of coughing, Guide, who seemed to have stepped into the gates of hell, appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. Cough, cough, cough. Little friend Yang Fann, why are you back? Cough, cough, cough. Elder Mu Yuan's turbid eyes revealed a trace of doubt. In less than 600,000 eras, compared to the true disciples of the Tao Palace, it was nothing at all. Logically speaking, Yang Fann should still be studying in the Hunyuan universe. He should be improving his cultivation base and strength. In addition to contacting Hall Lord Xianyuan at the beginning, he knew that Yang Fann had passed the trial and become a true disciple of the Tao Palace. Elder Mu Yuan had never contacted Hall Lord Xianyuan or anyone else. He knew nothing about Yang Fann's performance after he entered the palace. Elder Mu Yuan's heart had already turned to ashes when he was sent to Star Dragon Chaos Circle. In his life, he had been guarding this tiny piece of land, which was the Divine Hall. Everything else was as insignificant as floating clouds to him. Otherwise, how could he have the courage to speak to Yang Fann in such a manner? To dare to address Yang Fann in such a way, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace would definitely call him Yang Fann. From top to bottom, he was afraid that it would be those supreme great Tao Sovereign. Everyone, including those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, had to address Yang Fann respectfully as Your Highness. I have some small matters to deal with, so I came back for a while. Yang Fann chuckled. There was no need to explain in detail. God King Mu Yuan raised his eyebrows. After Yang Fann Kid advanced to the true disciple realm, his courage had increased by a lot. He even dared to call himself God King Mu Yuan. By the way, Elder Mu, if you want to return to the Tao Palace, I can arrange it for you. Yang Fann didn't seem to notice God King Mu Yuan's unusual behavior. He continued to speak. As his guide, Elder Mu had taken good care of him in the past. Yang Fann didn't mind giving him a hand, which could be considered as returning the favor. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan's cloudy eyes lit up. He couldn't care less about Yang Fann's change. Little friend Yang Fann, do you have a way to make me return to the Tao Palace? Who would be willing to stay in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace? In the Star Dragon Chaos Circle, it was already considered not bad to be able to keep his cultivation base from deteriorating. However, he still wanted to take that step and break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm. That was something that he couldn't even think about. However, before Yang Fann could say anything, God King Mu Yuan's eyes darkened, and he said dejectedly, little friend Yang Fann, cough. Your good intentions, cough, 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 I appreciate it. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Moving him away from Star Dragon Chaos Circle was not as simple as he thought. As a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Yang Fann's status could be considered respectable. He could barely be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Tao Palace. However, compared to that person, he was far inferior. Not to mention Yang Fann, an ordinary true disciple who had just entered the palace less than 600,000 eras ago, even alternate Daozi, who had been managing the palace for hundreds of millions of eras, would find it extremely difficult to transfer him back. Unless it was the high and mighty Tao child who had personally spoken, there was still a possibility. Elder Mu, if you're worried about Elder Guangchang, there's no need for that. He wanted to help God King Mu Yuan, but before that, he had already investigated most of the things that had happened in the past. God King Mu Yuan, he had gone from a substitute elder to a low-ranked guide of large-sized Chaos Circle, and he had stayed there for nearly 300 million eras. All of this was because he had offended that Elder Guangchang. Back then, God King Mu Yuan and the son of Elder Guangchang, Guang Mu God King, had entered a chaotic ruin together. In the end, God King Mu Yuan was the only one who came back. Since then, he had been hated by Elder Guangchang. In Elder Guangchang's point of view, it was God King Mu Yuan who had intended to harm Guang Mu and God King after seeing the treasure. Although Elder Guangchong was only a low-level quasi-sovereign who had advanced less than 100 million eras, he was still an insurmountable mountain to God King Mu Yuan. If it wasn't for the protection of God King Mu Yuan's backer, God King Mu Yuan wouldn't have been sent to Star Dragon Chaos Circle. He might have died many years ago. It was extremely easy for a Supreme Elder to harm a quasi-top-level God King. What? Yang Fann actually knew about Elder Guangchong. Could it be that he really knows about Elder Guangchong? He was really confident. God King Mu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His turbid old eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. He knew that he had offended Elder Guangchong, yet he still dared to say such words. It was obvious that he wasn't just saying it casually. Could it be that Yang Fann had another fortuitous encounter in the Dao Palace and had become the disciple of a Supreme Elder? It wasn't impossible for Yang Fann to have the monstrous talent. Elder Mu, think carefully. If you are willing, I will bring you back with me when I return. After saying that, Yang Fann walked out without waiting for God King Mu Yuan to speak. The opportunity had already been given to him. Whether he could seize it or not would depend on himself. Bring me back with you when we return. This. God King Mu Yuan could not believe his ears. Even if Yang Fann really became a disciple of a Supreme Elder, he wouldn't dare make such a casual decision. After all, the elders of Guangchong were all quasi-paragon. Even if they were both Supreme Elders, they would still have to think twice before making a decision. Furthermore, he was a disciple of a Supreme Elder. What had Yang Fann experienced in all these eras? A few breaths later, Wang, a godly ray appeared in front of him and transformed into a man in embroidered clothes. It was Hall Lord Xianyuan. However, the current Hall Lord Xianyuan no longer had the melancholy and uneasiness he had in the past. His entire being was brimming with success. In just a short period of less than 10,000 eras, relying on the relationship between Yang Fann and the Zai's house, the Zai's house's power was like a rolling snowball, soaring crazily. Not only did it unify the Gulan Chaos Domain, it even occupied the nearby Thousand Lands and the two large-sized Chaos Domain in the Jade Ridge. Now, not to mention top-level Chaos God Kings, even some quasi-paragon were on par with him. Elder Mu, are you always looking for me for something? Hall Lord Xianyuan's voice was calm and lacked the respect he had in the past. Now, even quasi-paragon was of the same generation as him, let alone quasi-top-level God King, who was sent to the border. The reason why he didn't hang up the communication was because of their relationship in the past. God King Mu Yuan frowned slightly and was a little unhappy. This Xianyuan kid, since when did he have the guts to speak to me in such a manner? Cough 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 Xianyuan, cough. Cough, cough. Do you have any specific information regarding Yang Fann's era? Hall Lord Xianyuan was just about to get angry when he heard this. In these past thousands of eras, who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Did they really think that by calling him Elder Mu, they would be able to take advantage of his seniority in front of him? However, what God King Mu Yuan said next made him shiver all over, and he couldn't be bothered to get angry anymore. He looked at God King Mu Yuan cautiously. Elder Mu, why did you suddenly inquire about His Highness? Could it be that His Highness? Cough cough. That's right, I just met little friend Yang Fann. Cough cough. God King Mu Yuan did not hide anything. In his opinion, there was no need to hide anything. Phew, it's good, it's good. Hall Lord Xianyuan felt lucky that he did not explode just now. Otherwise, if he left a bad impression on His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he would have left a bad impression on His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Then the consequences would be, Elder Mu, be careful with your words, there are different levels of respect, and you must not offend His Highness. Hall Lord Xianyuan carefully looked around and reminded. This, God King Mu Yuan didn't seem to mind. This Xianyuan was too exaggerated. Even if that young man Yang had become the disciple of a powerful figure, he was still the master of a palace. Was there a need to be so careful? Elder Mu, you don't know about it. His Highness is the one who took care of him. What? Little friend Yang Fann is the #1 Dao child of our primeval Chaos Dao Palace. His talent and potential is even greater than our ancestors. He has the protection of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection with him. Xianyuan kid, are you sure you're not dreaming? C2825, are you sure you're not dreaming? Star Dragon Chaos Circle, welcome to Divine Hall. Wang, Guide and God King Mu Yuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. Strange. Someone actually came to Star Dragon Chaos Circle. Compared to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, this Star Dragon Chaos Circle was a place where no bird would want to kill. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, almost no one would be willing to come here. Since he had taken over the position of guide in the Star Dragon Chaos Circle for nearly 300 million eras, the number of people he had met had been very few and could be counted on one hand. When was the last time someone was sent to Star Dragon Chaos Circle? 70 million eras, or 80 million eras ago. Strange, how could it be him? Very quickly, Guide's eyes bulged out, and the shock in his eyes intensified. Receiving the Divine Hall and sending it to the Divine Hall. Who? Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and looked around. Star Dragon Chaos Circle, I'm back. After thinking about his experiences in the past hundreds of thousands of eras, he truly felt like he was dreaming. When he had just left the Star Dragon Chaos Circle, he had barely been able to fight a quasi-middle-level Chaos God King. Even Dragon and Elephant God King had to use the forbidden divine ability to suppress him. But now, as long as he wanted to, he could destroy the entire Star Dragon Chaos Circle with a single thought. Right at this moment, da 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 da, da 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 da, a series of light footsteps came from outside the Divine Hall. The next second, cough, 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 cough. With the sound of coughing, Guide, who seemed to have stepped into the gates of hell, appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. Cough, cough, cough. Little friend Yang Fann, why are you back? Cough, cough, cough. Elder Mu Yuan's turbid eyes revealed a trace of doubt. In less than 600,000 eras, compared to the true disciples of the Dao Palace, it was nothing at all. Logically speaking, Yang Fann should still be studying in the Hunyuan universe. He should be improving his cultivation base and strength. In addition to contacting Hall Lord Xian Yuan at the beginning, he knew that Yang Fann had passed the trial and become a true disciple of the Dao Palace. Elder Mu Yuan had never contacted Hall Lord Xian Yuan or anyone else. He knew nothing about Yang Fann's performance after he entered the palace. Elder Mu Yuan's heart had already turned to ashes when he was sent to Star Dragon Chaos Circle. In his life, he had been guarding this tiny piece of land, which was the Divine Hall. Everything else was as insignificant as floating clouds to him. Otherwise, how could he have the courage to speak to Yang Fann in such a manner? To dare to address Yang Fann in such a way, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would definitely call him Yang Fann. From top to bottom, he was afraid that it would be those supreme great Dao Sovereign. Everyone, including those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection, had to address Yang Fann respectfully as Your Highness. I have some small matters to deal with, so I came back for a while. Yang Fann chuckled. There was no need to explain in detail. God. King Mu Yuan raised his eyebrows. After Yang Fann Kid advanced to the true disciple realm, his courage had increased by a lot. He even dared to call himself God King Mu Yuan. By the way, Elder Mu, if you want to return to the Dao Palace, I can arrange it for you. Yang Fann didn't seem to notice God King Mu Yuan's unusual behavior. He continued to speak. As his guide, Elder Mu had taken good care of him in the past. Yang Fann didn't mind giving him a hand, which could be considered as returning the favor. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan's cloudy eyes lit up. He couldn't care less about Yang Fann's change. Little friend Yang Fann, do you have a way to make me return to the Dao Palace? Who would be willing to stay in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace? In the Star Dragon Chaos Circle, it was already considered not bad to be able to keep his cultivation base from deteriorating. However, he still wanted to take that step and break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm. That was something that he couldn't even think about. However, before Yang Fann could say anything, God King Mu Yuan's eyes darkened, and he said dejectedly, little friend Yang Fann, cough. Your good intentions, cough, 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 I appreciate it. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Moving him away from Star Dragon Chaos Circle was not as simple as he thought. As a true disciple of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Yang Fann's status could be considered respectable. He could barely be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Dao Palace. However, compared to that person, he was far inferior. Not to mention Yang Fann, an ordinary true disciple who had just entered the palace less than 600,000 eras ago, even alternate Daozi, who had been managing the palace for hundreds of millions of eras, would find it extremely difficult to transfer him back. Unless it was the high and mighty Dao child who had personally spoken, there was still a possibility. Elder Mu, if you're worried about Elder Guangchang, there's no need for that. He wanted to help God King Mu Yuan, but before that, he had already investigated most of the things that had happened in the past. God King Mu Yuan, he had gone from a substitute elder to a low-ranked guide of large-sized chaos circle, and he had stayed there for nearly 300 million eras. All of this was because he had offended that Elder Guangchang. Back then, God King Mu Yuan and the son of Elder Guangchang, Guang Mu God King, had entered a chaotic ruin together. In the end, God King Mu Yuan was the only one who came back. Since then, he had been hated by Elder Guangchang. In Elder Guangchang's point of view, it was God King Mu Yuan who had intended to harm Guang Mu and God King after seeing the treasure. Although Elder Guangchang was only a low-level quasi-sovereign who had advanced less than 100 million eras, he was still an insurmountable mountain to God King Mu Yuan. If it wasn't for the protection of God King Mu Yuan's backer, God King Mu Yuan wouldn't have been sent to Star Dragon Chaos Circle. He might have died many years ago. It was extremely easy for a Supreme Elder to harm a quasi-top-level God King. What? Yang Fann actually knew about Elder Guangchang. Could it be that he really knows about Elder Guangchang? He was really confident. God King Mu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His turbid old eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. He knew that he had offended Elder Guangchang, yet he still dared to say such words. It was obvious that he wasn't just saying it casually. Could it be that Yang Fann had another fortuitous encounter in the Dao Palace and had become the disciple of a Supreme Elder? It wasn't impossible for Yang Fann to have the monstrous talent. Elder Mu, think carefully. If you are willing, I will bring you back with me when I return. After saying that, Yang Fann walked out without waiting for God King Mu Yuan to speak. The opportunity had already been given to him. Whether he could seize it or not would depend on himself. Bring me back with you when we return. This. God King Mu Yuan could not believe his ears. Even if Yang Fann really became a disciple of a Supreme Elder, he wouldn't dare make such a casual decision. After all, the elders of Guangchang were all quasi-paragon. Even if they were both Supreme Elders, they would still have to think twice before making a decision. Furthermore, he was a disciple of a Supreme Elder. What had Yang Fann experienced in all these eras? A few breaths later, Wang, a godly ray appeared in front of him and transformed into a man in embroidered clothes. It was Hall Lord Xianyuan. However, the current Hall Lord Xianyuan no longer had the melancholy and uneasiness he had in the past. His entire being was brimming with success. In just a short period of less than 10,000 eras, relying on the relationship between Yang Fann and the Zai's house, the Zai's house's power was like a rolling snowball, soaring crazily. Not only did it unify the Gulan Chaos Domain, it even occupied the nearby Thousand Lands and the two large-sized Chaos Domain in the Jade Ridge. Now, not to mention top-level Chaos God Kings, even some quasi-paragon were on par with him. Elder Mu, are you always looking for me for something? Hall Lord Xianyuan's voice was calm and lacked the respect he had in the past. Now, even quasi-paragon was of the same generation as him, let alone quasi-top-level God King, who was sent to the border. The reason why he didn't hang up the communication was because of their relationship in the past. God King Mu Yuan frowned slightly and was a little unhappy. This Xianyuan kid, since when did he have the guts to speak to me in such a manner? Cough 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 Xianyuan, cough. Cough, cough. Do you have any specific information regarding Yang Fann's era? Hall Lord Xianyuan was just about to get angry when he heard this. In these past thousands of eras, who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Did they really think that by calling him Elder Mu, they would be able to take advantage of his seniority in front of him? However, what God King Mu Yuan said next made him shiver all over, and he couldn't be bothered to get angry anymore. He looked at God King Mu Yuan cautiously. Elder Mu, why did you suddenly inquire about His Highness? Could it be that His Highness? Cough cough. That's right, I just met little friend Yang Fann. Cough cough. God King Mu Yuan did not hide anything. In his opinion, there was no need to hide anything. Phew, it's good, it's good. Hall Lord Xianyuan felt lucky that he did not explode just now. Otherwise, if he left a bad impression on His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he would have left a bad impression on His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Then the consequences would be, Elder Mu, be careful with your words, there are different levels of respect, and you must not offend His Highness. Hall Lord Xian Yuan carefully looked around and reminded. This God King Mu Yuan didn't seem to mind. This Xian Yuan was too exaggerated. Even if that young man Yang had become the disciple of a powerful figure, he was still the master of a palace. Was there a need to be so careful? Elder Mu, you don't know about it. His Highness is the one who took care of him. What? Little friend Yang Fann is the #1 Dao child of our primeval chaos Dao palace. His talent and potential is even greater than our ancestors. He has the protection of a quasi-sovereign of great perfection with him. Xian Yuan kid, are you sure you're not dreaming? C2826 After an old friend Star Dragon Chaos Circle, welcome to Divine Hall. God King Mu Yuan was so scared that his jaw couldn't close. His eyes were wide open, almost bursting out of his eye sockets. Even his coughing stopped. Gulp, gulp. What did he hear? The #1 Dao child of the primeval chaos Dao palace, great Dao God's son, whose talent was even higher than Patriarch Primordius, the personal guard of a mighty quasi-sovereign of great perfection. No way was this really the Yang Fann he knew. Although he knew that Yang Fann had extraordinary talent, he wouldn't have been able to complete the mission of 7 sword strikes. With just a mere quasi-chaos god cultivation base, he had become a true disciple in one fell swoop. Even amongst the true disciples of the Dao Palace, his talent was considered top-notch. However, in his point of view, Yang Fann's talent could only be compared to some alternate Daozi, and he had the potential to become a quasi-supreme expert in the future. This was totally different from what Hall Lord Xian Yuan had just said. It was more than a billion times, trillions of times, and they were on completely different levels. Only when Hall Lord Xian Yuan confirmed it once again did God King Mu Yuan manage to barely believe this shocking fact. It was true. It was true. Yang Fann. He really was. The next second, God King Mu Yuan's body trembled, and an unconcealable panic crept onto his face. It seemed like he had just experienced something. It was as if he had called His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Hiss. This was completely using his own life as a joke. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann was unhappy, then the consequences would be. Hiss. This should be the old man worrying too much. His Highness is magnanimous, how could he be calculative with an old thing like me? Otherwise, His Highness wouldn't have brought me back to the Dao Palace as soon as he said so. Yes, His Highness must not have taken my words to heart. It must be so. Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, this old man will be able to return soon. Very quickly, the pleasant surprise in his heart dispelled the uneasiness in his heart. If possible, who would be willing to stay in such a desolate place? Not to mention breaking through to the top-level Chaos God King, even normal cultivation wouldn't be guaranteed. Staying here was a complete waste of his time, slowly exhausting his innate potential now, all the suffering had passed. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann's guarantee, a mere elder Guang Chong was nothing. That old man Guang Chong not only doesn't dare to continue suppressing me, but also has to suck up to me instead, lest I hate their Guang family. If it didn't matter, what right did His Royal Highness Yang Fann have to help him? Just this point alone was enough for Elder Guang Chong to let his imagination run wild. At that time, shouldn't I give Elder Guangchang a proper reply? 300 million eras. That old thing has delayed me by an entire 300 million eras. If I wasn't sent to such a desolate place, with my talent, I would have long broken through to the top-level Chaos God King realm. It wasn't impossible for me to break through to the intermediate, or even high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. I can't let this matter rest just like that. Yang Fann wasn't clear about the conversation between God King Mu Yuan and Hall Lord Xian Yuan. After exiting the Divine Transportation Palace, Yang Fann turned around and left the receiving Divine Hall. He had already given God King Mu Yuan a chance. The rest of the conversation had nothing to do with him anymore. Yang Fann wasn't in the mood to pay attention to God King Mu Yuan's thoughts. No matter what the result was, whether God King Mu Yuan was willing to follow him back to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace or not, it wouldn't affect Yang Fann at all. If he was willing, he could easily solve God King Mu Yuan's small problem. It was just a low-level quasi-sovereign. He just needed Ming Yang Dao Zun to greet him. It didn't matter if he wasn't willing. After leaving the receiving Divine Hall, he looked around and felt as if the world had turned upside down. He remembered how much shock this spatial crystal wall had brought him when he first entered the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. He needed to unleash most of his strength in order to tear the space apart. It was possible for him to teleport at a close distance. Not even a single small-sized chaos region could match up to him. Looking at it now, it was a completely different feeling. In the numerous large-sized chaos circle, there were probably only a few that were weaker than it. With just a casual breath, he could destroy a large piece of the spatial zone. With just a little bit of force, he could destroy a part of the chaos domain. Weak it was really fragile. The strength of origin in the surroundings was extremely thin. Compared to the top-grade large-sized chaos circle like Emperor Tai's primal chaos ring, it was more than 1,000 times weaker. There was no comparison at all. It was no wonder that the disciples and elders of primeval chaos Dao Palace didn't like the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. If they really came here, even if they cultivated bitterly for hundreds of billions of eras, their cultivation base wouldn't improve at all. Poochie. With a single step, Yang Fann had already crossed half of the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. With just a few more steps, he would be able to step out of the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. This was the result of Yang Fann not using his full strength. Otherwise, with a single teleportation, Yang Fann would be able to appear outside of the Star Dragon Chaos Circle. No wonder everyone said that the chaos was just a bigger lake to Great Dao Sovereign, and not a boundless one. I didn't expect that. Hundreds of thousands of eras have passed, and the once holy land of the Dragon Elephant clan. It has become one of the major trading centers in Star Dragon Chaos Circle. Yang Fann was not in a hurry to leave Star Dragon Chaos Circle and go to Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. Instead, he teleported to the ancestral land of Dragon Elephant clan. This time, he left. The next time he returned, it would be at least 100 million eras later. Yang Fann was prepared to take a look at all these places. He would reminisce about the past and walk the path of his rise once again. In any case, with his speed, he wouldn't waste a few years. Star Eye Chaos Domain. Looks like the Xing Mu Divine Palace has completely declined. After nearly 600,000 eras had passed, the Xing Mu Divine Palace emerged once again. However, compared to the Xing Mu Divine Palace of the past, it was obviously weaker. More than half of their base camp, the Chaos Domain of Star Eye, had been occupied. They were only guarding the universe of Star Eye and some nearby universes. The former Yang Fann wanted nothing more than to get himself killed by the Xing Mu Divine Palace. However, he was no longer in the mood to do so. A small force that didn't even have a single quasi-chaos god king. He couldn't afford to lose face by taking revenge on them. 1 year later, Yang Fann crossed over tens of thousands of medium and small chaos rings and arrived at the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. Back then, he had suppressed many top powers in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle with his own strength. He had suppressed the entire Tai Shao Chaos Circle and even the hundreds of smaller chaos circles in the vicinity, causing all the top powers to be unable to breathe. It was also because of him that the curtains to the chaotic war in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle were drawn. However, he had never thought that after so many eras had passed, the Tai Shao Chaos Circle would still be in chaos. Numerous powers were still fighting and killing each other. At every moment, a large number of living beings, including expert, would fall. If he wanted to restore peace, he didn't know how many eras more he would have to fight. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann did not care anymore. The life and death of these powers had nothing to do with him. Even if the Tai Shao Chaos Circle was destroyed, Yang Fann wouldn't feel much about it. 1 day later, Yang Fann finally returned to the chaotic circle he was born in, Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. Compared to hundreds of thousands of eras ago, other than the human race replacing the ancient blue god race and becoming the #1 god race in Gukang Chaos Domain, there was not much change. Although he was not in Gukang Chaos Domain, a few 100,000 eras was nothing compared to the chaos gods who cultivated for tens of millions or even billions of eras. After witnessing his mighty power, even if the ancient blue chaos god had 10 times the courage, he would never dare to compete with the human race. Unless, one day, he could confirm the news of his death. That was why the ancient blue chaos god would have such thoughts. Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, Kiao Universe, Wanlong Cave. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the spatial zone, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Unknowingly, a nostalgic expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. He had left a lot of memories in this place, and it was also the first time in his life that he had been seriously injured. It was also in this place that he got to know the Yun family sisters. There isn't much change in Wanlong Cave. Those 2 long worms are still the same as before. I wonder how the Yun family sisters are doing after so many eras have passed. It was one thing for the eldest daughter of Yun family, Yun Yu. She was too selfish and he didn't really like her. However, the innocent and cute second daughter, Yun Lei, made him have a good impression of her. He remembered that back then, for the sake of Yun Lei, he sent 15 universe gods under her command to exterminate one of the Qiao universes, the 8 empires, the imperial advisor's mansion of the Empire of True Mystery. With a thought, Yang Fann's mind fell into the chaos. Nearly 600,000 eras had passed. Kai Hun and the other 15 universe gods' cultivation base had increased by 100 billion times, trillions of times, and trillions of times. Not only that, now, not only were they all promoted to chaos gods, they all surpassed the ancient blue chaos gods, becoming high-level chaos gods. In his inner chaos, they could be considered the number one expert. Strange. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. Before he left, he had given the second young lady of Yun family, Yun Lei, a few trump cards that could save her life. She could even kill a universe god. In Qiao universe, where the limit was quasi-middle level universe god, there was basically nothing that could endanger her. Logically speaking, with these trump cards and his awe-inspiring might, the Yun family would not be as stable as Mount Tai, nor would it be too far off. However, in the Yun family's ancestral land, Blue Cloud Palace, there was no longer the Yun family. In fact, no trace of Yun Lei could be found in the entire mysterious brilliant continent. Could it be that the Yun family has moved their family away from the mysterious brilliant continent? These are the bloodline of the Yun family. It's just that they are in a situation like this. C2827 It was exposed. In the Qiao universe, other than the main continent, mysterious brilliant continent, there were also many subsidiary worlds that were attached to the mysterious brilliant continent. These subsidiary worlds were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and there were countless of them. However, due to the perfect rules, there was still a limit to the number of worlds that had the potential to give birth to Universe Lord. There were only over 10,000 of them, and there were only 1618 of them. The Colin world was one of them. It was just that among these tens of thousands of sectors, Colin's sector was not the best, and could barely be considered above average. Just based on the resources within, not to mention the birth of a universe god, even the gods of quasi-universe, and top-level universe lord, were all faced with many difficulties. A high-level universe lord was almost the limit of Colin's boundless world, and that was still in the ancient era with abundant resources. Now, a high-level universe lord was already a legend, and the strongest were merely a few middle-level universe lord warriors. The entire Colin's boundless world was a plane world. It was formed by countless planes of varying sizes. These planes were smaller than tens of millions of square kilometers. They were like dust, while the bigger ones were more than 100 light-years away. All planes were roughly divided into top, high, middle, and low levels according to their energy levels. In the lower planes, the birth of a sovereign was extremely difficult, while the top planes had hopes of nurturing Universe Lord. However, the number was extremely limited. There were only 18 of them. The Azure Cloud Plane was one of the 18 first-rate planes. It was said that 30,000 eras ago, the Dark Cloud Plane wasn't called the Dark Cloud Plane. It was called Crow Plane. The Lord of the Plane, Crow, was a low-grade middle-level universe lord, one of the 10 great overlords of the Colin world. The number of people in the entire Colin world who could defeat him could be counted on one hand. However, 30,000 eons ago, a mysterious force suddenly appeared in Crow Plane. In a short day, it suppressed Crow Plane, from Lord Crow to the ordinary members of the Crow clan. Not a single one of them was left alive. They were all suppressed by emotion. Crow Plane was also renamed to Grey Cloud Plane from that time onwards. This matter had been a huge hit back then, and even the number one overlord of the Colin world, the Grim clan, had been shaken by it. Their hearts were filled with grief and panic. The entire clan entered the highest state of alert. They were deeply afraid that the Grey Cloud clan, who had appeared out of nowhere, would have designs on their Grim clan. Although the strength of the Croc clan was not as strong as their Green clan, they were still a top overlord second only to them. Apart from the low-grade middle-level universe Lord Croc, they were also second only to the Croc clan. There were also 8 low-grade universe lord. Over 100 quasi-universe lord, their strength was strong. Among the 18 overlord forces, they were firmly in the top 10, and had the chance to break into the top 5. Even if they used all of their strength, they could not guarantee that they would be able to suppress the Croc God clan. Croc was the lair of the Croc God clan. After millions of eras of management by the Croc God clan, who knew how many killing formation divine arrays were set up. Even if they could successfully suppress the Croc's God clan, they would have to pay a painful price. Not to mention that they would be able to crush the Croc's God clan in a short day. This was completely impossible. The power of the Kangyun clan that came out of nowhere was already far beyond that of the Grimm clan. If they had the intention to attack Grimm's plane, their Grimm clan's outcome would not be any better than the Croc clan's. It was nothing more than making the Grey Cloud clan pay a price. If the number one overlord, the Grimm clan, was already in such a state, there was even less of a need to talk about the other rulers of the Colin world. Even if all the overlords joined forces, whether or not they could be a match for the Grey Cloud clan was still a great unknown. Many of the God race were thinking about whether they should just surrender when the Blue Cloud clan came. They did not want the Crow God race to be wiped out like the Crow God race, destroying millions of eras of inheritance. However, the development of the matter was somewhat out of their expectations. After suppressing the Croc's race and occupying the Croc's plane, the Grey Cloud race actually ceased all activities. Not to mention continuing to occupy other planes, even the Croc plane rarely left. After this, 30,000 eras passed. Up until now, the various hegemonic powers of the Colin world had pretty much all gotten used to the existence of the Grey Cloud clan. Of course, to the various hegemonic powers, the Grey Cloud clan of the Grey Cloud plane was still a forbidden clan. They even didn't dare to casually step into a land 10,000 light years away from the Grey Cloud plane in order to avoid angering this hibernating true dragon. The Kangyun plane, it was formed with the main continent, the Azure Cloud continent, as well as thousands of lesser continents and countless islands of various sizes. Dark Green Cloud continent, Blue Cloud City. This was the number one city of the Azure Cloud continent, and it was the holy land of countless living beings in the Azure Cloud continent. Here, there were 9 levels of the Azure Cloud continent, and there were even more experts. It was said that the realm gods were everywhere. It was not an exaggeration to say that sovereigns were inferior to dogs. Only universe sovereigns were worthy of being called experts. Blue Cloud City, on a wide main road. Wang. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space, and a person appeared out of thin air. However, what was strange was that no one, including the universe sovereign, noticed this unusual phenomenon and turned a blind eye to it. It was as if black-clothed youth, who had suddenly appeared, didn't exist at all. This black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann. With just a thought, everything in the Qiao universe was revealed in Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. And this mysterious dark green cloud clan was the Yun family's bloodline descendant that Yang Fann had found. However, what made Yang Fann curious was that although the Yun family at its peak didn't have a universe god guarding it, there were a lot of quasi-universes gods. In the past, he had used his power and influence to recruit more than one quasi-universes god worshippers. But now, in this huge Yun family, not to mention the quasi-universes god, not even a top-level universe lord could be found. The strongest was only a high-level universe lord, and there was only one of them. There were only a few first-grade middle-level universe lord. Compared to the Yun family in the past, there was one in the sky and the other on the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood flowing in their bodies was the bloodline of the Yun family, Yang Fann would have doubted if he had found the wrong person. What had happened in the Yun family during these eras? With Yang Fann's divine ability, it was extremely easy for him to read the memories of these Yun family juniors without anyone noticing, and it wouldn't even cause any damage to their souls. However, these people were different from his enemies after all. To be able to read their memories without any qualms, he had to respect them. In any case, he would understand everything when he asked about the residents of Yun. Yang Fann's speed was very slow, as if he was taking a stroll in an idle courtyard. With just a single step, he was already a million miles away. In just a few breaths of time, he had already arrived in front of the dazzling city lord's mansion. Stop right there very quickly, a group of guards blocked Yang Fann's path. Sigh, the Yun family has truly fallen. Looking at the guards calmly, Yang Fann let out a sigh. Back then, even when the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Yi, was severely injured and the Yun family was in imminent danger, the guards of residents of Yun were at least high-level universe sovereign warriors. Unlike now, except for the low-ranked guard who led the group, the rest of the guards were only quasi-venerables. Inform family lord that an old friend of mine from the Blue Cloud Palace of Mysterious Brilliant Continent has come to visit. Mysterious Brilliant Continent, Blue Cloud Palace. A trace of confusion flashed across the eyes of the guard in the lead. In their dark green cloud plane, there seemed to be no continent called mysterious brilliant continent in the thousands of subcontinents. 30,000 eras was an extremely long period of time for Universe Lord, let alone a low-level universe sovereign like him. Under the intentional concealment of the upper echelons of the Yun family, there were very few juniors in the Yun family who knew the true origin of the Yun family. You only need to bring my words to Family Lord. Hesitation flashed across the eyes of the guard in the lead. Not everyone was qualified to pay a visit to their Lord Family Lord, but judging from black-clothed youth's appearance, it seemed like he really knew Family Lord. Sir, please wait for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and agreed. If this person really knew Family Lord and was a good friend of Family Lord, he would not be able to bear the consequences if Family Lord scolded him if he did not notify him. What? An old friend of the mysterious brilliant continent's Blue Cloud Palace? Bitch it, could it be that our Yun family has been exposed? C2828 from beginning to end Colin World, Grey Cloud Plain, Blue Cloud City, residents of Yun. The expression of acting head of the family Yun Yong, who was from the Cloud family, changed abruptly. His eyes were filled with an indescribable panic. Mysterious brilliant continent, an old friend of Blue Cloud Palace. Their Yun family had lived in seclusion for 30,000 eras in the Colin Great World. The only people who knew the true origin of the Yun family were these old fellows. Even among the elders, not everyone knew the true origin of their Yun family. Currently, in the entire Yun family, especially the young generation that was born in the last 10,000 eras. Basically, they all thought that the Yun family was a local major power that had been born and raised in the Colin Great World. Not to mention these native powers of the Curlin Great World. They had never even heard of the mysterious brilliant continent, the center of the universe. In the hearts of the vast majority of the indigenous people, the Colin Great World was everything. They had no idea what was beyond the Colin Great World. There were also other worlds that had that boundless universe. Now, an old friend from the Blue Cloud Palace had suddenly appeared. There was only one answer. They had been exposed. The whereabouts of Yun family had been exposed. What should they do? What should we do? Yunyang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Once the whereabouts of the Yun clan was known by those people, there was only one possibility waiting for the Yun family, and that was the annihilation of the Yun clan. There was absolutely no second possibility. Even the Yun family at its peak was far from being a match for those people, let alone the Yun family who had fallen into decline. Not to mention the Supreme Universe God, even a single top-level Universe Lord could easily wipe out the Yun family from this world. Residents of Yun, a secret underground palace. Wang, an old man with a decaying aura, slowly opened his eyes. Sigh, 30,000 eras have passed. Are those people still not going to let Yun family go? His voice was complicated and indescribable. There was resentment, unwillingness, and panic. There was also a trace of relief. Grand Elder Yun Feng was the strongest person in Yun family, and he was also the only high-level Universe Lord in Yun family. Forget it, what should come will come eventually. Residents of Yun, outside the main entrance. Yang Fann quietly waited for the arrival of the Yun family's patriarch without showing any signs of impatience. Fortunately, there weren't any elders or disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace nearby. Otherwise, he would have been so shocked that his jaw wouldn't be able to close. What kind of status did His Royal Highness Yang Fann have? He was one of the higher-ups of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the leader who was on par with the invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. In fact, he was even slightly higher than His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Apart from the Supreme Great Dao Sovereign, who else had the qualification to make him wait silently? Not to mention a group of ants that didn't even have a universe god. Crazy. This world must be crazy. Wang. Astonishingly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. It's here the next second. Su. Swoosh, numerous escape lights were torn apart. In less than an instant, they landed in front of Yang Fann. No one's cultivation base was below Universe Lords. Ah, Lord Family Lord, and the elders. Bululu. Those few. Those seem to be the supreme elders of my clan. I didn't see wrongly, right? How is this possible? One of the guards was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even if this person was really a good friend of Lord Family Lord. It would be fine if Lord Family Lord and the other elders welcomed him, but why was the Supreme Elder alarmed? One should know that the Grand Elder was the true foundation of Yun family. Unless something major happened to their family, they would never leave the place where they were cultivating. For quasi-venerables and low-level venerables like them, the Supreme Elders were just a legend. They had only seen it in the portrait, but this was the first time they had seen it in person. "Who are you, sir?" The great Grand Elder, Yang Fann, carefully sized Yang Fann up and asked. There was a trace of apprehension and uneasiness in his voice. There was also a little doubt. The man in front of him gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. "I am Yang Fann. What is it?" Hearing this, Grand Elder Yang Fann and the other 4 Grand Elders stared at him. This name was unknown to the other juniors of the Yang family. However, they knew it all too well. It could be said that, from the moment they were born, they had grown up listening to this name. It was their Yang family's great benefactor, it was him. He had created the illustrious reputation of the Yang family in the Blue Cloud Palace, and made them the supreme existence of the mysterious brilliant continent according to the legends. When this man was still in the Yang family, the entire mysterious brilliant continent, including the emperor clans of the various empires, were all prostrated at the feet of the Yang family. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Back then, His Excellency Yang Fann's divine statue had always stood at the center of their residence of Yun, providing them with worship. When he was young, he had paid his respects to His Excellency Yang Fann a lot. Furthermore, every great era, the family would hold a great sacrifice for him in the next second. Bang, bang, bang. Grand Elder Yang Fann and the 4 middle-level universe Lord Grand Elders fell to their knees and kowtowed respectfully to Yang Fann. "Yang Fann, Yang Hua, Yang Long. Greet sir." "Ah, this. What exactly is going on?" The Supreme Elder and the others. Why are they? It was not just the other elders and guards. Even the patriarch of the Yang family, who knew the true origin of the Yang family, had a puzzled expression on his face. He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. The Supreme Elder and the others weren't afraid of death. Even if the incomer was powerful, they wouldn't be afraid of death. They were top-level universe lord, and even the gods of quasi-universe. Furthermore, the Supreme Elder and the others wouldn't kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if they surrendered and begged for mercy, with the ruthlessness of those people, I'm afraid I won't spare their lives. Evil creature, what are you waiting for? Kneel down and greet the Lord Yang Fann. And the others immediately became anxious when they saw that Yunyang and the others were still standing there in a daze. His Excellency Yang Fann was not only the great benefactor of the Yang family, but also the only hope that the Yang family could take revenge for the Blood Sea. If they were really dissatisfied with the Yang family because of their negligence, that would be terrible. Today was different from the past. The old ancestor and the others were no longer around. It was hard to tell how much relationship His Excellency Yang Fann had with the Yang family. "Greetings, my lord." Although they did not understand the reason behind this, they still knelt down in a hurry. "All of you, get up. Thank you, sir." Residents of Yun, inside a glorious divine palace. Yang Fann was the one in charge, sitting on the main seat. Below him were the 5 supreme elders of Yang Fann, as well as the elders of Family Lord, who were standing respectfully. Each of them looked at Yang Fann with respect. In the depths of their eyes, there was a faint glimmer of hope. In just a short period of time, Yang Fann and the other 5 supreme elders had told them about the relationship between Yang Fann and the Yang family, as well as his terrifying strength. This was a supreme expert that could even be used as a slave to the high and mighty universe gods. If he was willing to help them, not only would there be hope for revenge, but he would also be able to return to his peak in one fell swoop. "These eras, what happened to your Yang family? What about Yun Yu, Yun Lei, and the others?" "Master, the 2 old ancestors are no longer here. What is going on?" Although he had already thought that Yun Yu and Yun Lei had met with misfortune, otherwise he wouldn't have caused the decline of Yun family, but he really heard it. Yang Fann still couldn't believe it. It was fine if it was Yun Yu. However, Yun Lei had many life-saving techniques that he had bestowed upon her. As long as it wasn't a middle-level universe god who attacked her personally. The Qiao universe was just a Hautian intermediate universe. Quasi-middle-level universe god was their limit. "Lord, the old ancestor and the others are protecting us." C2829 Get the hell out. Colin World, Grey Cloud Plain, Blue Cloud City, residents of Yun. The Grand Elder of the Yun family, Yang Fann, slowly narrated the changes in the Yun family during these eras. His face was sorrowful, and his voice was mixed with a trace of choking. Initially, there were only 500,000. eras, but the Yun family hadn't changed much. Not only did it show no signs of losing, it was even stronger than Yang Fann's strength before he left. With the help of a huge amount of resources, the Yun family's strength. It could be said that they had been improving all along. After 500,000 eras of bitter cultivation, Family Lord and Yun Yi's cultivation had steadily stepped into the great perfection quasi-universe god, and they were now very close to becoming a universe god. Just one step away, Yun Yu and Yun Lei, the two sisters. They had also successfully broken through to the quasi-universe god realm, and both of them had reached the high-rank quasi-universe god realm. Apart from that, there were also 4 elders of the Yun family. They had broken through to the quasi-universe god realm, and were ordinary top-level universe lord elders. There were more than 50 of them. This was only the strength of the Yun family's main clan, not including the quasi-universe and top-level universe lord worshippers from the Hall of Funeral Offering. Including them, whether it was the gods of the quasi-universe or top-level universe lord, the number of people in the Yun family had doubled at that time. In the huge empire of true mystery, only the true profound sovereign clan was able to suppress the Yun family. However, all of this had changed 60,000 eras ago. A universe lord had accidentally entered the Qiao universe by chance. Although that universe lord had fallen in the Qiao universe not long after, he still leaked the news of the Qiao universe before his death. An intermediate acquired universe was nothing in the eyes of those top-level universe god, but it was extremely attractive to those intermediate and low-level universe god. Even high-level universe gods would be tempted by it. Very quickly, many outer universe forces rushed into Qiao universe. They were competing with the local powers of Qiao universe for control of Qiao universe. Even if they had the geographical advantage, under the suppression of the universe source's will, the strength of those foreign experts was greatly suppressed. The local powers were still at a disadvantage, and there were constantly foreign powers that had taken root in Qiao universe. As a member of the local powers, it was inevitable that some foreign powers would set their eyes on the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace. The major powers of True Profound Empire and the other local powers had seen Yang Fann's terrifying means. Even after hundreds of thousands of eras had passed, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. They didn't dare to lightly touch the might of the Yun family, but those foreign powers didn't have that many concerns. The Yun family was a small power that did not even have a single universe god. The resources they occupied were not inferior to the true profound sovereign race at all. Compared to those foreign powers, it was no different from a fat piece of meat. As for Yang Fann's legend, there were very few people who believed him. In the Qiao universe, an intermediate acquired universe was the limit of a quasi-middle level universe god. How could an expert like that appear? There were 8 to 9 of them. It was the result of these barbarians' shallow knowledge and imagination. It was perfectly normal for things like legends to be exaggerated. Under the constant probing, the Yun family was forced to step back step by step. They did not see the legendary expert make a move. 30,000 eras ago, there was finally a force that could not help but make a move against the Yun family's ancestral land. In that battle, although the Yun family fought back with all their might, the gap between the two sides was too wide. There were several universe gods against Fang Guang, and there was also a worshipping hall that betrayed the Yun family at the critical moment and turned against them at the last moment. All the top combat forces of the Yun family had almost died in that battle, including the sisters of the Yun family. At the end of his words, a line of blood tears fell from Yun Feng's eyes. In that battle, blood flowed like a river in the Yun family. Countless people had died in the hands of evil thief. He was also severely injured in that battle. Even after 30,000 eras of recuperation, he still hadn't recovered. Bang! Yun Feng bent his knees and once again kneeled down heavily at Yang Fann's feet. Lord, please seek justice for our Yun family. Bang bang bang! Almost at the same time, Yang Fann knelt down on the ground. Master, please help us, the Yun family. All of you can get up. Don't worry, none of the powers that are involved will be able to escape. Yang Fann gently waved his hand and killing intent flashed across his eyes. Yang Fann didn't care about the lives and deaths of the other people of Yun family. To be honest, Yang Fann didn't really care about the death of Yun Yu, but he had to take revenge for Yun Lei. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yang Fann truly recognized Yun Lei as an innocent and naive girl, and treated her as a friend. Master Xie, Master Xie. Yun Feng and the others choked with sobs. They had finally waited for this day. All those years ago, you have harmed the people of the Yun family. Just you wait, your death is about to arrive. Ancestor, keep an eye on your souls in heaven. His Excellency will take revenge for you very soon. Qiao Universe, mysterious brilliant continent. Along with a large number of outer universe forces, they entered the Qiao Universe. The entire Qiao Universe, compared to before Yang Fann left, was much more complicated. Originally, there was only the 8 empires in the Qiao Universe, but now, there were 18 empires. A large number of kingdoms and duchies had been annexed. In the past 80,000 eras, countless local powers had been destroyed. Even the 8 empires' territories had shrunk. If it wasn't for the 8 empires, who had a long inheritance and had a great foundation, those foreign powers wouldn't be as united as iron. There were many conflicts between them. The 8 empires might have been like those small countries that had been mercilessly annexed. The powers that could enter the Qiao universe basically all had universe gods in charge. Among them, there were some outstanding ones, and there were even middle-level universe god warriors behind them. Xuanyang Emperor Country, one of the newly established 10 great empires in the mysterious brilliant continent. It occupied 1/3 of the territory of the Empire of True Mystery, as well as the surrounding 8 kingdoms and dozens of duchies. A large portion of the territory of the Empire of True Mystery was occupied by the Yun family. The leader of the major powers that destroyed the Yun family was the ruler of Xuanyang Emperor Country, Xuanyang Emperor family. It was also the biggest piece of meat that they had eaten in the Yun family. Of the 18 big prefectures occupied by the Yun family, 15 of them had fallen into the hands of the Xuanyang Emperor family. Xuanyang Emperor Country, Tianlin Prefecture. 30,000 eras ago, it was the headquarters of Yun family, Blue Cloud Palace. However, following the destruction of Yun family, Blue Cloud Palace was renamed as Tianlin Prefecture. The Master of Tianlin, was high-rank quasi-universe god, and he was only one step away from top-rank quasi-universe god. Among all the prefecture masters of Xuanyang Emperor, he was a famous top-grade expert. Tianlin Prefecture, Tianlin's divine city, Tianlin's divine palace. Wang. Suddenly, there was a distortion above the void. A group of dozens of people suddenly appeared in the sky above the Tianlin's divine palace. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Tianlin's divine palace, boys? Attack, take down these things that don't know the difference between life and death. Boom boom boom. With a loud shout, powerful quasi-universe Lord auras rose from below. In an instant, a group of 100 quasi-universe Lord warriors, led by a low-level universe lord, soared into the sky and surrounded the dozens of people who had suddenly appeared. A large number of quasi-universe Lord warriors were also rushing over under the lead of the low-level universe lord. Old man from the Tianlin, you backstabbing scholar, get the hell out here! Yun Feng didn't even look at the surrounding guards of the divine palace as he shouted. His voice was boiling, and it swept across the entire divine palace of the Tianlin. It was filled with indescribable resentment and resentment. Back then, with the many trump cards that Yang Fann had left behind, although the Yun family wasn't a match for their powerful enemies, it wasn't impossible for Yun Lei to protect them and break out of the encirclement. At least, it was possible for Yun Lei to protect them. At least, the Yun family wouldn't lose so badly. There were only 2 or 3 of them left, not even a top-level universe lord was left behind. All of this was because of the old man from the Tianlin and the other elders from the Yun family. At the critical moment, they had launched a sneak attack on Yun Lei, causing her to die before she could use any of her trump cards. Compared to Xuanyang Emperor and the other major enemies, Yun Feng and the others hated these traitors even more. They really wanted to eat their meat and drink their blood. A puny high-level universe lord dares to disrespect the prefecture master. Courting death. Rumble rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying pressure of top-level universe lord rose from the Tianlin's divine palace, crushing towards Yun Feng and the others. I didn't expect it to be a remnant of the Yun family. Good, you really don't want to walk the road to heaven, but you insisted on going to hell without a door. It's a good opportunity to take them down and reward the prefecture master. C2830 Fear Mysterious Brilliant Continent, Xuanyang Emperor Kingdom, Tianlin Prefecture, Tianlin Divine Palace. The group of top-level universe lord looked at Yun Feng and his group. Their eyes were filled with greed and heat, as if they were the hunters who had just seen the most delicious prey. For the sake of eliminating future troubles, the master of Tianlin had never given up on hunting down the people of Yun family in the past 30,000 eras. One high-level universe lord, 4 middle-level Universe Lord, and dozens of low-level Universe Lord. This should be most of the high-end combat strength of the Yun family. As long as they could take down these survivors of the Yun family, the master of the Tianlin would definitely reward them generously. Perhaps, it wasn't impossible for them to take this opportunity to break through to another level. What a good heaven where there is a path but you refuse to walk it. If there is no gate to hell, you must break through it. It is you all. Yun Feng sneered and his face was filled with contempt. It was as if the one in front of him was. It wasn't the one that was 100,000 times stronger than him. A top-level Universe Lord who was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than him was just a group of lowly top-level Universe Sovereign warriors. They could suppress him with just a flip of their hands. With His Excellency Yang Fann backing them, even the high and mighty God of the universe would have to bow his head. A few top-level Universe Lord were nothing. Fear, what kind of joke was this? It didn't exist. No, that's not right, that's not right. At this moment, the hearts of the top-level Universe Lord skipped a beat. An ominous omen swept across their hearts. The people of Yun family weren't fools. How could they come to their doorstep even though they knew they were going to die? If it was really a fool who didn't know the difference between life and death, the people of the Yun family would have died a long time ago. They wouldn't have pursued them for so many eras without gaining much. There must be something strange about this. Could it be that the people of Yun family had the confidence to defeat them, and even the master of the Tianlin behind them? But was this possible? The cultivation base of these people was obvious at a glance. They didn't even have a high-level Universe Lord. Any one of them could easily suppress all of them. How could they cause any trouble? Or, could it be that there were still some experts hiding in the dark? Ah, he is. No, it's over, we are finished. All of a sudden, one of the top-level Universe Lord's pupils constricted, as if he had just witnessed the most terrifying thing. Apart from fear, his eyes were filled with terror. His entire body trembled, and he almost fell down from the sky. Brother Yulong, what happened to you? The other 5 top-level Universe Lord felt anxious, and the ominous feeling in their hearts intensified. Their eyes couldn't help but follow the direction of Dao Monarch's line of sight. Could it be that Yulong's Dao Monarch was because of this talent? Who exactly was he? How could he cause the Jade Emperor to be so terrified? One should know that Yulong Dao Monarch was a peak top-level Universe Lord, and he was the right-hand man of the Master of Tianlin. Even if he couldn't defeat low-rank quasi-Universe God, he would still be able to retreat with ease. Furthermore, this was the divine palace of Tianlin, their territory. Their master, the Master of Tianlin, was right behind them. Even if it was top-rank quasi-Universe God, he wouldn't make Yulong Dao Monarch so uneasy. Could this man be ultimate quasi-cosmic God? Bang! However, it seemed like Yulong Dao Monarch didn't hear the cries of the 5 top-level Universe Lord warriors. His knees went soft, and he fell to his knees. Spare my life, my lord, spare my life. All of this was forced by that old man Tian Lan. It was that old man Tian Lan who forced me to do all of this. This little one was also forced to do all of this. That was the biggest mistake that I made just now. What? This? How is this possible? A bone-piercing chill covered the bodies of the 5 top-level Universe Lord warriors. It was as if even their soul was trembling. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. Who exactly was that man? With just a single glance, he had caused Yulong and Dao Monarch to completely collapse. He didn't hesitate to push everything towards the master of the Tianlin. Great perfection quasi-universe God. No, even a great perfection quasi-universe God couldn't be this frightening. One should know that the master of the Tianlin wasn't a rogue cultivator without a backer. There was still Xuanyang Emperor family behind him. A great perfection quasi-universe God would never make Dao Monarch Yulong so afraid. Gulp gulp. Universe God, difficult. Could he be a universe God? Instantly, the faces of the 5 top-level Universe Lord turned pale. There was not a trace of blood in their faces. An indescribable fear covered their entire bodies. Even though they were backed by the Xuanyang Emperor family, water from afar could not quench the fire. When the Xuanyang Emperor Universe Gods arrived, they would have died many times already. Sha Rui, bring that aphid over. Yang Fann didn't even look at Yulong and Dao Monarch. Instead, he turned to Young Man, who was standing behind him with his back hunched and looked like a lowly servant. Although he had promised to stand up for the Yun family and avenge them, Yang Fann didn't have the intention to do it himself. A group of ants that weren't even a chaos god was asking him to do it himself. That was really overestimating them. Even if he took a step back, he wouldn't even have the thought of using the divine fruit's clone. Did he really think that his soul would break up without any face? He only casually summoned a few servants from the inner chaotic heavenly pillar mountain. Sha Rui was one of them. Of course, even the lowly servants were considered invincible in Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. Only the ancient blue chaos god was barely qualified to be their opponent. Yang Fann's huge inner chaos and cultivation environment. The most outstanding one was none other than Sky Pillar Mountain, which was the true core of the inner chaos. Almost half of the strength of origin was condensed in the inner chaos. The environment was so good that even Yang Fann was far inferior to him in the sacred extreme miracle mountain of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. In the entire Hunyuan universe, there was only the 7th grade divine mountain where Lord of Primordius and the others were located. It could be compared to it. All kinds of natural treasures were innumerable. To put it bluntly, even a random pig could easily break through to the universe god realm even if it was raised for hundreds of thousands of eras in this Sky Pillar Mountain, not to mention intermediate and low-level universe god. Not to mention the subordinates who did not lack divine abilities and cultivation techniques. These eras had suppressed many of Chaos God King's subordinates. They were quasi-supreme beings. Yang Fann had taken in their divine arts and placed it in the secret palace. Although it was only the first level of the pagoda that was open to these female servants, the inheritance they had was not something that ordinary God King's disciples could compare with. Currently, among the tens of millions of servants and maids in the Sky Pillar Mountain, none of them had a cultivation base lower than the Chaos God. The outstanding ones among them had even reached the intermediate, or even the advanced Chaos God stage. Their foundation was far above that of most Chaos Gods of the same level. Yes, my lord, Sha Rui replied respectfully. The next second, Sha Rui moved his right arm and grabbed the void casually. Poochie. The void twisted and formed a wormhole. A black shadow fell from the wormhole. Ah, that's the prefecture master. Gululu. It's true. It really is the manor lord. No, how could this be? How could the master of prefecture be like this? How could this be? Collapse. The 5 top-level universe lords' minds had completely collapsed. Their prefecture master, the master of the Tianlin, was high-rank quasi-universe god. He was considered an expert even amongst the deities of the quasi-universe. Even a great perfection quasi-universe god wouldn't be able to capture the master of the Tianlin so easily. Universe god, that man was definitely a universe god. Only the high and mighty universe god had such a terrifying power. However, the supreme universe god in their hearts was actually just a lowly servant under that person. Was there anything more terrifying than this in this world? They could see that. The expression and tone of the universe god's majesty did not seem fake at all. He really thought of himself as that lowly servant. Ah, no, it's him. He's back. He's back. The master of Tianlin, who had fallen down like a dead dog, looked at Yang Fann with fear in his eyes. Although he had never seen Yang Fann before, he had seen Yang Fann's statue more than 1,000,000 times. It was a statue that he couldn't be more familiar with. Regret, endless regret engulfed his heart. That was a supreme existence that could even slay a universe god. If he had known earlier that that person would return, he wouldn't have been tempted by Xuanyang Emperor's family and betrayed the Yun family. Return. Lord Prefecture Master knew that person. Not only Lord Prefecture Master, but also Yulong and Dao Monarch knew that person. Gulp, gulp. Could it be that the legend was true? There really was a figure standing behind the Yun family hiss. C2831 looks like I have to give you a reminder. Xuanyang Emperor Country, Tianlin Prefecture, Tianlin Divine City, Tianlin Divine Palace. The pupils of the 5 top-level universe lord shrunk, and an indescribable fear climbed up their faces, as if they had just thought of something. According to the legends, there was a supreme expert standing behind the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace. Even the high and mighty universe god was only a slave under him. But regarding this, before this, they had always been skeptical and even scoffed at it. Universe god, what is that? He was the strongest person in Kiao universe. With a single thought, he could decide the fate of billions of lives. How could he be that lowly slave? Besides, if the Yun family really had such an ultimate expert as their backing, 30,000 eras ago, it wouldn't have been destroyed by the Xuanyang Emperor family so easily. Close to 600,000 eras was nothing compared to those chaos gods. It was just an extremely short period of their lives, a long period of seclusion. It wasn't just a short period of time, but it was a very long period of time for Universe Lord, who wasn't even a Universe God. For example, the oldest of the 5 top-level Universe Lord was less than 500,000 eras old. But now, they knew that they were wrong. They were all wrong. There really was such a supreme expert standing behind the Yun family. Otherwise, their prefecture master and that Yulong Dao monarch wouldn't have such an appearance. It was said that their prefecture master and Yulong Dao monarch had been worshipped by the Yun family's hall of worship in their early years. However, 30,000 years ago, they betrayed the Yun family at the last moment, which was why they had today's status. Woo he was finished this time. It was completely over. Not only them, even the Xuanyang Emperor family behind them might not be able to escape this calamity. Although the Xuanyang Emperor family had a strong backing, with several universe gods in charge, and even the legends that they had middle-level universe god behind them, it was still impossible for them to escape. But compared to a supreme expert that could even slay a universe god, it was nothing. Not to mention, in the legends, there were more than 1 or 2 universe gods that were slaves to the supreme expert, and there were a total of 15 of them. Many of them were top-grade and extreme universe god. This technique, this power, was not something an ordinary middle-level universe god could imagine. Spare my life, please spare my life, my lord. I didn't want to either. It was Xuanyang Emperor who forced me to do this. It was all them who forced me to do this. The master of the Tianlin begged with all his might. All the mistakes were pushed to the Xuanyang Emperor family. Tears fell like rain. How pitiful was he? They imprisoned all of my children. If I don't listen to them, they will kill my entire family. Yun Feng, I'll leave them to you. Yang Fann didn't even look at the master of Tianlin who was begging him. Whether he had any difficulties or not, none of this mattered. From the moment he attacked Yun Lei, his fate had already been decided. Thank you, master. Yun Feng and the others were immediately delighted. Ah, no, my lord, let me go, I beg you. The master of the Tianlin panicked. If this fell into the hands of the people of the Yun family, he was afraid that his death was just an extravagant hope, and he wanted to end his own life. Unfortunately, all his strength was sealed, except for his mouth. It was difficult even to move his fingers. Kekakekaki, old dog of the Tianlin, you have such a day as well. Don't worry, I won't let you die just like that. I will make sure you know what it means to be unable to live and beg for death. Yun Feng said with a ferocious expression. He looked like a ferocious ghost from hell. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, they would have been dead by now. He's already done all the torture he knows. He had tested every single one of them on the master of Tianlan. It was this Hua Sheng who had ambushed ancestor Yun Lei. This had caused the Yun family to be completely defeated. Zanyang Palace, Xuanyang Emperor Capital, Xuanyang Emperor Palace. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared in the sky above the palace with the Yun family's group. After capturing the master of the Tianlin, Yang Fann didn't stay in the Tianlan Divine Palace for too long. The master of Tianlan was just the beginning. Since he had promised Yun Feng and the others that he would capture all the people who attacked the Yun family, he wouldn't go back on his word. Who are you? How dare you trespass the Emperor Palace? How dare you, guards, take them down for me at once. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the Imperial Palace guards soared into the sky under the leadership of the captains. They charged toward Yang Fann and his group. How dare you? The cold shine in Sha Rui's eyes flashed and he shouted coldly. His voice was boiling like devil god's roar. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Groups of Imperial Palace guards, including the captains, were sent flying into the sky. They did not even have the time to scream before their bodies shattered and turned into dust. Silence for a moment. The entire Imperial Palace seemed to have fallen into a terrifying silence. The Imperial Palace guards were the strongest elites of the Xuanyang Emperor Kingdom. Even if it was just an ordinary soldier, it was still Universe Lord. The captains and commanders were even more powerful. Even top-level Universe Lord, and these Imperial Palace guards. With thousands and thousands of Imperial Palace guards working together. Even middle-rank quasi-Universe God could fight them, but he could not stop them from letting out a cold shout. This was the strength of those great perfection quasi-Universe God warriors. It was far from enough. Universe God, the one who came was definitely that Universe God. How dare you? With a roar that sounded like the wrath of a heavenly duke, Devil God bellowed. Rumble boom rumble, rumble. The powerful aura of 6 Paths Universe God rose from the center of the Imperial Palace and rolled towards Yang Fann and his group. The strongest of them had already stepped into the middle-level universe god. Ah, it's the great sovereign, the emperor is here, the emperor is here. HMPH, so what if he's a universe god? He actually dared to behave atrociously in my Xuanyang Emperor Palace, he has to pay the price. In an instant, the low morale of the Imperial Palace guards in Xuanyang Emperor country shook. This was Xuanyang Emperor Palace, even if it was a universe god, they had to lower their heads obediently. However, before they could rejoice for long, their eyes widened and were replaced by fear. Their throats gurgled, as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed their necks, making them unable to speak. What did they see? That person was holding the void in his hand. He was an invincible great emperor in their hearts. As for the 5 universe gods of the empire, they were like chickens that were captured in their hands, unable to put up any resistance at all. Gulp, gulp, was this really a great emperor? Not only were the imperial guards stunned, Yang Fann and the others beside Yang Fann were also in a similar situation. Although they knew that Sir Sha Rui was a universe god, and even among the many universe gods, he shouldn't be a weakling, they never would have thought that. It was actually such a terrifying technique. 6 of them, that was a total of 6 universe gods. To think that they would be captured just like that. Even the legendary middle-level universe god wouldn't have such terrifying power. Who are you all? Grand Emperor Xuanyang's voice was filled with an indescribable fear. The current situation was different from the past. When they first entered the Qiao universe, they were all very strong. They couldn't even exert half of their strength. Now, after tens of thousands of eras of adaptation, the origin will of the Qiao universe had suppressed him. It had been weakened by more than half, especially in Xuanyang Emperor's city. It could be said that his quasi-middle-level universe god cultivation base was not weak at all. Although the other 5 elders weren't as strong as him, the other 5 family elders were not as strong as him, but they were also the weakest of the universe gods. All of them were at the middle-level universe god, and with the combined strength of the 6 of them, even an ordinary low-rank middle-level universe god would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat them. Not to mention suppressing all of them so easily. Even high-rank middle-level universe god might not be able to do it. Top-rank middle-level universe god, was he even stronger? This strength could definitely enter the top 5, or even the top 3 in the ink light. Although he had offended many major powers in his life, he had never offended such an ultimate expert. Not to mention top-rank middle-level universe god, even low-rank middle-level universe god wouldn't dare to provoke him. Who are we? Look at them, are you familiar with them? As he spoke, Yang Fann waved at Yang Fann and the rest of the people from the Yun family. Them, the confusion in Grand Emperor Xuanyang's eyes intensified. A group of ants who were no higher than high-level universe lord were not even qualified to meet him. How could they know each other? It seems like you want me to give you a reminder. C2832, you're forcing me to wipe out your entire clan. Xuanyang Emperor Kingdom, Xuanyang Emperor Capital, Xuanyang Emperor Palace. Grand Emperor Xuanyang looked at the group of people from the Yun family who had red eyes and were about to eat him alive like wild beasts. He thought about it but still couldn't figure out who they were. 30,000 eras had passed, and the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace had long been forgotten by him. Apart from the master of Tianlin and the other traitors of the Yun family, they were still searching for the whereabouts of the people of the Yun family. Xuanyang Emperor had already cancelled the bounty on the Yun family 20,000 years ago. Besides, he had offended so many major powers in his life. He had no idea how many races and universes had been destroyed by him. In Qiao universe alone, there were more than 10,000 races that had been destroyed in Xuanyang Emperor country. How could he remember so much? 30,000 eras ago, Blue Cloud Palace, Yun family. Yang Fann's voice sounded in Grand Emperor Xuanyang's ears once again. Blue Cloud Palace, Yun family, that sounds familiar. You are the mysterious expert behind the Yun family. Suddenly, Grand Emperor Xuanyang's facial expression changed, and his pupils shrunk. He finally remembered, it's you, it's really you. When the Yun family was destroyed, in the Divine Hall, he had seen Yang Fann's statue before, but it had only been 600,000 eras since then. Yang Fann's face had changed a little. Grand Emperor Xuanyang had only seen it once in the past, unlike Yang Fann and the others. He had seen it thousands of times. For a moment, it was normal that he didn't recognize Yang Fann. According to the legends, the person behind the Yun family had enslaved many universe gods. Gulp, gulp, Could this middle-level universe god be one of the many universe gods he had enslaved? Then, he looked at Sha Rui, who was standing behind Yang Fann like a loyal servant with his back hunched. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a lowly servant girl. Hiss. An indescribable fear engulfed Grand Emperor Xuanyang's entire body. A top-grade, or even extreme middle-level chaos god warrior was just that man's slave. How terrifying was that man himself? A quasi-high-level universe god warrior. No, it was definitely not as simple as a quasi-high-level universe god warrior. High-grade universe god, he was definitely a high-grade universe god. Hiss. What should I do? I actually provoked a high-level universe god. One must know that in their Wanshang chaos domain, a high-level universe god was the pinnacle of experts. Even if it was the Ink Light, they only had one high-level universe god after tens of millions of eras. And because of that high-level universe god, their Ink Light was able to become one of the 10 overlords of Wanshang chaos domain. If his family knew that he had offended a high-level universe god, the consequences would be devastating. Even if he was the son of Family Lord, one of the most powerful contenders for the position of Family Lord, even if he didn't die, he would still be stripped of the position of the successor immediately. It seems like you have remembered everything. Yun Feng, I'll leave them to you. You can do whatever you want with them. Thank you, Master. Yun Feng and the other Yun family members' eyes lit up. They had captured the leader of the rebels, the Master of Tianlin. With Grand Emperor Xuanyang as their main culprit, their hatred for Grand Emperor Xuanyang could be considered to have been repaid by more than half. No, what do you all want to do? Stop, if you dare to harm me. My Ink Light will never divorce you. Let me tell you, our Ink Light also has a high-level universe god. Advanced universe god, hee. Using a high-level universe god to threaten me. Yang Fann found it funny. For so many eras, no one had ever used such an ant to threaten him. If this news were to spread back to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it would definitely cause them to laugh their heads off. He was the number 1 Dao child of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. The number 1 monster in history had actually been threatened by a puny universe god. Was there anything more ridiculous than this in this world? Behind him, Sha Rui also unconsciously revealed a smile. He actually used a high-level universe god to threaten his master. To think that Grand Emperor Xuanyang would say such a thing. A mere high-ranked universe god, not to mention his great master, even a lowly servant like him could easily crush tens of millions of venerables with just a finger. What was this, an ant threatening a high and mighty true dragon? He had to admire this ant's courage indeed. The ignorant were fearless, but when these words fell into the ears of Yun Feng and the others, it was another layer of meaning. Yun Feng and the others who were walking towards Grand Emperor Xuanyang could not help but slow down their steps. They turned around and looked at Yang Fann with some worry. They carefully said, Master, look at this. One should know that their great god of creation, the god of Qiao universe, was only a middle-level universe god. To them, a high-level universe god was a legendary figure. Although His Excellency Yang Fann was powerful and could slay a universe god, they were still unsure if he could match the legendary high-level universe god. Furthermore, even if Sir had the power of a high-level universe god, he might not fight a high-level universe god for them. People died like a lamp extinguished. Yun Yu and Yun Lei, the 2 old ancestors, had already died. Their past relationship had long been reduced to nothing. In his current position, if he had to face a high-level universe god for the sake of a few so-called old friends, he would never agree. Not tying him up and giving him to him was already considered his benevolence. It's fine, you guys continue. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and said casually. Phew. Yun Feng and the others let out a long breath. Yes, Master, if His Excellency Yang Fann was captured by the expert on Grand Emperor Xuanyang's back, it would be difficult for them to take revenge. If they were not careful, they might die here. In World of Cultivators, the word, benefit, came first. There were only a few people who truly valued relationships and righteousness. No, you really want to become the enemy of my Ink Light. If anything happens to me, the old ancestor of my race will never let you go. You still dare to threaten me? You're forcing me to wipe out your entire clan. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Initially, he was just preparing to destroy Xuanyang Emperor, but in the end, this aphid insect actually used the Ink Light to threaten him over and over again. If he didn't destroy the Ink Light, how would the people of the world view him? He was the dignified great Dao God's son, the number 1 Dao child of the Dao Palace. Where was his dignity? Would any Tom, Dick, and Harry dare to threaten him in the future? What? I didn't hear wrongly, did I? He said. Could it be that he? No, this was impossible, impossible. Grand Emperor Xuanyang's heart skipped a beat. The Ink Light was not the Xuanyang Emperor kingdom that he had founded. Their strength was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. Apart from the old ancestor, who was a high-level universe god, the middle-level universe god supreme elder was more than a handful, and low-level universe god was more than 3 digits. If a top-level universe god didn't appear, then he would be a quasi-top-level universe god. It wouldn't be easy for him to destroy the Ink Light. He was a top-level universe god warrior. Was this possible? How could the expert behind a mere intermediate universe native be a legendary top-level universe god? Even their Wanshang Chaos Domain couldn't find a top-level universe god. Wanshang Chaos Domain, Ink Light Universe, Ink Light Clan, right? Yun Feng, bring them along. We'll make a trip to the Ink Light Universe. With just a thought, Yang Fann had secretly read Grand Emperor Xuanyang's soul memory, and had a rough understanding of the Ink Light's situation. Aphids, remember, your Ink Light will be destroyed because of you, bitch. It. What does he mean by that? Could it be that he really has the confidence to annihilate the Ink Light? An ominous omen quickly enveloped Grand Emperor Xuanyang's soul. Looking at Yang Fann's posture, it didn't seem like he was saying anything. Wanshang Chaos Domain, Ink Light Universe. This was one of the top 10 universes in Wanshang Chaos Domain, and it was the ancestor land of the Ink Light's god race. The huge universe of Ink Light, under the meticulous efforts of the god race of Ink Light, could be said to be impregnable. Even a high-level universe god dared to plot against the universe of Ink Light. If one was not careful, they might be suppressed by emotion. Wang. Suddenly, outside the Ink Light's universe cosmic crystal wall, space distorted, forming a space wormhole. The next second, a group of dozens of people stepped out from the space wormhole. This universe. Why does this universe look so familiar? Ah, not good. This is the Ink Light Universe, our Ink Light Universe. No, how is this possible? No, I don't believe it. How can this be our ancestral land? It's fake illusion. It must be an illusion. C 2833 Justice and Justice Wanshang Chaos Domain, Ink Light Universe. No, this isn't true. It's not true. How is it possible that I am renting the ancestral land here? Ink Light Universe, it's fake. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the 5 elders of the Ink Light were all in a frenzied state, and they let out hysterical howls. Collapse. All of their minds had completely collapsed. Where was the universe of the Ink Light? It was located in the center of the Wanshang Chaos Domain. As for the Qiao universe, it was located outside of the Wanshang Chaos Domain. There were even a few small-sized chaos regions separating them. The distance between the two was billions of years. Even if it was them, low-level universe god, middle-level chaos treasure, the Imperial Messenger, had spent nearly 100 million years. But just now, just one teleportation. The expert on the Yun family's back had brought them to the universe of the Ink Light. This terrifying power had far exceeded their imagination. Even the legendary top-level universe god wasn't this terrifying. Woo, what kind of enemy did they offend for the Ink Light? Regret. Grand Emperor Xuanyang was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known that there was such a monster expert behind the Yun family, he wouldn't have dared to attack the Yun family even if he was given 100 guts. Mysterious brilliant continent, there were so many empires. There were so many powers, and there were many soft persimmons. It wasn't just the Yun family from the Blue Cloud Palace. Sha Rui, go and greet the Ink Light. Ignoring the collapsing Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the others, Yang Fann instructed Sha Rui. Yes, master. He let them go. Rumble. A terrifying pressure burst out from Sha Rui, as if he was an ancient ferocious god that had transcended the time-long river and returned to this era. The awe-inspiring power was mighty, crushing everything in its path. At this moment, Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the other 5 universe gods were like tiny aphids under the awe-inspiring power. They even felt that, even the old ancestor of Ink Light, the only high-level universe god, wouldn't be any better than them in the face of this divine might. Top-level universe god, no, this was an invincible divine power that was even scarier than top-level universe god. Woo, it's over. Our Ink Light is finished. A sinner. We are the sinners of the god race. Bang, bang, bang. The Ink Light. Their race had spent countless resources to create guardian formations that could even defend against the attacks of high-level universe gods. They were like paper, unable to withstand even an instant. Beneath the awe-inspiring power, it shattered into pieces, completely disintegrating. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Countless planes and continents in the Ink Light's universe, along with hundreds of millions of living beings, quickly collapsed and turned into dust. The universe of the Ink Light started to collapse at a visible speed. If this continued, the universe of the Ink Light would be completely destroyed in a few breaths of time. Ah, no, please don't be angry, my lord. My lord, please calm down. I wonder what's wrong with the Ink Light. Did they offend my lord? A voice full of fear and trepidation sounded from the universe of the Ink Light. Su, 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 swoosh. Before he finished his words, over 100 escape lights shot up into the sky from the Ink Light's universe. In an instant, they had left the Ink Light's universe and were not far away from Yang Fann and the others. All of them were universe gods. The one leading them was a black-clothed middle-rank high-level universe god who looked like he was in his 40s. He was the sea god stabilizing needle of the Ink Light, the old ancestor of the Ink Light. He was the only high-level universe god, the old ancestor of the Ink Light. However, at this moment, whether it was the old ancestor of the Ink Light or those low-level universe god, their faces were filled with fear and uneasiness. They were like frightened little beasts under the terrifying pressure. Including the old ancestor of Ink Light, a high-level universe god, all of them were extremely weak. Just the pressure alone made them unable to summon any resistance thoughts. There was a faint voice in their hearts that kept ringing out. If the other party was willing, with a wave of his hand, he would be able to take their Ink Light and the entire universe of the Ink Light. It would be completely wiped out. This power had far exceeded their understanding. Even some top-level universe god couldn't be this terrifying. You didn't offend me, but you did offend my master. Sha Rui's voice was cold and indifferent. He directly threw the old ancestor and the others into the endless abyss. Ah, what, master, master. The old ancestor of the Ink Light staggered and almost fell to the ground. What kind of sin did the Ink Light commit? If a servant was this terrifying, then how terrifying would his master be? I can't imagine it at all. Woo, their Ink Light god race had truly pierced through the heavens. My lord, I am wronged. Even if the Ink Light has eaten the guts of a leopard, they would never dare to offend my lord. There must be some misunderstanding in this. There must be some misunderstanding. The old ancestor of the Ink Light wailed mournfully. His voice was filled with indescribable sincerity and grievance. He didn't care about the slightest bit of water. Such a supreme expert, the Ink Light wasn't stupid enough to be kicked in the head by a donkey. How could they provoke it? There must be something hidden behind this. There must be someone behind all of this, trying to frame the Ink Light. Misunderstanding. Let's see who they are. Yang Fann sneered and pointed his finger at Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the others who were still in a state of collapse. Ah, yes, grandson Zan Yang and the 5 elders of my clan. The expression of the Ink Light's old ancestor changed. There were 100 universe gods in the Ink Light, and he knew every single one of them very well. Especially Grand Emperor Xuanyang, he was his grandson, and he was one of the many low-level universe god that had the highest chance of breaking through to the middle-level universe god. He had always attached great importance to Grand Emperor Xuanyang, and in his heart, Grand Emperor Xuanyang's status wasn't much lower than the few middle-level universe god supreme elders in his family. In the next second, the old ancestor of the Ink Light shivered. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could it be? Could it be that grandson Zan Yang and the others have offended this lord? No, impossible, right? Grandson Zan Yang had always been quick-witted. He knew what kind of person he could provoke, what kind of person he could not provoke, and how he could not be foolish enough to provoke that kind of supreme expert. It's good that you know him then. All of you can rest in peace under the 9 springs. What? Really? Did grandson Zan Yang really offend this lord? The pupils of the old ancestor of Ink Light shrunk, and his face was filled with horror. Bitch it, this unfilial son, how dare he? How dare he? Such an ultimate expert, even he, a high-level universe god, couldn't afford to offend it. No, to be precise, under the awe-inspiring power, he was no different from an ant. This unfilial son of Zan Yang was not even a middle-level universe god ant. Had he eaten the guts of a bear or leopard, or had he offended that lord? Why didn't this unfilial son die? Hong Long. Raging flames of fury rose in the eyes of the old ancestor of Ink Light. This unfilial son, Zan Yang, was trying to set the ink light in a trap. Was it because of the annihilation of the ink light that unfilial son was happy about it? Lord, you should know that it was all unfilial son's fault. We didn't know anything about it. Gritting his teeth, the old ancestor of ink light wisely chose to abandon his chariot to protect his commander. He pushed all the blame onto Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the 5 elders. The ink light couldn't afford to bear the blame. Whoever caused the trouble would have to bear the responsibility. Vile creatures, how dare you offend my lord? You will all be punished with death. The old ancestor, I am going to clean up the entire clan today. Rumble. As he spoke, the old ancestor of ink light struck his palm at Grand Emperor Xuanyang. And the 5 elders rushed forward to kill Grand Emperor Xuanyang. He didn't hold back at all. The power of middle-rank high-level universe god was unleashed with all of his strength. He didn't even hesitate to use the innate divine ability of the ink light to kill Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the other 3 elders. Ah, no, old ancestor, please spare my life, please spare my life. The collapsing chi of danger finally brought Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the other 3 men back to their senses, and they started to wail in pain. Their voices carried a hint of disbelief. They had never imagined that the old ancestor would be so heartless as to kill them. Especially Grand Emperor Xuanyang. He found it hard to accept that the old ancestor had always doted on him since he was young. Zanyang, don't blame the old ancestor. I, the old ancestor, have no choice. Who asked you to offend someone you shouldn't have? C-2834 Exterminate the entire race. Wan Shang Chaos Domain, Ink Light Universe. The old ancestor's heart was bleeding. Every universe god, they were the core forces of the ink light, a quasi-middle level universe god. 5 low-level universe god, this loss. It was enough to shake the foundation of the ink light, especially his grandson Zanyang. It was not something those ordinary quasi-middle level universe god who had exhausted their potential could compare with. They had at least half a chance in the future. He would be able to break through to the middle level universe god and become the mainstay of the ink light. Without 100,000 eras, or even longer, the ink light would never be able to recover from this loss. However, he couldn't do anything about it. No matter how reluctant and unwilling he was, he had no choice but to kill. Otherwise, what awaited the ink light might be the annihilation of their race. At this moment, he had no choice but to cut off his wrist. Compared to the ink light, not to mention that his grandson Zanyang had yet to take that step, even if he had already taken that step, it was nothing. There was nothing that couldn't be abandoned for the sake of the inheritance of their race. If that was really necessary, even as an ancestor, it was not impossible for him to be sacrificed. In the vast world, their clan's inheritance was the most important. Zanyang's grandson, don't blame the old ancestor for being heartless. For the sake of the ink light, all of you can go with a peace of mind. Ah, no, old ancestor, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Let me go, please, let me go. At that moment a blue barrier rose from the front of Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the others and covered their bodies. The full force of the ink light's old ancestor's attack landed on the faint azure barrier. It was like a dreamy shadow, completely unable to shake the barrier. It was Sha Rui who attacked. Yang Fann had promised Yunfeng and the others that he would hand over Grand Emperor Xuanyang, the main culprit behind the destruction of Yun family, to them. How could he allow the old ancestor of ink light to kill him so easily? Yunfeng and the rest of the people from the Yun family let out a long sigh of relief. If these devils were allowed to die so easily, it would be too easy for them. Fortunately, they didn't succeed in the end. Humph, old dog. Zanyang wanted to die a quick death. Dream on. If I don't imprison you for 1,000,000 eras and let you taste all the pain, then it'll be difficult to dispel the hatred in our hearts. Lord, the old ancestor of ink light felt his heart tremble. An extreme sense of unease swept across his heart. If he allowed him to kill Zanyang and the others with justice, this meant that the old ancestor didn't want to pursue the matter too much. However, they had to protect Zanyang and the other 3. This was what he didn't want to see the most. It wasn't because the other party was merciful and didn't want to kill them. It was very likely that the other party wanted to pursue the matter to the end and even settle the score with the ink light. Put away your petty thoughts. I'm not here to watch your performance. This Zanyang kid forced me to exterminate your ink light. I've always kept my word and never spoke fat words. Yang Fann sneered. If he said he wanted to destroy the ink light, he would never let them see tomorrow's sun. Sha Rui, attack and send them on their way. Ah, no, my lord, please spare my life. My lord, please spare my life. All of this is the fault of the little beauty Zanyang. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. Roar. Zanyang, you little girl. You are my clan's sinner. Regret. Why didn't I strangle you to death in the cradle the moment you were born? Hatred, endless hatred in the hearts of the old masters of the ink light. They gritted their teeth, and blood spurted out from their eyes, as if they wanted to eat someone. However, it wasn't because they didn't dare to do so to Yang Fann. They simply didn't have the courage to bear a shred of hatred towards this kind of ultimate expert. It was because of their hatred towards Zanyang and the other three. If it wasn't for this bunch of fools who didn't know the difference between life and death. Their ink light was one of the 10 great overlords of Wanshang Chaos Domain. How could they have encountered such a disaster? All of this was the fault of Zanyang. If he knew this would happen, he would have strangled this woman in the cradle. He wouldn't have harmed the ink light when he grew up. Yes, Master Sha Rui replied respectfully, but he did not make any moves. Buzz, 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 buzz. A blue ripple swept across like a surging wave. Everywhere it passed, including the old ancestor of ink light and the universe of ink light behind them, everything was destroyed. It was as if they didn't exist at all. It was extremely easy for a dignified middle-level chaos god to destroy an ant that was no higher than a high-level universe god. If he was willing, it wouldn't take long for him to wipe out the entire Wanshang Chaos Domain from the Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle. Ah, no, old ancestor, it's all gone, it's all gone. No, sinner, I'm a sinner of my race. Woo woo woo, why did I have to do that back then? I shouldn't have gone to the Qiao universe. Regret, endless remorse and self-blame engulfed Grand Emperor Xuanyang's heart. If he didn't go to the Qiao universe, he wouldn't have had any ideas about the Yun family, and today's disaster wouldn't have happened. It was just a legacy left behind by a middle-level universe god. Without him, the most he could do was to advance to the middle-level universe god. A few thousand or tens of thousands of eras at night was no big deal. Qiao universe, the empire of true mystery, Zhenzan capital. What? The master of Tianlin was suppressed, Xuanyang Emperor Palace was wiped out. Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace. Ah, I know, it's that master. That master has returned. Good Xuanyang Emperor family, your end is here. Ha ha ha. True profound emperor laughed maniacally, as if he wanted to make these eras suffer. All of them, these tens of thousands of eras were not easy to live in the empire of true mystery. Especially in the last 1,000 eras, as Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the others gradually analyzed the rules of the Qiao universe and were able to produce 8th layer or even more combat strength in the Qiao universe, the lives of the empire of true mystery had become more and more difficult. In just a short period of less than 1,000 eras, they had lost another 3 prefectures. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to use them anymore. 10,000 eras. Their true profound sovereign family might even be annexed by the Xuanyang Emperor family. However, it was better now. That lord had returned. Everything would be in the past. That lord had terrifying divine might. Up until now, he still remembered it vividly. That power was not something a high-level universe god could compare with. The Divine Flame Empire, one of the original Qiao universes, the 8 empires, was the same as the empire of true mystery. These days were not easy either. It was even more difficult than the empire of true mystery. The empire of true mystery only needed to face the threat of Xuanyang Emperor, but the Divine Flame Empire had to face the threat of Black Dragon and Qingming. None of these 2 empires were weaker than Xuanyang Emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that the Black Dragon and Qingming imperial clans weren't united, and the Divine Flame Empire was much stronger than the empire of true mystery, the Divine Flame Empire would have long disappeared from this world. But even so, the territory of the Divine Flame Empire had shrunk by more than half compared to tens of thousands of eras ago. If nothing unexpected happened, the Divine Flame Empire would at most be able to last for another 20,000 eras, and the Divine Flame Empire would completely disappear from the Qiao universe. However, it was better now. Black Dragon Emperor Clan, Green Crow Emperor Clan, let's see how you will die this time. A hint of schadenfreude was revealed on the Divine Flame Emperor's face. Back then, when he dealt with Yun family, Xuanyang Emperor was the one who took the lead, the mastermind. However, Black Dragon Emperor Clan and Qingming Emperor Clan also took action, biting off a prefecture from Yun family's body. With that person's relationship with the Yun family, it was likely that he wouldn't let Black Dragon and Qingming go so easily. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon. Capital, Black Dragon Imperial Palace. Bitch that legend is actually true. There was actually a supreme expert standing behind the Yun family, and even Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the others were suppressed by it. This strength was incomparable to an ordinary middle-level universe god. With our strength, we are absolutely no match for that man. What should I do now? Should I ask for help from my family? Or should I give up the benefits of Qiao Universe and withdraw from Qiao Universe? Sigh. If I had known that the Yun family really had the support of the expert, I wouldn't have participated in that stupid matter. How is it now? I didn't get much benefits, but I got myself into trouble instead. C2835. How dare he? The Qiao Universe, the 18 empires, and all the other empires were filled with spies. Just as Yang Fann brought Grand Emperor Xuanyang to the universe of ink light in Wanshang Chaos Domain, Xuanyang Emperor Palace was in a mess. The news of Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the 5 universe gods of Xuanyang Emperor being suppressed spread to the other 17 empires at a terrifying speed. Soon, the entire Qiao universe was shaken. The true profound sovereign clan, Divine Flame Emperor clan, and other native powers of Qiao universe were all clapping their hands and cheering. They were just short of celebrating. The opportunity that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. To be honest, the 8 empires' days were not easy. Some empires had even reached the brink of destruction. Compared to those foreign powers, the strength of the 8 great imperial clans was much weaker. The strongest was only the limit of low-level universe god. Not even a quasi-middle-level universe god could be found, and the number of them could be counted on one hand. As for those foreign powers, which of them didn't have a middle-level universe god backing them up? They were the best of the best. For example, Xuanyang Emperor had a high-level universe god backing him up. Even among those invaders, there were many quasi-middle-level universe god guarding them. If it wasn't for the universe source intent of the Qiao universe suppressing most of their strength, the 8 empires might have already become a thing of the past. However, as time passed, this little advantage was quickly disintegrating. If Yang Fann didn't appear, the last thing waiting for them would be. It was no different from having only 3 paths. Either they stubbornly resist until the end. They would be destroyed along with their empire, and the inheritance of millions of eras would be destroyed. They would either be wronged and seek fulfillment, just like those kingdoms and small countries. Surrender to those foreign forces and become the vassals of the 10 Emperor clan. The last path was to be like a stray dog, abandon their territory and foundation. Leave Qiao universe with his tail between his legs, and find another way out. However, it was easier said than done to build another empire. Moreover, the 10 great empires might not let them leave Qiao universe safely. Now, their savior had appeared. It was time for them to have a headache, and the ones who should be panicking were those foreign powers. Among the 10 major foreign powers, although Xuanyang Emperor, which was founded by Grand Emperor Xuanyang, wasn't the strongest, it wasn't too far off. It was enough to enter the top 5, or even the top 3. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been able to occupy more than half of the Yun family's territory back then. However, such a powerful force was easily suppressed and captured. More importantly, it was said that the person behind Yun family didn't make a move. He alone had suppressed Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the other 6 quasi-universe gods. Terrifying. A servant was at the middle-level universe god. He wasn't even an ordinary middle-rank low-rank middle-level universe god. Then, what was the cultivation base of the true master? A high-level universe god was definitely a high-level universe god. This was already the highest-level expert in their clan. There were even many factions that didn't have a high-level universe god in their clan. If they were to be dealt with carelessly, not only would they die, even the faction behind them might suffer as well. And among them, the ones who were most terrified were none other than the Black Dragon and Qing Ming imperial clans. The other 7 great imperial clans were at most trying to threaten the Yun family of Blue Cloud Palace. However, these 2 clans were both involved in the extermination of the Yun family. What should he do? Black Dragon Emperor looked conflicted and regretful. Should he ask for help? If his family found out that he had offended a high-level universe god, not only would they not come to his rescue, I might even tie him up and beg for forgiveness. To obtain forgiveness from the other party, a high-level universe god. That was the pinnacle expert in their Wanshang Chaos Domain, even though their Dragonman race. It was one of the top 20 powers in the Wanshang Chaos Domain, and it was guarded by a quasi-high-level universe god. There was even more than one, and it was comparable to a high-level universe god. Still a bit off. If there was no need, the Dragonborn would never dare to provoke a high-level universe god. Should they immediately bring the Black Dragon Bloodlines expert and retreat back to the race with their tails between their legs? Black Dragon Emperor was unwilling to give up. Middle-level universe god was considered a top-tier expert in their Wanshang Chaos domain. Not even one middle-level universe god would fall in tens of thousands of eras. If they wanted to find another intermediate acquired universe, they would have to wait for an unknown number of eras. Once he gave up everything in the Black Dragon Empire, it would be very difficult for him to advance any further. Why did he listen to that old Zan Yang's nonsense back then? At this moment, Black Dragon Emperor was filled with regret. He had offended such a peak-grade expert just for the sake of a mere prefecture. This was a huge loss to him. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that made Black Dragon Emperor despair descended from the sky and swept across the entire Black Dragon Imperial Palace. Ah, this power, middle-level universe god. No, not even a middle-level universe god could be this terrifying. Quasi-high-level universe god. Even a true high-level universe god. Could it be that the lord behind Yang family has made his move? A terrifying thought appeared in Black Dragon Emperor's mind, causing his heart to burst out in pain. He wailed in despair, "Ah, no, my lord, please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life. I'm willing to hand over the Flood Dragon Prefecture, and I'm willing to compensate the Yun family for all their losses." Poochie poochie, poochie. The godly aura did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Everything it passed by was destroyed. Even Black Dragon Emperor, the extreme universe god, didn't even last for a single breath before he was completely turned into a flying ash. Almost at the same time, in the Qingming Empire, Qingming Emperor Palace, and the other major powers that participated in the war against the Yun family, all of them had become clear and powerful. From the universe god, to the universe sovereign, to universe lord. Not a single one of them was left alive. Apart from the master of Tianlin, the leader of the rebels, and Grand Emperor Xuanyang, who was the mastermind behind the war, Yang Fann didn't plan to make a trip to the other major powers. Instead, he handed them over to his servants. If it wasn't for the fact that the master of Tianlan and Grand Emperor Xuanyang were the main culprits behind Yunlei's death, Yang Fann wouldn't have made a trip to these two places. He would have left it to his servants to handle. To be honest, the master of Tianlin and Grand Emperor Xuanyang could be considered to be proud of themselves. They were able to trouble Yang Fann. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, not to mention a few gods of quasi-universe and universe gods, even Chaos God King was not qualified to do so. If this was spread to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the name of the master of Tianlin and Grand Emperor Xuanyang would be recorded in the history books, and would be remembered by countless experts. Kangshui Empire, this was one of the 10 great new empires. Furthermore, within the 10 great new empires, it was enough to squeeze into the top 3. Its strength was not inferior to Xuanyang emperors. Just like Grand Emperor Xuanyang, founding emperor of the Kangshui Empire, the Kangshui Great Sovereign, was also a quasi-middle-level universe god who had broken through to the middle-level universe god. Also, his background was not any weaker than Grand Emperor Xuanyang's. The Kanghai god race was born in the same way as the Ink Light god race. They were both one of the 10 overlords of the Wanshang Chaos domain, and they had a high-level universe god guarding them. They even had a ranking. They were even one level higher than the Ink Light Divine Clan. It was said that old ancestor Kanghai had successfully broken through to the high-rank high-level universe god. Kangshui Empire, capital, Kangshui Emperor Palace. What? Black Dragon Emperor Palace, Qingyao Emperor Palace. The Black Dragon Emperor Palace, the Azure Tomb Emperor Palace, and the Divine Palace. Hiss. Am I seeing things? How dare he? How dare he? Surrounded by ocean phenomena, the Navy-Tide monarch, who looked like the god of the ocean, glared. His face was full of disbelief, not to mention the destruction of Xuanyang Emperor Palace. He had also destroyed the Black Dragon Emperor Palace in the Holy Land. The consequences of the Divine Palace. Even if that person was really a high-level universe god, he might not be able to withstand it. Once Xuanyang Emperor Palace was destroyed, the Ink Light Divine race behind Grand Emperor Xuanyang would not let this matter rest. Although the Dragonman clan and the Azure God clan behind Black Dragon Emperor and Great Sovereign Qingming were not the 10 overlords of Wanshang Chaos Domain, they were only second to the 10 overlords. The combined strength of the two clans was enough to fight against a major overlord that was ranked at the bottom. There were also those holy lands in Divine Palace. Apart from a few holy lands that were built by the locals of the Yun family's Hall of Worship, the Divine Palace. Most of them were backed by middle-level universe god warriors. He had offended so many major powers in a short period of time. Even the number one power in Wanshang Chaos Domain, the myriad forms god race, would find it hard to bear. The person behind the Yun family was also a high-level universe god. However, it seemed like they could compete with him. The number one power in Wanshang Chaos Domain, the All Creation's divine race, was still far from being able to compare. Furthermore, according to what he knew, that man seemed to have only met the Yun family by chance, and didn't have a close relationship with them. Was it worth it to provoke so many major powers for the sake of a destroyed Yun family? C-2836 fear still lingered in his heart. Kiao universe. Mysterious brilliant continent. Great sovereign Kang Hai and the other great sovereigns widened their eyes, not daring to believe the information in their hands. Even the number one overlord of Wanshang Chaos Domain, the All Creation's divine race, didn't dare to provoke so many major powers at once. These major powers, one or two wasn't a big deal, but when a dozen or 20 of them joined forces, their strength couldn't be underestimated. In particular, there was the god race of Ink Light, one of the 10 overlords, the Dragonman race and the Azure god race. Furthermore, according to their understanding, the high-level universe god didn't have a very deep friendship with the Yun family of the Blue Cloud Palace. Not to mention, the juniors of the Yun family weren't any better than strangers to the high-level universe god. If they were in their shoes, it was impossible for them to offend so many major powers at once for the sake of a mere Yun family. Even if it was because of their past relationship, they wanted to stand up for the Yun family and destroy the chief evil Grand Emperor Xuanyang. They would at most ask them to take out some resources and compensate the Yun family for their losses. They would never do such a cruel thing to the other major powers. They couldn't figure it out. They really couldn't figure it out. Universe gods like them, who had lived for tens of millions of eras, or even longer, had long surpassed the age of recklessness. They talked more about benefits, not feelings. Not to mention just a bit of friendship, even if it was the real bloodline descendant, how many people could be valued by them? As long as there were enough benefits, they would give up as long as there were enough benefits. Besides, after so many eras had passed, that favor should have faded away a long time ago. However, this is also a good thing. If that high-level universe god wanted to push the Yun family to the top, they would have no choice but to give up on this piece of land and return to Wanshang Chaos Domain with their tails between their legs. For the sake of a mere intermediate acquired universe, they would go to war with a high-level universe god. The forces behind them would never agree and support them. If it was a high-level acquired universe, that would be more like it. And without the support of the family, just the 2 or 3 of them, not to mention fighting with a high-level universe god, just the servants under them could easily wipe them out. Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the others' bloody lesson was right in front of them. The strength of their 10 great sovereigns was at most on par with Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the others. Those servants could easily suppress Grand Emperor Xuanyang and the other 6 universe gods, so they naturally had the confidence to do so as well. But now, the high-level universe god was overestimating himself and had provoked so many major powers at once. As long as he wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would never continue to provoke them. Just the Ink Light, Dragonman, Azure God, and other celestial powers were enough to make the high-level universe god suffer. If he continued to plot against the 7 empires, he would truly be courting death. Out of the 7 empires, there were 2 out of 10 overlords. The remaining 5 were quasi-overlords with quasi-high-level universe god guarding them. If they were to attack together, even the number 1 hegemon of the All Creation's god race, the All Creation's god race, had to be uprooted by them. The legacy of tens of millions of eras could not be destroyed. Unless it was the legendary top-level universe god, there was no way he could suppress so many hegemonic and quasi-hegemonic powers. But was this possible? Even the number 1 expert in Wanshang Chaos Domain, the myriad form's old ancestor, was only extreme high-level universe god. He hadn't even stepped into the quasi-top-level universe god. He was still tens of thousands of light years away from the top-level universe god. Not to mention, this was a native power, and it was backed by an expert. However, it didn't take long. The faces of the Blue Sea Emperor and the others changed. Their eyes were filled with fear. Rumble they. What did they see? They were wiped out. One of the 10 overlords of Wanshang Chaos Domain, the god race of Ink Light, was actually wiped out just like that. The entire universe of Ink Light was blasted into pieces. Everyone in the Ink Light, including the old ancestor of Ink Light, middle-rank high-level universe god, was destroyed. The terrifying power that remained in the original location of the Ink Light's universe, even the myriad form's old ancestor, the strongest person in the Wanshang Chaos Domain, was terrified. He didn't dare to approach the 10,000 light years of the Ink Light's universe, fearing that he would be shredded to pieces by the remaining power. Even the legendary top-level universe god wasn't this terrifying. What was even more horrifying was that it wasn't the one behind the Yun family who attacked, it was just one of his servants. Ink Light Universe. It was one of the top 10 universes in Wanshang Chaos Domain, and Yang Fann didn't try to hide it from him. Soon, the news of the Ink Light's universe being destroyed spread to every major power in the Wanshang Chaos Domain at a terrifying speed. In fact, this was a deliberate move of Yang Fann. He wanted to intimidate those major powers in Wanshang Chaos Domain. He couldn't stay in Qiao universe for long. The Yun family would have to depend on themselves in the future. This was one of the few great gifts that Yang Fann had left for them. With the bloody lesson of the Ink Light, as long as the major powers in the Wanshang Chaos Domain weren't kicked in the head by a donkey, they wouldn't make things difficult for the Yun family. No wonder that Lord was so powerful and killed so many major powers. A mere servant could very well be a supreme elder who had surpassed the top-level universe god. Then, how terrifying would he be? It could be said that he was the chaos god who was invincible in the Gukang Chaos Domain. Compared to the legendary chaos god, destroying the entire Wanshang Chaos Domain was a piece of cake. How could he possibly put a few overlords and quasi-overlords in his eyes? To be honest, in the eyes of these so-called overlords, quasi-overlords, they were simply a huge joke, nothing more than a bunch of insignificant ants. Crushing a few ants to death, what was there to be afraid of? Just like them, would they fear a few small powers that didn't even have universe gods joining together? It was impossible just thinking about it. Phew. Luckily, we didn't offend the Yun family too much. Otherwise, very quickly, Kang Hai and the other universe gods felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If they also participated in the siege back then the consequences would be the same as Black Dragon Emperor and the others, they would be mercilessly killed. Furthermore, the forces behind them would definitely not stand up for them. They might even have to compensate with a generous gift, hoping that the Yun family would forgive them, so that the Yun family would not hold a grudge against them and continue to take revenge on them. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Grand Emperor Xuanyang. If it wasn't for the fact that he was overbearing enough to take over the 15 prefectures of the Yun family, giving only the 3 prefectures to the other major powers, they might not have been able to withstand the temptation and would have participated in the siege. One had to admit that Grand Emperor Xuanyang was a good man, a very good man. He was the one who wanted to protect them even at the cost of sacrificing himself. No, I have to prepare a generous gift to apologize to the Yun family. Although they didn't attack the Yun family directly, they had bullied the Yun family more or less in the past and had taken over the benefits of the Yun family. Although they didn't think that the Lord would hold back on such trivial matters, if he really wanted to harm them, he would have attacked them long ago. There was no way that he would let them live until now. However, they weren't afraid of 10,000, but what they were afraid of was what might happen. It was better to restore their relationship with the Yun family as soon as possible. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to get in touch with that lord through the Yun family, then they would be rich. In the future, not to mention the Wanshang Chaos Domain, even the legendary Gukang Chaos Domain would have a place for them. Men, prepare the throne for me. Someone come, ask Empress to quickly come to Shenfeng Palace to see me.